Chapter 1: The Betrayal of a Materialistic Girlfriend. Lin Fan, let's break up. Modu, a high-end Western restaurant. Lu Feifei put down her knife and fork and wiped the corners of her mouth where there was no oil stain at all. The movements were elegant, but the tone was like ice chips. Lin Fan's hand holding the fork froze in mid-air. The medium-rare steak on the fork was the result of him saving up for a month to treat her to this meal. And now, all this seems like a joke. Feifei, are you kidding? Today is our anniversary. The smile he forced was uglier than crying. This is a restaurant with a per capita income of 4 figures. 1 month's part-time salary is exchanged for a breakup notice? Across from her, Lu Feifei had on exquisite makeup, and the designer dress she was wearing was bought by Lin Fan on installments using his credit card. She looked at Lin Fan, without a trace of nostalgia in her eyes, only undisguised disgust and contempt. Anniversary? She sneered. Her voice was not loud, but it was like a scalpel, accurately cutting through Lin Fan's last fantasy. Lin Fan, wake up. Look at yourself. Do you have 500 yuan on you? You only have 1,500 yuan a month for living expenses. What are you going to give me for my future? You want me to worry about your mortgage and car loan with you? She leaned forward, her voice lower and more pointed. A poor fellow like you is not qualified to talk to me about the future? Poor guy. Those 2 words, like 2 red-hot slaps, slapped Lin Fan hard on the face. My ears are buzzing. The soothing music and the whispers from the neighboring table now became background noise mocking his overestimation of his own abilities. My heart sank inch by inch into the cold seabed. After being together for 2 years, he thought he could be with her until the end. He remembered that when she agreed to date him, she wore the floral dress he gave her and her smile was sweeter than the sunshine. But since when did everything change? It was probably during her internship in her junior year that she experienced the colorful world outside. The gift he gave became unpresentable garbage. Her only topics of conversation were who bought Hermes and whose boyfriend bought a Porsche. In order to maintain this relationship, Lin Fan looked for part-time jobs like crazy, working 3 jobs a day and was exhausted like a dog. He thought money could fill the gap. It wasn't until today that he discovered that it was not a crack, but the Great Rift Valley of East Africa. I see. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his knuckles white, and there was a crisp sound when he put down his knife and fork. So, the guy who picks you up every day in a BMW is your new choice? Lu Feifei's expression changed slightly, and then she regained her pride. That's right. What Zhang Wei can give me, you can't give me even if you work hard all your life. Lin Fan, we are not from the same world. After she finished speaking, she picked up the limited edition Hermes handbag next to her, stood up, and looked down at him condescendingly. That look was like looking at a poor creature lying in the mud. I'll treat you to this meal. Consider it our final breakup fee. Oh, yes. She pulled out a few red bills from her bag and threw them lightly on the table. You should save your money and buy yourself a couple of decent clothes. Don't bring shame to our Magic City University. Swish. The eyes around him instantly focused on him. Sympathy, contempt, watching the show. Countless gazes pierced him like needles, leaving him nowhere to hide. Humiliation flooded his mouth and nose like a tide. Just then, a young man wearing a boss suit and an Omega watch walked in at the restaurant door. He walked straight to Lu Feifei and put his arms around her waist skillfully. He glanced at Lin Fan with contempt as if he was looking at an ant. Feifei, why are you wasting your time talking to this poor boy? Let's go, I'll take you to the World Financial Center to see the night view. Zhang Wei, you're here. Lu Feifei immediately put on a sweet smile and hugged him like a little bird. His face changes faster than turning the pages of a book. He was completely different from the harsh and indifferent person just now. The 2 men turned and left, leaving Lin Fan like a clown being watched by the whole world. He stared at the banknotes on the table, which were so red that they were blinding. He felt all the blood in his body rushing to his head. My chest felt so stuffy that I could hardly breathe. Why? All my heartfelt efforts were rewarded with such betrayal and humiliation? Is it true that in this world, money is 10,000 times more important than feelings? Resentment, anger, and hatred erupted in my chest like a volcano. A mixture of resentment and anger reached its peak. His life seemed to have hit rock bottom. There couldn't be a worse moment. At the moment he was swallowed by the endless darkness, a cold, mechanical voice without any emotion exploded deep in his mind. Host's emotional fluctuations have reached the threshold, meeting the binding conditions. Phantom Godly System, activating. 10%, 50%, 100%. Ding. Binding successful. Chapter 2 Phantom Godly System. Hallucination? Lin Fan's first reaction was that he had developed mental problems due to anger. He shook his head vigorously, trying to get rid of the unreal mechanical sound. However, the sound did not disappear. Instead, a translucent virtual light screen with a dark blue technological feel appeared before his eyes without any warning. Host, Lin Fan. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Wealth, 125.34 yuan. Skills, none. Charm, 2 normal human limit, 5. Constitution, 5 normal human limit, 10. The light curtain was suspended in the air. Through it, he could even clearly see the surprised eyes of the couple at the opposite table. Obviously, this thing was only visible to him. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He pinched his thigh hard, and the clear pain told him that this was not a dream. The plot in the online novel actually happened to you? He stared at the light screen, and his breathing became rapid. What system are you? He muttered to himself. This system is the Phantom Godly Rich system, dedicated to transforming the host into the ultimate godly rich who stands at the top of the world and is admired by countless goddesses. The system's response appeared directly in his mind, cold and mechanical. The core functions of this system are divided into 2 parts. 1. Goddess Contact Mission. Any effective contact between the host and a goddess with a comprehensive score of 90 or above for appearance, figure, and temperament determined by the system may trigger a random mission. Completing the mission will earn rewards such as cash, skills, and props. 2. Goddess Conquest Reward. Whenever the host successfully achieves the ultimate intimacy with a goddess' physical and mental conquest, they will receive a huge amount of cash and extremely rare special rewards. The richness of the rewards is proportional to the goddess's overall score and the difficulty of the conquest. Lin Fan was stunned, his heart pounding. Can you trigger tasks and get rewards by contacting the goddess? Are there huge rewards for conquering the goddess? This is simply the ultimate golden finger tailor-made for men. He thought of Lu Feifei, who had just left with Zhang Wei. Although she was materialistic and mean, she was considered a beauty in the school based on her looks and figure. Excluding those school beauties and goddesses who violate the rules, there are also those who can compete for the title of class beauty. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to win over Zhang Wei, the rich second generation. Is she considered a goddess? As if it had seen through his thoughts, the system prompt sounded again. After testing, the ex-girlfriend Lu Feifei's comprehensive score was 79 points, which did not meet the goddess standard. Lin Fan was stunned at first, then he couldn't help laughing. My goodness, he doesn't even have the qualifications to be a mission target. If Lu Feifei knew about this, she would probably be so angry that she would get a full plastic surgery on the spot, right? This little episode inexplicably dissipated some of the depression in his heart caused by betrayal. It is detected that the host has activated the system for the first time. A newbie gift pack is now being distributed. Do you want to open it? Turn it on. Now. Immediately. Lin Fan roared in his heart. Newbie gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 million yuan in cash. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Charm Enhancement Basic. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Physical Fitness Enhancement Elementary. A series of prompt sounds, like the sound of nature. 1 million in cash? Lin Fan's breathing stopped instantly. In his entire life, he had never seen even 10,000 yuan in cash, let alone 1 million. The other 2 rewards made him even more excited. Charm Boost Basic, Charm plus 3. Optimizes the host's facial expressions, adjusts body posture, and enhances their temperament. This will make you stand out in the crowd and slightly increase your appeal to the opposite sex. Physical Enhancement Elementary, Physical Fitness plus 10. Comprehensively optimizes the host's physical functions, increasing strength, speed, endurance, etc. Friendly reminder, say goodbye to the 5 girls and embrace a wider world. Lin Fan felt a warm current instantly spread throughout his limbs. His shoulders and neck, which had been a little stiff due to sitting for a long time and staying up late, now felt indescribably relaxed. He subconsciously straightened his back, and his whole mental outlook seemed to be refreshed at this moment. He could even feel that his skin seemed to have become more delicate, and the contours of his facial features seemed to be softer and more three-dimensional. Although the changes are subtle, the sense of confidence that radiates from the inside out is unprecedented. As for the warm reminder, it made him shudder and the corners of his mouth curled up wildly. However, his reason told him that the improvement in skills and charm was only sensory, and the most important thing was the 1 million. With trembling hands, he took out his 3-year-old domestic mobile phone from his pocket. There was a crack on the screen. He opened the bank app, and his fingers became unresponsive as he entered his password due to excitement. When he saw the text message notification and the long string of zeros on his bank card balance, his mind buzzed and went blank. Huaxia Bank, your savings card account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 1 million renminbi at XXXX on XXX, and the current balance is 1,125 renminbi and 34 cents. The $125.34 were the only living expenses left for this month after he had bought the meal for more than 2,000 yuan in advance. And now, there is an extra 1 and 4 zeros in front. It's true. It's all true. Lin Fan covered his mouth tightly to prevent himself from shouting out loud in the restaurant. A huge ecstasy washed over his limbs and bones. He felt as if he was walking on clouds, light and floating. Everything seemed so unreal. Fuck your gold digger girlfriend. Fuck the rich second generation. Lousy, from today on, I am also a rich man. He stood up suddenly, picked up the banknotes that Lu Feifei had thrown on the table, and placed them neatly on the table. He did not take it away, nor did he tear it into pieces. This money is not a breakup fee, but a farewell to that stupid past. It was Lin Fan who gave it to her as a reward. After doing all this, he took a deep breath, and in the astonished eyes of the people around him, he held his head high and walked out of this Western restaurant that once made him feel extremely depressed without looking back. His life will change completely from here. Host, Lin Fan. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Wealth, 1,125.34 yuan. Skills, none. Charm, 5. Constitution, 15. Chapter 3 The Goddess's Mercy. The door of the Western restaurant closed behind him. Whoosh, the night wind from the magic city blew towards me, carrying with it the unique moisture of the Huangpu River. My face is cold, but my heart is burning. 1 million. A full 7 figures. A number that we couldn't even dream of in the past. Bite. The text message alert sound just now is still playing in Lin Fan's mind. The thin bank card in his pocket was now hotter than a red-hot iron. An unprecedented strong sense of confidence rushed from the tailbone to the top of the head. The inferiority complex caused by poverty for more than 20 years was instantly swept away by this anger. Arrogant. That's the feeling. So refreshing. Now I have only one thought: find an ATM machine and watch with my own eyes that string of numbers turn into stacks of brand new red banknotes. He had to touch it with his hands, or even throw himself on it and roll over, to make sure he was not dreaming. The script of my future life is already unfolding in my mind at the speed of light. That rental house with moldy wallpaper? Must change to a large flat with river view in the city center. That BB-8 car you dream of? Carry. It has to be midnight black. Hey, Lu Feifei, didn't you say I was poor? Just wait, I'll drive my BMW and honk my horn downstairs of your house. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The corners of his mouth curled up wildly, and his feet moved as fast as if he was on Hot Wheels. Just when his heart was pounding. Bang! Hit the wall? No, soft. It's quite fragrant. A soft hum sounded in my ears, and a pleasant orchid-like fragrance entered my nose. Lin Fan came back to his senses instantly. Looking closely, I saw a girl in a white dress with long hair. She was tall and her skin was so white that it reflected light under the streetlights. Is this girl taking a bath with magic water? The girl raised her head, revealing a face that was impeccably delicate even without makeup. She has a delicate nose, cherry lips, and clear eyebrows and eyes. Especially those eyes, as cold as moonlight, which were staring at him straight with a hint of displeasure at being interrupted. The atmosphere is so unique, it is completely different from the noisy night market around it. Hiss. This, isn't the Su Yuhan? One of the 2 most recognized campus beauties at Shanghai University, known as the Aloof Goddess. The white moonlight in the eyes of countless boys. She is also a classmate and best friend of her ex-girlfriend Lu Feifei. In the past, Lin Fan was extremely poor, and he would avoid goddesses of this level. I never dared to look her in the eye. Now, hey, I have food in my pocket, so I am not worried. I'm sorry, I was distracted. Lin Fan said quickly. Su Yuhan also recognized him and frowned slightly. There was a hint of complicated emotions in his cold eyes. She had just been eating in this restaurant and saw everything that happened. Su Yuhan has always despised her best friend Lu Feifei's materialistic behavior and has tried to persuade her several times, but to no avail. A few days ago, she discovered Lu Feifei having an intimate date with the rich second-generation Zhang Wei. At that time, she realized that Lu Feifei was playing two-timing. Afterwards, she found Lu Feifei to talk about this matter, but Lu Feifei frankly admitted that she had changed her heart and said bluntly that she would dump Lin Fan immediately. Su Yuhan tried to persuade her, but Lu Feifei angrily scolded her for being hypocritical and meddling in other people's business. In the end, the relationship between the two broke down completely. She saw the scene just now very clearly, and her disgust towards Lu Feifei increased even more. At the same time, he also felt a little sympathy for Lin Fan, the victim. In her opinion, Lin Fan was the kind of infatuated boy who was blinded by love. In order to satisfy his girlfriend's vanity, he did not hesitate to take part-time jobs everywhere to pretend to be rich. However, his sincerity towards Lu Feifei, as well as his ability to endure hardships and work hard to improve himself, are still commendable. The result was that he lost both his money and was humiliated in public. It's really pitiful. Su Yuhan looked at Lin Fan, who looked a little distraught. Her sense of justice and kindness made it impossible for her to sit idly by. She pursed her lips, took out her wallet from her small bag, pulled out a few red bills and handed them over. Her movements were very natural, without any show-off, as if she was just doing something insignificant. Take it. Her voice was just like her temperament, clear and cold, like a clear spring in the mountains. You and Fei Fei are not suitable. Don't think too much. Go back, have a good meal, and get some sleep, and it will be over. Lin Fan was completely stunned. He looked down at the few hundred yuan that Su Yuhan handed over, and thought about the 7-digit balance in his bank card. An extremely absurd and strange feeling came over him. Just after being humiliated by his ex-girlfriend with money, he turned around and was helped by his ex-girlfriend's school beauty best friend with money? He is a millionaire now. Even though it's just released. However, the moment his hand touched Su Yuhan's slightly cool fingertips, the cold mechanical sound exploded again in his mind. Bite. Physical contact between the host and the goddess Su Yuhan was detected, triggering the hidden mission, the kindness of the cold school beauty. Goddess information. Name, Su Yuhan. Age, 21. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 97 beautiful and stunning. Body size, 96 golden ratio. Temperament, 95 cold as the moon. Comprehensive score, 96 superb goddess. Mission description, as a future super rich, how can you accept the goddess's mercy? But the goddess's kindness cannot be let down either. Please, host, handle this kindness in an unexpected way. Mission reward, 10 million yuan in cash, basketball mastery. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. 10 million in cash? And another one, basketball proficiency? His heartbeat instantly accelerated to 180, and the sound of blood rushing roared in his ears. Happiness comes too suddenly. He looked at Su Yuhan in front of him, and his eyes became hot involuntarily. This is not some cool school beauty at all, she is clearly a walking ATM, a top-notch boss that can drop magical equipment. Su Yuhan felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him, and her brows furrowed even tighter. What's wrong with Lin Fan? Got hit to the point of mental breakdown? Or, does he have some thoughts about himself that he shouldn't have? Thinking of this, the trace of sympathy in her eyes quickly faded, and was replaced by vigilance and alienation. She withdrew her hand, and her tone became a little colder. If you don't want it, forget it. After saying that, she prepared to turn around and leave. Wait. Lin Fan immediately realized that the mission had not been completed yet. He looked at Su Yuhan's cold back, his mind working rapidly. Handle this goodwill in an unexpected way. Just refuse? No, it's too abrupt and doesn't fit the description of unexpected. Accept it and say thank you? What then became? Do you really accept mercy? The mission is bound to fail. We must break the deadlock. Break her inherent impression of herself as poor and miserable. In a flash, a bold idea formed in his mind. Chapter 4 First Rejection. Lin Fan stepped forward and stopped Su Yuhan. Under Su Yuhan's increasingly cold gaze, Lin Fan smiled slightly. After the blessing of charm enhancement, his charm reached 5, making his smile look confident and calm, completely without the previous dejection. He did not take the money from Su Yuhan's hand, but instead took out a coin from his pocket. "Thank you for your kindness, Su." He handed the coin to Su Yuhan with a mysterious smile on his face. "But I don't need this. On the contrary, I want to give this coin to you." Su Yuhan was completely stunned. She looked at the 1 yuan coin handed to her by Lin Fan, then looked at the several hundred yuan in her hand, and her pretty brain froze for a moment. What is this operation? Use $1 to exchange for hundreds of dollars from her? No, he didn't even ask her for money, but instead offered her $1? Is this guy really out of his mind? Lin Fan looked at her adorable, bewildered and wary expression, chuckling inwardly, and continued, "I know you must think I'm crazy right now. But please accept it. Just consider it an advance payment." "Reward?" Su Yuhan asked subconsciously, with a hint of doubt in her cold voice. "Yes." Lin Fan looked directly into her clear eyes and said word by word, "Because it won't be long before you realize that your decision to lend me a hand today is the best investment you've ever made in your life." His voice was not loud, but it was full of unquestionable confidence. These words, coupled with his deep and playful eyes at the moment, caused ripples in Su Yuhan's heart. She has seen too many boys trying to get close to her, some pretending to be deep, some showing off their talents, and some like Zhang Wei showing off their family background. But this was the first time she had seen someone like Lin Fan, who could speak such arrogant and mysterious words after being humiliated in public. Shouldn't he feel inferior, miserable, and resentful? Why was there only endless confidence in his eyes, as if the person who was humiliated just now was not him at all? This strong contrast made Su Yuhan feel unprecedented curiosity about him. As if possessed by a ghost, she reached out and took the warm coin from Lin Fan. The moment she took the coin, the system prompt sounded as expected in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, the kindness of the cold school beauty. Task completion, perfect. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 10 million yuan in cash already received, basketball mastery. As the system's voice fell, an unimaginably huge torrent of information instantly rushed into Lin Fan's mind. From the most basic dribbling and shooting posture, to Iverson's butterfly step, Jordan's fadeaway jump shot, and Curry's super long three-pointer. The signature moves and game experiences of countless basketball superstars were imprinted deep into his memory like a revelation. At the same time, a warm current swept through my body. His muscles, bones, and nerves are all being fine-tuned and optimized in an incredible way. His body seemed to have developed an instinctive muscle memory. He could even clearly feel that as long as he got the basketball, he could immediately perform the most standard and smooth movements. It's a long story, but it all happened in a flash. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes, and his whole temperament seemed to have undergone a subtle change. If he was confident and calm just now he has more wild explosiveness and control. Su Yuhan had no idea what the man in front of her had experienced in just 1 second. She just looked at Lin Fan with some confusion, holding the coin that was still warm, and confusion was written all over her cold face. What the hell is this guy doing? Why did that instantaneous change in his eyes make her heart jump for no reason? All right. Lin Fan withdrew his thoughts and looked at Su Yuhan's confused expression. He once again revealed his signature mysterious smile. I've finished what I'm saying. You can leave now. After saying that, he actually didn't even look at Su Yuhan again. He turned around and walked out of the school gate, leaving behind a dashing back. That night, when Lin Fan returned to his cheap rental house with a monthly rent of only 800 yuan, he was still in a state of extreme excitement and erraticness. The narrow room, the mottled walls, the creaking old wooden bed, and the faint smell of mold in the air all reminded him of his past difficulties. But now, everything is different. He lay in bed, tossing and turning, not feeling sleepy at all. He took out his mobile phone again and again, opened the bank app, and looked at the number that was so long that he counted it several times. 11 million yuan. 11 million. This number was like a burning flame, blazing in his chest, driving away all sleepiness and fatigue. Sometimes he smiled foolishly, and sometimes he felt that all this was unreal, like a bubble that would burst at the slightest poke. It was not until the second half of the night that Lin Fan fell into a deep sleep, his extreme mental excitement finally being overwhelmed by physical fatigue. The next morning, a ray of sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains, shining brightly on Lin Fan's face. He opened his eyes drowsily, and the hangover-like headache made him frown subconsciously. The familiar ceiling, the familiar musty smell, everything is the same as usual. So, it was just a dream. A huge sense of loss surged in Lin Fan's heart, and he smiled self-deprecatingly. That's right, how could such a good thing as windfall be possible? Being abandoned by his girlfriend, activating the system, accidentally meeting the school beauty, and getting 10 million. Even novels don't dare to write this plot. Lin Fan laughed at himself, grabbed the old phone beside his pillow, and habitually prepared to check the time. The moment the screen lit up, a text message notification from the bank appeared on the lock screen. Huaxia Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, your savings card account with the last number 8848 had a deposit of 10 million renminbi at 22:15 yesterday, and the current balance is 11 million renminbi. Lin Fan's breathing stopped. He stared at the string of numbers, 1, 2, 3. 6 zeros. There are 2 more 1s in front. 11 million. Not a dream. All of this is true. Fuck. An extremely suppressed roar squeezed out of his throat. Lin Fan felt that all the blood in his body rushed to his head in an instant. His vision went dark and he almost fainted from happiness. He crawled out of bed, hurriedly opened the mobile banking app, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and logged in. When the number with a long string of zeros appeared clearly in the available balance column, Lin Fan could no longer hold back. Like a fool, he grinned and laughed. He refreshed the page over and over again, logging out and logging in again, as if he was afraid that the string of numbers would suddenly disappear. That's not just a string of cold numbers. That is dignity, confidence, and infinite possibilities for the future. That is the money that Lu Feifei and that greasy-haired rich second generation may never earn in their entire lives. Chapter 5 changes from the beginning. After the great ecstasy, there was an unprecedented calmness. Lin Fan rushed into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and splashed ice-cold water on his face. In the mirror, there was a face that looked a little haggard but with eyes that were frighteningly bright. He looked at himself. He was wearing a washed-out t-shirt, with stubble on his chin and messy hair. This is how I have been in the past 20 years, ordinary, financially strapped, and even a little self-deprecating. But from today on, everything will be different. The system is called Super Rich System, not Nouveau Riche System. Even with more than 10 million, if you still live in a muddle-headed way like before, it would be an insult to this God-given opportunity. Change must start from the beginning. Lin Fan said to himself in the mirror, word by word. The first step to change is image. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. This saying may sound cliché, but it is an irrefutable truth. A person's dress is his most intuitive social business card. He remembered the contemptuous look of the clothing store guide yesterday, and the condescending sneer of Lu Feifei and the rich second generation. Those images were like needles that pricked him and hurt him. But now, they have all turned into the most primitive driving force. He wants to make all those who look down on him understand that things change over time, so don't look down on the young and poor. No, it won't take 30 years. From today, from now on. Lin Fan shaved, took a shower, and changed into his best clothes, a plaid shirt that cost over 100 yuan and a pair of faded jeans. Even so, standing in front of the mirror, he felt that his temperament seemed different from before. It's confidence. It is the purest self-confidence that money brings. He is no longer the poor student who hesitates for a long time even when treating his girlfriend to a decent Western meal. He, Lin Fan, is now a multi-millionaire. I called the landlord directly to cancel the cheap rental and didn't want the deposit. When I walked out of the room, the sunlight was a bit dazzling. The aroma of fried dough sticks and soy milk wafted over from the breakfast shop downstairs. Lin Fan paused, then seemed to have thought of something, shook his head, and walked straight to the side of the road. He didn't take the bus or scan a shared bike, but just reached out and stopped a taxi. Master, let's go to Plaza 66 in Shanghai. Okay. The driver responded readily and glanced at the young passenger in the rearview mirror. Looking at the street scene rapidly receding outside the window, Lin Fan felt extremely relaxed. Is this what it feels like to be rich? You don't have to sweat over a few dollars of bus fare, and you don't have to haggle over the price of a meal. Armani, Zegna, Versace. These were names he had only seen in magazines and on TV in the past, but now he could choose them at will. Money is meant to be spent. The more you spend, the more you get. The taxi stopped at the entrance of Plaza 66. Looking at the magnificent shopping mall in front of him, which represents the top luxury in Shanghai, Lin Fan took a deep breath, straightened his shirt collar, and walked in. His road to becoming a wealthy man officially begins here. Hanglung Plaza, the top den of money spending in Shanghai. The world's top luxury brands are gathered here, and every floor tile seems to exude the fragrance of money. When Lin Fan, wearing his best gear that cost no more than 300 yuan in total, walked into the magnificent hall, he felt like an ugly duckling that fell into Swan Lake, out of tune with the exquisite and elegant environment around him. All the men and women passing by were dressed in fancy clothes, and their every move exuded a sense of calm nobility. In comparison, Lin Fan looked like an extra who had strayed onto the set. The strong contrast made him subconsciously feel a little uneasy, but when he thought of the 8-digit balance in his bank card, that discomfort instantly disappeared. Confidence, this thing is really a good thing. He ignored the vague scrutiny from those around him and walked straight to a store with the Armani logo. The tall female receptionist at the door was wearing a black suit and had a professional smile on her face, but the moment she saw Lin Fan, her smile froze for a moment, and a hint of surprise and contempt flashed across her eyes. Although it was fleeting, it was still captured by Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt nothing, but rather found it a little funny. Isn't this the standard start of a cool novel? He walked in calmly. The interior of the store is low-key and luxurious, with soft lighting and the air filled with the mixed scent of high-quality leather and fragrance. Several shopping guides gathered together and chatted in low voices. When they saw Lin Fan come in, only a younger-looking girl came forward hesitantly. "Welcome, sir. How may I help you?" The girl's smile was a little forced, and her tone was perfunctory and routine. Obviously, in her eyes, someone dressed like Lin Fan was probably just here to take a look, or maybe he had come to the wrong place. "I'm just looking around," Lin Fan said lightly, his eyes sweeping over the clothes in the store. He doesn't know much about these brands, but he understands the simplest principle by the more expensive ones. "Give me a few of your latest casual wear sets to try on." Lin Fan pointed to the linen-colored casual suit on the model in the window, which looked very well tailored. The young salesperson was stunned for a moment, looked at Lin Fan with a strange look, and then looked at the clothes. "Sir, you mean the one in the window?" "It's a new, mainline piece from our Giorgio Armani collection. This coat alone costs 38,000. Her implication was clear. "Are you sure you can afford it? Don't waste everyone's time." Lin Fan ignored the sting in her words and simply repeated calmly, "Let me try it on. It should be about the same size as the male model next to you." Just then, a middle-aged woman who looked like the store manager walked over. She had delicate makeup on and sharp eyes. She looked Lin Fan up and down, and a subtle hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Xiaoli, don't you see Mrs. Wang waiting over there? Go and greet her." She first sent the young salesperson away, then said to Lin Fan with a forced smile, "Sir, I'm sorry, but the clothes in our store are quite delicate. We generally don't recommend trying them on unless you're sure you want to buy them." This is almost an order to expel the guest. When Lin Fan heard this, he was not angry, but happy instead. He raised his eyes, looked directly at the female store manager, and said slowly, "You mean, I don't look like someone with buying intention?" The female store manager raised her chin, her tone carrying a sense of superiority. "Sir, I'm simply stating our store's policy. After all, there are many people who come in every day just to broaden their horizons, and we must always provide the best service to those who truly have the purchasing power." The other shopping guides around were all folding their arms, looking like they were enjoying the show. They have seen many such scenes of poor students breaking into luxury stores, and the ending is always that they are asked to leave in disgrace. However, Lin Fan's next move surprised everyone. He didn't argue or get angry. He just took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened the bank app, and then directly handed the interface showing the balance of 11 million to the female manager. "Now, do I have purchase intent?" Chapter 6: Consumption and Chance Encounters. Lin Fan's voice was not loud, but in the quiet store, it was clearly heard by everyone. The female store manager's eyes fell on the mobile phone screen. When she saw the long string of zeros, the sarcasm and arrogance on her face froze instantly. Her pupils suddenly contracted and her mouth opened slightly, like a duck with its neck pinched, unable to utter a word. The expressions on the faces of the shopping guides who were watching the show were equally interesting, from shock to astonishment, and finally to disbelief. This young man wearing cheap clothes is actually a wealthy man? The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. The first person to react was the female store manager. The expression on her face changed at a dramatic speed. Stiffness instantly turned into flattery, and arrogance was replaced by enthusiasm. "Oh, sir. Look at my eyes, I really don't recognize you." I'm sorry. I was so rude. As she spoke, she bowed 90 degrees to Lin Fan, her attitude so humble that she was completely different from before. Xiao Li. What are you still standing there for? Hurry! Bring out the set in the window, as well as all our new models this year, in this gentleman's size. She turned and screamed at the young salesperson, her tone full of unquestionable commands. Then, she put on a smile as warm as spring breeze and personally led Lin Fan to the VIP lounge. Sir, please sit down and take a rest. What would you like to drink? We have freshly ground Blue Mountain coffee and Perrier water. All the shopping guides in the store started moving, some served tea, some took clothes, and their rude and respectful expressions were perfectly displayed. Lin Fan sat on the soft leather sofa, feeling a mixture of emotions. That's the power of money. Simple, crude, but extremely effective. He didn't make things difficult for the female store manager because there was no need to. This extreme contrast is itself the best compliment to him. Soon, more than a dozen sets of various clothes were hung in front of him. Lin Fan picked out a few sets and walked into the fitting room. When he came out wearing a well-tailored black casual suit and a simple white silk t-shirt, everyone in the store fell silent. The person in the mirror has a tall figure, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. The expensive fabric perfectly outlines his figure, and the temperament that was previously concealed by cheap clothes is completely released at this moment. Coupled with the subtle influence of the system's charm enhancement, Lin Fan at this moment has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a deep gaze, and a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. He has been reborn, like a low-key rich nobleman. Oh my god. The young shopping guide Shelly subconsciously covered her mouth, her eyes shining with surprise. The female store manager's eyes lit up, and she praised him generously. Sir, you're a natural clothes hanger. This suit looks even better on you than on our model. Lin Fan didn't feel anything about these flatteries, but he was very satisfied with his current image. Pack up these 2 sets and the ones you just tried on. He casually pointed to a few more items. Okay. I'll pack it for you right away. The female manager's voice trembled with excitement. When checking out, the total price was 268,000. Lin Fan swiped the card without changing his expression. When the POS machine spit out a long receipt, the female store manager respectfully handed the card and receipt back to him with both hands. She leaned forward slightly, her chest outlining an alluring curve, and her voice was even more sweet. Mr. Lin, this is my business card. If you need anything in the future, you can always add me on WeChat and contact me. I'm at your service 24 hours a day. This is no longer a hint, but an explicit statement. Lin Fan took the card, ignored it, and just nodded faintly. As he walked out of Armani carrying several large shopping bags, he could clearly feel that the gazes of passers-by had changed from contempt to curiosity, appreciation, and even envy. Money not only changed other people's attitudes, but also rebuilt his self-confidence. This feeling is more effective than any panacea. Feel brand new and refreshed. After Lin Fan deposited a few shopping bags, he felt relaxed. As the saying goes, a good horse deserves a good saddle. After changing into this outfit, he felt that he was gradually becoming a wealthy man. But, it's still a little bit off. As the saying goes, poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. A good watch is the best accessory for men and a symbol of status. For Lin Fan, who had just stepped into the realm of super rich, buying a watch to keep things under control was a natural thing to do. He strolled to the luxury goods area on the first floor of the mall, where there were a wide variety of watch brands, including Vacheron Constantin, Blancpain, Jaeger LeCoultre. Each name represented top-notch craftsmanship and a high price. Lin Fan's gaze finally settled on the store with the most classical and luxurious decoration, Patek Philippe. However, just as he was about to step in, he caught a glimpse of 2 familiar figures out of the corner of his eye. In front of the mirror-like window, a man and a woman were huddled together, pointing at a watch inside. The woman was wearing a pink dress and had delicate makeup. She was his ex-girlfriend Lu Feifei. The man next to her, dressed in trendy branded clothes and with shiny hair, was none other than the rich second generation from yesterday, Zhang Wei. It's true that enemies meet in a narrow road. Lin Fan paused, a playful smile appearing on his lips. He did not rush in, but stood leisurely not far away, listening to their conversation with interest. I only heard Zhang Wei boasting with saliva flying. Feifei, do you see this? This is Patek Philippe's Nautilus series, model 5712A, with a steel bracelet. It's an entry-level sports watch, only about $500,000. The watch was designed by Master Genta. The blue dial shows different colors under different lighting, which is very charming. However, this is reflected in the high premium. If you want to buy it, you have to buy it with a matching piece. My dad's hand grenade was originally matched with a matching piece worth over 700,000. Zhang Wei spoke clearly and logically, like a senior watch expert. Lu Feifei, with an admiring look on her face, took his arm, her eyes full of stars. Wow, Zhang Wei, you are amazing, you know so much. This watch will definitely look really cool on you. Of course. Zhang Wei puffed out his chest proudly, but he never dared to glance into the store. But forget it today. I just brought you here to broaden your horizons. Wearing this entry-level piece would kind of lower my status. I'll take you to Geneva someday and order a super nice piece. After bragging for a long time, it turns out that I can't afford it. Lin Fan laughed secretly in his heart. He talked about the watch worth 500,000 yuan as if it was nothing, but in the end he didn't even have the courage to enter the store. Although Lu Feifei was a little disappointed, she immediately flattered him. Zhang Wei, you're so nice. Unlike some people, who, let alone buying a watch in their entire lives, probably don't even know which way the door of a Patek Philippe opens. As she spoke, she glanced around meaningfully. This glance happened to meet the eyes of Lin Fan, who was not far away. The air suddenly became quiet. Chapter 7 Slapping Face and Misunderstanding. Lu Feifei's expression was first one of surprise, then turned into deep contempt and disgust. She never thought that she would meet this poor guy here. And, he's dressed like a decent person today? However, no matter how he dresses, it cannot change the fact that he is a poor man. Hey, who was it? Isn't this Lin Fan? Lu Feifei spoke in a sarcastic tone, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for everyone around to hear. What? You got dumped by me yesterday, and you found a new job today? Are cleaning salaries at Hanglong high enough to allow you to wear fake designer clothes? She immediately determined that the Armani suit Lin Fan was wearing was definitely a fake. Zhang Wei also saw Lin Fan. He was stunned for a moment, then he too smiled contemptuously. He put his arm around Lu Feifei's waist and said condescendingly, Feifei, don't say that. Everyone has their own aspirations. Maybe they're here to experience the atmosphere of high society so they can go back and continue working hard. The two men's ridicule echoed each other, attracting the gazes of several passers-by nearby who were also watching the show. Faced with this clumsy performance, Lin Fan didn't even raise an eyebrow. Arguing with such people will only lower your own status. He didn't even bother to look at them, and walked straight into the Patek Philippe store. Sir, welcome to Patek Philippe. The sales lady in the store was very well-mannered. She did not treat Lin Fan differently just because he was young. She had a gentle smile on her face. Lin Fan's action stunned Lu Feifei and Zhang Wei. He actually dared to go in? Ha, pretending. Let's see how long he can keep pretending. Zhang Wei sneered and pulled Lu Feifei in, deliberately wanting to see how Lin Fan would make a fool of himself. Let me see the watch he was looking at just now. Lin Fan pointed to the blue dial Nautilus watch in the window and said to the salesperson. The salesperson smiled and nodded, put on white gloves, carefully took out the watch and placed it on a velvet tray. Sir, good taste. This is our very popular Nautilus 5712A001. The domestic official price is... Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Zhang Wei, who followed in. No need to introduce it, I'm very familiar with this watch. Zhang Wei swaggered over, glanced at Lin Fan, and said sarcastically, Lin Fan, you better be careful. This watch costs over 500,000 yuan. If it slips, you won't be able to afford the compensation even if you sell it. Lu Feifei also crossed her arms and said sarcastically, that's right, just touch it to satisfy your desire, don't delay the salesperson's business. Lin Fan ignored them completely and just picked up the watch. He shook his wrist lightly, and the steel strap flashed a streak of light under the light. Without even trying it on, he told the salesperson, no need for introduction, this is it. Pay by credit card. As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell into dead silence. The sales lady was stunned. She had seen people buying watches quickly, but she had never seen anyone so quick. Lu Feifei and Zhang Wei looked at Lin Fan in amazement, as if they had been struck by lightning. What did you say? Zhang Wei couldn't even speak straight. Lin Fan then slowly turned his head, looked at him as if he were an idiot, and said 3 words calmly, I said, I bought it. After saying that, he took out the bank card from his pocket and handed it to the salesperson. Hurry up, please. The saleslady finally woke up from her dream and took the bank card with both hands. Her heart was still pounding and her voice was filled with excitement. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Swipe the card, enter the password, and sign. The whole process went smoothly and took no more than a minute. When the POS machine spit out the purchase order for more than 500,000 yuan, Zhang Wei's face had turned from red to white, and then from white to blue, as brilliant as a color palette. Lu Feifei covered her mouth tightly, her eyes almost popping out. 500,000. Lin Fan, this poor bastard, actually bought a watch worth 500,000 yuan without even blinking an eye? How is this possible? Where did he get so much money? The salesperson had deftly cut the watch strap and put it on Lin Fan. The blue dial looks particularly deep and charming on his fair wrist. Thank you. Lin Fan moved his wrist and was very satisfied with the watch. He turned around and prepared to leave. When he passed by Lu Feifei and Zhang Wei at the petrified site, he paused slightly, a smile on his lips, and said lightly, "Oh, by the way, thank you for that popular science just now. However, instead of bragging at the door, why not go in and buy it? After all, people with real ability are like me, they just do it, not talk about it." After saying that, he no longer looked at the two people's expressions as if they had seen a ghost, and walked straight out of the store, leaving behind a dashing back. Puff. Zhang Wei only felt a sweetness in his throat and almost vomited a mouthful of blood. This sentence is more cruel than slapping him directly. Lu Feifei, on the other hand, was trembling all over, with a huge wave of emotion rising in her heart. Regret, jealousy, unwillingness, all these emotions intertwined together, driving her almost crazy. Where did Lin Fan get so much money? On the second floor of the shopping mall, in an elegant coffee shop. Su Yuhan sat by the window, her fingertips lightly touching the wall of the warm latte cup. Her cold eyes were like a cold pond, overlooking everything downstairs calmly. Her sight happened to fall on the Patek Philippe store. In the sight, the figure who was wearing washed-out old clothes not long ago was now dressed in a brand-new suit with a well-tailored name brand. He handed over a black card with an indifferent expression and pocketed the watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. His movements were so smooth that it seemed as if he had just bought a bottle of water. Opposite him, his materialistic ex-girlfriend Lu Feifei was performing a wonderful silent drama of shock and regret. Su Yuhan's brows furrowed unconsciously. Yesterday, he righteously refused his help, saying something about man's dignity and shamelessly talked about future investment. So this is his investment? An absurd and icy thought quickly wrapped around her mind like a vine. He was kept by a rich woman. He traded his body and dignity for this glamorous appearance and the right to spend money lavishly. In an instant, the sympathy and compassion caused by misunderstanding disappeared. Instead, there is contempt from the heart. But beneath this contempt, there was a hint of curiosity and inexplicable disappointment that she herself had not noticed. Downstairs, Lin Fan, immersed in the pleasure of slapping someone in the face, walked out of the store in a happy mood, not realizing that the cold and complex gaze from the second floor had locked him into a fallen duck. Chapter 8 Back to School, New Mission. It feels good to slap someone in the face, and it feels good to slap them in the face all the time. When Lin Fan walked out of Hang Lung Plaza, he felt as refreshed as if he had drunk a bottle of ice-cold cola in the dog days of summer. He could even imagine how distorted Lu Feifei and Zhang Wei's expressions were right now. That's enough. The best revenge for such people is not quarreling, but using what they value most to crush their dignity to the ground and then step on it lightly. After storing the newly bought bags of clothes, Lin Fan took a taxi back to school. There are also graduation thesis-related matters that need to be dealt with in the afternoon. On the tree-lined avenue of Shanghai University, sunlight shines through the lush sycamore leaves, casting mottled spots of light. When Lin Fan appeared on campus in a new outfit, he attracted almost 100% of the attention. In the past, he wore t-shirts and jeans, and you couldn't tell him apart in a crowd. And now, the well-tailored Armani casual suit sets off his tall figure to the fullest, and the Patek Philippe Nautilus watch inadvertently exposed on his wrist reflects a deep blue light in the sun, which is low-key and luxurious. What's more important is temperament. The charm enhanced by the system, coupled with the strong self-confidence built up after spending a lot of money, makes him exude a calm aura. Fuck, who is that guy? He's so handsome, a bit like a celebrity. That watch on his wrist looks like a Patek Philippe Nautilus? Is it real? Are you kidding me? The official price of that thing is over 500,000 yuan. Is there such a rich man in our school? The students passing by were whispering and talking to each other. Lin Fan was already accustomed to these looks and walked straight towards the dormitory building. When they pushed open the dormitory door, the three roommates who were playing online games turned around almost at the same time. The air froze for 3 seconds. Holy crap! Fatty Wang Wei's mouse twitched, and the character in the game was killed. He was completely oblivious and pointed at Lin Fan, shouting, "Fan, brother Fan? Were you abducted by aliens and transformed?" Bullshit! Skinny Li Jun pushed the fat man aside and came over in a nasty manner. "Armani, Patek Philippe, this outfit, fancy, tell me the truth, is it some rich woman who's taken a fancy to you? I have to be 40, right? No, 50 is fine too. I'm not picky." Skinny Li Jun came over with a smirk on his face and reached out to touch Lin Fan's watch. But to be honest, that woman Lu Feifei didn't know what she was talking about, so it was just right that she split it up. Lin Fan dodged his dirty hands with a flick of his wrist and said with a sullen smile, "Get lost. You're the one being kept by a rich woman." Only the dormitory head, Chen Mo, pushed his glasses and asked calmly, "Lin Fan, we heard you broke up. We were planning to treat you to a drink tonight." "Thanks, brothers." Lin Fan replied vaguely, pulling out 4 of the latest models of far-leading mobile phones he had just bought from his pocket and throwing them on their desk. "Here, graduation gifts, everyone gets one." The entire dormitory fell into silence again. 3 pairs of eyes stared at the 4 brand new mobile phone boxes on the table, as if they had seen some incredible species. "Fuck, Mate 60 Pro Plus? The one that costs over 10,000 yuan?" The fat man's voice was trembling. Suddenly, the fat man grabbed his phone and said seriously, "Brother Fan, actually, we all know about Lu Feifei's incident, so don't be too." "Stop." The skinny monkey grabbed the fat man by the throat. "Brother Fan is a wealthy bachelor now. Are you worried about not finding someone better? Right, Brother Fan? Alright, I know what you're going to say." Lin Fan felt a warm feeling in his heart as he watched the 3 brothers' clumsy attempts at comfort. The old one has been used for several years now, it's time to replace it. The next second, a pig slaughtering howl erupted in the dormitory. "Brother Fan. You are my real brother. Dad. Please accept my son's greeting." The 3 of them rushed over and gave Lin Fan a massage, their excitement beyond words. Chen Mo added at the end, "Lin Fan, really, it's not worth it for that kind of woman." Lin Fan smiled and said nothing. He knew that some friendships were more precious than love. They were Lin Fan's best friends during his 4 years in college. When Lin Fan was together with Lu Feifei, they were short of living expenses and she helped him a lot. Now that Lin Fan has become rich, the first people he thinks of are naturally them. Just as Lin Fan was joking around with his roommates, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has initially adapted to the status of a wealthy person, now officially launching the Goddess Contact mission. Here we come. Lin Fan's heart moved, and although he remained calm on the surface, his consciousness sank into the system interface. A blue virtual light screen that only he can see. Mission name, Redemption in Despair. Mission target, Chinya. Target profile, a single mother whose daughter suffers from a blood disease and urgently needs surgery. She is desperate because she cannot raise the 500,000 yuan for the surgery. Task requirements: help Chinya solve the 500,000 yuan emergency surgery fee for her daughter Chinya. Mission reward: 5 million yuan in cash, a Lamborghini Veneno Global Limited Edition, and mastery of God-level driving skills. Current target location: Demon City First People's Hospital, Inpatient Building A, Hematology Department. Looking at the information on the task panel, Lin Fan's breathing paused slightly. It's not because of the 5 million cash reward, but because of the Lamborghini Veneno. This is not an ordinary supercar, but a limited edition model launched by Lamborghini to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the brand. There are only a dozen of them in the world. It is a top collection that cannot be bought even with money. The system is really awesome. Brother Fan, what are you thinking about? You have to treat us tonight. Let's go to Heidileo. The fat man was still yelling. Heidileo's vision is too small. Lin Fan came back to his senses, his lips curled up slightly. Tonight, I'll show you what life is all about. He stood up and patted Chen Mo's shoulder. Boss, please ask the counselor for leave for me. I have an emergency at home and I can't go to the meeting this afternoon. Okay, no problem. Chen Mo agreed readily and asked curiously, is it really urgent? Lin Fan smiled, his eyes deep. Well, go save someone. Chapter 9 Crying in the Corner, the Goddess's Vigilance. The First People's Hospital of Mo City. The air was filled with the unique, slightly pungent smell of disinfectant, which mixed with various emotions, forming the unique depressing atmosphere of the hospital. Following the system's instructions, Lin Fan went straight to Building A of the inpatient department. As soon as he entered the payment hall, he heard a suppressed quarrel. "Doctor, please, give us a few more days. Money, we are really trying to find a way." A female voice with a crying tone was full of helplessness and pleading. "Ms. Chin, it's not that we won't extend the deadline. The hospital has its own regulations. Your daughter's surgery can't be delayed any longer. If the 500,000 yuan surgery fee is not received before 5 p.m. this afternoon, we can only postpone the surgery and give the resources to other patients first." A cold and businesslike male voice responded. But I really can't borrow any money. I've sold everything I could, and borrowed from all my relatives and friends." The woman's voice was filled with deep despair. "This is your problem, not the hospital's problem." Lin Fan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a doctor in a white coat talking to a woman in front of the payment window with an expressionless face. The woman had her back to him and his face was not visible, but judging from her slightly trembling shoulders and the cheap, washed-out dress she was wearing, it was obvious that she was in a very embarrassing situation. The people around looked at him with either sympathy or indifference, but no one stepped forward. In the end, the woman seemed to be completely defeated by the doctor's cold attitude. She stopped arguing, turned around dejectedly, walked silently to a corner of the hall, and slowly squatted down. She buried her face between her knees, her shoulders shaking violently, and her suppressed sobs came out intermittently, like a wounded little animal licking its wounds alone in the corner. It was only then that Lin Fan could clearly see her profile and figure. Even though I was mentally prepared, I couldn't help but be slightly startled. This is a top-quality product. Although she was dressed simply and looked haggard, her mature and voluptuous figure was perfectly outlined by the simple dress, with her curvy figure showing off her amazing curves. Goddess information. Name, Shinya. Age, 33. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Appearance, 92 still charming. Body size, 98 ripe peach. Temperament, 94 gentle and resilient. Overall score, 94 excellent young mature woman. Her curled-up posture made the neckline of her dress slightly open, revealing a section of her snow-white neck and faintly visible collarbone. The pair of hands hugging the knees were slender and long, with nails trimmed neatly and roundly, but without any decoration, revealing a simple beauty. When Chinya seemed to notice someone was watching her and raised her tearful eyes, Lin Fan finally saw her full appearance. It was a face that could not hide its charm even with traces of tears, with misty almond eyes, a straight nose, and lips that looked particularly red because of her excitement. The most touching thing is the gentle temperament unique to mature women between her eyebrows, which is now mixed with despair and stubbornness, forming a heartbreaking contradictory beauty. It is hard to imagine that such a charming woman would be forced into such a desperate situation by 500,000 yuan. Lin Fan took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and walked over. He stood before the woman, casting a shadow over her. Shinya slowly raised her head, revealing a pretty face with tears in her eyes. Her eyes were big and charming, but now they were bloodshot. Tears blurred her vision, making her look particularly pitiful. Seeing the well-dressed and elegant young man in front of her, she was stunned for a moment, her eyes full of vigilance and confusion. "Are you okay?" Her voice was hoarse and nasal. "You are Chinya, right?" Lin Fan said straight to the point, his voice gentle. "I heard your conversation with the doctor just now." Chinya's body suddenly stiffened, and her vigilance instantly reached its highest point. She subconsciously hugged her arms tightly, shrank back, and looked like a frightened rabbit. "What do you want to do?" "I don't know you." A strange man came up and mentioned her name and predicament, which instantly tensed her already fragile nerves. Is it a liar? Or, have those stinky men with ulterior motives come to the hospital? Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. Lin Fan tried his best to look harmless. "I just want to help you." "Help me?" Shinya smiled bitterly, as if she had heard some ridiculous joke. Tears welled up in her eyes again. "How can I help you? Do you have 500,000? Even if you do, why would you help me?" "Sir, I appreciate your kindness, but this joke is not funny at all." She has seen too much of the warmth and coldness of human nature and doesn't believe that there is any kindness in the world without reason. Especially since the other party was a young man who seemed to be from a completely different world from her. "What does he want?" Are you taking a picture of her body? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Xinya's eyes instantly became cold and humiliated. Looking at the change in her facial expression, Lin Fan knew that she had misunderstood. There's no point trying to reason with someone who's on the verge of a breakdown. He sighed, stopped talking nonsense, turned around and walked towards the payment window where he had just been talking to Xinya. Xinya was stunned and didn't understand what he wanted to do. Lin Fan took out the black bank card from his pocket and said calmly to the cashier at the window. Hello, this is a patient from the hematology department, her name is? Xinya, is that her name? He asked, tilting his head. Xinya, who was squatting in the corner, was shocked all over. She raised her head suddenly with an expression of disbelief on her face. Xinya is her daughter's name. Yes. She answered subconsciously. Pay for her surgery, 500,000. Lin Fan handed the card in, his tone as calm as if he was buying a pack of cigarettes. The entire payment hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone's eyes suddenly focused on Lin Fan. The toll collector was a young girl. She opened her mouth, looked at Lin Fan, then at the card, and for a moment she even forgot to reach out to take it. The attending doctor, who had a cold expression on his face just now, also came over after hearing the noise. When he saw Lin Fan clearly and heard the words pay the surgery fee, 500,000, his eyes behind the glasses were filled with shock. Sir, are you sure? The doctor pushed his glasses and asked uncertainly. Swipe the card. Lin Fan said concisely. Oh. Okay. The toll collector finally woke up from his dream and quickly took the bank card, his hands trembling slightly. Swipe the card, enter the password, and confirm. Drop. With the crisp sound of the POS machine, a long purchase slip was printed out. Yes, sir. 500,000, payment successful. The whole process takes less than a minute. Lin Fan took back the card, picked up the payment receipt, turned around and walked back to Xinya, who was still squatting in the corner, completely petrified. He gently handed the note, still warm from the printer, to her. Now, the money problem is solved. His voice was not loud, but it was like a thunder, exploding in Xinya's mind. She stared at the words payment amount, 500,000.00 on the receipt, her pupils suddenly contracted, and her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Tears burst out again. But this time, it wasn't because of despair, but because of extreme shock and disbelief. Chapter 10 I paid the money, I am responsible for the people. Silence. Deathly silence. In the payment hall, everyone seemed to have pressed the pause button, with their eyes focused on that corner, on the man and woman who looked extremely incompatible. One was a desperate mother squatting on the ground, trembling all over, tears streaming down her face. The other one was a mysterious young man who stood straight with a calm expression and casually threw out 500,000 yuan. This dramatic scene shocked everyone present. Oh my god, is this true? 500,000 just like that? Who is this man? He's so arrogant. Could he be that woman's relative? Relatives? Look at that woman's expression, do they look like they know each other? I think she's probably some wealthy second-generation kid, here to experience life. Whispers came like a tide, but Xinya could hear nothing. In her world, the only thing left was the payment receipt that Lin Fan handed over and the glaring number on it. This is not an illusion. My daughter is saved? This thought ran through her limbs like an electric current, causing her stiff body to finally react. She stretched out her hand tremblingly, and her fingertips touched the thin piece of paper almost reverently. Warm and real. Wow. The emotions that had been suppressed for months completely erupted at this moment. Xinya could no longer control herself, and she burst into tears while holding the certificate, crying heart-wrenchingly and heartbrokenly. It was the catharsis at the end of despair and the joy of escaping death. Lin Fan didn't urge him, but just stood quietly by. He knew she needed to cry out all the pain she was feeling. At this moment, a young nurse in a nurse's uniform and with a gentle temperament walked over quickly. It was the head nurse, Lin Wanqing, who had been seen in the character information before. Sister Qin, what's wrong? I heard. She was halfway through her words when she saw the strange scene in front of her and the payment slip in Qinya's hand. Lin Wanqing understood something instantly. She glanced at Lin Fan in surprise, then squatted down, gently patted Qinya's back, and said softly, Sister Qin, don't cry. Get up quickly. This is good news. Yi's surgery fee has been settled. At the same time, she looked at Lin Fan with a hint of scrutiny and vigilance. Sir, may I ask who you are? She was used to seeing the fickleness of human nature in the hospital and had heard of many dirty deals. It is hard not to think too much when a young man pays huge medical bills for a woman he doesn't know for no reason. Before Lin Fan could speak, Xinya's crying gradually stopped. She wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand. Her eyes were red as she looked up at Lin Fan, her voice hoarse. Why? It's still the same problem. But at this moment, there was less wariness in his tone, and more confusion and incomprehension. I told you, I want to help you. Lin Fan's answer was still simple. But we don't know each other. Xinya's voice trembled. This money. I will definitely pay you back. I'll write you an IOU. I'll work like a slave for you. I don't want you to pay it back. Lin Fan interrupted her directly. His words stunned Xinya and the head nurse Lin Wanqing next to her. Don't want to pay it back? So what does he want? Xinya's heart sank suddenly, the worst guess came to her mind again, and her face turned pale in an instant. Lin Fan took in her expression, but a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He leaned close to Xinya's ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. From now on, I'm responsible for your and your daughter's future. You just have to be responsible and make her smile again with you. His voice was very soft, with a hint of unquestionable dominance. His warm breath blew on Xinya's sensitive earlobe, making her tremble all over as if she was electrocuted. A warm current instantly spread from the ears to the whole body. This sentence is too rogue, too domineering, and too unreasonable. But for some reason, when these words came out of this man's mouth, they carried a fatal magic that made Xinya's heart skip a beat. She raised her head and stared blankly at the young and handsome face so close to her, her mind going blank. In Lin Fan's mind, the system prompt sounded at the right time. Ding! Goddess contact mission, redemption in despair, completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following rewards: 5 million yuan in cash acquired, Lamborghini Venom vehicle credentials have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time, and God-level driving skill mastery activated. A huge stream of information instantly flooded into Lin Fan's mind. All the knowledge, skills and experience about vehicle driving, from the extreme control of F1 cars to dealing with various complex road conditions, it seems as if he has been an experienced driver for decades, and everything has become his instinct. Cool. Lin Fan straightened up, glanced at the alert head nurse Lin Wanqing next to him, then glanced at Xinya who was still in a daze, took out a pen from his pocket, and wrote down his mobile phone number on the back of the payment slip. This is my phone number. Call me when you figure it out. He stuffed the list back into Xinya's hand, and his fingertips inadvertently touched the back of her slightly cool hand, which was delicate and smooth. Xinya retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Lin Fan smiled, did not stay any longer, turned around and left in a leisurely manner, leaving everyone with an unfathomable back view. He didn't make any requests, nor did he say anything explicit, but the whisper in her ear was like a brand, deeply engraved in Xinya's heart. Watching Lin Fan's back disappear through the door, head nurse Lin Wanqing finally came to her senses. She frowned and said to Xinya, Sister Qin, this person doesn't know where he came from. You must be careful. Don't do it for money. Xinya didn't listen to her, but just held the bill tightly, as if she was holding the only life-saving straw. Her eyes were extremely complicated, with gratitude, confusion, humiliation, and a hint of throbbing that she herself had not even noticed. Chapter 11 5 million and the instinct of an old driver. As he walked out of the hospital gate, the afternoon sun was a bit dazzling, and he subconsciously raised his hand to block it. The warm air, mixed with the aroma of street food stalls and car exhaust, hit me in the face. This scent mixed with the smell of everyday life made Lin Fan feel as if he was in another world. In the hospital, there is despair and struggle. Outside the hospital, there is a vast world for him. He looked back at the white hospital building, Xinya's tear-stained face, mixed with humiliation and throbbing, still lingering in his mind. From now on, I am responsible for your and your daughter's future. How could I have said such domineering words at that time? Lin Fan smiled self-deprecatingly. Maybe it was money that gave him courage, or maybe it was seeing a woman struggling in despair touched a chord deep in his heart. That ripe peach-like figure, trembling in despair, is truly alluring. Especially when he leaned over and said those words in her ear, he could clearly feel the stiffness of her body and the burning temperature that instantly rose in her ears. A mature and tough woman, when faced with absolute power, reveals a hint of helplessness and throbbing that can arouse a man's desire to conquer her far more than the admiration of a little girl. TSK. Lin Fan smacked his lips. He is not a saint, but he knows very well what the ultimate goal of the system mission is. But so what? He took out his mobile phone, opened the bank app, and entered his password. The long string of numbers made the corners of his mouth curl wider and wider. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Available balance, 14,684,125.34 yuan. The 5 million that just arrived, plus the more than 10 million left before, minus the 500,000 that was advanced to Chinya's daughter. Numbers are a man's most real confidence. But in fact, money is just the most basic thing. The skills rewarded by the system are truly priceless treasures. Just like the God level driving skills mastery that you just obtained, you can't buy this kind of thing no matter how much money you have. A red Ferrari 488 whizzed past, with a young fat man wearing sunglasses in the driver's seat. If it were yesterday, Lin Fan would have only cast an envious glance and cursed in his heart, what a master of reincarnation. But now, a wonderful feeling came over me. The moment the Ferrari entered the corner, his mind automatically emerged with the best line, braking point, and precise timing of throttle control. He could even tell that the fat man was at least 20 yards slower entering the corner because of nervousness, and he obviously stepped on the accelerator too quickly when exiting the corner, causing the rear of the car to slide slightly unnecessarily. This knowledge and judgment are like his innate instincts. This is no longer an experienced driver, this is simply possessed by the god of driving. Lin Fan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. The system is awesome. Now he just wants to find a car and experience what it means to be one with the car. He once again immersed his consciousness into the system space. In a virtual storage compartment, a black and gold card lay quietly, with the silhouette of an exaggerated and aggressive Lamborghini printed on it. Lamborghini Veneno Vehicle Certificate. Status: full payment has been made and all formalities are complete. Extraction location: Shanghai Lamborghini Center. Note: the host only needs to go to the designated location to complete the transfer of ownership. Lin Fan's heart started beating wildly. Lamborghini Veneno. That's not a car, it's a work of art that countless men dream of, a symbol of status that money can't buy. This monster, which is limited to a dozen units worldwide, has been priced at tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. System, you are my real father. At this moment, the cell phone vibrated, interrupting his fantasy. The caller ID shows Fatty Wang Wei. Hey, brother Fan. Where have you been? The boss at the counselor's office has helped you. We agreed to take the brothers out to see the world tonight. The fat man's signature loud voice came from the other end of the phone. Of course. Lin Fan smiled. During his 4 years in college, only these roommates treated him sincerely. Have you decided where to go? How about, let's try number 18 the Bund. I heard that the average cost per person there is several thousand yuan, and you can enjoy the river view, and there are a lot of girls. The voice of the skinny Li Jun also came over, full of yearning. In the past, Lin Fan would think that this place name was another world. But now, it's too small. Lin Fan leaned on the railing on the side of the road, looking at the busy traffic, and spoke lightly. What? I say, your vision is too narrow. Lin Fan repeated, a mysterious smile on his face. Wash your neck and wait. I'll give you a surprise tonight. I'll send the address to the group later. He opened the map on his phone, searched Ford Lamborghini Center in Shanghai, and dialed the number above. The phone rang twice, and a sweet and professional female voice rang out. Hello, this is the Shanghai Lamborghini Center. How can I help you? Hello. Lin Fan cleared his throat, making his voice sound more calm. My last name is Lin. I want to pick up a car tomorrow morning. Okay, Mr. Lin. Which car model did you reserve before? Urus or Huracan? I can help you check the order and prepare the delivery ceremony for you in advance. The other party's tone was still enthusiastic, and it was obvious that he regarded Lin Fan as a customer who had already paid a deposit. Lin Fan paused, then spoke in a casual tone, as if saying, I'm going to the store downstairs to get a bottle of Coke. Poison. The sweet female voice on the other end of the phone suddenly stopped. Deathly silence. After 5 full seconds, a trembling and unbelievable confirmation voice came from the receiver. Sir, which one are you talking about? Lamborghini Veneno. Lin Fan said calmly, as if he was saying a very ordinary name. Beep beep beep. The other party actually hung up the phone. Lin Fan stood there in a daze, holding up his phone. What is this operation? Was it considered a prank? What he didn't know was that on the other end of the phone, in the showroom of the Lamborghini Center, a beautiful female salesperson was grabbing the microphone with a terrified look on her face, as if she had seen a ghost. A colleague next to him asked curiously, "What's wrong, Xiaoya? Why is your face pale?" Someone called and said that they were coming to pick up the poison. Puff. A male salesperson who was drinking water suddenly spit out the liquid. What a joke. That treasured item was put here for display by the general agent in the Huaxia region. It's not for sale at all. Who's so bored? Yeah, probably some internet kid calling to have some fun again. The female salesperson patted her chest and felt that she was making a fuss out of nothing. Chapter 12. Your landscape is limited by poverty. Shanghai University, male dormitory 404. The sun lazily sprinkled on the floor, and the air was filled with the unique smell of instant noodles and boys' sweat. Fatty Wang Wei was lying on the upper bunk, snoring loudly. His 200-pound weight made the bed groan under the weight. Skinny Li Jun was facing the mirror, combing his gelled hair over and over again, carefully adjusting the collar of a plaid shirt, as if preparing for an important date. In the corner, the most honest Chen Mo was wearing headphones and quietly flipping through a thick professional book. Everything seemed so normal and peaceful, until... Ding dong! A shrill cell phone alert sound, like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly broke the tranquility of the dormitory. Oh shit! It's Brother Fan. Brother Fan sent the address. Wang Wei almost bounced up from the bed. This somersault formed a funny and shocking contrast with his huge body, and he almost hit the ceiling. He grabbed the phone beside his pillow, unlocked the screen, and took a quick glance. He was frozen in place, as if under a spell, with his mouth slightly open and pupils dilated. Fatty, what are you yelling about? Are you dead? Li Jun turned his head in dissatisfaction and glanced at him in the mirror. Where's the address? Hurry up, I can't prepare this outfit in vain. Fatty, hey Fatty, why don't you say something? Chen Mo, who was startled, took off his headphones and urged curiously. Wang Wei swallowed hard, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. Slowly, with a sense of ritual almost like a pilgrimage, he turned his phone screen towards the two of them, his voice trembling. You, see for yourselves. On the mobile phone screen, the WeChat group chat interface is extremely clear. What Lin Fan sent out was a concise and clear positioning sharing. The Bund Cloud 1. Li Jun and Chen Mo leaned over, and when they saw the gold-plated words clearly, the expressions on their faces were exactly the same as Wang Wei's before, as if they were hit hard by an invisible hammer. Cloud 1? Li Jun's voice suddenly split, becoming shrill and piercing. Is it that temple in the sky on the top floor of the Magic City Center building, known as the restaurant closest to the sky, with a minimum per-person bill of 5 figures, and even the chopsticks are said to be 24K gold-plated? I just saw it on Douyin last week. Chen Mo adjusted his thick glasses, his eyes filled with a daze and a sense of unreality behind the lenses. There was an influencer with millions of followers who wanted to go in and shoot a video exploring the store. He tried to make an appointment for a month but couldn't get one. In the end, he wanted to just stand by the door and watch the scene, but the security guard politely asked him to leave. The dormitory fell into deathly silence, with only Wang Wei's heavy breathing as the sound. Poverty, like an invisible net, bound them tightly in their imagination of that world, but now, Lin Fan casually tore open a corner of this net. A moment later, Wang Wei was the first to react, his fat fingers tapping on the screen tremblingly. Fatty Wang Wei, Brother Fan, did your hand slip? Or is your phone infected? Did you send it to the wrong place? After the message was sent, 3 heads huddled together, staring at the screen intently, forgetting even to breathe. 1 second, 2 seconds. Lin Fan, you didn't send it to the wrong place. It's right here. Hurry up, I'll wait for you downstairs. Seeing this nonchalant reply, the 3 of them looked at each other, and a complex expression of extreme excitement, deep anxiety, and strong absurdity appeared on their faces. Fuck. What the hell are you still standing there for? Change clothes. Wang Wei slapped his shaking thigh hard, and with a loud bang, he rushed towards the wardrobe like an enraged bull. Take out all the most expensive clothes we have hidden away in the bottom of the closet. Damn it, even if I die today, I'm going to die in Cloud 1. Half an hour later, when Wang Wei, Li Jun and Chen Mo took a taxi and stopped at the foot of the magnificent Magic City Center building, which was like a sharp sword piercing the sky, they still felt like they were stepping on cotton, and everything seemed so unreal. They tilted their heads back, their necks bent almost to 90 degrees, and could barely see the rooftop hidden in the clouds. Do we really have to go in? Li Jun's legs felt weak. The two doormen standing at the door, wearing black tuxedos and snow-white gloves, with their cold and scrutinizing eyes made him hesitate. He felt like a beggar. Lin Fan had been waiting at the door for a long time, and he couldn't help but laugh when he saw their useless looks. He has changed. No longer that ordinary college student wearing a t-shirt worth dozens of dollars. A well-tailored Armani casual suit sets off his tall figure, and on his wrist, the legendary Patek Philippe Nautilus reflects a low-key and charming luster under the light. His temperament is calm and introverted, as if he was born to belong to such a place. Let's go. What are you standing there for? Lin Fan stepped forward and punched each of them in the chest. Remember this. From today on, your ambitions cannot be limited by poverty anymore. He took the lead and walked towards the heavy glass door that seemed to separate the two worlds. When the doorman saw him, especially the watch on his wrist, his eyes flashed, and he immediately bowed 90 degrees and respectfully opened the door for him. Welcome, sir. The three followed Lin Fan, imitating him, trying to straighten their backs, and walked in without looking around. However, their pounding hearts and the cold sweat on their palms betrayed their inner tension. Taking the exclusive sightseeing elevator directly to the 128th floor, the moment the elevator door opened, even though Lin Fan was mentally prepared, he was still a little shocked by the scene in front of him. The entire restaurant is designed as a 360-degree circular observation deck. Part of the area under the feet is a fully transparent glass plank road. Looking down, you can see a miniature city and a constant stream of car lights, as if floating above the dazzling night sky of Shanghai. Outside the window, the boundless Milky Way and the lights of thousands of homes complement each other, and the Huangpu River winds along the bund like a golden ribbon. The melodious sound of live piano flows by your ears like running water, and the air is filled with the intoxicating aroma of haute couture fragrance mixed with top-quality ingredients. The guests at each table were all well-dressed and elegantly behaved, and their conversation and laughter revealed the calmness of the upper class. The three of them, one wearing a washed-out t-shirt, one wearing a wrinkled plaid shirt, and one wearing the only old suit he had for the interview, seemed so out of place here. Chapter 13 Spending 280,000. As soon as I stepped into the door, a restaurant manager wearing a tuxedo and with an elegant temperament came to greet me with a smile. His gaze paused slightly when he glanced at the Nautilus on Lin Fan's wrist, and then his professional smile became more sincere and respectful. Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation? No, Lin Fan said calmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Find us the best seat by the window. The manager showed a hint of formal embarrassment on his face. I'm very sorry, sir, window seats need to be reserved a month in advance, and there is a minimum consumption. Before he could finish his words, Lin Fan simply raised his eyelids, glanced at him coldly, and spat out two words, lead the way. The oppressive feeling in that look made the manager's heart skip a beat. He immediately realized that the person in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. The embarrassment on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a smile of deep humility. So you are such a distinguished guest. I was blind to recognize you. Please wait a moment. I will immediately arrange a seat for you at Heart of Hentang, which has the best view in the entire restaurant. Having said that, he immediately picked up the intercom and gave a few instructions in an unquestionable tone. Less than a minute later, he returned with a huge smile on his face and made a perfectly standard please gesture. Mr. Lin, your seat is ready. Please come this way. Amidst the curious, disdainful, and amusement-filled gazes of the surrounding diners, Lin Fan and his three roommates, whose minds were completely petrified and had crashed, were led to a window booth in the very center of the restaurant with the best view. After sitting down, Wang Wei and the other two dared only to let their buttocks touch 1/3 of the edge of the leather sofa. Their bodies were stretched straight, and they didn't even dare to breathe. Fan, brother Fan, how much does a glass of boiled water cost here? Li Jun lowered his voice, so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands. Lin Fan picked up the menu, which was as thick as a codex, and flipped directly to the last few pages of the wine list. He pushed it in front of them and said with a smile, don't ask about the water. Let's take a look at the wine first. Three heads approached cautiously. Chateau Lafite 1982, holy crap. 68,008? Romane Conti, 280,000? Is this fucking drinking gold? My house isn't even that expensive. Wang Wei saw the strings of zeros that made him dizzy, and felt that his worldview was being pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly, until sparks flew. Waiter. Lin Fan snapped his fingers casually. A tall and pretty waitress immediately walked over with elegant steps, bowed with a smile and said, "Sir, what can I do for you?" "Your most expensive signature dishes, like Australian black-lipped abalone, French blue lobster, almost caviar, and Alba white truffles, are all on display." Lin Fan gently closed the menu, casually ordering a plate of braised chicken and rice at a roadside stall. "Also, open a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Stay awake first." The waitress's perfect professional smile froze instantly. She subconsciously confirmed, "Sir, are you sure? The combined price of our signature dishes might be..." "What? Are you afraid that I can't afford it?" Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at her with a smile. The indifference and confidence in his eyes made the waitress' heart tremble, and a chill rose up her spine. She immediately bowed deeply. "No. No, sir," I spoke out of turn. "I will arrange it for you right away." After saying that, she did not dare to ask any more questions and quickly bowed and retreated. After she left, the way Wang Wei and the other two looked at Lin Fan was no different from the way they looked at a god who had descended to the earth. "Brother Fan, which country's throne did you inherit? Or did you rob the World Bank?" the fat man asked stutteringly. He felt like he was not eating, but floating in a dream. "Pattern." Lin Fan picked up the lemonade on the table, took a sip elegantly, and uttered two words in an enigmatic tone. Soon, dishes that were as exquisite as works of art were served. Australian black-lipped abalone is tender and chewy, French blue lobster is juicy and plump, caviar is spread out like a mountain, and white truffles, exuding an exotic aroma, are shaved freshly from premium Wagyu beef. At first, the three of them used their knives and forks stiffly and awkwardly. Later, under Lin Fan's guidance, he simply let go completely. Wang Wei grabbed a king crab leg bigger than his face and devoured it, his mouth dripping with oil as he shouted, "Awesome. It's so fucking awesome. I never dreamed of such luxury before." Li Jun downed a whole plump Gillardeau oyster in one gulp, then raised a tall glass filled with half a glass of Lafite and said proudly, "Brother Fan, from now on you are my real brother. I will go through fire and water for you, and I will not hesitate." Even Chen Mo, who was usually the most silent, blushed, tears glistening in his eyes, and said excitedly, "Brother Fan, thank you for letting me see a completely different world." Lin Fan looked at them and smiled. There are many things that money can buy, but the happiness that comes from the heart of his brothers is the one that makes him feel most satisfied. This meal lasted from 7 in the evening until after 9. When Lin Fan waved to pay the bill, the restaurant manager came over personally holding an exquisite leather bill, with a subtle expression of anticipation on his face. He has seen too many young people who are trying to show off their wealth. They are so generous when ordering food, but so embarrassed when paying the bill. "Hello, sir. Your total consumption is 288,888 renminbi. After rounding off the decimal for you, the total is 288,800 renminbi." The manager reported the figure with a smile, and his tone deliberately emphasized the 280,000 renminbi. Puff Fatty Wang Wei, who was taking the last sip of wine, spat it out directly, spilling all over the table. Li Jun and Chen Mo were also petrified instantly. The drunkenness on their faces disappeared completely, and they turned pale. 280,000. In one meal, they consumed the money that their parents might not be able to save even if they didn't eat or drink for their entire lives. It's over, Brother Fan must have gone crazy. How will this end? Do you want to call the police and turn yourself in now? However, Lin Fan's reaction disappointed him greatly. Lin Fan didn't even raise his eyelids as he casually pulled out a black bank card from his wallet and said calmly, "Swipe the card." When the POS machine beeped and successfully printed out the purchase order, the manager's expression froze completely. He stared blankly at the purchase order, then looked at the young man in front of him who had been calm and composed from beginning to end, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Which kind of god came down to earth to experience the suffering of the people? Let's go back. Lin Fan put away the card, stood up, and patted the three people who were still in a daze. It was not until they walked out of the Magic City Center building and were blown by the night breeze that Wang Wei and the other two woke up from their dream. "Fan, Brother Fan, 280,000 you just." The fat man was already incoherent, his brain unable to process what had just happened. "It's just a meal." Lin Fan waved his hand, as if it was only 28 yuan. "That's all for today. I have something to do tomorrow morning." He paused, looked at his three brothers who were still in a trance, and a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "When I'm done, I'll take you to experience the real nightlife of Shanghai next time." "Real nightlife?" Countless erotic and extravagant scenes instantly emerged in the minds of the three young men, full of vigor and vitality. Looking at their absent-minded and foolish expressions, Lin Fan's smile became even more pronounced. Tomorrow, I have to go to the garage first and take the sleeping poison beast out for a walk. Chapter 14 Pick up the car, charming poison. Hashtag Chapter 14, Pick up the car, charming poison. The next morning, Lin Fan took a taxi to the Lamborghini Center in Pudong. When I paid and got out of the car, the taxi driver kindly reminded me, "Young man, just look here, don't touch it. If you scratch a little paint, you can't afford to pay it back even after working for 10 years. Lin Fan smiled, said thank you, master, and walked straight towards the futuristic glass curtain wall building. As soon as you enter the door, the smell of high-quality leather, fragrance, and money hits you in the face. In the spacious and bright exhibition hall, several big bulls and little bulls of different colors are parked quietly, each of which looks like a beast ready to go. Hello, welcome. A tall saleswoman in a black business suit came over to greet us. She had a professional smile on her face, but when her eyes swept over Lin Fan's expensive but too young outfit, a hint of contempt flashed in the depths of her eyes. Another student who came to watch the fun, or an internet celebrity who was ignorant of the world. Sir, just take a look around. If you find a car you like, please call me. Her tone was polite, but there was a sense of alienation. After she finished speaking, she was about to turn around and leave, not wanting to waste even a second. Lin Fan stopped her. "I'm not here to look at the car." The female salesperson was stunned, and became more certain of her judgment. She thought that the man was probably here to live broadcast and take photos. The smile on her face faded a little. "Sorry, sir, commercial live broadcasts are prohibited here. I'm here to pick up the car," Lin Fan said calmly. "Pick up the car?" The saleswoman's lips curled up almost imperceptibly, and she looked at Lin Fan again. "Excuse me, who are you? Which model did you reserve?" In her opinion, even if she didn't know all of the top second-generation rich people in Shanghai, she knew most of them. The face in front of her was really unfamiliar. "My last name is Lin." Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets and looked past her at the center of the exhibition hall, the area separated by red velvet railings. There, a silver-gray, ferocious monster was crawling quietly. It has the most exaggerated and radical aerodynamic kit in the world, and every sharp line seems to be born to tear through the air. Lamborghini Veneno. Poison. I'll carry it. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The professional fake smile on the saleswoman's face froze instantly, and then she almost couldn't help laughing out loud as if she had heard the funniest joke of the century. "Sir." Her voice rose several degrees, filled with undisguised mockery. "Are you kidding? That's our most valuable possession, the Veneno. It's not for sale. Do you know how much it's worth?" Her movements immediately attracted the attention of other salespeople and customers in the exhibition hall. "What's going on? Who is that guy? He's so arrogant, even mentioning poison? Ha, you're crazy about being famous, right? Coming here to try to scam me for marketing? Look at him, he's in his early 20s at most. Has his hair grown out yet?" The surrounding discussions and sneers came clearly. The saleswoman's expression of superiority intensified. She crossed her arms and looked down at Lin Fan, as if he were a clown trying to attract attention. "Sir, if you just want to take pictures and post them on social media, I urge you to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll call security, and it'll be embarrassing for everyone." Lin Fan ignored the disdainful or mocking glances from those around him. He raised his finger and pointed at the saleswoman. His tone was calm but carried undeniable weight. "Go, call your manager." The saleswoman was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud with her arms folded across her chest as if she had heard a huge joke. "Oh? Looking for the manager? What, want to pretend to be a big boss and scare people? I advise you to forget it, our manager is very busy, how can he have time to see you?" Her deliberately drawn-out ending tone was full of sarcasm. Lin Fan ignored her and slid his fingertips casually across the phone screen. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit, who looked like a manager, hurried out of the office on the second floor after hearing the news. "What's going on? There's such a noise in the hall." Li Wei seemed to have found a savior and ran over quickly, her voice tinged with tears. "Boss Wang, this person, he..." She pointed at Lin Fan and for a moment couldn't utter a complete sentence. Manager Lu walked over with a frown, glanced at Lin Fan impatiently, and was about to scold him when he suddenly shook all over, his eyes suddenly widened, and he turned around and ran downstairs. Then there was a sound of hurried footsteps coming from the stairs on the second floor, as if someone was crawling downstairs. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Mr. Wang, who was originally well dressed, now had his Mediterranean hairstyle fluttering in the wind, scattered messily on his head. His face was covered with sweat, but he didn't care at all. He was running down the stairs at an almost incompetent speed. His eyes were like radar, instantly penetrating the crowd and locking onto Lin Fan. He rushed forward in 2 steps, and even stumbled and almost fell in front of Lin Fan because he ran too fast. Mr. Wang hurriedly steadied himself, not even bothering to wipe the sweat off his face. He bowed 90 degrees, his voice trembling with excitement. "Is this Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin? Hello, hello. Oh. I'm so sorry. It's us who didn't recognize you and neglected you. Please forgive me, please forgive me." As he stood up, his eyes swept over the stunned saleswoman next to him. His gaze suddenly sharpened, but he immediately turned back to Lin Fan, his tone flattering enough to squeeze water out of her. "Mr. Lin, I have received the special approval order from headquarters. You can sign and take away the veneno now. I have someone specially prepared the keys." Mr. Wang's voice was particularly loud in the quiet exhibition hall, especially the words veneno and special approval order, which made everyone around him gasp, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Lin Fan instantly changed from ridicule to incredible awe. In an instant, the whole audience fell silent. The customers and salespeople who had been laughing at Lin Fan before now had their eyes almost popping out of their heads and their mouths open so wide that an egg could fit in. The tall saleswoman's face lost all color in an instant, her body froze in place, and her mind went blank. This is Mr. Wang? And Mr. Wang's attitude. Lin Fan glanced at Mr. Wang calmly, then glanced at the pale-faced saleswoman next to him, and said calmly, "Your hospitality is quite unique. It's my fault. I'm a mismanager." Boss Wang was so frightened he almost lost his soul. He turned around and yelled at the saleswoman, "Li Wei. How the hell are you talking to Mr. Lin like that? What are you still standing there for? Come over here and apologize to Mr. Lin." The saleswoman named Li Wei shuddered all over, and finally woke up as if from a dream. She crawled to Lin Fan and cried, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was so blindly looking down on you. I. All right." Lin Fan waved his hand impatiently. He wasn't interested in wasting time with such a small-time character. "Where's the car? Have you completed the paperwork?" All right. It's already been done." Mr. Wang quickly took an exquisite folder from his assistant and handed it over respectfully. "Mr. Lin, here are your ownership certificates, car keys, and related documents. Please review them. We've fully inspected the car, and you can drive away anytime." Lin Fan took the folder, flipped through it casually, then took out the key that looked like an aircraft starter and weighed it in his hand. "Remove the guardrail." Yes. Quick. Remove the guardrail." President Wang shouted to his men. Several staff members immediately and skillfully removed the red guardrail. It was not until this moment that everyone finally realized that this young man was not joking or acting. He really came to pick up this priceless Lamborghini Veneno. Oh my god. Who on earth is this immortal? Li Wei looked at the key in Lin Fan's hand and regretted it so much. If she could serve this gentleman well, the commission alone would allow her to work in Shanghai for 20 years less. She gritted her teeth, mustered her courage, and forced out what she thought was her most charming smile. She leaned forward and spoke in a voice so sweet it could squeeze water out of her. "Mr. Lin, you must be a very good driver, right? Do you want to let me take you for a test drive?" She even wanted to put her hand on Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan frowned, dodged sideways, and looked at him as if he was looking at a pile of garbage. Roll. In one word, it was freezing cold. Li Wei's smile froze on her face. She felt so humiliated and embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Lin Fan stopped looking at her and walked straight towards the silver gray beast. He opened the iconic scissor doors and got in. The perfect wrapping feeling, the cold metal paddles, the complex dashboard, everything made him feel a sense of familiarity that made his blood boil. It was as if this car belonged to him. He pressed the red start button. Buzz boom. The roar of a sleeping lion waking up instantly resounded throughout the exhibition hall, making the glass curtain wall buzz. The high-pitched and violent sound of the V12 engine is like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. Lin Fan shifted into gear and lightly stepped on the accelerator. Du Yao drove out of the exhibition hall smoothly and gracefully like the most docile pet. It was not until the silver-gray phantom disappeared around the corner that the people in the exhibition hall seemed to be freed from the spell, and bursts of gasps of shock erupted. Oh my god, it really drove away. Who is he? When did such a person appear in the Magic City? Mr. Wang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still feeling frightened. He only knew that this was a mysterious big shot who even the president of Lamborghini Asia Pacific had to call him personally to warn him that he must not be offended. Chapter 15 Campus Nuclear Explosion. Who is the owner of this poisonous vehicle? Buzz boom. The roar of the V12 naturally aspirated engine is the wildest symphony in this industrial age. Lin Fan drove this silver-gray steel beast through the steel jungle of the Demon City. The car window was half lowered, and the afternoon wind blew into the cab, blowing his hair. He placed one hand on the carbon fiber steering wheel, his fingertips tapping lightly to the rhythm of the music, while the other hand rested casually on the edge of the car window. He could feel that all the vehicles on the road were subconsciously keeping a safe distance from him. A Porsche 911 sped past. The owner was a young man wearing sunglasses. The moment he saw the poison while changing lanes, his pupils suddenly shrank. He subconsciously lifted his foot off the accelerator and followed behind obediently, as if he had met the wolf, the king of beasts. While waiting for the red light at the intersection, a middle-aged man in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class rolled down his window, leaned out with a look of shock on his face, picked up his phone and started taking photos, muttering, fuck. Living poison. Lin Fan just laughed it off. This feeling is wonderful. He doesn't need to say anything, this car is his top-notch and most explosive business card. It silently announces to the whole world, the owner of this car is either rich or noble, and the kind of noble that you can't even imagine. The navigation destination is Shanghai University. When the futuristic and aggressive front of the car appeared in front of the gate of Shanghai University, the originally smooth traffic suddenly came to a standstill. The security guard in charge of registration at the door was leaning on a chair and dozing off. When he heard a burst of engine noise that seemed to tear the air apart coming from afar, he suddenly sat up straight with a start. The next second, he saw the silver-gray monster that only existed in legends and wallpapers slowly stop in front of his booth. The security guard opened his mouth wide, and the thermos cup in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, and the wolfberries were scattered all over the floor. He had been a security guard for 10 years and had seen the school director's Rolls-Royce and the rich second-generation's Ferrari, but this thing in front of him, he had only seen it on his mobile phone, followed by a price quote with so many zeros that he couldn't count it. Classmate, you. He stuttered and couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Lin Fan took out his student ID from his storage compartment and handed it over, saying calmly, I'm a student of this school. Please go in and park your car. The security guard mechanically took the student ID card, and when he saw the words Lin Fan and the familiar face on it, his brain completely shut down. He knew Lin Fan. Wasn't he a poor student who took on part-time jobs both inside and outside the school? This world, when did it become so magical? He even forgot to register, and just pressed the button to raise the barrier woodenly, watching with a dull look as the silver-gray phantom drove into the campus like a king inspecting his territory. The poison entered the school, like a depth bomb, detonating huge waves on the calm surface of the lake of Magic City University. Buzz, boom. That unique, oppressive sound echoed in the quiet campus. The first to be startled were the couples on the boulevard. They stopped their sweet talk, looked in the direction of the sound, and then were collectively petrified. Next came the students who hurried by with books in their arms. Their steps seemed to be frozen in place, and they were unaware that the thick professional books in their hands were scattered all over the floor. Am I dazzled? Is that a Lamborghini Veneno? A boy wearing glasses rubbed his eyes hard, his voice trembling. It's really poison. A hardtop version limited to 3 units worldwide. Oh my god. How could it appear in our school? Another boy who was quite knowledgeable about sports cars was so excited that his face turned red. Snap a picture. Snap a picture and post it on your social media. Post it on the campus wall. This is the biggest news of the year. Crack. Crack. For a moment, the sound of cell phone shutters filled the air. The news, like a virus, spread throughout the campus at a terrifying speed. Nuclear explosion. Nuclear explosion. A Lamborghini Veneno was found at our school. Pictures reveal the truth. Breaking news. A mysterious tycoon arrives at the Magic University in a supercar worth hundreds of millions. Come and watch. Whose car is this? Principal Wang's? No, that's not right. Principal Wang's Phantom is nothing compared to this. In just 1 minute, the campus forums, and various WeChat groups of Shanghai University were completely flooded with posts about this silver gray supercar. Countless students who were in class, in the library, or in the dormitory could no longer sit still after seeing the photos and videos. Teacher, my stomach hurts, I need to go to the toilet. Professor, my house is on fire, I have to go back and check it out. For a time, all kinds of strange reasons for asking for leave emerged one after another. In the teaching building, countless students rushed to the windows like a tide, stretching their necks to look down. The dormitory building was in an uproar. Countless boys jumped out of bed in slippers and bare-chested, running towards the balcony at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Holy shit! Where is it? Where is it? Over there. Underneath Building A. Oh my god, it's so cool. Lin Fan slowly parked the car in the most conspicuous parking space under Building A. He didn't get out of the car immediately. He could see that countless figures were rushing towards him from all directions. The scene was comparable to a zombie siege. He could even hear the exclamations, speculations, and discussions coming from the crowd. Who is the owner of this car? How come I haven't heard of such an awesome person before? He must be the prince of some top family, coming to our school to experience life, right? I really want to see what the owner of the car looks like. Even if it's just a driver, I'd be willing to do it. Countless girls' eyes lit up, filled with unrealistic fantasies. Under the gazes of countless burning, curious, envious, and jealous eyes, Lin Fan unbuckled his seatbelt. He knew that from the moment he pushed open the car door, the entire Magic City University would go completely crazy because of him. And this is just the beginning. He took a deep breath and pressed the button to open the car door. Swish! The iconic scissor doors slowly rise upwards like the spread wings of a war eagle. The entire place fell into dead silence in an instant. Everyone's breathing seemed to stop at this moment. They stared at the open car door, waiting for the mysterious owner to arrive. Chapter 16 The ex-girlfriend's breathing stagnated. Hashtag Chapter 16, the ex-girlfriend's breathing stopped. A few minutes ago, on the tree-lined avenue in front of Teaching Building A, Lu Feifei was holding Zhang Wei's arm with a reserved and complacent smile on her face. Zhang Wei's brand new BMW 5 Series was parked behind them. Although it was not as good as a real top-tier luxury car, it was enough to make him stand out from the crowd on the university campus where bicycles were the most common, and he received countless envious glances. Honey, look at them, they are all looking at us. Lu Feifei's voice was so sweet that it was sickening, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. Zhang Wei was very pleased. He raised his chin slightly and said casually, "It's just a broken BMW. What's so good about it? Wait until my dad gives me that Panamera next month. That will be something interesting." He said broken BMW but kept stealing glances at the reactions of the people around him out of the corner of his eyes, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. A hint of obsession flashed in Lu Feifei's eyes. This is the life she wants. After following that loser Lin Fan for 2 years, how could she have ever had such a glorious life? Forget about the BMW, that poor guy would have to save up half a month's living expenses to even treat her to a decent Japanese meal. Fortunately, I stopped the loss in time, kicked off the burden, and got in touch with Zhang Wei. Just as the two were enjoying the envious gazes of the crowd and immersed in a self-righteous sense of superiority, a low and violent roar of an engine came from afar, as if a giant beast awakened from ancient times, roaring to the point of shaking the heavens and the earth. Buzz boom! This voice is full of unparalleled penetrating power and oppression. In an instant, the pitiful presence of the BMW 5 Series was crushed to the point where not even a trace was left. The envious eyes that were originally cast on the BMW were attracted by a huge magnet and turned in the direction where the sound came from. The smug smile on Zhang Wei's face froze instantly, and his brows furrowed tightly. Who was so blind as to dare to steal his limelight at this time? Lu Feifei was also a little unhappy and looked in the direction of everyone's gaze. Then, she saw it. A silver-gray supercar that she had never seen before, with an extremely exaggerated shape, as if it came from outer space, was slowly approaching with a dominating attitude. Those razor-sharp body lines, that ferocious aerodynamic kit, that body that seems to be so low to the ground. Wherever it passed, the crowd automatically parted to the sides, leaving a passage. Everyone was silent as if their throats were strangled. What kind of car is that? Lu Feifei muttered to herself subconsciously. Although she was materialistic, her vision was still at the level of BBA, and she had no idea about the behemoth in front of her. Lamborghini Veneno. Jiang Wei's voice was extremely dry, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Although he couldn't afford it, as a car fan, he recognized this legendary car at a glance. Poison. An ultimate collectible that costs tens of millions and cannot be bought even with money. Compared to it, my proud BMW 5 Series is just a pile of moving scrap metal. No, it's not even scrap metal, it's just a toy at best. Jiang Wei felt a burning pain on his cheeks, as if he had been slapped countless times in public. He was bragging about his Panamera just now, but now it seems like a huge joke. Although Lu Feifei didn't know what poison meant, she guessed the terrifying value of the car from Jiang Wei's extremely ugly face and the expressions of the people around him who looked like they had seen a ghost. Her heart began to beat uncontrollably, and her eyes were filled with burning greed and longing. If I could sit in the passenger seat of this car, how glorious would that be? What is Jiang Wei? Are those who drive BMWs worthy of being called rich second generations? The owner of this car is probably the real top rich kid in Shanghai. Just as she was daydreaming, the silver-gray poison car, under the watchful eyes of everyone, parked steadily in a parking space not far in front of them. The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone was pushing forward to get a clear look at the car owner's true face. Lu Feifei also pulled the stunned Jiang Wei and struggled to move forward. Finally, under the focus of countless eyes, the sci-fi scissor door slowly rose up with a swish. Everyone held their breath. First, a slender leg stepped out, wrapped in well-cut casual pants. Then, a tall figure slowly stood up from the driver's seat. He was a young man, wearing a simple-looking but high-quality casual outfit. He had an upright posture and a clear profile under his messy hair. When he turned around, exposing his handsome yet indifferent face to the sunlight. Boom! Lu Feifei felt like something exploded in her brain, and everything went blank in an instant. Time seemed to be paused at this moment. The noisy voices around her, the envious exclamations, the crazy discussions, everything was far away from her. In her world, only that face remained. That face she had been looking at for 2 years, and which she had trampled on and spat on not long ago. Lin Fan? How could it be Lin Fan? No. Absolutely impossible. Lu Feifei's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and the blood color on her face faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning as pale as paper. She stared at the man who got off the Lamborghini Veneno, her eyes filled with extreme shock, absurdity, and disbelief. She saw Lin Fan casually close the car door. The scissor door worth tens of millions was in his hand, just like closing an ordinary door of a house. She saw Lin Fan take out his cell phone, seemingly checking some messages, with a calmness and confidence on his face that she had never seen before. That temperament was completely different from the poor boy in her memory who was timid and always had a hint of inferiority in his eyes. It must be an illusion. Right. I must be hallucinating because I hate him so much. Lu Feifei pinched her palm hard, her sharp nails almost digging into the flesh. The severe pain told her that everything before her was real. The ex-boyfriend she had humiliated in public, called a useless piece of trash, and thrown away like garbage. At this moment, I am standing next to a global limited edition supercar worth hundreds of millions. And she, the winner who thought she had caught a rich husband and found a ticket to the upper class, was standing in the crowd like a clown, arm in arm with a man driving a BMW 5 Series, looking up at him. The huge contrast and absurdity were like an invisible hand, tightly strangling her heart and throat. She felt difficulty breathing and dizziness. Why? Why on earth is this happening? Chapter 17 A 100 million invoice, does it hurt when it hits you in the face? Jiang Wei's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. The limelight was completely stolen. He should have been the focus of the campus today, but now, everyone's attention was focused on Lin Fan, the poor guy whom he looked down upon. Especially when he saw Lu Feifei beside him, staring at Lin Fan in despair, the complex emotions in her eyes made him even more angry. How dare a woman who was toyed with by herself show such an expression to another man? No. He doesn't believe it. This is absolutely impossible. A loser who is so poor that he can barely afford to eat, even if he wins the lottery by chance, he can only buy a Patek Philippe worth hundreds of thousands. But how could he possibly afford a Lamborghini Veneno? This is more than just something money can buy. This is even more ridiculous than a sow climbing a tree. The only explanation is that the car is rented. Right. It must be rented. This loser must have had some kind of luck, winning the lottery or hooking up with some rich woman. Now that he has a little money, he can't wait to rent a luxury car and come to school to show off, trying to get back at Lu Feifei. Thinking of this, Jiang Wei's heart suddenly felt much more balanced, and a sneer of contempt appeared at the corner of his mouth. Want to show off? I'm going to tear off your face in public today. Let's go and take a look. Jiang Wei pulled Lu Feifei, who was still in a daze, and winked at his followers, then walked over with a swagger. The crowd automatically made way for him. After all, before the poison appeared, he drove a BMW 5 Series and was considered a celebrity on campus. Hey, isn't this Lin Fan? Jiang Wei walked up to Lin Fan, crossed his arms over his chest, and spoke loudly in an exaggerated and sarcastic tone, making sure that everyone around him could hear. It's been a few days since we last met. Have you grown up? You've even prescribed me poison? He emphasized the word poison on purpose, making it full of sarcasm. As soon as Lin Fan got off the car, he looked up and saw Jiang Wei's disgusting face. He didn't even bother to speak, but just glanced at him lightly, as if he was looking at a fly on the side of the road. This feeling of being ignored made Jiang Wei even more angry and embarrassed. He pointed at the silver-gray poison and raised his voice a few notches higher. Sure thing, Lin Fan. You're spending a fortune. This car must be quite expensive to rent for a day, right? Let me guess, 100,000? Or 200,000? You must have spent all your lottery winnings, right? The few lackeys behind him immediately joined in the commotion. Wei Gu is right, this must be rented. With his poor appearance, he's lucky to be able to afford a wheel. Ha, you're trying to act like you're rich, isn't that fun? When I return the car later, I'll find a scratch and I won't be able to pay for it even if I sell you. The onlookers around also began to talk. Indeed, compared to the outrageous speculation that Lin Fan is a hidden rich man, the explanation that the car was rented is obviously more logical and easier to accept. That's what I was saying. How could an ordinary student possibly afford a car like this? Alas, young people nowadays are too vain. This is so embarrassing. Being exposed in public is so embarrassing. Hearing the wind direction around him begin to change, the smug look on Jiang Wei's face became even more intense. He felt like he was back in control of the situation. He looked at Lin Fan and said condescendingly, Lin Fan, as a man, you must be down to earth. Being broke isn't scary, pretending to be broke is. You said you rented this car, other than to trick those naive young ladies, what else is there to it? As he spoke, he deliberately hugged Lu Feifei tightly and looked at Lin Fan provocatively, see? Feifei is my woman now, and she is very happy. Even if you rent an expensive car, she won't even look at you, because you are a loser at heart. Lu Feifei's body was stiff and her face turned pale and blue. Of course she also hopes that the car is rented. Because only in this way can the overwhelming regret and unwillingness in her heart be slightly alleviated. She forced herself to believe Jiang Wei's words and looked at Lin Fan with a hint of morbid pleasure in her eyes, as if to say, look, you are still that poor guy who needs to pretend to be cool to attract attention. Facing Jiang Wei's aggressiveness and the questioning of the people around him, Lin Fan's face still showed no extra expression. He even found it a little funny. Summer insects cannot talk about ice. Arguing with idiots of this level will only lower your own taste. He didn't say anything, just turned around and opened the scissor door worth tens of millions. What? Are you feeling guilty? Want to run away? Jiang Wei sneered. Lin Fan ignored him, leaned over and took out an exquisite black leather folder from the passenger seat. Then he walked back to Jiang Wei. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, he opened the folder, took out a thick stack of documents from it, and without even looking at them, he just swung his hand and threw it towards Jiang Wei's face. Bang! A crisp sound. A paper fluttered down like snowflakes, covering Jiang Wei and Lu Feifei's heads and faces. Jiang Wei was stunned by this sudden attack. He subconsciously caught a piece of paper that floated in front of his eyes and took a closer look. Uniform invoice for motor vehicle sales. Purchaser's name, Lin Fan. Vehicle model, Lamborghini Veneno. Total price and tax in capital letters, 108.88 million yuan. Total price and tax lowercase, 108,880,000.00. Boom! That dizzyingly long string of numbers exploded in Jiang Wei's mind like a blockbuster bomb. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. His hand shook and the invoice fell to the ground. He picked up another piece of paper like crazy. Motor Vehicle Registration Certificate of the People's Republic of China. Owner, Lin Fan. Brand model, Lamborghini Veneno. White paper, black words, red seal. Every word was like the loudest slap in the face, slapping him hard in the face. Not only him, but also the sharp-eyed students around him saw the contents on the paper clearly, and then bursts of earth-shaking gasps. Holy crap! An invoice. It's really an invoice. 100 million. And there's the vehicle ownership certificate. The owner is really Lin Fan. Oh my god, what am I seeing? This isn't a rental. This car is really his. The whole audience was dead silent. All previous doubts, ridicules, and discussions were crushed to pieces in the face of these ironclad facts. Zhang Wei's face turned from red to liver color, and then from liver color to pale. He felt like all the strength in his body had been drained away, his legs went weak, and he almost fell. His family background, which he was proud of, and his BMW 5 Series, at this moment, became the funniest joke in the world. Lu Feifei stared blankly at the documents scattered at her feet. When she saw the words Lin Fan on them, she felt like her soul had left her body. Remorse. Endless regret, like the most ferocious tide, swallowed her up in an instant. What on earth did she miss? What she threw away with her own hands was not a poor guy, but a true god whom she was not even qualified to contact. Lin Fan looked down at the two of them, his eyes cold and without a trace of warmth. He spoke slowly, his voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Now, do you see clearly? I'm slapping you in the face with a 100 million yuan invoice. Does it hurt? As soon as the words fell, Zhang Wei and Lu Feifei's faces instantly lost all color. In this dead silence, a cold female voice with a hint of uncertainty and shock came from outside the crowd. Lin Fan. Chapter 18 School Beauty Questions, You have degenerated. The voice was clear and cold, like the snow on the mountaintop, or the moon in an ancient well, with a sense of being out of touch with the world. But at this moment, it clearly penetrated all the noise and fell into Lin Fan's ears. The crowd seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible hand, automatically creating a path. A graceful figure stood at the end of the passage. She was wearing a white dress and had a face without makeup that was more beautiful than any other beauty in the world. Her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and she was holding a thick book on jurisprudence in her arms. Cold and aloof, he seemed to be out of tune with the surrounding atmosphere that was fanatical about money. Magic City University, Su Yuhan. The aloof school beauty who once wanted to save him due to a misunderstanding. Lin Fan's mouth curled up in a playful arc. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Su Yuhan had actually arrived a long time ago. She was studying in the library when her roommate, Xiao Mengmeng, called. Her tone was as exaggerated as if she had discovered a new world, Yuhan. Something big has happened. Come to the south gate to see the gods. Someone is driving a poison worth hundreds of millions to our school. Xiao Mengmeng is the gossip center on campus, and she often comes up with many absurd and bizarre rumors and legends, but the words hundreds of millions of poisons still make Su Yuhan feel a little ridiculous. She didn't want to pay attention to this boring show of wealth, but Xiao Mengmeng's next words made her unable to sit still any longer. The owner of the car seems to be Lin Fan. The one your money-worshipping ex-best friend Lu Feifei dumped. Lin Fan? Su Yuhan's first reaction was disbelief, and her second reaction was a sudden sinking of heart. She immediately put down the book and hurried over. When she squeezed into the crowd and saw the silver-gray, futuristic, sci-fi beast, she couldn't help but be shocked even though she came from a wealthy family. And when she saw that the man standing next to the car, surrounded by everyone's awe, envy, and fear, was really Lin Fan, her heart was filled with huge waves. A supercar worth hundreds of millions. She also saw the invoice that was thrown in Zhang Wei's face. This has far exceeded the scope of being kept by a rich woman. Perhaps it is understandable to support a college student by giving him a watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and a sports car worth millions of dollars. But you can just give away a limited edition poison that is worth over 100 million and may not be available even if you have money? This is not a rich woman. This is the queen. In Su Yuhan's mind, the image of a mysterious, fat old woman with a blurred face but immense power who controlled the fate of countless people instantly took shape. And Lin Fan is her most beloved plaything. As soon as this thought came to her mind, the look in Su Yuhan's eyes when she looked at Lin Fan changed completely. The original sympathy of pitying their misfortune has disappeared, replaced by a deeper contempt and disappointment. A man can actually give up his dignity to this extent for money. He is not lost. He has fallen. So, she stood up. In the dead silence of the whole place, Su Yuhan walked towards Lin Fan step by step, holding the book. The high heel stepped on the ground, making a crisp click, click, click sound, as if knocking on everyone's heart. It's Su Yuhan. Oh my god, why is she here too? Now we're going to have a good show. A current girlfriend, an ex-girlfriend, and now a school beauty. What kind of Shura field is this? That's not right. Su Yuhan and Lin Fan don't seem to have much in common, right? What is she trying to do? A hint of resentment appeared on Lu Feifei's pale face at this moment. Su Yuhan. Her former best friend. She is also the woman she envies the most. Why does she grab everyone's attention as soon as she appears? Zhang Wei, on the other hand, seemed to have grasped the last straw. He even fantasized that Su Yuhan came out to fight for him, a genuine rich second generation. However, Su Yuhan's gaze never stayed on them for even a second from beginning to end. She walked straight to Lin Fan and stopped. The two were only 1 meter apart. One is as cold as the moon, the other is as indifferent as the wind. You. Su Yuhan looked at him, her clear eyes revealing undisguised disappointment and coldness. You've completely lost yourself in material things. She paused, as if suppressing some emotion, and her voice became lower and colder. Is all this gained by selling yourself, the life you want? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Betray yourself? What a shocking piece of news! Everyone's ears pricked up, and the fire of gossip burned fiercely. Lin Fan smiled when he heard this. He found it a little funny to see the school beauty in front of him who was full of justice but self-righteous. This woman's train of thought is indeed different from that of ordinary people. My life? Lin Fan took half a step forward and moved a little closer to her. A refreshing masculine scent instantly lingered around Su Yuhan's nose. Su Yuhan subconsciously stepped back, but found that the way back was blocked by the crowd. She could only hold the book in her arms tighter in panic. Lin Fan only heard a low laugh in a voice that only the two of them could hear. My life has just begun. As for the betrayal you mentioned. His gaze slid meaningfully from Su Yuhan's delicate collarbone to her chest, which was slightly heaving due to nervousness, and finally returned to her eyes filled with a hint of anger. If the target is you, I can consider it. Boom. Su Yuhan's cheeks turned red in an instant. I am angry and ashamed. You, shameless. She could never have imagined that the boy who looked a little dull a few days ago would become so frivolous and smooth-talking now. Really? Birds of a feather flocked together. After following that shameless rich woman, he also became a bad person. Lin Fan looked at her furious expression, and the smile on his face widened. He was too lazy to explain. Because he knew very well that any explanation would be pale for someone who lived in his own world. Facts are the best proof. Leave. He said 2 words lightly, without looking at Su Yuhan again, turned around, opened the scissor door, and sat in the driver's seat. Buzz. The roar of the engine sounded again, like an ancient beast awakening. Under everyone's complicated gaze, the silver-gray Lamborghini Veneno did a beautiful drift, turned into a streak of light, and disappeared into the distance. Only the crowd was left standing there, disheveled in the wind. There was also the school beauty who was holding a book, shaking with anger, with red eyes. Chapter 19 Invite the school beauty to have an in-depth exchange? In the girls' dormitory, Su Yuhan pushed the door open with a bang and slammed the book heavily on the table, feeling extremely angry. Oh, miss, who offended you? Xia Mengmeng poked her head out from the bed with a facial mask on. She took off the mask, revealing an oval face with flaxen short hair, and she exuded vitality. She sat up cross-legged, her petite body curvaceous and her tender and innocent face, her loose pajamas bulging out from the huge fullness of her chest. Xia Mengmeng asked with interest, "What's wrong? You look so angry, who has offended you again?" She approached Su Yuhan and said excitedly, "How is it? Did you see that? 100 million worth of poison. The owner is really Lin Fan. Who is he? Could he be the prince of some wealthy and hidden family who came here to experience life?" Su Yuhan gulped down half a glass of cold water and sneered, "Prince? He's just a kept gigolo." A gigolo? Xia Mengming's eyes widened, then turned to stars. A gigolo who can make a rich woman willingly give him a 100 million sports car? Oh my god, this gigolo is so hard to swallow. Why can't I get such a good thing? Xia Meng. Su Yuhan gritted her teeth. Where are your values? Can values really make a living? Xia Mengmeng curled her lips and then approached with gossip. Hey, that's not right. How do you know he's being kept? Could it be, you know that rich woman? I don't know him. Su Yuhan waved her hands irritably, but I'm sure. He has fallen. Just now at the school gate, he teased me in public. Thinking of Lin Fan's aggressive eyes and frivolous words, Su Yuhan's cheeks couldn't help but get hot. Tease you? Xia Mengmeng's gossip radar instantly activated, her eyes lighting up like light bulbs. Tell me quickly, how did you tease me? Did you say, woman, you've successfully caught my attention? Su Yuhan took a deep breath and decided to give up communicating with this roommate with abnormal thinking. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Lin Fan's playful smile could not be erased from her mind. No. She, Su Yuhan, must rescue him from the clutches of the rich woman and make him return to the right path. On the other side, Xia Mengmeng suddenly let out a scream of surprise. Ah. Approved. He accepted my friend request. Su Yuhan turned around suddenly, and her eyes cut into Xia Mengmeng like a knife. Xia Mengmeng held the phone in her hands, her face flushed, and she poked the screen quickly, muttering to herself, Hello, master. I'm Xia Mengmeng, Yuhan's roommate, and added a cute cat emoticon. Xia Mengmeng, are you crazy? Why did you add him? Su Yuhan almost snatched the phone away. Of course, it's to watch the rich man up close and curry some favor. Xia Mengmeng said confidently, looking at Su Yuhan with a "Are you stupid?" expression on her face. Yuhan, let me tell you, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A sports car worth 100 million. Any money that slips through his fingers would be enough for us to live on for a lifetime. Your rescue plan is too vague. We need to infiltrate the enemy first, so that we can know ourselves and the enemy, and prescribe the right medicine. This set of fallacies and heresies left Su Yuhan speechless for a moment. Just as she was stunned, Xia Mengmeng's phone dinged and Lin Fan's reply popped up on the screen. Lin Fan, yeah. One word reveals the coldness and arrogance that keeps people at a distance. Xia Mengmeng's enthusiasm seemed to have been doused with a basin of ice water, but in just 3 seconds, the fire in her eyes reignited. Wow. So cool. This is the style of a domineering CEO. Her fingers transformed into phantoms again. Master, your poison is so cool. It's my dream car. I saw it at the school gate today, and my heart almost jumped out of my chest. Lin Fan responded even faster, it's just a means of transportation. Xia Mengmeng gasped and covered her chest. A means of transportation? Yuhan, did you hear that? A sports car worth 100 million yuan, and he actually called it a means of transportation. What kind of heavenly realm is this? The originator of Versailles literature. Su Yuhan's expression became increasingly ugly. She snatched Xia Mengmeng's phone and stared at the casual words on the screen. In her opinion, this was not Versailles at all, but naked showing off. The rich woman hiding behind Lin Fan was showing off her trophies to the whole world through Lin Fan's mouth. How depraved. How sad. Su Yuhan's chest heaved, and her fingers trembled with anger. She switched to the input method and wanted to type a scolding to scold Lin Fan to make him wake up. But before she could type the first word, Lin Fan's new message came in. Lin Fan, where's your roommate? She seems to have a lot of complaints about me. The spearhead was actually pointed directly at himself. Su Yuhan's movements froze. Xia Mengmeng also came over and saw the message, and her eyes lit up instantly. The master is interested in the icy beauty Su Yuhan. Oh, master, please don't misunderstand me. Xia Mengmeng quickly snatched back the phone and explained quickly, Yuhan is just concerned about you. She has a strong sense of justice and is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She's actually worried that you'll go astray and get cheated. Su Yuhan listened, pursed her lips, and did not refute. She also wanted to see how Lin Fan would answer. After a few seconds, the screen lights up. Lin Fan, oh? Really? Then thank her for her concern on my behalf. And by the way, tell her that I will walk my own path and don't need anyone else to tell me what to do. The first half of the sentence is polite, while the second half is sharp and warning. Xia Mengmeng stuck out her tongue. Almost immediately, another message popped up. Lin Fan, however, if she really wants to save me, I'd welcome her at any time. After all, being saved by the beauty of Suzhou University is an honor. We could have a deeper conversation, right? This sentence is full of playful and ambiguous implications. Su Yuhan's mind exploded instantly, and her cheeks turned red like ripe apples. Rogue! How dare he! He. Su Yuhan pointed at the phone screen, so angry that she couldn't even finish her words. Xia Mengmeng, on the other hand, had an anti-smile on her face, with a gleam of hate in her eyes. She imagined a romantic drama in which an icy school beauty saved a decadent rich young man but was eaten by him instead. Yuhan, don't be angry. Xia Mengmeng hugged Su Yuhan's arm and advised with a smile, I think the great god is declaring war on you. He's attracted to you. What does he like about me? Can't I change it? Su Yuhan yelled angrily. He likes you because you are beautiful, have a strong sense of justice, and like to meddle in other people's affairs. How can you change this? Xia Mengmeng said bluntly. Su Yuhan was speechless again and sat back in the chair dejectedly. She felt like she had punched cotton, with no place to put her strength. Lin Fan's reaction was completely beyond her expectations. Not only did he not feel the slightest bit of shame, but he took pleasure in it and even teased her in return. This put her rescue plan at a standstill before it even began. Su Yuhan bit her lower lip tightly, her face was cold, and she was torn between her conscience and her conscience. Reason told her that the best way to deal with such people was to ignore them. But emotionally, the resentment and anger of being looked down upon grew like weeds. Why should she back down? Did he want Lin Fan to think that he was afraid of him and run away? I don't want to bother with him. I'm going to take a shower. You can talk to him yourself. Su Yuhan said and went straight to the bathroom without looking back. Only Xia Mengmeng was left blinking her innocent big eyes and shaking her head helplessly. In an instant, thunder waves rippled. Chapter 20 Mengmeng's Dream, starting from 1 million. Su Yuhan rushed into the bathroom, the sound of running water blocking out everything outside. Xia Mengmeng held the phone and looked at the words Lin Fan sent her, we can communicate more deeply. Her little face flushed and her heart beat like a drum. In-depth communication? How to go deeper? Is it academic, or physical? An 18+ image flashed through her mind for a moment, and then she shook her head vigorously to get rid of those unhealthy thoughts. No, Xia Mengmeng, you have to be reserved. But the uncontrollable upward curve of her mouth betrayed her true feelings at the moment. The master is blatantly teasing the icy beauty Su Yuhan. So exciting. Just when Xia Mengmeng was about to make another effort to help Su Yuhan test Lin Fan's attitude, Lin Fan's avatar on the phone screen jumped again. Lin Fan, are you free tomorrow? I'll take you shopping. Buzz. Xia Mengmeng's head seemed to be stunned by a bomb of happiness. Take me? Buy something? She read it 3 times to confirm that the message was not sent to Su Yuhan, but to herself. My heart started beating wildly, and a hot current rushed from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. Could it be that the great god's target is actually me? Was his teasing of Yuhan just a diversion? This thought was like a wildfire that instantly burned throughout her body. She remembered Lin Fan's calmness when he was driving the poison, his arrogance when he slapped Zhang Wei in the face with a 100 million invoice, and even more so, the understatement of it's just a means of transportation. This man, like a bottomless vortex, exudes a fatal attraction. The family's financial difficulties, the expectations of the parents, and the desire for the upper class all converged into a powerful driving force at this moment. Xia Mengmeng's breathing became rapid, and her fingers hovered over the screen, trembling slightly. To go or not to go? If I go, it means I admit my desire for money, and he might look down on me. Of course I want to go. He is the owner of a sports car worth 100 million yuan, and he is personally invited by the richest man in Shanghai. If you miss this village, you will miss this store. The struggle lasted less than 10 seconds. Xia Mengmeng took a deep breath, as if she had made some important decision, and her fingertips tapped on the screen quickly. Xia Mengmeng, I'm free. Master, I'm free all day tomorrow. The moment the message was sent, she seemed to have used up all her strength, and collapsed in the chair, gasping for breath, but her face was filled with uncontrollable excitement and anticipation. On the other side, Lin Fan looked at the message that Xia Mengmeng replied to immediately, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just now, after Su Yuhan rushed into the bathroom, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected target, Xia Mengmeng. Triggered hidden mission, first exploration of her heart. Goddess information. Name, Xia Mengmeng. Age, 21. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Appearance, 90 sweet and cute. Body size, 96 baby-faced giant. Temperament, 90 full of energy. Overall score, 92 excellent girl. Task content, spend 1 million on Xia Mengmeng to initially gain her favorability. Mission reward, 10 million yuan in cash, skill Eye of True Vision. Su Yuhan's roommate? Lin Fan was a little surprised, but soon became interested. From the moment I added Xia Mengmeng on WeChat, her words revealed a sense of cleverness and an undisguised desire for money. The system is quite good at selecting people. It just so happened that he found Su Yuhan's plan to save himself a little funny, so he might as well start with her roommate and give her some shocking information. He just wanted Su Yuhan to see with her own eyes how the degenerate self in her eyes easily captured the people around her in the way she despised the most. The next day at noon, at the Shanghai International Finance Center, Lin Fan was wearing a low-key Armani casual outfit, and the Patek Philippe Nautilus watch on his wrist reflected a restrained light in the sunlight. He leaned against the door of the Lamborghini Veneno with one hand in his pocket, attracting the attention of passers-by. Many girls dressed like internet celebrities secretly took out their mobile phones to take photos, and discussed excitedly while filming. "Oh my god, is this car poisonous? I saw it online, it costs 100 million. The owner of this car is so handsome and still so young. Which wealthy second-generation rich kid is he? He has an amazing temperament. Look at his watch, it looks like a Nautilus, worth millions." This was the scene Xia Mengmeng saw when she ran over breathlessly. Lin Fan seemed to be glowing, out of tune with the surrounding environment, yet it seemed as if he was the center of the place. She had put on full makeup today and wore her most expensive dress, but when she stood in front of the sci-fi poison in Lin Fan, she suddenly felt ashamed. She tightened the strap of her bag that cost her several $100s and walked over awkwardly. Great God. Lin Fan looked up when he heard the voice, his eyes fell on her, and he looked her up and down. Xia Mengmeng's cheeks turned red and her heart beat faster when he looked at her. She subconsciously straightened her chest, trying to make herself look more confident. Lin Fan's gaze lingered on the stunning curve of her chest for half a second before moving away and saying calmly, "Is it coming?" Xia Mengmeng responded softly. Lin Fan chuckled and casually tossed the car keys to the doorman who had been waiting for him for a long time, his movements casual and comfortable. "Let's go." He walked naturally in front, and Xia Mengmeng hurriedly followed in small steps, her heart pounding like a rabbit in her arms. The two walked into the mall and went straight to the luxury goods area on the third floor. The first store, Chanel. "Hello sir, welcome to Chanel, how may I help you?" Lin Fan pointed at Xia Mengmeng, who was still in a state of restraint, and said, "Pick out some clothes for her." The shopping guide's eyes fell on Xia Mengmeng, and a hint of imperceptible contempt flashed across his professional smile. Another gold digger who was brought by the rich second generation to open his eyes. But she still had a perfect smile on her face. "Yes, sir, we have just arrived the latest spring suits, which are very suitable for this lady's temperament." Xia Mengmeng felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by the shopping guide and subconsciously tugged at the corner of her clothes. Lin Fan seemed not to notice the salesperson's gaze. He walked straight to a row of clothes and casually ran his fingers across them. This one, and that one, get her sizes that she can wear and let her try them on." His movements were so fast that it was almost impossible to see, as if he was buying cabbage at the market. The shopping guide was stunned, and Xia Mengmeng was also stunned. "Sir, won't you take another look?" the shopping guide asked uncertainly. "No need, that's all. What are you standing there for? Why don't you take her to try it on?" Lin Fan looked at the shopping guide impatiently. The shopping guide finally reacted and hurriedly nodded and bowed as she handed the clothes to Xia Mengmeng and led her to the fitting room. No matter how uncomfortable Xia Mengmeng felt, facing Lin Fan's unquestionable assertiveness and the shopping guide's eager gaze, she could only walk into the fitting room with a pile of clothes. Chapter 21 Humble Mengmeng, Online Confession. After a moment, the curtain was gently pulled open. Xia Mengmeng changed into a goose yellow French dress, the fitted cut perfectly outlined her petite figure. She was already sweet, and now she looked even more radiant, especially the breathtaking curve of her chest, which looked even fuller under the close-fitting fabric. It formed a strong visual impact with her innocent face, making her blush and her heart beat fast in front of the mirror. Without waiting for Lin Fan's comment, she shrank back shyly and changed into the second set. This time she paired a pure white short sweater with high-waisted jeans, instantly transforming herself into a lively girl. The slender waist can be held in one hand, and the vibrant aura comes to your face, like a sweet and juicy peach, extremely tempting. Finally, when she walked out wearing a burgundy silk halter dress, even the shopping guide was stunned. The silky material clung to her smooth curves, swaying gracefully with every step she took. The girlish tenderness and feminine charm were perfectly blended together, making her whole body glow. Lin Fan had been leaning on the sofa. At this moment, he finally raised his eyes, examined her for a moment, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Well, you have good taste," he said lightly, but his tone was full of unquestionable approval. "You are a natural clothes hanger." Xia Mengmeng came out of the fitting room and looked at Lin Fan with some embarrassment. I've finished trying on everything." Both are good." Lin Fan commented briefly, then looked at the shopping guide and said, "Pack them all up." The shopping guide was stunned again, and Xia Mengmeng was also stunned. "Sir, wouldn't you like to let her wear it for a while longer, or choose some more?" the shopping guide asked cautiously. "No, that's all. I want all these sets." Lin Fan took out his cell phone, as if preparing to pay. The shopping guide finally reacted and quickly asked his colleagues to pack the items. The smile on his face became extremely sincere and flattering. "This is not a rich second generation, this is clearly a super rich man." Xia Mengmeng looked at the carefully packed clothes, each with a price tag of at least 5 figures, and she felt like her heart was about to stop. Just buy it? Before she could recover from her shock, Lin Fan had already pulled her into the Hermes next door. "Give her a bag." Lin Fan's words were still concise. The Hermes store manager came out to receive us personally and was extremely respectful. "Sir, we have a Kelly 28 in our store right now. It's made of matte crocodile leather and the color is vert cyprès. It just arrived. Take it out and let me see it." When the crocodile leather Kelly bag, which was regarded as a treasure, was carefully brought out by the clerk wearing white gloves, the whole store fell silent. Xia Mengmeng felt as if her breath was choked. She had seen the introduction online. This bag couldn't be bought without 500,000 yuan, and it also required a lot of expensive accessories. "That's it." Lin Fan didn't even glance at it and said directly to the store manager, "Swipe the card." Okay, sir." The manager's voice was shaking with excitement. This is a huge achievement. The customers around them also looked at them with shock and envy, pointing and talking at Lin Fan and Xia Mengmeng. "Oh my god, it's a matte crocodile leather Kelly. Am I seeing things? That guy is so handsome and rich, he doesn't even blink. His girlfriend is so lucky. Did she save the galaxy in her past life?" Listening to the discussions around her, Xia Mengmeng's cheeks turned hot. Lin Fan held her hand, and her mind was in a mess. Happiness? She did feel an unprecedented dizziness surrounded by money, but more than that, she felt a sense of unreality and panic. It all happened too fast and too violently. She felt that she was not like Lin Fan's girlfriend, but more like a doll that was manipulated at will, dressed in gorgeous clothes and adorned with expensive accessories. In less than 20 minutes, Lin Fan had already spent 1 million. Xia Mengming's hands were full of shopping bags, but she was still in a daze. When Lin Fan asked the mall staff to move all the piles of shopping bags to the poison cart, Xia Mengming finally woke up from her dream. She stood beside Lin Fan, looking at the man who spent a fortune on her, feeling mixed emotions and extremely complicated. Joy, excitement, vanity, satisfaction, and a hint of deep uneasiness. The two sat opposite each other in the cafe on the top floor of the IFC Center. Xia Mengmeng held a cup of hot cocoa, her hands still shaking slightly. She secretly glanced at the calm man opposite her. He was stirring the coffee slowly and leisurely, and his handsome profile looked particularly charming in the sunlight. What is the identity of this man? Did his money really come from the wind? Just as Xia Mengmeng was lost in thought, Lin Fan suddenly raised his head and looked at her with deep eyes. Are you happy? Xia Mengmeng was stunned for a moment, then nodded subconsciously, happy. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Fan. She was silent for a long time. Finally, she mustered up the courage, raised her head, and looked at Lin Fan with a mixture of gratitude, confusion, and temptation. Lin Fan, why are you so nice to me? Soothing jazz music flows in the cafe, and outside the floor-to-ceiling windows are the skyscrapers of Shanghai. Xia Mengming's voice was very soft, with a barely perceptible tremor, breaking the peace between the two. Lin Fan picked up the coffee and took a sip slowly. His deep gaze fell on her pretty face, which was both excited and nervous, but he did not answer immediately. This silence made Xia Mengming's heart tighten little by little. She knew there was no free lunch. Lin Fan spent more than 1 million on her, it was definitely not just a whim. The time of judgment is finally coming. She bit her lower lip, as if she had made up her mind to reveal her true thoughts. Lin Fan, I know you might think I'm a materialistic girl, she said, her voice lowered but still remarkably clear. I won't deny that I really like money. I dream of living a wealthy life. She raised her eyes, a hint of sincerity and calmness in them. My home is in a small village deep in the mountains. My parents are farmers. They've worked hard all their lives, hoping that I can gain a foothold in the big city and marry into a good family. I see that Yuhan is willing to save you for so-called justice, but I don't have that confidence. My first priority is survival. When she said this, her eyes turned red. Initially, I added you on WeChat out of selfish motives. I wanted to see if I could get on board your big ship, even if it was just to get a little bit of your influence. Everything you did for me today was like a dream. I know this dream is very expensive and I can't afford the price. Xia Mengmeng took a deep breath, as if she had exhausted all her courage. She looked directly into Lin Fan's eyes and said word by word, Lin Fan, I admit that I am attracted to you. You are so outstanding and charming now. I don't expect to have the qualifications to stand by your side openly like Su Yuhan. Her voice became softer, but with a determination to go all out. If you don't mind, I'm willing to be the woman behind you. Whenever you need me, I'll be there. I won't cause you any trouble, nor will I disturb your normal life. After saying this, she seemed to have been drained of all her strength. She lowered her head in shame, her hands tightly clutching the corners of her clothes, waiting for Lin Fan's verdict. She has already put her biggest trump card, her only chip, on the table. Or, be accepted and rise to the top from then on. Or, be mercilessly ridiculed and kicked away. Just as Xia Mengmeng confessed her inner thoughts, the system prompt sounded again in Lin Fan's mind. Chapter 22 Showdown, My Woman, I Am Responsible. Ding. Mission First Exploration of a Woman's Heart completed. Rewards, 10 million yuan in cash has been received. The skill Eye of True Vision has been mastered. A cool breeze instantly rushed into his eyes, and Lin Fan felt that the world in front of him seemed to become clearer. He subconsciously looked at Xia Mengmeng opposite him and used Eye of True Vision. Name, Xia Mengmeng. Experience, 00. Favorability, 72. Secretly in love. Inner emotions, will he agree? Will he think I'm cheap? But I really don't want to miss him. He's so good, and he's entangled with Su Yuhan. If I don't seize the opportunity now, I'll really have no chance. If I can be with him, even if there's no official status, it's worth it. Besides, he's so handsome, and I feel so safe. Lines of light golden fonts appeared clearly above Xia Mengming's head. Is this the Eye of True Vision? Can you actually see other people as favorability and inner thoughts directly? Lin Fan's heart moved. This skill is simply a magic weapon to conquer the goddess. What exactly does this experience mean? Does it mean the stats that can be used to improve abilities, just like in games? But the goddesses don't seem to have any level settings. Since it's not for upgrading, what kind of experience could it be? A ridiculous idea suddenly popped into my mind. Wait, this couldn't be that kind of experience I was imagining? No, it's impossible, this is too outrageous. 1,000 horses were galloping through Lin Fan's mind. Brother Tongzi, if you want to do this, then I can call you Big Brother. However, this guess can only be verified when it is convenient in the future. Lin Fan, who had calmed down, looked at Xia Mengmeng's true inner monologue, and combined it with her sincere and humble confession just now, he couldn't help but smile. This girl is so real and cute. She is vain, but she does not hide her vanity. She had plans, but she laid them out in the open. Compared to a woman like Lu Feifei who wants to be a bitch and also be a saint, Xia Mengmeng is at least much more open-minded. Lin Fan put down the coffee cup, leaned forward slightly, stretched out his hand, gently lifted Xia Mengmeng's chin, and forced her to look at him. Tears welled up in Xia Mengmeng's eyes, and her look was panicked and helpless, like a lamb waiting for judgment. Who told you that you have no right to stand by my side? Lin Fan's voice was deep and magnetic, carrying an unquestionable dominance. Xia Mengmeng was stunned and looked at him with tears in her eyes, not understanding what he meant. Lin Fan's thumb gently stroked her smooth jaw, a devilish smile curved the corners of his mouth as he spoke word by word. Listen carefully, my woman, Lin Fan, never needs to hide in the dark. I'm passionate, but not promiscuous. Every woman I decide to mess with, I will be responsible to the end. I may not be able to promise you a lifetime together, but I can give you everything you want: wealth, status, and my true heart. So, put away those humble thoughts of yours. From today on, you are my, Lin Fan's, woman. The only thing you have to do is hold your head high and enjoy everything I give you. Boom! These words, like thunder from the sky, exploded in Xia Mengming's mind. She was completely stunned, and the tears in her eyes could no longer be held back and burst out. But this time, it was not because of shame or uneasiness, but because of extreme shock and emotion. She thought of countless possibilities. Lin Fan might gladly accept her proposal and treat her as a plaything to be used at any time. Or he might sneer at her with disdain, then throw some money at her and tell her to get lost. The only thing she didn't expect was that Lin Fan would say such a thing. He did not despise her materialism, nor did he laugh at her humbleness. Instead, he made her a promise that she could not even dream of. Be responsible to the end? Lin Fan's woman? These words, like the hottest brand, were deeply seared into her heart, instantly breaking down all her psychological defenses. Wu, Lin Fan. Xia Mengmeng could no longer control her emotions and threw herself into Lin Fan's arms, bursting into tears and venting all her grievances, anxieties, and excitement. Lin Fan didn't say anything, just patted her back gently and let her vent in his arms. He knew that from this moment on, the girl's heart completely belonged to him. The night was gentle, and the street lights downstairs in the girls' dormitory cast long shadows on Lin Fan and Xia Mengmeng. I'm here. You should go back soon and be careful on the road. Xia Mengmeng was carrying shopping bags of various sizes, with a blush still on her face. Thinking back to what happened in the car just now, she couldn't help but gave him a passionate kiss, and she thought he couldn't help but take her to the hotel. When Lin Fan whispered in her ear, "We are not in a hurry, there is a long way to go," Xia Mengming's heart felt so sweet that it almost melted. Not only is he outstanding and rich, he also respects himself so much. He is simply the perfect ideal partner. Okay, go to bed early. Lin Fan smiled and rubbed her hair, watching her walk into the dormitory building. Xia Mengmeng returned to the dormitory with a nervous yet sweet mood. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Su Yuhan preparing to go out. Fortunately, before coming back, Xia Mengmeng specially prepared many opaque bags to put all the dazzling luxury shopping bags inside, otherwise Su Yuhan would definitely find out. Seeing Xia Mengmeng and the large bag of plastic bags in her hand, Su Yuhan frowned subconsciously, but didn't say much. Mengmeng, are you back? Xia Mengmeng's heart tightened, fearing that she would ask more questions, and she quickly asked back, Yuhan, you still want to go out so late? A courier arrived. I'll go downstairs to pick it up. Su Yuhan said, then changed her shoes and hurried out the door. Hearing the door close with a click, Xia Mengmeng breathed a sigh of relief, her heart pounding. That was close. She looked at the pile of trophies in her hands, feeling sweet but also a little worried. Yuhan's misunderstanding of Lin Fan was too deep. If she knew that she and Lin Fan were progressing so quickly and that she had accepted so many expensive gifts from him, with her temper, they would not even be able to be best friends. No, I can't let her destroy the relationship between Lin Fan and me, and I can't lose my best friend Yuhan. Xia Mengmeng acted quickly, deftly stuffing all the shopping bags and the items inside into the back of her closet, covering them with clothes, and only after making sure there were no traces did she feel completely relieved. She sat on the edge of the bed, stroking the brand new Cartier bracelet on her wrist, a hint of cunning and determination flashing in her eyes. It seems that the only way to fundamentally solve the problem is to let Yuhan truly understand Lin Fan's good qualities and let her accept him. A bold idea took root in her mind. For the sake of our friendship, and for the future of Lin Fan and me, I must help Lin Fan and have him save Yuhan as soon as possible. Once Yuhan becomes one of our own, I won't have to hide anything. Chapter 23 Who can resist the charm of this Cheongsam? The trivial days of working on my graduation thesis were like tea leaves that had been brewed, floating up and down in the water, bland and tasteless. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this week, Lin Fan stayed in the dormitory honestly, and worked diligently with several of his adopted sons to add gold edges to the sure pots that they had painstakingly coated late at night. After all, it involves graduation and academic issues. Even if Lin Fan has a lot of money, he dare not mess around. Fortunately, there is finally some diversion in this boring academic career. In his spare time, the chat box on Lin Fan's mobile phone would always light up on time, and the sender was Xia Mengmeng. Ever since that day when she made up her mind to help Lin Fan save her best friend Su Yuhan, this young lady has completely transformed into the most dedicated undercover comrade. What classes Su Yuhan attended today? what she had eaten for lunch, and even the color of the skirt she wore today were all relayed to Lin Fan in real time in the form of text and pictures, with every detail. Looking at these trivial yet crucial intelligence, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. It felt different to have a powerful ally as a military advisor. At noon that day, just when Lin Fan was staring at the computer screen and felt like he was about to grow moss, his cell phone started buzzing. It's an unfamiliar number. He picked up the phone casually, and a woman's cautious and somewhat nervous voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, excuse me, is this Mr. Lin? This voice is gentle yet has a hint of hoarseness and magnetism, like a feather gently scratching the tip of the heart. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, having already guessed who the other person was. It's me. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Chinya. The voice on the other end of the phone became more reserved. Mr. Lin, are you free now? I hope I'm not disturbing you. It's okay, Sister Chin, what's wrong? Lin Fan leaned back in his chair and slowed down his voice. It's just. Yeah. She's recovering very well. She finished her treatment a few days ago. The doctor said she can be discharged after a period of observation. Shinya's voice was filled with uncontrollable joy and deep gratitude. I want to treat you to a meal. I know, a meal can't repay your kindness at all, but I really don't know how to thank you. Her words were somewhat incoherent, revealing a sense of embarrassment and sincerity. Lin Fan could imagine her holding the phone with sweaty palms. Okay. Lin Fan interrupted her without hesitation, smiled, and said in a relaxed tone, since a beautiful woman is treating me, of course I have time. You decide the time and place, and I'll be there whenever you call. He knew that for a woman with a strong sense of self-esteem like Chinya, it took all his courage to get her to speak up. This meal carries the most sincere gratitude she can offer at this moment. Chinya on the other end of the phone seemed surprised by his ready agreement. She was visibly relieved, and her voice lightened. Then, how about tonight at 7 o'clock? I'll arrange a place. No need, Lin Fan interrupted her directly, send me the address and I'll pick you up. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan stretched, and his joints made a crackling sound. Su Yuhan's rescue plan? Let's put it aside for now. There are more important things waiting for him to do right now. He glanced at the gradually sinking dusk outside the window, and Chinya's beautiful and mature face and her hot body, which had been tempered by life but was still breathtaking, involuntarily emerged in his mind. What will she look like tonight? On the other side, Chinya's heart was still pounding after she hung up the phone. She took a deep breath, as if about to make an important decision, and opened a box in the deepest part of the closet. In the box, there lay quietly a neatly folded moon-white cheongsam, on which were embroidered several orchid buds with silver thread. This was made for her by her mother when she got married. The material was the finest silk. Unfortunately, she never wore it once. Her husband treated her with respect, but they never had sex. Her heart, as a woman, was buried at the bottom of a box along with the cheongsam. But today, she wanted to put it on once for the man who pulled her and her daughter out of the abyss. She carefully put on the cheongsam, and the cool and silky touch against her skin made her shiver slightly. In the mirror, the woman's figure was perfectly outlined by this well-cut cheongsam. Her full breasts propped up her clothes into a breathtaking curve, but her waist was so narrow that it could not be held in one hand, and her hips suddenly became plump and straight, like a ripe peach. At the slit, a pair of slender and well-proportioned legs are faintly visible, full of the ultimate charm of abstinence and temptation. Chinya's cheeks instantly burned. Too bold. If I go out dressed like this, will he think I am an indecent woman? But then I thought, apart from his sincerity, I have nothing else to repay him. She bit her lip, as if she had made up her mind, and took out her eyebrow pencil and lipstick from her makeup box which had not been touched for a long time. She faced the mirror and put on a delicate and simple light makeup. 6:30 in the evening. Lin Fan drove the poison and, following the address Chinya sent him, he made many detours and finally arrived at the gate of an old residential area. This place is completely out of tune with the bustling Magic City. The walls of the buildings are mottled, and the electric wires are crisscrossed in the air like spider webs. It is full of the breath of life and the bitterness of the lower classes. He parked the car on the side of the road. The sci-fi and aggressive body of the car formed an extremely strong visual impact with the surrounding environment. The residents passing by all looked sideways, wondering which young man came to such a place to experience life. When Lin Fan opened the car door, he saw the figure standing under the streetlight at a glance. At that moment, even though he had seen Su Yuhan's cold and aloofness and Xia Mengmeng's sweetness and loveliness, Lin Fan still missed a beat. The Chinya in front of him was completely different from the haggard and dejected woman in the hospital. She stood there, the dim light gently shining on her, the moon-white cheongsam wrapped around her mature, beautiful, and plump body, the evening breeze blew gently, the hem of her skirt moved slightly, and the gentleness and sexiness unique to Oriental women were interpreted to the extreme by her. The fitted cut perfectly outlines her mature and voluptuous figure. Her chest was shockingly full, as if it was about to burst those delicate buttons. The waist is so thin that it cannot be grasped. And downwards, it is a straight and rounded arc, forming a perfect S-shaped curve. The slit of the cheongsam was not very high, only reaching the middle of her thigh, but as she moved her lotus steps lightly, the faintly visible whiteness and roundness of her body were more suggestive than any direct exposure. She was obviously dressed up. Her long black hair was tied into a gentle bun at the back of her head, revealing her snow-white and slender neck. She wore delicate light makeup, which concealed her previous haggard look and made her already charming face even more brighter. Her almond eyes are full of waves and her eyebrows are picturesque. She stood at the entrance of the old community, surrounded by mottled walls and a messy environment, but she was like a white magnolia quietly blooming in the dust, noble, elegant, and with a fatal charm. Chapter 24 Uncle, do you want to be my dad? ####. Chapter 24, Uncle, do you want to be my dad? Shinya obviously also saw the Lamborghini Veneno that was like a dormant beast, and Lin Fan who was leaning against the car door, looking at her with burning eyes. The undisguised astonished looks from those around her instantly gave her already nervous cheeks a touching blush. She clenched the small bag in her hand, lowered her head a little awkwardly, and walked quickly towards Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. Only when she got closer did she dare to raise her eyes, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Lin Fan's gaze lingered on her without any hesitation. When Chinya saw him, she nervously pinched the strap of her handbag and asked awkwardly, "Will it be weird if I wear this?" Lin Fan's gaze was calm and admiring, moving from her slightly flushed cheeks to her slender curves, and finally landing on her long, beautiful legs that appeared and disappeared as she walked. His Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and he exclaimed in admiration, "Not surprising, she's beautiful. Sister Chin, you've astonished me today." A direct and sincere compliment made Chinya's face turn red all the way to her ears, and the uneasiness in her heart was instantly filled with sweetness and shyness. "Get in the car." Lin Fan gentlemanly opened the gull-wing door for her. "Thank you." Chinya lowered her head and sat down carefully. Because of the limitations of her cheongsam, it was somewhat difficult for her to sit sideways, and the slit of her skirt inevitably slid upwards, revealing a large area of dazzling white. Lin Fan happened to catch the scene, and his eyes couldn't help but deepen. The car door was closed, isolating the car from all noise and prying eyes from the outside world. Lin Fan started the car, and the Poison emitted a low roar as it drove smoothly out of the old residential complex. The space inside the car was not big, and the faint scent of Chinya, a mixture of jasmine and a mature woman's body fragrance, drifted into Lin Fan's nostrils. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Chinya was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands. She placed her hands on her knees and sat up straight, but she didn't dare look at Lin Fan beside her. She could only secretly look at his profile as he concentrated on driving through the reflection in the car window. Angular jawline, high nose bridge, deep eyes. This man, who is several years younger than her, has a calmness and responsibility beyond his age. He is like a mountain, making her unconsciously want to rely on him. While Lin Fan was concentrating on driving, he quietly admired the scenery around him out of the corner of his eye. The high slit of her cheongsam still revealed a section of her fair and round calves when she sat with her legs together. Under the illumination of the ambient light in the car, her skin looked as delicate as the finest mutton fat jade. Gulp. Lin Fan felt a little dry in the mouth. This woman is simply a natural beauty. The dinner was scheduled to be held at a private restaurant called Jinjai Actuan. The place is not luxurious, but it is quiet and elegant. It can be seen that Chinya has carefully selected it. After parking the car, the two walked into the restaurant side by side. Chinya lagged behind Lin Fan by half a step. Her graceful figure attracted the attention of many diners along the way. There were a few greasy middle-aged men whose eyes almost popped out of their heads as they looked at her unscrupulously and made dirty clicking sounds from their mouths. Lin Fan frowned and calmly turned sideways, just blocking those uncomfortable sights. This subtle action warmed Chinya's heart. This man is domineering, yet so gentle that it makes people feel moved. The waiter led them to a box by the window, pushed open the door, and a delicate little girl jumped down from the chair and rushed over with her short legs. Mother! The little girl threw herself directly into Chinya's arms, raised her head, and revealed a little face that had regained its color and was lively and cute. It was Chinya. Yeah, didn't I tell you to sit still? Chinya scolded her, but her hands gently tidied up her daughter's messy hair. I miss my mother. Chinya hugged her mother's legs and acted coquettishly. Chinya turned to Lin Fan and explained, Yaya has recovered well. Apart from regular checkups and rehabilitation, she can now be discharged from the hospital. I just asked a friend to pick her up for me. I hope I won't disturb you. It's okay, Yaya is so cute, I'm so happy. Lin Fan waved his hand. Yaya looked at Lin Fan curiously with her big, dark eyes. Mom, is this the Superman uncle who saved me? She had never seen Lin Fan before, but she had only heard the uncles, aunts, and nurses around her talking about him. He was a very tall and good-looking uncle. Lin Fan squatted down and looked at Yaya at eye level, with a gentle smile on his face. Hello, Yaya, do you know me? I know him. Yaya nodded vigorously, her voice clear and loud. Your Uncle Lin Fan. Mom talks to me about you every day. Oh? What did your mother say about me? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows with interest and glanced at Chinya, whose face turned red instantly. Chinya was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She quickly interrupted, Yaya, stop talking nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Chinya pouted and said to Lin Fan seriously, Mom said that Uncle Lin Fan is the best person in the world and a hero sent by God to save us. Children's words are innocent, but they can also be very touching. Lin Fan's heart moved slightly. Looking at Chinya, whose face was flushed and she was at a loss, he just thought she was so cute. He smiled and touched Yaya's head. Does Yaya like Uncle? I like it. I like it the most. Yaya did not hesitate, and even opened her arms and gave Lin Fan a big hug. This sudden closeness made Lin Fan's heart melt. The atmosphere of this meal became particularly warm and harmonious because of Chinya, the little son. Chinya was a little reserved at first, but under the influence of her daughter, she gradually relaxed. She would carefully serve Lin Fan food and gently remind him that the soup was hot. Her every move and gesture exuded the charm of a good wife and mother. And Chinya has completely become Lin Fan's little fangirl. She took the initiative to ask to sit next to Lin Fan. She scooped a large piece of her favorite osmanthus cake from her bowl with a small spoon and raised it to Lin Fan's mouth. Uncle, this is super delicious. Lin Fan smiled and ate it, praising it exaggeratedly. So sweet. Little Yaya immediately smiled with her eyes curved, and she was happier than if she had eaten it herself. Lin Fan was also busy picking up food for Yaya and removing fish bones. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the carved window lattices, casting a soft golden glow on Lin Fan's profile. He lowered his head slightly, his expression focused and gentle, and patiently put the processed fish pieces into Yaya's small bowl. Shinya's eyes became moist as she watched her daughter and Lin Fan interacting intimately. Ever since her husband passed away and her daughter fell ill, she couldn't remember how long it had been since she had felt this feeling of home. The man in front of her, although so young, gave her an unprecedented sense of security and peace of mind. If time could stop at this moment, how great it would be. Perhaps the atmosphere was too good. Yaya's belly was round from eating so much. She leaned in Lin Fan's arms, suddenly raised her head, and asked a shocking question in an innocent tone. Uncle Lin Fan, you're so kind to my mom and saved me. Do you want to be my father? Chapter 25 Chinya's guarantee, double cash back on buying a house or a car. Puff cough cough cough. Lin Fan almost spit out a mouthful of tea. Chinya, who was standing opposite, had a pretty face that suddenly turned red from her cheeks to her neck, like a ripe tomato, steaming hot. Yeah. She was embarrassed and anxious, her voice changing. If you keep talking nonsense, Mom will be angry. Little Yaya was startled by her mother's reaction and pouted a little in grievance. I'm not talking nonsense. The fat kid in kindergarten said that only Daddy would be so good to Mommy and Baby. Looking at the two equally bewildered faces of the big and small, Lin Fan calmed down first. He wiped his mouth and looked into Chinya's clear eyes. Instead of avoiding the question, he asked seriously, do you want your uncle to be your father? Little Yaya was stunned for a moment, then her eyes lit up and she nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice. I do. Uncle is handsome and rich, and he's so good to me. If you were my dad, I would be the happiest kid in the whole kindergarten. These words made Chinya so ashamed that she wished she could die on the spot. What the hell is going on? She was about to scold her daughter again when she heard Lin Fan's low, laughing voice. Okay. Xinya suddenly looked up and met his eyes that were as deep as the starry sky. Lin Fan raised his eyes, his deep gaze piercing through the curling tea smoke and landing directly on Xinya's shy and embarrassed face. He said slowly, "But this matter, Uncle can't decide alone. I have to ask your mother if she agrees, right?" That look seemed to have a hook, firmly hooking Xinya's heart. Xinya's heart skipped a beat. What does he mean? Is this a joke, or? She didn't dare to think about it anymore, and looked away in panic, but her heart was beating like a deer, almost jumping out of her throat. At this moment, the long-lost system prompt sound rang in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Detected that Goddess Xinya's favorability has increased significantly. Current favorability, 71. Secretly in love. Lin Fan's heart moved. 71? It seems that a daughter is indeed the strongest assist in conquering a single mother, no doubt about it. The significant increase in favorability was like a stone thrown into a lake, instantly triggering a chain reaction in the system. Ding! The favorability has met the conditions, triggering a new contact mission. Mission name, Xinya's protection. Task description: a woman's greatest sense of security isn't an empty promise, but rather a roof over her head and a car to drive wherever she wants. Please provide Xinya with a stable life and purchase a house and a car for her. Task reward: double cash back on house and car purchases. Bonus special skill, Business Insight. Business Insight: the host will gain a keen intuition about business projects, market trends, and corporate potential, and be able to quickly identify investment opportunities and potential risks. A new mission is coming. And the rewards are more generous than you can imagine. Putting aside the double cashback, this Business Insight skill is simply tailor-made for him. If you want money to make money, it is not enough to have money, you must have accurate investment vision. This skill is undoubtedly a timely help. No, it is the icing on the cake. Lin Fan had already made up his mind, but he remained expressionless. He just smiled as he looked at the woman opposite him who was about to bury herself in the bowl. Xinya spent the second half of the meal almost in a trance. The conversation between Lin Fan and Ye played in her mind like a tape recorder, making her feel very confused. Even after the dinner ended and Lin Fan sent the mother and daughter home, Xinya still hadn't recovered from the complex emotions of shyness and sweetness. After carrying Ye upstairs and putting her to sleep, Xinya sent Lin Fan downstairs. In the corridor, the sensor light is dim. When they walked downstairs, Xinya stopped, lowered her head, and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Lin Fan, today, thank you. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." "Excuse me? I think Ye is very cute." Lin Fan put his hands in his trouser pockets and said in a relaxed tone, "Besides, what she said does make sense." Xinya's heart skipped a beat and she didn't dare to answer. Lin Fan looked at her nervous expression and stopped teasing her. He changed the subject and his expression became a little serious. "Sister Qin, the place you're living in now is too noisy and the security isn't very good. It's not conducive to Ye's subsequent recovery and recuperation." Lin Fan said slowly, "Also, it will be inconvenient for you to go out to buy groceries when Ye goes for follow-up examinations or goes to school." Xinya was stunned. She didn't understand why Lin Fan suddenly said this. "Yes, it's a little inconvenient, but I'm used to it," she answered a little awkwardly. "You're used to it, but I don't want you and Ye to live this kind of life anymore." Lin Fan's eyes became serious and determined, and he looked directly into her eyes. "So, I decided to buy you a house and a car." "What?" Xinya suddenly raised her head, her face full of shock and disbelief. "No. No. This is absolutely not possible." She refused fiercely almost immediately. "Lin Fan, you've done enough for us. That 500,000. I will definitely find a way to pay you back later. How can I take your house and car? I can't." Her intense reaction was completely within Lin Fan's expectations. With her personality, if she could accept it easily, she would not be Xinya. Lin Fan was not angry. Instead, he took a step forward and closed the distance between them. A strong masculine scent instantly enveloped Xinya, causing her heartbeat to accelerate suddenly, and the rest of her words were stuck in her throat. "Sister Qin, listen to me." Lin Fan's voice was deep and powerful, carrying a force that brooked no refusal. "First, I'm not discussing this with you, I'm informing you. Second, this house and car aren't free gifts. You can think of them as an advance payment of child support to Ye's future father. He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word dad, which successfully made Chinya's face burn again. You, don't talk nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense, Lin Fan interrupted her. I'm helping you, not for any reward. I simply can't bear to see you and Yaya suffer. To me, money is just a number, but for you, a stable environment and a car are real qualities of life. He looked at her evasive eyes, and his tone slowed down with a hint of coaxing. Just think of it as Yaya's, okay? Give her a better environment to grow up in. As for whether you still have not paid back the money, we can talk about it later. When you feel that you can accept me, then these things are what I should give you. If you really feel bad. Lin Fan paused, a wicked smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. He leaned over and whispered in her ear, in a voice that only the two of them could hear, then use yourself to slowly pay it back. The warm breath sprayed on Chinya's earlobe, making her whole body go limp and she almost fell down. This man is so good. He used both soft and hard tactics, threats and inducements, blocking all her reasons for refusal, and finally teased her with such ambiguous words. How could she be his match? Chinya bit her lower lip, feeling torn between her conscience and her desires. Reason told her that she should firmly refuse, but emotionally, the feeling of being strongly protected and properly placed was the warmth she had longed for too long. After a long while, she squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. It's settled. Lin Fan made the decision for her, his tone brooking no room for argument. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Let's go buy a car first. Let's look at houses as soon as possible, decide on one sooner, and move in sooner. After saying that, he took a step back, restored the normal distance, and ruffled her hair with a smile. Okay, go up quickly, good night. Until Lin Fan disappeared into the night, Chinya still stood there blankly, feeling like she was dreaming. Buy a car? Buy a house? This all happened too fast, it was too unreal. She raised her hand to touch her burning cheek, and his words, use yourself to pay it back slowly, seemed to echo in her ears. This domineering yet gentle man is really going to spoil her. Chapter 26. You are such a softie, you are so good at eating. The next morning, Lin Fan received a call from Xia Mengmeng asking him to have breakfast. He did not choose to keep a low profile, but drove directly to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory in the Lamborghini Veneno, which was enough to blow up the whole place. The silver-gray car body is like a dormant beast, and the low roar of the engine seems to be announcing the arrival of its owner. As expected, when this limited edition top-of-the-line supercar stopped steadily downstairs of the girls' dormitory, it instantly caused an even greater sensation than the last time. Shit! It's that poison car. He's driving it again. Oh my god, I thought it was some big shot who came to do business last time, but I didn't expect the car owner to be a student from our school. It's that Lin Fan. The one from the finance department. Su Yuhan even went to question him last time. It's confirmed, he's definitely being kept by a rich woman. Otherwise, how could an ordinary student afford a car like this? He's living off a rich woman, I admit I'm jealous. Various discussions came like a wave, mixed with admiration, jealousy, and disdain. Lin Fan ignored this and calmly opened the car door. He was wearing a well-tailored Armani casual suit. The Patek Philippe Nautilus watch inadvertently exposed on his wrist reflected a calm luster in the sunlight. Under the system transformation, he has been reborn, exuding an irresistible confidence and composure. He was no longer the boy who felt inferior because of other people's gazes. To him, these discussions were just harmless background noise. However, there are always some foolish people who want to run into the gun barrel. Hey, isn't this our school's new freeloader Lin Fan? A sarcastic voice sounded, and a young man wearing trendy branded clothes, with shiny hair and a face full of arrogance, walked over with a few followers. Zhang Yang, a famous rich second-generation student at Shanghai University, relies on his family's wealth and is the most persistent among Su Yuhan's many suitors. He had long been unhappy with Lin Fan, and especially after hearing that Su Yuhan seemed to have a special eye for this poor guy, he became even more jealous. Seeing Lin Fan's poisonous car, which was famous throughout the school, the fire of jealousy in Zhang Yang's heart was instantly ignited. He knew that the car was real, and because of this, the humiliation of being surpassed by someone with a family background far inferior to his was even stronger. Zhang Yang, accompanied by a few followers, deliberately walked over to the poison and said sarcastically, "Okay, Lin Fan, the car is nice, but I wonder if your money is clean? I heard some rich women like you, you're really generous." The followers behind him immediately understood and burst into malicious laughter. Brother Yang, do you even need to ask? This must have been earned through real ability. Ha, I don't know what kind of ability he has to make his sister love him so much that she would just give him a luxury car worth tens of millions. Dirty words spread unscrupulously, and the surrounding students cast inquiring and contemptuous glances at him. Obviously, these rumors were more in line with their imagination of an ordinary student getting rich overnight. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. Instead of getting angry, he smiled playfully and glanced between Zhang Yang and his BMW 4 Series. It's better than some people, Lin Fan said in a low voice, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. You spend your parents' money, drive a junky entry-level car, and think you're on top of the world. It's not your place to judge whether my money is clean or not, but at least every penny is mine. Unlike you, without your parents, you're nothing. Zhang Yang's face instantly turned the color of liver. He was indeed driving a BMW 4 Series, which was considered a luxury car for ordinary students, but compared with the Lamborghini Veneno in front of him, which was worth hundreds of millions, it was simply a pile of scrap metal. What upset him the most was that Lin Fan actually said that he was a parasite. Isn't this fucking true? But when the truth comes out of someone else's mouth, especially in public, it becomes the most acute humiliation. Who the hell are you calling a parasite? Zhang Yang pointed at Lin Fan's nose in frustration. Even if I'm a parasite, I'm still better than a gigolo like you. Do you dare to say you bought this car yourself? Do you have the money for it? Do I need to report to you how I got my money? Lin Fan's smile remained unchanged, but the temperature in his eyes dropped to freezing point. As for you, instead of barking at me, why don't you pay more attention to your father's company? I heard that the capital chain has been quite tight lately. This sentence was the information that naturally emerged in Lin Fan's mind after he used the business insight skill. Zhang Yang's father, Zhang Fugui, runs a medium-sized foreign trade company. Recently, he has been having difficulty in cash flow due to a default on an overseas order. Few people outside know about this matter. When Zhang Yang heard this, he was struck by lightning and was completely stunned. How could he know? Even his mother only found out about this yesterday. How did Lin Fan know about it? Seeing the look of having seen a ghost on Zhang Yang's face, the students around him were also in an uproar. What's going on? Is the Zhang Yang family going bankrupt? No way. Doesn't he show off his wealth every day? Looking at his expression, it's probably true. Oh my god, what a shocking revelation. Zhang Yang felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. All the discussions and gazes around him were like sharp thorns, piercing his body to pieces. The family background that he had always been proud of was actually exposed by Lin Fan in public. This hurts him more than a slap in the face. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me. Zhang Yang's voice was trembling as he shouted fiercely but weakly, Lin Fan, you're nothing but a piece of crap. Stop the verbal stunts and let's solve this the manly way. Oh? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. What method? 2 hours later, in the gymnasium, on the basketball court. We'll have a bullfight. Whoever loses will stay away from Su Yuhan from now on. Zhang Yang roared with red eyes. In his opinion, since he is 1.85 meters tall and is on the school basketball team, it should be easy for him to deal with a guy like Lin Fan who looks weak, right? He wants to make up for the face he lost today on the court, with interest. He wanted to let Su Yuhan see with her own eyes who the real man was. Before Lin Fan could answer, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! A random event has been detected, triggering the goddess mission. Mission name, Goddess Purity. Mission description, the buzzing of flies is annoying. Host, please completely crush the wealthy second-generation Zhang Yang on the basketball court, so that he will never dare to harass the goddess Su Yuhan again. Task reward, based on the degree of crushing, the host will receive generous rewards and significantly increase Su Yuhan's favorability. Here we come. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth curled up into a cold arc. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you break in. Okay. He looked at Zhang Yang, who looked like a mad dog, and slowly uttered 2 words. I accept. Chapter 27 Eye-popping. Is this the god of basketball possessed? 10 a.m., Magic University, indoor gymnasium. The basketball court was already crowded with people. Lin Fan and Zhang Yang's battle of the century had already spread throughout the entire campus after fermenting for an entire afternoon. On one side is a newly rising mysterious rich man, suspected to be a giant rice king kept by a rich woman. On the other side, there is the school's famously arrogant rich second generation, the absolute main force of the school basketball team. In addition, the stakes are on Su Yuhan, the recognized campus beauty of the finance department. The gimmick is so exaggerated that it is comparable to the campus version of If You Are the One, where a bride is kidnapped on the spot. Who do you think will win? I'm betting on Zhang Yang. After all, he's a professional. It's hard to say. Lin Fan left Zhang Yang speechless this morning. His aura was so strong that he didn't seem like an ordinary person. TSK, how can talking nonsense be the same as playing basketball? Just wait and see Lin Fan get beaten to a pulp. On the other side of the crowd, the appearance of two girls instantly attracted everyone's attention. It was Su Yuhan and Xia Mengmeng. Xia Mengmeng dragged Su Yuhan here by force, under the pretext of coming to see the fun, but in fact, she had a lot of plans in mind. She leaned close to Su Yuhan's ear, lowered her voice, and said excitedly, Yuhan, look. Lin Fan really dares to come. Do you think he has any secret weapon? There was no expression on Su Yuhan's cold and pretty face. She just glanced at Lin Fan, who was warming up on the field, and frowned slightly. She hated the feeling of being treated as a bet, and she hated Zhang Yang's self-righteous face even more. But for some reason, when she saw Lin Fan's calm and confident profile, the disgust in her heart inexplicably dissipated a little, and instead a trace of inexplicable expectation arose. She was startled by her own thoughts, and quickly suppressed the strange feeling in her heart, saying coldly, boring. Just then, Teacher Wanwan, who had just finished teaching an elective class, passed by the gymnasium with her lesson plan. She was also attracted by the hustle and bustle here and stopped. When she saw the two people confronting each other in the field and Su Yuhan with her unique temperament on the sidelines, a hint of curiosity flashed in her beautiful and intellectual eyes. Center of the court. Zhang Yang changed into a professional Nike jersey and dribbled the ball with skillful movements, attracting screams from many fans. He has participated in basketball training camps since he was a child and never stopped until high school. Although he did not have the talent to be recruited as a sports athlete, he has always been the absolute main force of the school team from elementary school to university. He often represented the school in provincial student competitions and won numerous medals. This is why he had the confidence to make this bet with Lin Fan. He looked at Lin Fan, who was only wearing ordinary sportswear, with disdain, a cruel smile on his face. Lin Fan, it's not too late to regret now. Kneel down and kowtow to me, then crawl under my crotch, and let this matter today be forgotten. Lin Fan flexed his wrist, as if he hadn't heard him, and simply asked, what are the rules? 1-on-1 bullfight, 11 balls, whoever gets there first wins. Zhang Yang threw the ball to Lin Fan, you attack first, or you won't be accused of bullying you. Lin Fan took the ball and weighed it. The moment Lin Fan's fingertips touched the basketball, an instinct that had long been engraved deep in his genes was suddenly awakened. The sense of the ball seems to be innate, the technical movements have become instinct, and the desire to break through is rushing in the blood. This is not some temporarily acquired skill, but an innate talent that belongs only to him. Michael Jordan's ball sense, Kobe Bryant's skills, and Allen Iverson's breakthrough are all integrated in his body. At this moment, the basketball is no longer a tool, but an extension of his body, and a sense of absolute control arises from the depths of his soul. In his eyes, Zhang Yang, who was sitting opposite him, suddenly became full of flaws. Let's get started. Lin Fan's voice remained calm. Zhang Yang sneered and took a defensive stance. He wants to prevent Lin Fan from scoring a single goal. However, the next second, the smile on his face froze. Lin Fan dribbled the ball between his legs, and then changed direction extremely quickly. His body was like a ghost, and he passed by his left side in an instant. Too fast. Zhang Yang didn't even have time to react, he just felt a gust of wind blowing past him. He turned around suddenly and saw Lin Fan had already made a 3-step layup. With a slight flick of his wrist, the basketball obediently went into the basket. Swish! The crisp sound of the net hitting the net was particularly clear in the noisy gymnasium. 1-0. The entire stadium was silent for a moment. Everyone's eyes widened, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. What just happened? Am I dazzled? What a fast speed. Zhang Yang didn't even have time to react. You guessed it? You must be lucky. Zhang Yang's face turned pale and blue, and he gritted his teeth and said, You're lucky. Come again. Attack and defense exchange. Zhang Yang held the ball, and he decided to use his best post-up shot to get back on track. He hammered at Lin Fan again and again, trying to force his way in, but he soon discovered to his horror that Lin Fan's lower body was as solid as a rock, and he couldn't move it even a little bit even if he tried with all his might. How is this possible? He is obviously taller and stronger than Lin Fan. Just when he was stunned, Lin Fan's hand was as fast as lightning and he slapped it hard. Bang! The basketball was intercepted cleanly. Then, Lin Fan picked up the ball. Without even looking at the basket, he went straight out of the three-point line, all the way to the center line, turned around and threw it casually. The basketball drew an amazing arc in the air, as if it was equipped with GPS navigation, and went into the net accurately. Swish! Another crisp sound of the ball entering the net. 2-0. If the first goal was a matter of luck, then this ultra-long-range three-pointer made the entire stadium go completely crazy. What the hell? Logo shot at midfield? Is Curry possessed? Is this a movie? Xia Mengmeng excitedly grabbed Su Yuhan's arm and shook it wildly. Yuhan, did you see that? So handsome. Lin Fan is so handsome too. Su Yuhan was also completely stunned. Her cold autumn eyes were filled with shock. The boy who, in her impression, was always taciturn and even had a bit of inferiority, was now like an emperor dominating the world on the court, emitting a heart-pounding light. Even teacher Wan, who was passing by, couldn't help but push up her glasses, her beautiful eyes shining with excitement. The following game could no longer be called a game. That was entirely Lin Fan's performance. The gorgeous butterfly steps, the elegant pull-up jump shot, the powerful tomahawk dunk. Zhang Yang was knocked to the ground by him, dribbled past him, and dunked over him. Lin Fan displayed all his skills on the basketball court to the fullest. The score went from 3-0 to 5-0, and then to 10-0. Zhang Yang, no points scored. He was like a clown, being mercilessly teased by Lin Fan. Every time he fell to the ground in disarray, every time he was stunned when he was shaken away, he was met with thunderous laughter and admiration from the entire audience. His physical strength had long been exhausted and his spirit was on the verge of collapse. He couldn't understand why. Why would a poor guy, a gigolo, possess such terrifying basketball skills? This is unscientific. When Lin Fan dribbled the ball in front of him and prepared to take the final shot, Zhang Yang completely collapsed. He roared, "I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to play anymore." Lin Fan looked at him, a cruel arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. "The game is my decision." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped up, stretched his body in the air, and made a standard dunk action from the free throw line. Under everyone's horrified gaze, he leaped over the nearly collapsed Zhang Yang and slammed the basketball in his hand into the basket. Bang! With a loud bang, the entire basketball hoop was shaking violently. 11-0. The game is over. Lin Fan landed on the ground without even looking at Zhang Yang, who was lying on the ground. He just turned around and his eyes passed through the boiling crowd and fell on the girl who made his heart beat. Their eyes met. The sun is shining and the young man is full of vigor and vitality. Chapter 28 The aloof school beauty actually confronted people in public for me. Dead silence. After the loud bang of the basketball hitting the basket, the entire stadium fell into silence for 3 seconds. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, with their mouths wide open and eyes staring straight at the figure who landed calmly. Dunk from the free throw line? Surpassed Zhang Yang, who was 1.85 meters tall? Is this a fucking move a human can do? This is Michael Jordan coming to Shanghai University. After a brief silence, there were screams and shouts like a volcanic eruption. Aha! Lin Fan. Lin Fan is awesome. Oh my god. What am I seeing? Am I dreaming? So handsome. From today on, Lin Fan is my idol. I'll be angry with anyone who calls him a gigolo. Brother Yang? What brother Yang? From now on he will be my brother Fan. The girl's screams almost blew the roof of the gymnasium off, and the boys were also completely impressed by the amazing skills. They looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of awe and admiration. Xia Mengmeng was so excited that her face flushed red. She hugged Su Yuhan's arm and spoke excitedly incoherently. Yuhan, he flew. He really flew. It's too exaggerated. This is simply Sakuraji Hanamichi in slam dunk. Su Yuhan didn't say anything. She just quietly looked at the figure in the field that was the focus of everyone's attention, her heart beating wildly. That final earth-shattering dunk not only shattered the dignity of the basket, but also hit her heart hard. The sunlight streamed through the tall windows of the gymnasium, casting a golden halo around him. Sweat slid down his chiseled jawline with a kind of wild sexiness. At this moment, Lin Fan was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at him. He's not just generous, he also possesses incredible athletic talent. Su Yuhan suddenly realized that her understanding of this boy seemed to be still extremely superficial. The so-called label of being kept by a rich woman seems so ridiculous at this moment. Will such a man really be kept by a rich woman? On the other side, Zhang Yang, who was lying on the ground, finally came back to his senses from the extreme shock and humiliation. There was a thunderous cheer in his ears, and every word was like a loud slap in the face. He lost. Lost miserably, lost completely, lost like a dog. His basketball skills, which he was so proud of, were as fragile as a piece of paper in front of Lin Fan. Jealousy and resentment gnawed at his sanity like poisonous snakes. He suddenly got up from the ground, pointed at Lin Fan's back, and roared hysterically, "You must be on drugs. Yes. You must have taken stimulants. Otherwise, how could you be so powerful? Lin Fan, you're a piece of trash who only knows how to use despicable tactics. You're nothing but a loser. A gigolo who relies on women to get ahead, what are you so proud of?" After losing the game, he started making personal attacks, showing off his ugly, incompetent and angry appearance, which caused boos from the people around him. Lin Fan slowly turned around and looked at him indifferently, as if he was looking at a jumping clown, without even the interest to refute. But at this moment, a voice as cold as ice and snow resounded throughout the venue without any warning. "If you can't afford to lose, shut up." The voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty that instantly suppressed all the noise. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and then were collectively petrified. Su Yuhan had walked to the sidelines without her knowing when. Her pretty face was frosty and her beautiful eyes stared at Zhang Yang coldly, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust and contempt. "I was the one who bet on the game, but did anyone ever ask for my opinion from beginning to end? Zhang Yang, who do you think you are? And who do you think others are? In a fair duel, if you lose, you lose. Denigrating your opponent only exposes your incompetence and makes you look even more like a joke." Su Yuhan's voice was like a knife, every word piercing the heart. The entire gymnasium was silent. Everyone was so shocked by this scene that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. That is Su Yuhan. She is the icy school beauty who always keeps a distance from everyone and is as cold as a snow lotus on the mountains. She actually stood up in public for Lin Fan and mercilessly attacked Zhang Yan? This amount of information is too much. Oh, by the way, she also publicly confronted Lin Fan a few days ago? That's okay. Xia Mengmeng's mouth opened into an O shape. She looked at Su Yuhan beside her, then at Lin Fan not far away, and felt that her brain had completely shut down. Is this still her otherworldly best friend? This protective attitude of his child is too obvious. Lin Fan was also stunned. He didn't expect that Su Yuhan would stand up for him. Looking at the girl's cool yet resolute profile, a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Zhang Yang, who was scolded, felt like he was poured with a basin of ice water from head to toe, and was completely dumbfounded. Being crushed by Lin Fan was just humiliating to him. Being laughed at by the whole audience, he was just angry. But being looked at by the goddess he had been thinking about with such cold and disgusted eyes and hearing such words was a devastating blow to him. Yuhan. Zhang Yang opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. He just felt a burning pain on his face and wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Finally, he could no longer bear the condemnation from the public. He glared at Lin Fan with resentment, covered his face, and fled the stadium in disgrace amid boos. A farce ended here. After Su Yuhan finished speaking, she seemed to realize that her behavior was a bit out of line, and a suspicious blush appeared on her fair ears. She didn't dare to look Lin Fan in the eye. With a cold expression, she turned to Xia Mengmeng, who was still petrified, and said, "Let's go. Let's go back." Oh, okay. Xia Mengmeng woke up as if from a dream and hurried to catch up. As she walked, she did not forget to turn around and throw a few coquettish glances at Lin Fan, as if to say, "Husband, you were so handsome, and well done." Lin Fan looked at their departing backs, touched his nose, and laughed. At this moment, a heavenly system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, Goddess Purity. Detected that the host won with a crushing victory of 11-0, and received active support from Goddess Su Yuhan. Mission completion, perfect. Ding! Goddess Su Yuhan's favorability increased by 20. Current favorability, 36 friendly. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host, you won the reward, 10 million yuan in cash and a top-notch riverview flat in Tomsonipin, the center of Shanghai. Valued at 150 million yuan. Chapter 29. This Porsche matches my sister's temperament. The incident at the gymnasium was just a small episode for Lin Fan. What really concerned him was something else. Back in the dormitory, with the noise and flattery shut out, Lin Fan immediately sank into consciousness to check the final results of this mission. The property certificate of Tomsonipin has turned into a golden light and lies quietly in the system space, ready to be retrieved at any time. After deducting the more than 1 million yuan he spent on Xia Mengmeng, his bank card balance added another 10 million yuan, bringing the total to an astonishing 34 million yuan. For a student who was still worried about living expenses 2 weeks ago, this was a huge sum of money that was enough to make him breathless. But he didn't have time to feel the shock now. He took out his cell phone and called Xinya. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Xinya's voice came from the other end with a strong nasal tone and a bit of panic. Hello, Lin Fan? Sister Qin, it's me. I didn't sleep well? Lin Fan heard the fatigue in her voice. No, I just thought too much last night. Xinya's voice was as thin as a mosquito. Just by listening to it, Lin Fan could imagine the embarrassed and shy look on her face at the moment. His domineering and ambiguous words last night were obviously too much of a shock to her. Lin Fan chuckled, but didn't point it out. He got straight to the point, get ready. I'll pick you up downstairs in half an hour. Let's take care of the car issue first. Still want to buy it? Xinya's tone was full of hesitation and uneasiness. Lin Fan, I really can't take it. It's too expensive. Stop. Lin Fan's tone was not harsh, but it carried a commanding tone that brooked no argument. Sister Qin, we already agreed last night. Listen to me on this matter. Don't let me think that my words don't carry weight with you. There was a momentary silence on the other end of the phone. Xinya's heart trembled at his words, and the words of rejection seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand and could no longer be uttered. This man is always like this. Sometimes he is gentle and considerate, and sometimes he is so overbearing that people have no power to resist. However, this kind of domineering attitude made her feel inexplicably at ease. Okay. After a long time, Xinya responded in an almost inaudible voice. Be good. Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction. Get ready and dress nicely. I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan quickly washed up and changed into the Armani casual clothes he had just bought yesterday. The Patek Philippe Nautilus watch on his wrist, worth more than 500,000 yuan, reflected a charming luster in the sunlight. His temperament today is completely different from before. Confident and calm, with a powerful aura that seems to be in control of everything. Little Tiger bot document anti-piracy, find, book machine people select Little Tiger, stable reliable, don't step into pits. Half an hour later, an online taxi stopped downstairs of Xinya's old residential complex. As soon as Lin Fan got off the car, he saw Xinya waiting there. She had obviously dressed up carefully today. A simple white chiffon top outlines her breathtaking and proud curves, and she wears a pair of light blue jeans that perfectly wrap her round buttocks and slender legs. She wore light makeup, which made her already beautiful face even more exquisite, but there was a hint of uneasiness and awkwardness that could not be concealed in her beautiful eyes. Seeing Lin Fan, she subconsciously clenched the corner of her clothes. Let's go, Sister Qin. Lin Fan walked forward naturally and smiled at her. Where are we going? Xinya asked in a low voice. Porsche Center in Shanghai. The Shanghai Porsche 4S store is located in the city center where every inch of land is valuable. Behind the huge glass curtain wall, luxury sports cars with smooth lines and elegant shapes are parked quietly, like exquisite works of art. When Lin Fan brought Xinya into the exhibition hall, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. The man is young and handsome, wearing top brand clothes and exuding great temperament. The woman is mature and beautiful, with a body so hot that it's hard to take your eyes off her. This combination is the center of attention wherever they go. A tall saleswoman in a professional suit immediately came up to us with a smile on her face. Good afternoon, sir, madam, and welcome to the Porsche Center. How may I help you? My name is Wang Lin, and I'm a sales consultant here. Wang Lin has a high level of professionalism. When her eyes swept across the Patek Philippe on Lin Fan's wrist, the enthusiasm in her eyes became more sincere. This is definitely a powerful young rich man. Take us to see the Panamera. Lin Fan went straight to the point. He had already thought about it. The Panamera has the elegant lines of a sports car, yet retains the stability of a business, and has enough space. It is very suitable whether Chinya drives it herself or takes Yaya out. Yes, sir. This way please. Wang Lin's smile became sweeter as she led the two towards the Panamera exhibition area. Sir, you have a good eye. The Panamera is our brand's best-selling luxury four-door coupe. It combines the driving pleasure of a sports car with the comfort of a sedan, making it very suitable for family use. As she introduced herself, she observed Chinya calmly. In her opinion, this stunning beauty with an amazing figure should be the girlfriend or lover of this young rich man. After all, she has seen too many men bringing women to buy Panamera. Chinya was a little dizzy from the magnificent scene in the exhibition hall and the luxury cars worth millions. She followed Lin Fan closely, looking a little restrained. When she saw the burgundy Panamera show car, she couldn't help but be attracted by its elegant and domineering appearance. Do you like this color? Lin Fan saw the love in her eyes. Very, very beautiful. Chinya nodded, but then quickly shook her head, too expensive. The long string of zeros on the price list of this car made her shudder. Whether it's expensive or not is not your concern. Lin Fan smiled and turned to the salesperson, Wang Lin. Show me the specs of this car. If it doesn't have too many bells and whistles, this is it. What? Want the car now? Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat and his breathing quickened. She had seen people buying cars happily, but she had never seen anyone so happy. Without even asking the price, just taking a quick look at the configuration and wanting to cash out the car? Okay, sir. Please wait a moment. Wang Lin's voice was trembling with excitement, and he hurriedly ran to get the configuration form. The other salespeople and customers around also heard Lin Fan's words and looked at him in surprise. Fuck, who is this guy? He buys Pamela like cabbage? He doesn't look very old, so he must be some top-tier rich second generation. That woman next to him is so amazing, with such a great figure. TSK, is this car bought for her? What a huge expense. Amidst the discussions, there were envious and jealous looks from many men, and some women looked at Chinya with a hint of contempt. Chapter 30 Buy a car and a house, mission accomplished. Chinya felt these gazes, her pretty face turned slightly pale, and her palms were sweating from nervousness. She tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve and lowered her voice. Lin Fan, why don't we just forget it? It's too. Sister Chin. Lin Fan interrupted her, turned around, and looked into her eyes intently. His eyes were serious and focused. Remember, from today on, you don't need to think anything you like is expensive or unworthy. Because I'm here. You just have to think about whether you like it or not. The man's voice was not loud, but it was like a reassurance, instantly calming all the fear and anxiety in Chinya's heart. She stared at Lin Fan blankly, looking at his deep eyes that seemed to see through everything, and her heart began to beat wildly again. This man. He seemed to really want to spoil himself to the point of lawlessness. Soon, salesperson Wang Lin came back with a configuration list and a POS machine, her face beaming. Sir, this is the configuration list for the Panamera Executive Extended Edition. The total price after adding all the options is 1.88 million yuan. Please see. Don't look at it, just swipe the card. Lin Fan directly handed over his bank card. Without the slightest hesitation. Wang Lin felt like she was about to faint from happiness, and took the bank card with trembling hands. When the POS machine spit out the long purchase slip, a soft beep sound seemed like the most wonderful symphony of the afternoon. Everyone in the entire 4S store was stunned by Lin Fan's decisive and heroic feat. 1,880,000. Without blinking an eye. Is this the world of the super rich? Chinya stared blankly at Lin Fan signing his name on the document, feeling like everything was a dream. She was still a little dazed until the car keys were handed to her. What are you daydreaming about? Lin Fan smiled and pinched her cheek. Come on, I'll teach you how to drive. Let's go to the next place. Is there a next place? Chinya asked blankly. Of course. Lin Fan pulled her into the driver's seat of the brand new Porsche Panamera, leaned over and helped her fasten her seatbelt. The two were very close, and his refreshing masculine scent completely enveloped her. Chinya was so nervous that she held her breath. She only heard him whisper in her ear with a magnetic voice that was a little alluring. I have the car, but I still need a home that matches it. Magic City, Galaxy Bay. This is a famous high-end residential area in Shanghai, famous for its outstanding garden design and luxurious decoration standards. It is the ideal home that countless people dream of. When Lin Fan drove the brand new Porsche Panamera into the underground garage of Galaxy Bay, Xinya still felt like she was walking on clouds, and everything seemed so unreal. After coming out of the Porsche Center, Lin Fan brought her directly here. Lin Fan, what are we doing here? Xinya looked at the entrance of the residential complex outside the window, which looked like a magnificent palace, and the feeling of uneasiness in her heart surged up again. Looking at houses. Lin Fan's answer was simple and direct. Look at houses? The houses here? Shinya's voice changed. Although she didn't know much about housing prices, she knew that the price of a community of this quality in this location would be astronomical. No. Lin Fan, I have already accepted the car, but I absolutely cannot take the house back. Shinya's attitude became more resolute than ever before. A car worth nearly 2 million already makes her feel like she has a mountain on her back. If she gets a house worth tens of millions, she will really collapse. Lin Fan parked the car but did not get out immediately. He unbuckled his seatbelt, turned around and looked at Xinya seriously. Sister Qin, look at me. Xinya subconsciously met his gaze. Let me ask you, do you want Yeye to grow up in a safe, comfortable, and beautiful environment? I want to. Xinya nodded without hesitation. Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup or go shopping without having to squeeze into buses or subways in the wind and rain? Think. Do you want to never have to worry about being evicted from your home again, and have a home that truly belongs to you? Lin Fan's voice was full of power, and every word he spoke struck Xinya's softest heart. She bit her lower lip and her eyes gradually turned red. How could she not think about these? She dreams about it. But I can't accept such a precious gift from you with peace of mind. Shinya's voice was filled with tears. What can I give you in return? Seeing her tearful expression, Lin Fan's heart softened. He reached out his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. The warmth of his fingertips made Shinya's body tremble slightly. Silly boy, who said you can ask for it for nothing? Lin Fan's tone softened. Consider this house as a loan to you. I won't charge you rent, nor will I pressure you to pay it back. When you're able and ready to pay me back, you can. If you never are, then forget it. He paused, a wicked smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. Or, you can choose the repayment method I mentioned last night, using yourself, to pay it back slowly. This sentence again. Xinya was both embarrassed and angry. She raised her hand and gently hit his chest. The blush on her face was more beautiful than the sunset in the sky. You are not serious again. I've always been very serious. Lin Fan grabbed her little hand, placed it on his lips and kissed it gently. Sister Qin, don't reject me again, okay? Just think of it as Yeye's and your own. You deserve the best. His eyes were sincere and passionate, and his irresistible strength was wrapped in the most extreme tenderness. Xinya was completely defeated. She knew that in front of this man, all her defenses were like paper and could not withstand a single blow. Under the guidance of the real estate agent, who was enthusiastic and almost flattering, the two of them looked at a large flat of 260 square meters. 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, all fully furnished with top-notch brands, ready for you to move in. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the community's carefully crafted central lake view, which offers an excellent view. Whether it is the house type, decoration or landscape, it is impeccable. Xinya stood in the middle of the living room, looking at the dreamlike home in front of her, and the tears in her eyes could no longer be held back. Will this be her and her daughter's future home? The stable and warm home that she never even dared to dream of. This is it. Lin Fan said to the agent, how much? Sir, this is our top-of-the-line apartment, and the total price is 32 million. The agent rubbed his hands and carefully quoted the price. Lin Fan didn't even frown and took out his bank card. Swiped the card. Once again, in the shocked eyes of everyone, Lin Fan calmly paid the huge sum of money. The remaining 30 million yuan in his bank card, plus the 10 million yuan in basketball mission rewards that had just arrived, totaled more than 40 million yuan, which was just enough to pay for the property. Almost giving everything. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, Xinya's protection. detected that the host purchased a Porsche Panamera worth 1.88 million yuan and a top-level flat in Galaxy Bay worth 32 million yuan for goddess Qinya, with a total consumption of 33.88 million yuan. Task completion, perfect. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host, you have received the reward, double spending cashback of 67.76 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special skill, Business Insight. A heavenly system prompt sound rang in my mind. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth couldn't help but curl up wildly. Not only did the money in the card return instantly, it also doubled. Cool. So cool. Chapter 31 Qinya, can you not leave tonight? That night, Qinya prepared a sumptuous dinner in her new home. Yaya ran around in the spacious living room of her new home, and her silvery laughter filled the whole house. Candlelight flickered on the dining table. Qinya poured a glass of red wine for Lin Fan and also poured one for herself. Her cheeks were flushed with a charming blush due to alcohol and excitement. Lin Fan, thank you. Qinya raised her glass, her eyes moving, her voice trembling. Thank you for everything you've done for us. I don't know what to say. This glass of wine, I toast you. She tilted her head back and drank the whole glass of red wine. The spicy liquid slid down her throat, choking her and causing her to cough, and tears welled up in her eyes. Lin Fan looked at her without saying a word, and just drank the wine in the glass. After dinner, Yaya fell asleep early because she was too tired from playing. In the huge living room, only Lin Fan and Qinya were left. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous and charming. After Qinya cleared the dishes, she walked over and sat down next to Lin Fan. The fragrance of her body after bathing, mixed with the faint aroma of wine, penetrated into Lin Fan's nostrils, stirring his heart. Lin Fan. She lowered her head, her voice so soft that it sounded like she was talking in a dream. It's too late today. How about you don't leave? After saying this, she seemed to have used up all her strength, and her pretty face was so red that it seemed to be bleeding. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the charming and beautiful woman in front of him, and his Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably. He knew that as long as he nodded, he would be able to taste this ripe peach tonight. But he took a deep breath and suppressed the heat rising in his heart. He reached out his hand, gently took her into his arms, rested his chin on the top of her head, and said softly, Sister Qin, I'm helping you, not for this. Qinya's body stiffened, and a trace of loss and humiliation flashed in her eyes. She thought he was rejecting her. I hope that one day, you will willingly give yourself to me. Not out of gratitude, but simply because you love me. Lin Fan's voice was low and gentle, carrying a deadly magic. I hope you live in this house with dignity and as the mistress of the house. Not as a woman who needs to use her body to repay a debt. Qinya suddenly raised her head and looked at him in disbelief. Tears blurred her eyes again. This man. How could he be so good? Not only did he give her a home, he also carefully protected her little remaining dignity. At this moment, Qinya's heart was completely melted. She could no longer control her emotions, and took the initiative to move forward and press her warm red lips against Lin Fan's. Lin Fan, I seem to really fall in love with you. Ding! Qinya's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 81 mutual support. The warm touch coming from his lips, with a hint of the mellow aroma of red wine and the fragrance of a woman, instantly ignited the suppressed fire in Lin Fan's heart. In my mind, the cold prompt sound of the system seemed to have become the most beautiful heavenly music. Qinya's favorability, 81 mutual support. Support each other. Lin Fan's heart started beating wildly. He understood instantly that Qinya's heart and her enthusiastic actions had long surpassed gratitude and appreciation. This was a complete outburst of love after being suppressed for a long time. His previous gentlemanly demeanor seemed a bit hypocritical in the face of such sincere emotions. He is no longer the benefactor who needs to carefully protect her dignity, but the man she loves deeply. Thinking of this, Lin Fan could no longer hold back. He suddenly grabbed the back of Qinya's head, turned passive into active, and kissed her back fiercely. Qinya's delicate body trembled. She didn't expect Lin Fan's response to be so fierce. She was like a small boat drifting in a storm, swept away in an instant. She could only hug Lin Fan tightly, allowing him to take what he wanted, and responding awkwardly and enthusiastically. As the night deepens, the temperature in the room continues to rise. A charming atmosphere fermented in the air, and everything became a natural process. Lin Fan picked her up by the waist and strode towards the bedroom. After a suppressed cry of pain, Xinya, the ripe peach, finally received the sweet rain that belonged to her. It was a wonderful and crazy night. I don't know how long it took, but the clouds cleared and the rain stopped. Xinya curled up in Lin Fan's arms like a lazy cat, with a blush of satisfaction on her face. Lin Fan gently stroked her smooth back, his eyes accidentally glancing at the bedsheet, but he was suddenly stunned. On the white bedsheet, a dazzling bright red color bloomed quietly like a red plum blossom in the snow. Sister Qin, you. Lin Fan's voice was hoarse with a hint of disbelief. Xinya's body stiffened for a moment, and she buried her face deeper into the mud. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's. Lin Fan was completely shocked, and a thought flashed through his mind uncontrollably. Eye of true vision. The next second, a virtual light curtain that only he could see suddenly appeared above Xinya's head. Name, Xinya. Experience, 1-1. Favorability, 85. Mutual support. Inner emotion, is this what it feels like to be loved? Warmth, security. I've finally given myself completely to him. I once thought that as a woman with a child, I didn't deserve happiness, but he has given me a home and so tenderly protected my dignity. From now on, I am no longer the helpless Xinya. After some trouble, the favorability level increased to 85 points. But when Lin Fan's eyes were fixed on the experience column, his pupils suddenly shrank. 1-1. If I'm not mistaken, this data should be. He hugged the woman tightly in his arms, his heart filled with pity and confusion. Why? What about yeah? Feeling Lin Fan's tenderness, Xinya's grievances that had been suppressed for many years finally burst forth. She raised her pretty face with tearful eyes and told the story of that dusty and humiliating past. I was born in a small village in the north. My family was very poor. It turned out that the kind-hearted person who funded her college education was her future husband, a man 20 years older than her. To repay his kindness, she married him after graduation. But after marriage, she discovered to her despair that her husband did not like women at all and he was a giver. He married her just to give an explanation to his family. He had never touched her in all these years. Yaya was also adopted from an orphanage in order to conceal their tracks. A year ago, her husband died unexpectedly, and her nightmare really began. Her parents live far away in the countryside, are in poor health, and are completely unable to support her. Her husband's in-laws had been very picky about her because she was infertile. After her husband died, they regarded her as a jinx. Not only did they speak coldly to her, they also arbitrarily took away all her inheritance and only threw the custody of Yaya to her like throwing away garbage, leaving her with nothing. It is easy to imagine the hardships that a helpless woman with a sick child faces when struggling to survive in a big city. Listening to Xinya's intermittent crying, Lin Fan's heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, making it sore and painful. He tightened his arms and held the woman who had experienced so much hardship tightly in his arms. His chin gently stroked her soft hair, and his voice was filled with unprecedented firmness and pity. It's all over, Sister Qin. His deep voice, like the warmest harbor, soothed her trembling soul. From today on, I will be your support, Yaya's father. No one can bully you anymore. Those who have wronged you, Lin Fan said with a cold glint in his eyes, I promise to make them pay you back tenfold, 100-fold. Xinya nodded vigorously in his arms. The tears that she had suppressed for many years now turned into hope for the future. That night, she slept exceptionally soundly, as if all the fear and anxiety of the first half of her life had been completely left in the past. Chapter 32 Encountering a Beautiful Teacher. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the floor-to-ceiling windows. When Lin Fan opened his eyes, he saw a peaceful and contented sleeping face. Xinya curled up in his arms like a docile cat, with crystal tear marks hanging on her long eyelashes, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised with a sweet smile. Last night's madness and tenderness made her look like a delicate flower nourished by rain and dew, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Lin Fan's heart was moved, and he couldn't help but lower his head and press a kiss on her smooth forehead. Perhaps his actions startled her. Xinya's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her beautiful eyes filled with mist. Their eyes met, there were no words, only tender warmth flowing in the air. Good morning. Lin Fan's voice was hoarse in the early morning. Xinya's cheeks instantly turned red, and she buried her head in his arms shyly. The two of them were affectionate for a while, and then the sound of the little girl waking up came from Yaya's room. Xinya finally woke up from her dream and quickly got up and dressed. When Lin Fan finished washing up and walked out of the bedroom, a warm scene came into view. Xinya was busy in the kitchen, preparing breakfast for him. Yaya, wearing a cute pink pajamas, sat on the sofa, holding a big doll. She looked at him with curiosity and a hint of intimacy, and timidly called out, "Uncle." "Good morning." Lin Fan walked up to Yaya, leaned over, and gently placed his broad palm on the top of her soft hair. His voice was full of warmth. "From now on, just call me Daddy, okay?" Yaya's eyes lit up instantly, as if a sky full of stars had fallen into them. She looked at her mother with a glimmer of hope, and seeing her mother nodding with a smile, the last bit of uneasiness in her heart disappeared. The little figure immediately rushed over, hugged Lin Fan's arm tightly, and called out in a baby voice, "Daddy." The call was sweet and soft, like a piece of honey melting in Lin Fan's heart. The smile in his eyes almost overflowed, and a gentle and cherished response escaped from his throat, "Hey." After breakfast, looking at the happy mother and daughter, Lin Fan felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and responsibility in his heart. He said to Xinya, "Sister Qin, Yaya's illness requires professional rehabilitation. I will take you to the best children's rehabilitation center in Shanghai to handle the formalities." Xinya's eyes were filled with emotion when she heard this. This man not only gave them a home, but also sincerely considered their future. After everything was ready, Lin Fan accompanied Xinya and her daughter to the Magic City International Children's Rehabilitation Center to handle the subsequent rehabilitation procedures for Yaya. This rehabilitation center has a quiet environment, first-class facilities, and more importantly, it has the country's top team of pediatric blood disease rehabilitation experts. Of course, the fees are also top tier. But for Lin Fan now, money is the least thing he needs to consider. In the interval of handling formalities, Yaya became a little restless and clamored to go to the children's playground in the center to play. "Uncle, can you accompany me to play on the slide?" The little girl pulled Lin Fan's clothes, raised her innocent and cute face, her eyes full of anticipation. "You are such a naughty little thing." Lin Fan scratched her nose lovingly and nodded with a smile, "Okay, Uncle will go with you." Xinya looked at this scene and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Lin Fan's patience and love for Yaya came from the heart, which made her feel extremely warm and at ease. "Then I'll wait for you here, you guys go ahead." In the children's playground, Lin Fan was like a big boy, having a lot of fun playing with Yaya. He pushed her on the swing, rode the carousel with her, and even got into the ball pool with her out of childishness. Yaya's laughter was clear and sweet, echoing in the paradise. The sunlight shines on them through the huge glass windows, and the scene is as warm as a painting. Lin Fan looked at the little girl's bright smile and felt a tenderness in his heart. Perhaps this is what it feels like to have a daughter? At this moment, a cold female voice with a hint of surprise and uncertainty came from behind. "Lin Fan, classmate?" Lin Fan paused, stood up from the ocean ball pool holding Yaya, and looked in the direction of the sound. Not far away, stood a woman with an extraordinary temperament. She was wearing a well-cut-off white dress, and her long hair cascaded down her shoulders gracefully. She has a plain oval face with delicate features like a person in a painting, especially her eyes, which are clear and deep, as if containing endless wisdom. She has an innate bookish air, is cool and intellectual, and is not interested in worldly affairs, just like a quietly blooming white lotus. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. The best. Another top-notch beauty with a score definitely above 95 points. Moreover, she looked somewhat familiar. "You are." Lin Fan searched quickly in his mind. Seeing his bewildered expression, the woman let out a faint smile. "I'm your elective teacher, Wen. I teach history of Western art. It seems that Mr. Lin skipped a lot of classes last semester." Gentle. Lin Fan remembered it instantly. The youngest associate professor at Shanghai University and a recognized academic goddess. It is said that she comes from an artistic family and her suitors can be lined up from the teaching building to the school gate, but she has always been single and is the white moonlight that countless boys can only admire from afar. Su Yuhan also chose her class. I didn't expect to meet her here. "Hello, Teacher 1. Lin Fan quickly gave a standard student smile, but he felt a little nervous in his heart. It's a bit embarrassing to be caught skipping class. His attitude was very respectful, exactly the politeness a student should have towards his teacher. This made Wen even more surprised. According to rumors, isn't Lin Fan arrogant and domineering, and even dares to tease the school belle Su Yuhan in public? "Hello, classmate Lin Fan." Wen's gaze slowly moved from Lin Fan's face to Xinya in his arms, and finally fell on Xinya, who was looking at this side with a smile not far away. When she saw Chinya's mature and beautiful face and hot body, a hint of imperceptible surprise flashed in Wenwan's eyes. She recognized the woman. Xinya, the parent of a student in her charity art tutoring class, is a poor mother who has almost exhausted all her energy in order to treat her daughter's illness. But how could she be with Lin Fan, the campus celebrity? And judging by their expressions, their relationship seems unusual. She had more or less heard some of the rumors on campus. He spent 100 million to buy a supercar just to win the smile of the school beauty. These rumors portrayed Lin Fan as a flamboyant, boastful man whose mind was corrupted by money and who was kept by a rich woman. But at this moment, Lin Fan was holding a sick little girl, and next to him stood a single mother who was worried about the medical expenses. All of this is full of contradictions and incongruities. Especially the way he holds the child, the patience and tenderness that comes from the heart cannot be faked no matter what. This is in stark contrast to the rumored image of a giant rice man. This strong sense of contrast caused Wenwan's calm heart to ripple with curiosity for the first time. Chapter 33 The teacher is a goddess. Teacher, you are here too. Lin Fan took the initiative to speak, breaking the slightly subtle atmosphere. A friend of mine's child is also undergoing rehabilitation here, so I came to see her. Wenwan nodded, a faint smile appearing on her cold face, like a spring breeze. What a coincidence! I didn't expect to meet you here. Who is this? She turned her gaze to Xinya. Her eyes were as clear as water, but seemed to have the power to see through people's hearts. Hello, Teacher 1. I'm Yeya's mother, Xinya. Xinya hurriedly greeted her somewhat stiffly. Yeya took your art tutoring class before. Do you remember? Of course I remember. Yeya is a very talented child. Wenwan's smile softened. She looked at Lin Fan and asked curiously, what are you doing? I'm a friend of Sister Xinya. I came here to help. Lin Fan's answer was flawless. Friend? Wenwan softly repeated the two words, her pretty eyebrows slightly raised, a hint of amusement in her eyes. She was so smart that she could see at a glance the dependence and admiration that could not be hidden in Xinya's eyes when she looked at Lin Fan. This is not as simple as just being friends. Wenwan didn't point it out, but just smiled and said, so that's how it is. Her eyes moved between Xinya and Lin Fan, and her eyes seemed to say, I understand. This look made Lin Fan feel a little helpless. It seems that I am regarded as a little puppy who likes mature older sisters. Teacher Wen, if there is nothing else, let's go and handle the formalities first. Lin Fan didn't want to get entangled here any longer, so he found an excuse to leave. Well, go ahead. Wenwan nodded without asking any more questions. But just as Lin Fan turned around and left with Yeye in his arms, the gentle and cold voice sounded again. Student Lin Fan. Lin Fan paused and turned around. Wenwan was just standing there quietly, the sunlight cast a soft halo on her. She looked at him, with that elegant smile still on her lips, but her eyes had become a little deeper. It's a good thing for young people to have talent, but they must also learn to protect their reputation and not be blinded by the glitz of the outside world. After saying that, she nodded slightly at him, turned around, and walked towards another corridor with elegant steps. Lin Fan stood there in a daze, savoring Wenwan's words. There is something else behind this. It seems like a reminder, and also like a warning. Be careful about your reputation, the glitz of the outside world. What she said just now was to persuade herself not to go astray. Quite interesting. Lin Fan touched his nose. Instead of being angry, he felt that this gentle teacher was more interesting than he had imagined. She clearly saw that her relationship with Xinya was unusual, but she did not show contempt like the others. Instead, she used the tone of an elder to advise herself. This kind of mentality is not something that ordinary people can have. Lin Fan, did she misunderstand something? Xinya asked worriedly. She also understood the meaning of Wenwan's words. It's just a misunderstanding. Lin Fan shrugged nonchalantly and said to Xinya with a smile, other people's mouths are on their bodies. We just need to live our own lives. Let's go and handle the paperwork. Looking at Lin Fan's nonchalant and carefree look, Xinya's heart gradually calmed down. Yes, as long as they have a clear conscience, why should they care about what others think? Looking at Wenwan's elegant and refined back, Lin Fan's heart moved. Eye of true vision, open. An information panel that only he could see suddenly appeared above Wenwan's head. Name, Wenwan. Age, 35. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 95 peerless beauty. Body size, 96 classical charm. Temperament, 98 orchid in the valley. Comprehensive score, 96 superb goddess. Experience, 00. Favorability, 25 casual acquaintance, slightly curious. Inner emotion, this Lin fan is indeed very different from the rumors. His tenderness towards the child comes from the heart, and the look he gives Chinya is clear, free of distractions. That girl, Suyuhan, has been constantly mentioning him in front of me lately, her words tinged with anger and annoyance, yet concealing a care she's barely even aware of. What secrets does this boy hold? Truly intriguing. Seeing this inner emotion, Lin fan couldn't help but smile. Interesting? It seems that this beautiful teacher is very interested in me. But, Suyuhan always mentions herself in front of her? TSK, it seems that the little girl, although she said no, was still very honest in her heart. As soon as Lin fan sent Chinya back to Xinghua Mansion, his cell phone started vibrating wildly. It was the dormitory WeChat group, and the fat guy Zhang Wei had ed him dozens of times. Fatty Zhang Wei, a brother fan. Brother fan, where are you? You're famous. You're completely famous. Skinny Guy Li Jun, it's more than just going viral, it's going viral. The school forum is almost paralyzed now. Honest man Chen Mo, Lin fan, what's going on between you and Suyuhan? Lin fan opened the campus forum and saw the top post with a bright red title. Shocking revelations. Icy school beauty Suyuhan fights for love, publicly confronting the basketball team captain, presumably to vindicate her new love, Lin fan. Below the post, there are pictures and videos, which describe everything that happened in the gym yesterday in an exaggerated way. The comments section exploded. Holy crap! Is this true? Will Suyuhan stand up for a man? The video is proof. That aura is over 2.8 meters. She's a real husband protecting demon. I'm crying. My goddess was finally taken over by a pig. Even though this pig is kind of handsome and fierce. What do you mean by gigolo? Can a man who can make Suyuhan protect him like this be an ordinary person? Lin fan laughed out loud as he watched. The imagination of netizens this time was still as strong as ever. He shook his head with a laugh and replied slowly in the group chat, "Calm down, it's just a small scene." Fatty Zhang Wei's voice message popped up immediately, his voice cracking with excitement. "My brother, is this a small event?" "Yes, brother fan, you are a celebrity in the school now," Li Jun also agreed. Lin fan chuckled, too lazy to explain further to the guys in the group who were making a fuss, and threw his phone onto the bed. To him, this little disturbance on the campus forum was just a ripple on the calm lake, which would disappear in a flash. He stretched and walked into the bathroom to wash off the dust of the day. For him, having obtained the system, he was destined to become the focus of others' attention and stand at the top of the world. This was just the beginning, not even an appetizer. The bathroom door opened with a soft click, and Lin fan, covered in steam, walked out. Yeah had already fallen asleep in the next room. Shinya was sitting on the edge of the bed with a hairdryer in her hand. When she saw him come out, she smiled and waved at him. Lin fan obediently walked over and sat down. The warm wind blew through his hair, and the gentle touch of Chinya's fingertips dispelled the last trace of fatigue. Neither of them spoke, but just quietly enjoyed this rare peace and warmth. After drying her hair, Chinya turned off the hairdryer. Lin fan took her into his arms and lay down on the soft big bed. The scent of the same shower gel as the one she was wearing lingered on my nose, and her steady breathing was in my ears. Lin fan's heart warmed up, he gave a wicked smile, and turned over to press Chinya under him. Chinya let out a soft moan, her face flushed red, but she couldn't help but put her arms around Lin fan's shoulders. The following 10,000 words omitted. Chapter 34 South Suan North Tang, the fairy appears. Magic University, Art Department Dance Studio. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror, an enchanting and hot figure was performing difficult movements to the beat of the music. The tight training suit perfectly outlines her breathtaking S-shaped curves. Her surging bust, slender waist that can be held in one hand, and her perky and round peach buttocks create a picture that is enough to make any man's blood boil. Sweat soaked her hair, sticking to her smooth forehead, sliding down her delicate cheeks, and dripping into the hollow of her collarbone, sparkling with crystal light. When the song ended, the girl picked up a towel and wiped the sweat off her face. The mirror reflected a face that was charming to the core. The fox eyes with slightly upturned corners seem to be emitting electricity all the time, and the plump red lips are slightly pouting, which has both the cuteness of a girl and the temptation of a mature woman. She is none other than Tang Meyer, the school beauty of the art department who is as famous as Su Yuhan and is known as Su in the south and Tang in the north. Mir, are you still practicing? Come and check the forum, something big has happened again. A close friend wearing a bubble skirt ran over excitedly, holding her cell phone. What's the big deal? It's just that Su Yuhan, that fake noble girl, is having an affair with some rich second-generation kid again. Tang Meyer curled her lips indifferently, picked up a bottle of mineral water, tilted her head back and took a sip. A graceful arc was drawn in her throat as it rolled. She and Su Yuhan have been compared since they entered college as freshmen. One is as cool as the moon, the other is as charming as fire. One is known as the ice goddess, and the other is called the fairy on earth. The two of them had competed with each other overtly and covertly countless times. This time, it's not some rich second-generation guy. Her best friend put her phone in front of her and said in an exaggerated tone, the protagonist this time is that poor boy Lu Feifei dumped a while ago, Lin Fan. Lin Fan? Tang Meyer paused, and a strange color flashed in her seductive fox eyes. She remembered the name. Yesterday on the basketball court, the boy who shocked the whole audience with a dunk. She took the phone and quickly browsed the content and videos in the post. When Tang Meyer saw Su Yuhan standing in front of Lin Fan like a little lioness protecting her food and angrily scolding the basketball team captain, her nails painted with nail polish almost embedded into the phone screen. Am I seeing things? Su Yuhan, she would actually stand up for a man? Tang Meyer's voice was full of disbelief. In her eyes, Su Yuhan is a pretentious saint, always looking high and mighty and out of touch with the world. But in the video, Su Yuhan looked so nervous and protective, how could she look like an ice goddess at all? It's more than just a show of strength, her best friend added fuel to the fire. Didn't you read the comments? The whole school is saying that Su Yuhan was taken by Lin Fan. Some are even saying that Lin Fan is actually being kept by a rich woman, and Su Yuhan's sense of justice is overflowing, and she's going to save him. Save? When Tang Meyer heard these two words, she suddenly burst out laughing, her body shaking and the waves in her chest surging. This is really making me laugh to death. What kind of saintly heart is Su Yuhan having? Does she think she's the savior? There was a glint of excitement in her eyes, as if she had discovered some interesting prey. A poor boy who was dumped by a gold digger, and then he was protected by the most beautiful girl on campus. If there's no story behind this, my name, Tang Meyer, would be written backwards. Meyer, what do you mean? Asked her best friend tentatively. Tang Meyer licked her rosy lips, and a bold idea was growing wildly in her mind. Her favorite thing to do is to snatch Su Yuhan's things. In the past, people competed for scholarships and the center position in cultural performances. Now, stealing men seems to be more challenging. Especially saving a giant boy targeted by Su Yuhan, and then training him into a little puppy that belongs only to her. Just thinking about it makes her feel extremely excited. Doesn't Su Yuhan want to be a saint and save him? Then I will be a goblin and pollute him. She wanted to snatch this man named Lin Fan from Su Yuhan, and then prove to her in front of her men are creatures that never love bullshit justice and salvation, but people like her, Tang Meyer, who are extremely tempting and can't stop them. Sisters, let's go and change clothes. Tang Meyer threw the towel over her shoulder, twisted her slithering waist, and walked towards the locker room, her voice full of a determined desire to conquer. Today, I'm going to meet that man, who can melt icebergs. The next day, Magic City University. Lin Fan walked along the campus's tree-lined path and could clearly feel the gazes from around him increase countless times more than before. There was curiosity, jealousy, scrutiny, and even hostile looks from many boys. Fuck, he's Lin Fan? You know shit. This is called simplicity, a return to nature. Look at the way he walks, steady and powerful, his eyes calm and composed. You can tell at a glance that he's been through a lot. Come on, I heard he's being kept by a rich woman, and school beauties who can't stand it and wants to help him. Is this true? Doesn't that mean school beauty Sue is walking into a tiger's mouth? Lin Fan listened to the discussions around him, his mouth twitching, and he was too lazy to pay attention. He was just about to go to the cafeteria to eat when suddenly, the crowd in front of him became a commotion and automatically parted to the sides like Moses parting the sea. A fiery red figure, surrounded by a group of beautiful women, was walking towards him. The person was wearing a bright red halter dress, the hem of which just covered her thighs, revealing a pair of dazzlingly white, slender legs. Her long wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, undulating like seaweed as she walked. Her face was painted with delicate and charming makeup, especially her fox eyes, which seemed to be able to captivate people as they moved. The whole person was like a ball of walking hormones, instantly igniting the attention of all the men along the entire boulevard. It's Tang Neer, the school beauty Tang from the art department. Oh my god, why is she in our teaching area? Southern Sue and Northern Tang, two school beauties, one aloof and detached, the other captivatingly charming. What kind of magical day is this today? Are they going to be on the same stage together? Under everyone's heated gazes, Tang Meyer walked straight to Lin Fan and stopped. She was half a head shorter than Lin Fan, and with her face slightly tilted up, her expressive eyes looked at Lin Fan from head to toe with interest, her rosy lips curled up in a playful arc. The air around seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone held their breath and widened their eyes, wanting to see what this art-savvy goblin, known for her boldness, was planning to do. Could it be that she also came for Lin Fan? One Su Yuhan is not enough, and now there's another Tang Meyer? Did Lin Fan cast a spell on all the goddesses in the school? Chapter 35 The Fairy's Provocation, You Are Not Qualified. The afternoon sun shines through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled light and shadows onto Tang Meyer's charming face, making her already fair skin even more radiant. She just looked at Lin Fan with a smile, without saying a word, but the aggression and playfulness in her eyes were not concealed at all. The discussions around became louder. Oh my god. What is Tang Meyer doing? Is she attracted to Lin Fan? It's over. I feel like something big is going to happen. Two beautiful girls fighting over one man? What kind of movie plot is this? Lin Fan is so lucky. An iceberg in his left hand, a fairy in his right hand, the pinnacle of life. Facing this highly anticipated scene, Lin Fan's expression was as calm as a pool of deep water, without a single ripple. He just glanced at Tang Meyer lightly, and his eyes were as if he was looking at a unique tree on the side of the road. Then, without saying anything, he didn't even bother to say hello. He took a step and walked straight past Tang Meyer. Walked over? Everyone was dumbfounded. What is this operation? Faced with such direct and passionate gazes from the art department beauty, he actually ignored it? Even the smile on Tang Meyer's face froze for a moment. She had imagined countless openings. Lin Fan might be surprised, might be embarrassed, or might pretend to be calm and talk to her like other men. But she never expected that he would treat her as air. This is simply the most complete disregard and insult to her charm. Stop. A voice that was 3 parts angry and 7 parts coquettish sounded behind Lin Fan. Lin Fan paused, but did not look back. Tang Meyer walked quickly in her high heels and stood in front of Lin Fan again. This time, the smile on her face was much more restrained, and there was a hint of unyielding fire in her fox eyes. Student Lin Fan, are you in a hurry? Don't you even have time to say hello to a beautiful lady? She crossed her arms over her chest, and this action made her already proud bust look even more breathtaking. I don't know you. Lin Fan's answer was simple and direct, like a knife, accurately stabbing Tang Meyer's self-esteem. But some people around couldn't help but laugh. Tang Meyer's cheeks instantly flushed, and it was unclear whether it was out of anger or shame. She took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress the anger in her heart, and forced out a charming smile again. Now we know each other, don't we? My name is Tang Meyer, from the art department. Yesterday on the basketball court, your dunk was so cool. She deliberately dragged out the ending tone, her voice was soft and sticky, with a coquettish taste that could make people's bones go soft. If it were any other man, he would probably be aroused by this at this moment. However, Lin Fan just nodded, his tone still calm. Oh, thank you. After saying that, he tried to walk around her again. You. Tang Meyer was completely enraged. She reached out and grabbed Lin Fan's arm. The moment their skin touched, a cold mechanical sound rang out in Lin Fan's mind without warning. Ding. Detected the ultimate goddess, Tang Meyer. Triggering the random contact mission, provocation of the human fairy. Goddess information. Name, Tang Meyer. Age, 22. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Appearance, 96 charming and natural. Body size, 99 beautiful woman. Temperament, 96 enchanting and charming. Overall score, 97 peerless enchantress. Task content, use actions to cause Tang Meyer's emotions to fluctuate violently including but not limited to shame, anger, surprise, and joy, and obtain her WeChat contact information. Mission reward, God-level fighting technique, 10 million in cash. A series of data streams flashed across Lin Fan's retina. The peerless enchantress? Lin Fan's heart moved slightly. This was the first time he saw a goddess with an overall score of 97, which was slightly higher than Su Yuhan. Especially her 99-point beauty level figure, which is almost the ceiling in the system evaluation system. No wonder she caused such a sensation as soon as she appeared. This woman really has the capital to make all men crazy. However, he hasn't even gotten Su Yuhan yet, so he doesn't have the energy to think about anything else for the time being. But, god-level fighting skills? Lin Fan's eyes lit up slightly. The previous driving skill reward made him very happy, and this fighting skill sounds even more exciting. It seems that this woman is still useful. His gaze fell on Tang Meyer again, with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Tang Meyer felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him, but she still puffed out her chest and maintained her pride. Why? Are you interested in getting to know me now? She thought her charm had finally worked. Your hand. Lin Fan's gaze moved down and landed on her jade hand that was holding his arm. Tang Meyer was stunned and subconsciously let go of her hand. I'm not interested in you. Lin Fan's next words made Tang Meyer's smile completely freeze on her face. Then you just... I was just wondering, Lin Fan said slowly, enunciating each word. Su Yuhan hasn't even touched me yet, so why would you touch me? Boom! This sentence, like a thunderclap, exploded in the minds of everyone present. There is too much information. Su Yuhan hasn't touched him yet? Doesn't this mean that his relationship with Su Yuhan has become so close that they can even discuss who touched who first? Moreover, what he meant was... Tang Meyer, not qualified? Everyone's eyes were focused on Tang Meyer. The fairy on earth who had been full of aura just now was now standing there blankly, with shock and disbelief written in her charming fox eyes. This was the first time in her life that a man said in front of so many people that she was not qualified. An unprecedented sense of humiliation and frustration suddenly surged into my heart. Her cheeks flushed red, her body trembled slightly with anger, and even her breathing became rapid. Ding! Tang Meyer's emotions are fluctuating violently. Mission completion is 50%. The system prompt sounded again. Lin Fan's lips curled up in an imperceptible arc. Still missing some contact information. He looked at the goblin in front of him who was so angry that he was about to smoke, and stretched out his hand. His WeChat QR code lit up on the phone screen. However, his voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Since you are so sincere, I can give you a chance to queue up. Add me on WeChat, I'll let you know when it's your turn. Queue? Tang Meyer felt that her brain was no longer enough. This man, he actually made himself queue up? What does he take himself for? Did emperors in ancient times choose their concubines? The students around them almost dropped their jaws to the ground. Fuck. That's so damn arrogant. I'd call him the king of bullying of the year. Let school beauty Tang line up? How dare he do that? But, why do I think he's so handsome? This feeling of having two campus beauties toying with each other is so domineering. Humiliation. Naked humiliation. But, it also has a fatal attraction. Tang Meyer bit her lips tightly, her chest heaving violently. She really wanted to slap him, then turn around and walk away. But, she was unwilling. She came here today to conquer this man and snatch him from Su Yuhan. If she just left in disgrace like this, wouldn't she, Tang Meyer, become the laughingstock of the whole school? No matter who you lose to, you can never lose to Su Yuhan. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Tang Meyer took out her mobile phone with trembling hands and scanned Lin Fan's QR code. With a ding sound, the friend was added successfully. Ding! Mission provocation of the human fairy completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, God-level fighting technique, 10 million in cash. God-level fighting technique, integrating the essence of all fighting techniques from all over the world, the host instantly becomes a humanoid weapon, greatly enhancing the ability to perceive danger. 10 million in cash has arrived, please check it. A huge and pure stream of information instantly flooded into Lin Fan's mind, including countless fighting techniques, ways of exerting force, and practical experience. It was as if he had practiced hard for decades and had mastered them all. The muscle lines of his body seemed to have undergone a subtle change, becoming more coordinated and full of explosive power. Goal achieved. Lin Fan put his phone away with satisfaction, without even looking at Tang Meyer, turned around and left, leaving only a faint sentence behind. Wait for notification. Only Tang Meyer was left, standing there frozen like a sculpture. She was still holding the phone in her hand, with Lin Fan's simple WeChat avatar on the screen, but she felt that the phone weighed 1,000 pounds. In the sunlight, her charming face revealed frustration, confusion, and a hint of a stronger interest that she herself was not even aware of. Chapter 36 Business Insight. A $10 billion blueprint enters the mind. Lin Fan turned and left, leaving behind Tang Meyer's weathered sculpture and the broken chin and glasses scattered all over the floor. The crowd automatically made way for him, their eyes filled with awe, envy, and a hint of fear. This man even dared to tease a fairy like Tang Meyer in public and asked her to queue up. Lin Fan didn't care about it at all. As he walked, he felt the new power surge through his body. The surrounding noise and discussion receded like the tide. He walked straight through the crowd, oblivious to Tang Meyer's complex, burning gaze behind him. Back in the dormitory, Lin Fan closed the door, completely isolating himself from the noise from the outside world. Fatty Zhang Wei and the other three are not here. It just so happened that he needed some time to digest everything he had just received. Lin Fan closed his eyes, the vast and pure stream of information still flowing slowly in his mind. God-level fighting technique. He subconsciously clenched his fists, and an unprecedented sense of power surged from his limbs. Every muscle and every inch of bone in the body seemed to have been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations, and was full of amazing explosive power. He even had an illusion that if he wanted to, he could punch through the solid wooden desk in front of him. This is not the most important thing. Most importantly, his senses became incredibly sharp. The subtle sound of a moth flapping its wings outside the dormitory window and the deliberately light footsteps of a classmate in the corridor were all clearly heard. Humanoid weapons. The evaluation given by the system is no exaggeration. Now he has the confidence to knock down 7 or 8 strong men with his bare hands. This feeling is so great. Ding dong. The text message alert on the mobile phone sounded. It was the arrival information sent by the bank. Your savings card account with the last digit 8888 has a deposit of 10 million yuan, and the current account balance is 88,271,513.34 yuan. 88 million. This is money that an ordinary person and his family can never earn even if they work hard for their entire lives. All this happened just over a week after he was publicly humiliated and broke up with Lu Feifei. Life is so wonderful. In other words, Brother Tonzi is awesome. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the skill bar. In addition to charm enhancement, physical fitness enhancement, basketball mastery, driding skills mastery, and the newly acquired God-level fighting skills, there is also a reward I got after buying a house and a car for China, which I have never studied carefully. Business insight. The introduction is simple. It allows the host to have a business vision that transcends the times and gain insight into the wealth code of the future. Interesting. Lin Fan's mind moved and he focused his attention on this skill. The next second, his brain seemed to be connected to a cloud-based supercomputer. Boom! Countless streams of information rushed into his mind like a flood that broke through a dam. The direction of the global economy in the next 3, 5, or even 10 years, the trajectory of technological development, the changes in hot industries, countless business information, data curves, and the history of the rise and fall of companies flashed through his mind like a fast-forwarded movie. Bitcoin's crazy curve. The rise of new energy vehicles. The full outbreak of short video live streaming. The emergence of the concept of the metaverse. These super trends that will detonate the global capital market in the future are now clearly displayed before his eyes, just like reading lines on the palm of your hand. Lin Fan's heart began to beat violently and uncontrollably. This is the true power of the godly rich system. Unlimited money is just the foundation. And this, business insight, gives him the ability to turn everything into gold and create a business empire of his own. Lin Fan took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the pounding of his heart. Calm. His previous idea was very simple. If he had money, he would spend it, enjoy life, and conquer goddesses at the same time. But now, the emergence of business insight has opened a whole new door for him. More than 88 million in cash may sound like a lot, but in Shanghai, a first-tier city, it is only considered an entry-level wealthy person. But if you have business insight, this money will become the lever to pry open the entire business empire. As he walked, he swiped the screen of his phone aimlessly. An inconspicuous piece of technology news popped up. A shining light for domestic companies? Spark Interactive Entertainment spent 3 years developing a next-generation engine, but ultimately ran out of funds and is on the verge of bankruptcy. Spark Interactive Entertainment? Lin Fan muttered to himself, and almost at the same time, the background of his brain gave instant feedback. Spark Interactive Entertainment, founder Guiyu Corasset is the self-developed Skydome game engine. Technical assessment: the real-time global ray tracing rendering and ultra-large-scale scene streaming loading technologies used by the Skydome engine are at least 5 years ahead of the industry and are the core cornerstone technologies for future VR and metaverse games. Financial status: 3.27 million in debt, 3 months of unpaid employee wages, on the verge of bankruptcy, and the core technical team is about to be disbanded. Potential analysis: the engine's current pursuit of perfection resulted in technological advancements that were too advanced, resulting in extremely high development costs and the inability of commercially available hardware to fully utilize its capabilities, leading to commercial failure. However, a year later, VR technology experienced explosive breakthroughs, and the engine, with its ultra-high fidelity, became a sought-after licensee for major VR game developers worldwide, with an estimated value exceeding $30 billion. Investment advice: buy now. The cost is extremely low, and the rate of return is immeasurable. Immeasurable. A year later, the value exceeded $30 billion. Lin Fan's eyes lit up instantly. This is simply a treasure delivered to your doorstep. He stared at the picture on the phone screen. In the photo, in a messy small office, several young people are gathered around a computer, looking haggard, but with unwillingness in their eyes. The one standing in the middle should be the founder Guiyu, a young man wearing black-framed glasses, with messy hair but unusually bright eyes. Lin Fan's fingers moved quickly on the screen. Search in the browser: Xingho Interactive Entertainment. There were only a few results that popped up, and they were all negative news. Shocking. The once talented entrepreneur has become a laughingstock in the industry, and Spark Interactive Entertainment is reported to have a broken capital chain. Internal employee reveals, Spark Interactive Entertainment has been in arrears of wages for 3 months. He opened a technology forum, and the posts there were full of ridicule and regret. Guiyu? I know him. A technical genius and an idealist. But unfortunately, he's so stubborn that he insists on creating some 100% immersive Skydome engine. This thing won't be realized in 10 years. It's just a waste of money. What the above person said is right. A friend of mine works at Xingho and he quit last month. I heard that Guiyu has sold all his houses and cars, and is almost selling his blood. He eats steamed buns and sleeps in the office every day, like a madman. What a shame. His technical ideas were ahead of their time. If he had been willing to sell the technology to Penguin or Ali, he would have achieved financial freedom long ago. He insisted on holding on to that unrealistic dream, and now he's almost lost everything. Looking at this information, the smile on Lin Fan's face grew wider and wider. This is clearly a huge gold mine buried in dust and has not yet been discovered by the world. How much would it cost to acquire it now? Maybe all it needs to do is assume its pitiful debt and give the founder a symbolic consolation fee. Use a cost of millions to leverage the wealth of tens of billions in the future. This deal is really a huge profit. That's you. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes, and he made up his mind. In this world, there is no better deal than helping someone in need. Before, whether it was buying a car, a house, or spending money on China, it was just simple consumption, the passive wealth brought by the system. And this time, it will be the first time that he takes the initiative to attack. Use your own vision, although it is a systematic vision to complete a real investment. This will be the first cornerstone of his business empire. Chapter 37 Tang Meyer's heart was in turmoil. Lin Fan glanced at the time. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He no longer hesitated and immediately searched for the address of Xingho Interactive Entertainment on the internet. The results surprised him a little. The address is in a software park that is about to go bankrupt in the suburbs of Shanghai, more than 40 kilometers away from Shanghai University. Crack! The dormitory door was pushed open, and Fatty Wang Wei and 2 other people rushed in happily. Brother Fan! You're famous. Completely famous. The fat man's face flushed with excitement. The school forums are blowing up now. Everyone is talking about you and the 2 campus beauties. Modern Wei Xiaobao, campus bullying king, your nicknames have all come out. More than that, the skinny Li Jun squeezed over and handed the phone to Lin Fan. Look at this post. The title is In-Depth Analysis. Who is Lin Fan, the one who makes icebergs and fairies fight over him? It's got over 1,000 comments. And this, shocking revelations. Icy school beauty Su Yuhan fights for love, publicly confronting the basketball team captain, presumably to vindicate her new love, Lin Fan. Below the post, there are pictures and videos, which describe everything that happened in the gym yesterday and on the road just now with great exaggeration. Lin Fan just took a quick glance and lost interest. These false names are meaningless to him. He picked up the Lamborghini keys from the table and stood up. "Brother Fan, are you going out again?" asked the honest man Chen Mo. "Well, I'm going out to do something." "What's going on? Take us with you? Let's experience the real nightlife in Shanghai?" The fat man rubbed his hands with anticipation. Lin Fan smiled, patted his shoulder, and left them with a sentence that left them puzzled. "Nightlife is too low class. I'm going to buy a company for fun." After saying this, Lin Fan turned around and left in a cool manner, while his 3 roommates looked stunned. Buy a company for fun? The 3 of them looked at each other in confusion for half a minute. Fatty Wang Weikai swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice, Did I hear correctly? Brother Fan said he was going to buy the company?" Skinny Li Jun nodded mechanically, his eyes dull. "It seems, that's what they said." "Fuck. What the hell? What the hell?" The 3 of them cursed in unison, feeling that their worldview had been repeatedly rubbed against by Lin Fan today. While others are still shocked by the jealousy between the 2 campus beauties, Brother Fan has already started considering buying a company? This fucking pattern. After leaving the dormitory, Lin Fan dialed the number he had just found. The phone rang for a long time, and just when Lin Fan thought no one was answering, it was finally connected. A young man's voice came from the receiver, which was extremely tired and hoarse, as if he had not slept for several days. "Hello, who are you?" "Guo Yu?" Lin Fan's voice was calm and powerful. "It's me. Who are you? If you're here to collect debts, please give me 2 days. I'm trying to find a solution." The other party's voice was full of vigilance and helplessness. "I'm not a debt collector." Lin Fan paused and said in an unquestionable tone. "I'm here to give you some money. I want to buy your company." There was a dead silence on the other end of the phone for more than 10 seconds. Only the sound of heavy breathing showed that the other person was extremely unstable. Neuropathy. With a click, the phone was hung up. Lin Fan didn't care at all. He just looked at the words "call ended" on the phone screen, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The more intense the reaction, the more it shows that Guo Yu has reached the point of being at the end of his rope and seeing enemies everywhere. At the same time, the campus forum of Magic City University has been completely set off by Lin Fan's name. Shocking news. Art Department beauty Tang Meyer publicly declared her love to Lin Fan, but was told to wait in line? In the post, a curious person recorded the entire scene with his mobile phone, from Tang Meyer blocking the road, to Lin Fan's words "Su Yuhan has never touched me, why do you touch me?" to Tang Meyer's humiliating scanning of the code at the end. Every detail was extremely clear. The comment section was filled with thousands of comments in just over 10 minutes. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! The king of bullying has been born. I'd like to call Lin Fan Q-man. What kind of a Su Yuhan never even touched me is that? It's too much information. My CPU is burning up. The person above has lost his focus. The key point is the last sentence, "Why did you touch me?" What a shameless statement. Tang Meyer's face turned green at that time. I just feel bad for our Meyer. When has she ever suffered such injustice? Woohoo! But why do I feel that Lin Fan is so handsome and domineering? I really want him to make me line up. Bushi. One question, is it too late to queue up at the art department now? I want to queue behind campus Beltang. Wake up! You don't even have the qualifications to queue. Lin Fan was talking to the school beauty. Who do you think you are? In the girls' dormitory, Xia Mengmeng was rolling around on the bed excitedly, holding her cell phone. Yuhan! Yuhan! Look at this! Lin Fan is so handsome. He actually humiliated that little devil Tang Meyer in public just for you. And he even said that you had never touched him. Oh, this is so embarrassing. Su Yuhan was sitting at the desk reading a book. When she heard this, her pretty face turned red. She snatched Xia Mengming's phone and looked at the words that were magnified in red on the screen. She felt embarrassed and angry, and bit her lips lightly with her pearly teeth. This bastard. How could he say such misleading words outside? What do you mean I haven't touched him? We are innocent, okay? He's just a gangster. Su Yuhan angrily threw the phone back to Xia Mengmeng. Oh, this isn't just hooliganism, this is called domineering wife protection. Xia Mengmeng said with a face full of infatuation. Look at Tang Mier's frustrated expression, it's so satisfying. She used to always compete with you openly and secretly, but now, she's been directly crushed by Lin Fan. Su Yuhan didn't say anything, but inexplicably, she felt a little, secretly happy? Her mind couldn't help but emerge with the image of Lin Fan's earth-shattering dunk from the free throw line on the basketball court, and the domineering look on his face when he said this. This guy seems really different from before. Unconsciously, she clicked on Lin Fan's WeChat avatar, looked at the simple default avatar, and fell into deep thought. On the other side, in a luxurious apartment. Ah! Tang Meyer threw an Hermes pillow to the ground, her chest heaving violently, and her charming face was full of unwillingness and anger. Lin Fan! You bastard! Son of a bitch! This was the first time in her life that she had lost so miserably to a man, and in front of the whole school. Q? I'll let you Q. She picked up her phone, clicked on Lin Fan's chat box, and angrily typed, "Why do you make me wait in line? Who do you think you are?" But just a second before clicking send, she hesitated again. If I just send it like this, wouldn't it seem like I'm very angry and frustrated? It's so cheap. She deleted it and retyped, "Handsome guy, you did a great job. You made me very happy." No, that's too frivolous and not like her. He deleted it and typed again, "I accept your test. However, if you want me to line up willingly, you have to show some real skills." No, that is too formal. Tang Meyer rubbed her hair frantically, staring at the dark dialogue box. For the first time in her life, she was confused because of a man. Chapter 38 5 million, I bought your dream. In the suburbs of Magic City, Rainbow Science Park. This is called a Science and Technology Park, but in fact it is just a cheap office area converted from old factories. Most of the people who move in here are small startup companies with tight funds. The sci-fi figure of the Lamborghini Veneno appears out of place in this dilapidated park, like a prehistoric beast breaking into a sheep pen. The shrill roar of the engine attracted many programmers who were smoking by the window to look out. When they saw the car's logo clearly, they were so shocked that the cigarette butts in their hands fell to the ground. FFF. Poison? A globally limited edition poison? Am I dreaming? How could such a magical car appear in this place? Who is the owner of this car? Is it some big shot who came here to experience life here? Amidst countless shocked, envious, and puzzled gazes, Du Yao stopped steadily downstairs of Building C. Lin Fan opened the car door and got out. He was wearing an Armani casual suit and a low-key and luxurious Patek Philippe Nautilus on his wrist. Combined with his increasingly upright figure and calm temperament after the systematic transformation, he looked like a top-class wealthy nobleman. He looked up at the shabby building in front of him with peeling walls and peeling paint on the sign, and compared it with the address on the navigation. He was sure that he had not found the wrong one. The Skydome engine, which will be worth 20 billion in the future, was born in such a remote place. This sense of contrast is really extremely strong. Xingho Interactive Entertainment, room 302. After confirming the address, Lin Fan walked in. The corridor was dimly lit, and the air was filled with a strange smell mixed with instant noodles and cheap cigarettes. Lin Fan frowned slightly and quickly found room 302. The door was ajar, and a fierce quarrel could be heard from inside. Guo Yu! I'm telling you one last time. If you can't pay the rent this month, we'll have to pack up and leave. Can you even eat that crappy engine of yours? A sharp voice roared. Manager Wang, please give me a little more time. Just a little time. Our product will soon be able to. A young man's voice, sounding a little tired and hoarse, was defending weakly. Soon? How soon? You've been saying this since last month. I'm telling you, if you don't see the money before 5 p.m. this afternoon, all of you, get out. Bang! There was a loud bang of the door slamming, and a middle-aged man in a cheap suit and with a fat face walked out of the office angrily. When he saw Lin Fan standing at the door, he was stunned for a moment. He looked Lin Fan up and down at his clothes, a hint of greed and flattery flashing in his eyes. His tone suddenly changed 180 degrees. Hey, boss, are you here to discuss cooperation? But don't go to this company, they're a bunch of poor guys, and they're about to go bankrupt. If you're interested, I can introduce you to other potential stocks in our park. Lin Fan didn't even look at him, walked past him, pushed the door and entered room 302. You! Manager Wang's face instantly turned purple, but he didn't dare to get angry. He could only spat in anger and walked away cursing. There was dead silence in the office. A mixture of sweat, instant noodles, and the smell of burnt electronic components hit me in the face. The office is dimly lit, with only a few computer screens being the only source of light. There are more than a dozen desks, most of which are empty, with only 3 or 4 young people sitting dejectedly in front of the computers, and each of their faces is filled with confusion and despair. At the innermost part of the office, a young man wearing a plaid shirt, messy hair, and black-framed glasses was staring blankly at a computer screen filled with dense codes. He should be Guay Yu. Hearing the door open, Guay Yu said in a hoarse voice without even looking up, "If you want to leave, go ahead. I'll find a way to get you this month's salary." He thought Lin Fan was one of the few remaining employees who were going to resign. However, after waiting for a long time, no one responded. He looked up in confusion, and when he saw Lin Fan, he was stunned. Who is this? How could she, dressed in designer clothes and with such a great temperament, appear in this shabby place where they can't even pay the rent for next month? The seemingly ordinary Armani casual suit he was wearing was worth a month's salary for most people here. The Patek Philippe Nautilus on their wrists was worth an astronomical sum that they could not even imagine. Not to mention his calm and confident temperament after the system transformation. "Hello, who are you looking for?" A girl wearing glasses who looked like the receptionist asked weakly, with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. The people who come to the door recently are either debt collectors or poachers. This young man in front of me looks like a scout sent by a big company? I'm looking for Guay Yu. Lin Fan said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, Guay Yu pushed his chair away and stood up, looking at Lin Fan with a frown. "I am Guay Yu, who are you?" His voice was a little hoarse, and his bloodshot eyes were full of fatigue and vigilance. He thought Lin Fan was an assistant from one of those venture capital companies, sent here to issue the ultimatum. "I'll invest." Lin Fan went straight to the point. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone in the office. In an instant, the entire office fell into an eerie silence. Everyone looked at Lin Fan as if he were a fool. "Invest? Are you still investing in Xingho Interactive Entertainment now? I'm afraid you must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. You're the one who called? Who are you? What do you want to do?" Guay Yu was stunned for a moment, then laughed at himself. "Which company sent you here to make fun of me?" He looked Lin Fan up and down. He saw that he was only in his early 20s and looked like a college student who had not yet graduated. "It's me, Lin Fan." Lin Fan looked him in the eye calmly. "I'm here to buy your company, or rather, to buy your technology, your dream." "Oh, buy my dream?" Guay Yu laughed at himself, his laughter full of bitterness and disdain. "Do you understand technology? Do you understand engines? Do you know what real-time global ray tracing is?" Guay Yu asked a series of questions, with the arrogance of a technology geek and the bitterness of being crushed by reality. "I don't understand technology." Lin Fan's answer made Guay Yu's contempt even stronger. Sure enough, he is another rich second generation who knows nothing and uses his family's money to fool around. "Then we have nothing more to discuss." Guay Yu waved his hand impatiently. "I don't want to play house with the prince here, please go back." A suppressed laugh echoed in the office. "That's right, where did this little brat come from? Have you been weaned? I guess he saw the news was trending and wanted to take advantage of it, so he filmed a video and posted it on TikTok? Brother Gua, ignore him. Let's quickly fix the last bug. Even if we die, we have to die with dignity." Faced with these sarcastic taunts, Lin Fan's expression did not change at all. He simply looked at Guay Yu calmly and said slowly, "Although I don't understand technology, I know that the biggest bottleneck of your Skydome engine lies in the flawed optimization algorithm for video memory during scene streaming loading. This makes the hardware threshold too high, which is making your commercialization difficult." The mocking smile on Guay Yu's face froze instantly. The discussions in the office also stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at Lin Fan in shock, as if they were looking at a monster. Is this something an outsider can say? The graphics memory optimization problem of scene streaming loading is the most core and confidential problem of the Skydome engine. Apart from a few core members of the studio, it is impossible for outsiders to know. How do you know? Guay Yu's voice was trembling. He stared at Lin Fan intently, his eyes full of disbelief. "I also know," Lin Fan continued, ignoring his shock, "that the engine you designed isn't meant for current PC gaming. Its true value lies in 2 years, when VR devices become ubiquitous. It will become the perfect foundation for building the metaverse. Chapter 39 Acquisition completed. Boom. If the previous sentence was a thunderclap, then this sentence was like a nuclear bomb, exploding in Guiyu's mind. Metaverse. This word represents his deepest ambition. This is his ultimate goal after spending 3 years of hard work and risking everything on it. He never mentioned this to anyone, including his most trusted team members, because this idea seems too far-fetched at the moment. But now, this secret was revealed by a young man who met her for the first time. Guiyu's body shook, and he felt as if his soul had been seen through. He looked into Lin Fan's calm and deep eyes. The arrogance, sarcasm, and contempt in his eyes disappeared completely, replaced by deep shock and a hint of fear. You, who are you? Someone who can make your dreams come true. Lin Fan pulled out a chair and sat down casually, crossing his legs, his posture so calm as if he was the master here. He held out a hand and spread out his 5 fingers. 5 million. I'll buy 80% of your company's shares, including all your technology patents and all your debts. This money will be enough to pay off all your debts, pay your brothers, and even leave some money left over so you can complete the final part of the Skydome engine with peace of mind. 5 million? Guiyu's heart twitched violently. Humiliation. This is blatant looting. The Skydome engine is the result of his 3 years of hard work, it is everything to him. Not to mention the future value, even now, the value of those codes alone is more than this number. You want to take away 70% of the shares for 5 million? It's just a pipe dream. He was about to open his mouth to scold, but he met Lin Fan's eyes that seemed to see through everything. You can refuse. Lin Fan's tone remained calm. Then next week, your studio will declare bankruptcy. You'll be personally in debt of 3 million and listed as dishonest. Your team will fall apart, and your labor of love, the Skydome engine, will be auctioned off by the court to your competitors for a scrap price of 200,000. And your brothers, they followed you for 3 years, but in the end they couldn't even get their overdue wages. They had no choice but to leave the Magic City in disgrace and go back home to farm. Every word Lin Fan said was like a heavy hammer, hitting Guiyu's heart hard. What he described was exactly the future that Guiyu feared the most and was most likely to happen. Guiyu's lips moved a few times, but he couldn't utter a word. He looked back at his brothers. Although they didn't say anything, their faces full of expectation and pleading said it all. They can't hold on any longer. A huge feeling of powerlessness surged into Guiyu's heart, his shoulders slumped, and he seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. Think about it carefully. I'm absolutely sincere. Lin Fan seemed to have anticipated his reaction and said slowly, these 5 million are just to help you get rid of the mess in the past. He walked slowly towards Guiyu, his eyes filled with a confidence that could see through everything. After the acquisition is completed, I will make the first round of capital injection into the company as a new shareholder. Lin Fan stretched out his other hand and spread out his 5 fingers. 50 million. Lin Fan said these 3 words lightly, as if he was saying $1. Guiyu suddenly turned his head and stared at Lin Fan, his bloodshot eyes filled with absurdity and disbelief. He suspected that he was experiencing auditory hallucinations due to staying up late for a long time and malnutrition. How much did you say? 50 million in cash, Lin Fan repeated, his tone clear and without a hint of joking. This is the initial R&D funding for the company's restart. There will be no less than that in the future. The air seemed to freeze. Guiyu opened his mouth, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, but he couldn't say a word. 50 million? All the investments he has received since he started his business are less than half of this figure. Moreover, it came from the mouth of a young man who looked younger than him? Are you kidding me? Guiyu's voice was trembling. He would rather believe that this was a bad joke than believe it was true. Lin Fan didn't say any more nonsense. Action is the most powerful weapon to break doubts. He took out his phone, opened the bank app, and asked directly, "What's your personal account number?" Guiyu subconsciously reported a string of numbers. Lin Fan's fingers moved quickly, entering the amount and transferring the money. Ding dong. Less than 10 seconds. A crisp notification tone rang out from Guiyu's cell phone. He unlocked the screen with trembling hands, and a bank account arrival text message suddenly appeared in front of him. Your savings card account with the last digit 6,789 received 5 million yuan at 1548. The current account balance is 5,087.50 yuan. Looking at the long string of zeros, Guiyu felt like he was dreaming. At the same time, there were sounds of people gasping for breath in the office. 5 million. Just turn around? Not even signing a contract? Without even blinking an eye? Who is this young man? Guiyu suddenly raised his head, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Fan had completely changed. It was a look that was a mixture of shock, ecstasy, confusion, and even thaw. This is a deposit? No, Lin Fan put away his phone and said calmly, this is a 5 million yuan gift. You can use it to pay off the company's debts first, and use the rest to improve your life. As for the 50 million, I will transfer it to the company account immediately after the equity transfer agreement is signed. Guiyu felt like his brain had completely shut down. He looked at the calm young man in front of him and felt like he was dreaming. Why did you do this? We don't even know each other, why would you trust me? I don't believe in you. Lin Fan walked to the window and looked at the bleak scene outside, but his eyes seemed to penetrate time and space and see the magnificent blue ocean of business in the future. He spoke lightly, his voice carrying a depth and dominance that was inconsistent with his age. I trust my vision. From today on, you don't have to worry about money anymore. There's only one thing you need to do. Lin Fan turned around and looked at Guiyu with burning eyes. Remember, I don't care what you did in the past. From today on, I only want results. And I'll give you enough money. I'll give you 1 year to perfect the Skydome engine for me. Boom! It was as if thunder exploded in Guiyu's mind. He looked at Lin Fan's eyes that were confident to the point of arrogance, and the blood in his body completely boiled at this moment. Confidant. The young man in front of him is the one who truly understands him. This technical genius, who was so proud to the core, felt so shocked and excited that his legs went weak and he was about to kneel down in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan was quick to act and supported him. Guiyu, remember, your knees should be dedicated to your unfulfilled dreams, not your investors. From now on, I will be your backup and you will be my vanguard. Guiyu's eyes were red. He held back his tears and nodded heavily, his voice hoarse and distorted with excitement. Yes, boss. He glanced at the excited Guiyu and patted him on the shoulder. I'll have my lawyer contact you about the agreement. Go have a good meal, take a shower, and get some sleep first. Tomorrow, I want to see a brand new Spark Interactive Entertainment. After saying that, Lin Fan turned around and left gracefully, leaving Guiyu alone. He tightly grasped his phone, looked at the balance of 5 million, and felt the unreality of it all. Chapter 40 Set a trap? Walking out of the dilapidated office building, the afternoon sun was a bit dazzling. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief and felt relaxed all over. This feeling of being in control of everything and saving a genius from danger with money and vision is really so cool. Just then, his cell phone vibrated. It's a WeChat message. He picked it up and saw that it was sent by a stranger with sexy red lips as his profile picture. Tang Meyer, so, when is my turn? Smiley face.jpg. This seductive little goblin. Lin Fan's lips curled up in a playful arc, and his fingers tapped on the screen. Q. After sending these 2 words, he immediately exited the chat interface, regardless of how mad the other party might be. At this moment, another WeChat group that had been silent for a long time suddenly became boiling as if it had been thrown into a depth charge. Finance Class 3 Family. The screen in the group was refreshing rapidly at this moment, and dozens of unread messages were glaring red. Lin Fan tapped his fingertips lightly, and the messages flowed like a waterfall. Class Monitor Li Hao, at all members, classmates, are you free this weekend? Let's get together. I've already thought of a place, Yunding Pavilion. How about it? Wow. Class Monitor is so generous. It's Yunding Pavilion. I heard the average cost per person starts at 4 figures. Okay, this is the last big party before graduation, we have to go. Lin Fan's eyebrows raised slightly. Hentaying Pavilion? It sounds familiar. It seems to be one of the top revolving restaurants in Shanghai. It is located on the top floor of a skyscraper in the city center, overlooking the night view of the entire Shanghai. It is a check-in destination for countless couples and a symbol of status and wealth. It's a bit unusual for an ordinary class reunion to be held in a place like this. He continued down. Sure enough, 2 familiar names popped up. Lu Feifei, oh, Class Monitor, did you spend money? But it's true, our class has a big celebrity now, and going to a place like Yunding Pavilion is worthy of his status. Her current boyfriend Zhang Wei immediately followed suit. Although he had graduated a long time ago, he shamelessly joined this class group ever since he hooked up with Lu Feifei. Zhang Wei, Feifei is right, money is secondary. The main thing is to let the students see the world. By the way, at Lin Fan, you are now a celebrity in our school, driving a Lamborghini worth hundreds of millions. I bet you are tired of places like this, right? You must come to this party and let the brothers open their eyes and see how comfortable your life is after hooking up with a rich woman. After he posted it, he also attached an arrogant emoticon of a man wearing sunglasses and smoking a cigar. The group was silent for 2 seconds. No one is a fool. The sourness and provocation in these words are so suffocating that they can kill people even through the screen. The Lamborghini incident and the basketball court incident had already spread throughout the campus forum. The rumor that Lin Fan was being kept by a rich woman became a fact that most people privately accepted. Several boys who were close to Lu Feifei and Zhang Wei immediately started to make a fuss. Brother Wei is right. Brother Fan is a wealthy man now. He must come and guide us poor guys. That's right, Lin Fan, when the time comes, you have to bring your poison and let us touch it, okay? Lu Feifei looked at the trend in the group, and the sneer on her lips grew deeper and deeper. That's what she wants. She wanted to completely expose the fact that Lin Fan was being kept in front of the whole class. She wanted to let everyone see that this poor boy who was kicked away by her was now just a gigolo. Places like Henteing Pavilion have extremely high costs and many rules. She didn't believe that the rich woman who supported Lin Fan would be willing to spend a lot of money to treat him to a place like this and show off. Whenever Lin Fan came, she would either pretend to be rich or watch Zhang Wei pay the bill in shame. No matter what the result was, she would be able to get back the face she had lost. Zhang Wei was equally elated. He had already thought it through. When the time came, he would simply throw out a card, proudly announce that he would pay for all the expenses, and then look at Lin Fan with pity. That feeling made his scalp tingle just thinking about it. Why is Lin Fan silent? Is he afraid to come? Yeah, what if the rich woman doesn't pay? How will he pay the bill? Ha ha ha. The atmosphere in the group became increasingly distorted, with mocking voices rising one after another. In the dormitory, the fat guy Wang Wei and the skinny guy Li Jun were so angry that their faces turned red. They grabbed their phones and were about to go out to fight. Fuck! These bastards are going too far. Brother Fan, don't pay attention to them, this is obviously a trap. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, his face devoid of any anger. Instead, he watched the clown performances on the screen with great interest. It was like watching a bad monkey show. He could even imagine the self-righteous expressions of Lu Feifei and Zhang Wei at that moment. Want to humiliate me in Henteing Pavilion? Quite interesting. He slowly picked up his phone and, amidst the shouts and urgings of the crowd, typed a word without haste. Lin Fan, got it. Just 2 simple words, without any expression behind them, were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the heated atmosphere in the group. The sarcasm that Lu Feifei and Zhang Wei had prepared was stuck in their throats. This reaction is wrong. Shouldn't he be angry and embarrassed, or make excuses not to come out of guilt? What does received mean? To come or not to come? The feeling of punching cotton made the two of them extremely frustrated. Zhang Wei couldn't help but at him again, what do you mean by received? Lin Fan, give me a definite answer, are you coming or not? Don't let us down later. Lin Fan's lips curled up in a playful arc. The fish has been completely hooked. Instead of replying, he threw his phone onto the table and the screen went dark. This kind of disregard is a more heartbreaking humiliation than any counterattack. Everyone in the group waited for a long time, but Lin Fan didn't say anything, and the atmosphere became awkward. Lu Feifei and Zhang Wei felt like 2 clowns who were performing hard, but the protagonists left the stage early, making all their performances a joke. Damn it! Why are you pretending to be so cool? Zhang Wei cursed under his breath and threw his phone hard on the sofa. Lu Feifei's face was also extremely ugly. She gritted her teeth and a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. Lin Fan, just wait for me. At the class reunion this weekend, I will make you humiliate me and kneel down in front of me to beg me. At this moment, Lin Fan had already turned on the computer and was looking up information about Yunding Pavilion. Looking at the luxurious presentation and expensive menu, he stroked his chin. This place is indeed a good place to show off. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong opponent. Chapter 41 Limited Time Mission, Protect the School Beauty. On the other side, in the girls' dormitory. Xia Mengmeng held up her cell phone, her face flushed with anger. This is too much. Lu Feifei and Zhang Wei are like mad dogs, they won't let go of Lin Fan. Su Yuhan sat at the desk, quietly flipping through a book called History of Western Art, but her slightly furrowed brows revealed her uneasy heart. She read every word of the chat history in the group. Looking at the disgusting taunts and the words "giggle boy," she inexplicably felt irritated and uncomfortable. Although she had misunderstood Lin Fan and even questioned him in public. But ever since that man slam dunked the basketball in front of her from the free throw line like a god on the basketball court, and in order to protect her, he domineeringly declared to everyone, "She is my woman," her heart has been in turmoil. That figure, that look, and those domineering words always lingered in her mind. Is he really that kind of person? Yuhan, look at Lin Fan's response, it's so cool. Got it. Ha ha ha, I can even imagine Lu Feifei's constipated face. Xia Mengmeng came over, looking excited. Su Yuhan's gaze fell on the word received, and ripples appeared in her heart again. Yes, facing such malicious provocation, he did not get angry, did not make excuses, but just said 2 words calmly. He was so calm and composed, as if he didn't take those people seriously at all. Is this a case of indifference, or is it absolute confidence, with everything planned out? Yuhan, what do you think, should we go to the party this weekend? Xia Mengmeng asked, blinking her big eyes. Su Yuhan closed the book, and a complex emotion flashed in her cold eyes. She didn't want to get involved in such a boring dispute. But when she thought about Lin Fan being attacked and humiliated by that group of people at the party, she felt as if her heart was being tugged by an invisible hand, and she felt suffocated. After a long silence, she nodded gently. Go. It was Friday afternoon, 1 day left until the class reunion. Lin Fan came out of the newly acquired Xingho Interactive Entertainment. The equity transfer and related procedures have been completed. Guiyu, the technology fanatic, has brought his team and, with 50 million in startup capital, has invested heavily in the development of the engine. Lin Fan didn't bother him too much. He left professional matters to professionals. I plan to go back to the school library to check some information and make some preparations for the subsequent business layout. As soon as he reached the door of the library, he saw a familiar figure. Su Yuhan was standing at the bottom of the stairs, holding a few books, with a layer of frost on her pretty face. She was wearing a light blue dress today, with her long hair draped over her shoulders, and she was as pure and beautiful as a white lotus that was not stained by dust. In front of her, a boy wearing trendy branded clothes and with slicked back hair, holding a large bouquet of gaudy red roses, was saying something to Su Yuhan with a big smile on his face, while one of his hands was trying to pull her arm. Yuhan, don't be so cold. Give me a chance. Let's have dinner together tonight. I've booked a high-end private cinema tonight, just the 2 of us. Sorry, I'm busy. Su Yuhan's voice was cold and clear, with obvious impatience. No, I just bought an Audi S7. Would you like to take me for a ride? The boy said, even wanting to reach out and pull Su Yuhan's wrist. Su Yuhan's pretty face was covered with a layer of frost. She kept backing away, avoiding the boy's touch. Her cold voice was filled with obvious disgust. I've told you many times, please don't bother me anymore. Give me some face, Yuhan. The greasy-haired man didn't give up and reached out to grab her again. His movements were so greasy that it made people feel sick. Su Yuhan took a step back as if she had been electrocuted, and the disgust in her eyes almost overflowed. This scene attracted many students passing by to look at the fun. Lin Fan stopped and narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, a mechanical prompt sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Detected that goddess Su Yuhan is being harassed, triggering a limited time mission, protect the school beauty. Mission name, protect the school beauty. Mission content, help Su Yuhan drive away annoying suitors and maintain the purity of the goddess. Mission reward, 10 million in cash and 100% ownership of the Yunding Pavilion restaurant in Shanghai. Lin Fan's eyes lit up instantly. Ownership of Hantaying Pavilion? The system really gives you a pillow when you feel sleepy. He was just worrying about how to give Lu Feifei and Zhang Wei a surprise at tomorrow's party, and now it happened. He looked at the greasy man's increasingly outrageous actions, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. He no longer hesitated, stretched out his long legs, and walked straight towards the 2 of them. Get out of the way. A calm voice, yet one that carried an unquestionable aura, came from behind the greasy-haired man. The greasy-haired man was entangled in his argument when he was interrupted. He turned around with an unhappy look on his face. Who are you? Can't you see I'm? He was halfway through his words when he saw Lin Fan. Lin Fan put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked at him indifferently. His eyes were as calm as a pool of deep water, but they also carried a kind of scrutiny as if from a superior, which made him feel inexplicably palpitated. I'm asking you to get out of the way. Lin Fan repeated it again, his voice not loud but every word clear. The greasy-haired man was intimidated by this aura and subconsciously took a half step back, but he still said stubbornly, "Who do you think you are?" "I'm pursuing Su Yuhan, what the hell is it to you?" Su Yuhan also noticed the person coming. When she saw that it was Lin Fan, a hint of surprise and a subtle embarrassment flashed across her cold eyes. How come he is here? What does he want to do? She didn't want Lin Fan to see her in such a miserable state. However, what happened next made Su Yuhan's mind go blank in an instant. Lin Fan didn't even look at the greasy-haired man, his eyes fell on Su Yuhan's pretty face with a hint of panic. He walked straight to Su Yuhan, and before Su Yuhan could react, he stretched out his right arm very naturally, grabbed her slender waist, and with a little force, brought her into his arms. Su Yuhan screamed and her body stiffened instantly. The man's chest was firm and warm. She could clearly feel his strong heartbeat through the thin fabric. A masculine scent mixed with sunshine and a hint of mint domineeringly penetrated her nostrils. This sudden intimate contact made her brain go blank in an instant, her cheeks suddenly felt hot, and the heat quickly spread to her white ears. She subconsciously wanted to struggle, but the arm around her waist was like an iron clamp, strong, yet with a hint of irresistible tenderness. "You." Su Yuhan just uttered a word. Lin Fan had already turned his head, his deep gaze like a sharp sword shooting at the stunned man with greasy hair. His tone was calm, but it carried an undoubted sense of oppression. "She doesn't want to talk to you. Now, I'll say it one last time." After a pause, he held Su Yuhan's arms tighter, embedding her soft body deeper into his arms, and said word by word, "Stay away from my girlfriend." Chapter 42. This damn sense of security, the school beauty is confused. Girlfriend? These three words exploded in Su Yuhan's mind like a thunderclap. She suddenly raised her head and looked up at Lin Fan's angular profile. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves, casting mottled light and shadows on his face. His dark eyes were now flashing with a cold and domineering light. At this moment, Su Yuhan's heart skipped a beat. The greasy-haired man opposite him turned pale instantly when he heard the word girlfriend. Su Yuhan has a boyfriend? His family has some assets in Shanghai, but he has been pursuing Su Yuhan for almost a year and has never even touched her hand. Now, the goddess he had been thinking about was actually being held so intimately in the arms of a man? The flames of jealousy instantly clouded his mind. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business? When did Su Yuhan get a boyfriend? How come I didn't know? He pointed at Lin Fan and roared in a cowardly manner. Lin Fan didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He just looked down at the girl in his arms, whose body was trembling slightly due to embarrassment and shock. There was a hint of doting in his voice that he himself didn't even notice. Look, there's a fly buzzing all the time. It's really annoying. This understatement is more insulting than any vicious curse. The greasy-haired man was so angry that he was shaking all over. He recognized that the man in front of him was none other than Lin Fan, the giggle king who had been all the rage on the campus forum recently. A gigolo dares to act cool in front of me? Lin Fan, right? I know you. Aren't you just a gigolo kept by a rich woman? What qualifications do you have? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Fan's cold eyes. What kind of look is that? Calm, indifferent, yet with an air of dominance as if looking down on an ant. The greasy-haired man felt as if he were being stared at by a prehistoric beast, a chill running from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. A huge feeling of humiliation surged in his heart, but facing Lin Fan's powerful aura, the rest of the words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't utter a single word. He had no doubt that if he said another word, the man in front of him would kick him away without hesitation. Lin Fan didn't even make any unnecessary movements. Just a glance was enough to make the greasy-haired man's arrogance collapse. Roll. Lin Fan opened his thin lips and uttered a word. The greasy-haired man was so frightened by the powerful aura that his legs went limp and he didn't dare to say a word. He even forgot to take the bouquet of roses and ran away crawling, his back looking extremely embarrassed. The students watching the excitement around burst into suppressed laughter. Holy crap! Big news! Is the icy school beauty Su Yuhan really dating Lin Fan? That action just now was too domineering. His boyfriend power is overflowing. No wonder even Tang Mir took the initiative to flirt with him. His aura is amazing. It was not until the greasy-haired man disappeared completely and the surrounding discussions gradually subsided that Su Yuan woke up from her dream. Only then did she realize that she was still tightly held in Lin Fan's arms. You let me go." Su Yuhan was both embarrassed and annoyed, her cheeks were incredibly hot, and she struggled hard. Lin Fan loosened his arms, a faint smile on his face as he looked down at her. "Why? Do you want him to come back? You're talking nonsense. Who asked him to come back?" Su Yuhan stamped her feet anxiously, a hint of coquettishness in her voice that she herself didn't even notice. "And who is your girlfriend? What gives you the right to say that?" She didn't dare to look into Lin Fan's eyes. She could only lower her head and look at her toes, her heart still beating wildly. The moment he held her in his arms, the unprecedented sense of security made her mind go blank, and she even felt greedy for a moment. As soon as this thought came up, Su Yuhan was shocked. "Crazy, Su Yuhan, you must be crazy. He is a fallen man kept by a rich woman." "Oh? Not my girlfriend?" Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, deliberately moved closer, and whispered in her ear in a low voice, "Then what happened to that person just now, with a red face and a pounding heart and a stiff body, leaning motionless in my arms?" The warm breath brushed past her ears, causing Su Yuhan's body to tremble. She took a step back, putting some distance between herself and Lin Fan. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she glared at him in shame and anger. You rascal." Looking at her cute expression of shyness and anger, Lin Fan's smile grew wider. "It seems to be very interesting to tease this cold and aloof school beauty. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, protecting the school beauty. The reward has been issued. Reward 1, 10 million yuan in cash. Reward 2, 100% ownership of the Yunning Pavilion restaurant in Shanghai has been transferred to the host. The relevant legal documents and keys have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time." The system prompt sounded in my mind. Lin Fan's mood became more and more cheerful. 10 million in cash is just an appetizer. The ownership of this henteing pavilion is the real feast. Lu Feifei, Zhang Wei. I hope the surprise you prepared is exciting enough. Anyway, today, thank you. Su Yuhan adjusted her mood. Although she was still a little uncomfortable, she thanked Lin Fan in a low voice. Lin Fan looked at her shy expression, which was completely different from her usual cold and aloof school beauty image. He couldn't help but find it a little funny and deliberately teased her, "Just to thank you?" "Ah?" Su Yuhan raised her head blankly, her clear eyes watery like a frightened little rabbit. "Just now, I offended everyone in order to help you." Lin Fan spread his hands, a look of "I've suffered a great loss" on his face. "Furthermore, I pretended to be your boyfriend, which caused great damage to my pure reputation." Puff. Su Yuhan was amused by his rogue look, and her previous nervousness and shyness instantly dissipated a lot. She gave Lin Fan a reproachful look, and the charm that she inadvertently revealed made many boys who were peeking at her stare in amazement. "So, what do you want?" Lin Fan stroked his chin and looked at her seriously. "It's very simple." Lin Fan extended a finger and gently tapped her smooth forehead. "Stay away from those questionable people from now on, and don't add to the workload of this fake boyfriend of mine." The warm touch of her fingertips made Su Yuhan's body stiffen again. By the time she reacted, Lin Fan had already turned around, waved his hand coolly, and walked into the library. "Hey! You!" Su Yuhan looked at his receding back, words on the tip of her tongue, but she didn't know what to say. She subconsciously raised her hand and touched her forehead where he had touched her. There, it seemed as if the warmth of his fingertips still remained, so hot that her heart trembled. This man. I clearly know that he might be a giant rice man kept by a rich woman, but why, instead of feeling disgusted, my heart beats uncontrollably faster? Su Yuhan stood there, looking in the direction of the library entrance, lost in thought for a long time. Her heart was in a mess. Chapter 43, A Gathering with Ulterior Motives. The school beauty makes a stunning appearance. It's the weekend, and night is falling. The neon lights of Shanghai flooded the streets like a tide, dyeing this city that never sleeps into a dazzling array of colors. Xia Mengmeng was mending Dior 999 in front of the mirror while turning back to urge. "Yuhan, are you done? If you keep dawdling, the flowers will get cold." Su Yuhan sat at the desk, still wearing a simple white t-shirt, holding a book History of Western Art in her hand, but her eyes were a little out of focus. What kept flashing in my mind was the scene at the library entrance yesterday. That domineering hug, that frivolous my girlfriend, and the warm touch of his fingertips on her forehead. Everything was like a slow-motion movie, lingering. What kind of person is this Lin Fan? You could say he's fallen, but the aura of arrogance he exudes when facing provocations doesn't make him seem like a pretty boy who can be manipulated by anyone. It's okay to say he is fine, but how do you explain that Lamborghini Veneno? Oh my dear, what are you still reading? Xia Mengmeng couldn't bear it any longer and snatched the book from her hand. If you miss Lin Fan, just tell me. You can see him tonight. I promise you can read as much as you want. Who misses him? Su Yuhan's cheeks flushed red, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She reached out to grab the book. I just suddenly don't want to go. It's just a class reunion, what's the point? Boring? Xia Mengmeng leaned over and whispered in her ear like a little devil. Lu Feifei and Zhang Wei are jumping around in the group chat, clearly planning to throw a hongmen feast for Lin Fan at Yunding Pavilion. This is the biggest drama of the year, can you bear to miss it? Besides, she changed the subject, holding Su Yuhan's arm, her tone sly. If Lin Fan gets badly bullied by them, shouldn't you, his official girlfriend, come to his rescue? You still say that? Su Yuhan was both embarrassed and angry, and reached out to pinch Xia Mengmeng's ticklish spot. The two girls laughed and made a noise. In the end, Su Yuhan couldn't resist her and changed into a white dress reluctantly. She herself didn't realize that when choosing clothes, she subconsciously avoided those styles that were too simple, and even gently brushed the scattered hair behind her ears in front of the mirror. At the same time, Lin Fan also received a call from his roommate. Brother Fan. Are you really going? Fatty Wang Wei's voice was like thunder. Those bastards clearly have bad intentions. The location is Yunding Pavilion, which is extremely expensive. They're clearly going to make you bleed a lot of money. It's okay, Lin Fan said in the car, his peripheral vision gazing at the dazzling river view outside the window. His tone was as calm as if he was talking about a trivial matter. It just so happens that I also want to see the surprise they have prepared. But don't worry, Lin Fan chuckled and interrupted him, they're just a bunch of clowns. They can't cause any trouble. After hanging up the phone, he glanced at the golden transfer agreement of 100% ownership of Yunding Pavilion restaurant in the system space, and the curve of his mouth became more playful. Lu Feifei, Zhang Wei. I hope you have fun tonight. 7 o'clock in the evening. The skyscrapers in the center of Demon City are like sharp swords piercing the sky, with neon lights flowing between them, forming brilliant galaxies. Hentang Pavilion is located on the top floor of the tallest building. The entire restaurant is designed as a huge, slowly rotating glass dome. Diners sitting inside can take in the bustling night view of the entire Magic City. Every seat here needs to be reserved in advance, and the 4-digit consumption threshold per capita excludes most ordinary people. When Lin Fan arrived, most of the people in the box were already seated. The atmosphere around the huge round dining table was warm and a little deliberate. Zhang Wei and Lu Feifei were surrounded by a group of people in the center, and they seemed to be the protagonists of the night. The green submariner on Zhang Wei's wrist flashed dazzlingly under the light, and he was boasting about how big a deal his father had recently closed. Lu Feifei was like a proud peacock, holding a red wine glass in her hand, and the Hermes bag on her wrist was placed in the most conspicuous position intentionally or unintentionally. She held her chin high, enjoying the flattery and envy of her classmates. Wow, Feifei, your bag is the latest model, right? It looks so pretty. Wei Gu is amazing. He's working for a big company at such a young age. He must have a bright future. Lu Feifei smiled reservedly, but her eyes scanned the crowd like a radar. When she saw Lin Fan walking in alone at the door, a flash of undisguised contempt and resentment flashed across her eyes. Here it comes. The smile on her lips grew brighter and brighter. The good show in her heart, which had been rehearsed countless times, was finally about to begin. Lin Fan's appearance caused the lively atmosphere in the box to stagnate for a moment. He was dressed simply today, in a well-tailored Armani casual suit, without any exaggerated accessories, and he looked clean and upright. After obtaining the system, his temperament has been completely transformed. The calmness and confidence that emanates from him makes it impossible for him to be drowned out by the crowd even if he is dressed simply. He glanced around calmly, ignoring those looks of curiosity, contempt, or gloating, and sat down casually in an empty seat next to the fat man, pouring himself a cup of tea calmly. This calm look made Lu Feifei and Zhang Wei, who were ready to mock him, feel like they had punched cotton, and they felt extremely suffocated. At this moment, the door of the box was pushed open again. Two graceful figures walked in one after the other, instantly attracting the attention of the entire audience. Walking in front was Xia Mengmeng, who was wearing a pink dress with puff sleeves today. Her already sweet face looked even more charming and lovely with the carefully applied makeup, especially her proud curves, which perfectly interpreted the words baby-faced and powerful. She waved to everyone as she entered the door, full of energy. And Su Yuhan, who followed behind her, made the light in the entire box seem a little brighter. She still had no makeup on, but her delicate oval face was more beautiful than any other carefully crafted makeup in the world. Her skin was as smooth as jade under the light, and even with just a touch of light lip balm on her lips, she looked stunning. She was wearing a very simple white dress without any unnecessary decorations, but it perfectly outlined her tall and slender supermodel figure. The hem of her skirt swayed gently as she walked, revealing a section of her fair and slender ankles. Her impressive height made her stand out from the crowd, and her cool temperament made her like a snow lotus isolated from the world, holy and aloof. As soon as she appeared, the noisy discussions in the entire box seemed to be muted and fell silent in an instant. All the boys' eyes, no matter what they were doing before, were now like iron filings attracted by a magnet, firmly stuck on her. Chapter 44 The whole audience forced the palace? The school beauty's incredible defense. When squad leader Li Hao saw the stunningly beautiful Su Yuhan, his eyes widened instantly. He quickly pushed his chair away and stood up, greeting them with a broad smile. Yuhan, Meng, you're finally here. Come on, I've reserved the best seats for you. As he spoke, he began to diligently guide Su Yuhan to the seat next to him. However, Su Yuhan just nodded to him politely and distantly, and her cold eyes swept around the noisy box. Finally, without any surprise, she fell on the figure sitting alone in the corner, quietly sipping tea. Her eyes showed a complex ripple of curiosity, confusion, and a hint of worry that she herself hadn't even noticed. Xia Mengmeng was much more direct. She smiled and took Su Yuhan's arm, completely ignoring Li Hao, who was frozen in place, and pulled her straight through the crowd to Lin Fan's table. Lin Fan, let's sit here. Xia Mengmeng sat down and deliberately winked at Lin Fan playfully. She looked like a little fox who had stolen a chicken. Brother Fan is awesome. Fatty Wang Wei, who had run away early after seeing Su Yuhan coming, slapped his thigh excitedly when he saw the scene. He lowered his voice, winked at Lin Fan, and gave him a thumbs up. The skinny Li Jun whistled ambiguously and raised his eyebrows at Lin Fan, saying everything without saying a word. Even the most honest Chen Mo couldn't help but grin, with the word admiration written all over his face. Su Yuhan was forced to sit down by Xia Mengmeng, and a barely noticeable blush appeared on her fair cheeks. She moved her chair uncomfortably, subconsciously trying to keep some distance from Lin Fan. This scene stunned everyone present. What's going on? Su Yuhan, the ice goddess recognized by Shanghai University as the coldest and most unapproachable, would actually take the initiative to sit next to a notorious giggle boy? The smile on Li Hao's face froze completely, his eyes instantly darkened, and the look he shot towards Lin Fan was filled with flames of jealousy and resentment. Lu Feifei was so angry that she almost crushed the goblet in her hand. She dressed so grandly today just to outshine everyone, but as soon as Su Yuhan appeared, she easily stole everyone's attention. What's even more infuriating is that she actually went to support that loser Lin Fan. Why? How can a man who relies on women for a living win the favor of the school beauty? Intense jealousy made her lose her mind. She spoke in a sarcastic tone, her voice not loud, but loud enough for everyone in the room to hear clearly. Hey, Lin Fan, you're so popular now. Even our Suzhou University beauty looks at you differently. She paused, looking at Lin Fan's calm face. The sarcasm at the corner of her mouth became even stronger. Speaking of which rich lady have you hooked up with lately? She's so generous, with Lamborghinis and Patek Philippe's. And today's meal at such a high-end place like Henteing Pavilion, isn't that a token of appreciation? The real purpose is revealed. Everyone's eyes suddenly focused on Lin Fan. Here it comes, the main show is finally here. As soon as Lu Feifei finished speaking, her lackey boyfriend Zhan Wei immediately understood what she meant and took over the role. He waved his hand in a pretentious manner, stood up, and looked down at Lin Fan with a condescending attitude, his voice full of hypocritical consideration. Feifei, you can't say that. Lin Fan is a big shot now, he's no longer the same as before. What's a meal to you? He deliberately emphasized the word big shot, which caused a burst of suppressed laughter from those around him. Then he snapped his fingers and shouted to the waiter at the door, "Waiter, take your order." He picked up the menu and without even looking at the prices, he ordered the most expensive dishes. 10 of your store's top quality Australian lobsters, please. That Kobe A5 steak, give us one each. Also, bring up your most expensive wine. Yes, that 1982 Lafite. Open 2 bottles first so Brother Fan can have a taste. Every time he ordered a dish, the students around him who were trying to curry favor with him would let out exaggerated exclamations, and the atmosphere was heated to the extreme. After ordering the dishes, Jiang Wei slammed the menu shut and pushed it to the center of the table. His eyes stabbed at Lin Fan like a knife, and the smile on his lips was full of malice. All of this will be recorded on Lin Fan's account. This sentence, like a verdict, instantly brought the atmosphere in the box to a climax. Everyone's eyes were on Lin Fan like a spotlight, waiting to see how he would make a fool of himself. In their opinion, Lin Fan's money came from illegal sources and must have been pocket money given by that rich woman. It's okay to show off by driving a sports car, but would that rich woman agree to treat the whole class to such an expensive meal at Hentaying Pavilion? Today, he would either bite the bullet and pay the money, and then be kicked out by the rich woman. Or they can't afford to pay and lose face in front of the whole class. No matter what the result is, he will become a complete joke. Jiang Wei, what the hell do you mean? Fatty Wang Wei slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Jiang Wei. If you can't afford it, stop pretending. You're using moral blackmail here. What kind of man are you? That's right, the skinny Li Jun also stood up and sneered. You want to kill people, but you have to drag the whole class to use you as a pawn. How despicable. Upon seeing this, squad leader Li Hao immediately came out to smooth things over in a hypocritical manner. Hey, Wang Wei, Li Jun, how can you talk like that? Jiang Wei was just joking. He spoke words of persuasion, but his eyes held a hint of satisfaction. He then turned to Lin Fan and said, but Lin Fan, if you really become successful, you should let your classmates share in the glory. You're the most successful person in our class, so it would be a bit unreasonable if you didn't treat us to this meal. His words seemed fair, but in fact they were extremely sinister. They directly put Lin Fan on the fire and cut off all his escape routes. Yeah, Brother Fan, you wouldn't be so stingy, would you? Exactly. You can afford a sports car worth hundreds of millions, but you still lack money for this meal? The booing continued one after another, forming a huge network of public opinion that tightly wrapped Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan, who was at the center of the storm, remained eerily calm. He didn't even look at those jumping clowns, but just raised his hand and gently pressed the fat man Wang Wei's shoulder, indicating him and Li Jun to sit down. Then, he slowly picked up the teacup and gently blew on the floating tea leaves, as if the farce before him had nothing to do with him. This nonchalant attitude completely infuriated Lu Feifei. What she hated most was Lin Fan's appearance of always being in control of everything. Just as she was about to sneer again, a clear voice sounded first. Lu Feifei, who do you think you are? How can you tell me how Lin Fan spends his money? Xia Mengmeng stood up suddenly, put her hands on her hips, and glared at Lu Feifei like a hen guarding her food. Just because you hooked a rich guy, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is? If you want to eat well, you should pay for it yourself. Don't you feel ashamed to kidnap someone else to treat you here? Xia Mengmeng's sudden attack stunned everyone. In everyone's impression, although Xia Mengmeng is lively, she has always been Su Yuhan's little follower and is not very aggressive. And before, she and Lu Feifei also thought that Lin Fan was a gigolo, so why now? Lu Feifei's face instantly turned the color of liver. She pointed at Xia Mengmeng and was so angry that she couldn't speak. You. What do you mean? Xia Mengmeng's fighting spirit was off the charts. Besides, who said he treated us to this meal? Our Yuhan said, "AA." She directly pulled Su Yuhan into the water. Su Yuhan frowned slightly, but looking at Lin Fan being besieged by the crowd, the balance in her heart couldn't help but tilt. She took a deep breath, and her cold gaze swept across the audience, finally fixing on the faces of Li Hao and Jiang Wei. At a class reunion, it's basic courtesy to go Dutch. Her voice was not loud, but it was like a cold current that instantly lowered the temperature of the entire box. Forcing others to treat you is very rude. Chapter 45 High Bill? The whole place was dead silent. If Xia Mengmeng's defense was just surprising, then Su Yuhan's statement was like dropping a bombshell. Su Yuhan, the aloof school beauty, the iceberg goddess who was indifferent to all her suitors, actually spoke one after another for a man who was recognized as a giant rice man. The 3 roommates, Fatty Wang Wei, Skinny Li Jun, and Chen Mo, were sitting upright, watching this scene nervously. They were worried about Lin Fan, but also felt an indescribable excitement. This is fucking, the script is wrong. Li Hao's face was extremely ugly, and the poisonous fire of jealousy was burning wildly in his heart. He pursued Su Yuhan for 4 years, but never got a good look from her. But why does this loser Lin Fan deserve her protection? Yuhan, you. Am I wrong? Su Yuhan interrupted him coldly. Is it necessary to be so aggressive among classmates? Li Hao was choked speechless, his face flushed red. Zhang Wei and Lu Feifei were also completely dumbfounded. Their carefully designed script had gone completely astray before it even reached its climax because of Su Yuhan's intervention. Looking at Su Yuhan's cold and beautiful face full of disdain for them, and then looking at Lin Fan who was still calmly drinking tea beside her, an unprecedented sense of humiliation surged in his heart. Just when the atmosphere was becoming awkward to the freezing point, a classmate stood up and tried to smooth things over with a smile. Hey, the dishes are here, come and have a try. It's all thanks to Zhang Wei that we can eat such delicious food today. Don't just stand there, pick up your chopsticks. After he said this, everyone agreed and the stalemate was eased. As each dish, as exquisite as a work of art, was served on the table, the atmosphere in the private room gradually became lively. Smoked king salmon, caviar with French pudding, Australian wagyu beef, every dish was extremely luxurious, attracting bursts of admiration from the crowd, who took photos and posted them on WeChat Moments. Wang Wei and his 3 roommates were also witnessing this kind of scene for the first time. While tasting the food carefully, they were sending messages to Lin Fan on their mobile phones under the table. Wang Wei, your brother Fan, this is too big a scene. Zhang Wei obviously wants to embarrass you. Can you handle it? Lin Fan glanced at his phone and gave Wang Wei a reassuring look. Then he put on a playful smile and leaned close to Su Yuhan's ear, whispering in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "School beauty, if there are any vicious dogs barking later, you have to protect me." The warm breath brushed past her ears, and Su Yuhan's cheeks instantly turned red. She subconsciously moved to the side, but she scolded him, "You, be serious. Who wants to protect you?" This intimate interaction was like a steel needle that pierced Zhang Wei's eyes not far away, causing the fire of jealousy in his heart to burn fiercely. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere was very lively. Zhang Wei finally couldn't hold back any longer, picked up the wineglass, and stood up in high spirits, but his eyes were full of strong provocation, fixed directly on Lin Fan. "Come on, classmates, let's toast to Lin Fan," he said loudly, attracting everyone's attention. "Today's table is a farewell banquet I specially ordered for him. I wish him a bright future. Especially these bottles of 1982 Lafite and this top-notch bluefin tuna sashimi. Lin Fan, this is all ordered for you, so don't be shy." The ambiguous tone of the words made the situation a little awkward for a moment. Su Yuhan frowned and was about to speak, but was stopped by Lin Fan's eyes. Seeing that Su Yuhan was about to stand up for Lin Fan again, and the two of them were flirting with each other as if no one was around, Zhang Wei's face suddenly became gloomy, but he soon smiled again, but there was a bit of coldness in his smile. Okay. Okay. Zhang Wei laughed in anger, clapping his hands 3 times in a row. "Don't worry, Suzhou University beauty. Since you said so, let's split the bill. I, Zhang Wei, am not a stingy person." Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the storm had subsided, Zhang Wei suddenly changed the subject and spread his hands in a shameless manner. "However, let me be frank up front. These most expensive dishes I ordered are nominally for Lin Fan's farewell banquet. He should pay for them alone. He is determined to be a rogue to the end." Just then, he waved to the waiter at the door. The waiter understood and immediately came over with a POS machine. A professional smile was plastered on his face. "Hello, sir. The meal has ended. It has been confirmed that the total consumption is 486,800 yuan. Excuse me, who's paying the bill?" Swish. The entire box fell silent in an instant. 480,000. This number is like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart. Fatty Wang Wei and the other 3 turned pale and looked at Lin Fan nervously. Everyone's attention was focused on Lin Fan again. This time, let us see how you end up. Su Yuhan's pretty face also changed color slightly. She didn't expect Zhang Wei to be so shameless. Just as she was about to speak, she was comforted by Lin Fan's eyes again. Amidst everyone's sympathetic, mocking, or expectant gazes, Lin Fan finally put down his teacup. He didn't take out his wallet or bank card, but calmly made a call on the latest Huawei Mate 60 Pro Plus on the table. Seeing this scene, the smugness on Zhang Wei and Lu Feifei's faces became even stronger. "What? You don't have enough money? Are you going to call your rich sister for help?" Zhang Wei folded his arms and sneered, "Tell her to hurry up, we're all waiting." Lin Fan ignored him and just said something lightly into the phone. I'm Lin Fan, in box number 1. Please come over here. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The whole place was silent, and everyone looked at him as if he were a fool. Pretending, still pretending. Who do you think you are? Just make a phone call and ask someone to come over and solve the problem of 480,000 yuan? However, everyone's laughter didn't come out yet. Less than 10 seconds. The door of the box was violently pushed open from the outside. Chapter 46 Director Lin. The person who rushed in was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. His hair was combed meticulously, and the nameplate on his chest read General Manager, Wang Hai. It is the highest person in charge of Yunding Pavilion. At this moment, Manager Wang, who was usually highly respected in the upper class of Shanghai, had completely lost his usual composure and grace. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, his tie was a little askew, his breathing was rapid, and his eyes were filled with unconcealable panic and fear. As soon as he rushed into the box, his eyes quickly scanned the entire venue like a radar, as if he was looking for some important figure who could decide his life or death. Everyone in the box, including Zhang Wei and Li Hao, was stunned by this sudden scene. Manager Wang. Manager Wang? Zhang Wei spoke subconsciously. His father had brought him here once, and he had the honor of meeting Manager Wang. He knew how powerful the other party was. However, Wang Hai didn't even look at him. His gaze finally fixed on the young man who was still sitting in the chair with a calm expression. Under the incredulous gazes of everyone in the audience, Wang Hai trotted through the crowd and came in front of Lin Fan. Then, he made a move that made everyone's eyes pop out. He bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle to Lin Fan. Lin. Director Lin. You're coming, why didn't you notify us in advance? The people downstairs didn't even have time to notify everyone, and they didn't recognize you. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality. His voice even trembled slightly due to excitement and nervousness. Boom! The two words Mr. Lin exploded in everyone's mind like thunder from the sky. The entire box fell into silence in an instant. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone's expression was frozen on their faces, as if the pause button had been pressed. The smugness on Zhang Wei's face, the sarcasm on Lu Feifei's lips, the jealousy in Li Hao's eyes, and the gloating on the faces of other classmates, all turned into the same expression at this moment: dull. Their mouths opened unconsciously wide enough to fit an egg in, their eyes were empty, their brains were blank, and they had completely lost the ability to think. Lin. Director Lin? Zhang Wei's voice was trembling uncontrollably. He felt that his worldview was completely overturned at this moment and then shattered into powder. Lin Fan is the chairman of Hentaying Pavilion? How is this possible? How the hell is this possible? Wang Hai stood up, but his waist was still slightly bent. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Hearing Zhang Wei's question, he immediately glanced at him with an idiotic look, and then explained more respectfully. This is Mr. Lin Fan, the newly appointed chairman of our Yunding Pavilion. The entire Yunding Pavilion is Mr. Lin's property. Wang Hai's voice became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Gudong. I don't know who it was, but someone swallowed hard. The voice was unusually clear in the silent box. Lu Feifei's body shook, and her face instantly turned as pale as paper, completely bloodless. She stared at Lin Fan intently. The man who had been humiliated by her and kicked away like trash was now sitting there, receiving the top-level courtesy from the general manager of Yunding Pavilion. Hentaying Pavilion is a top-notch high-end restaurant in Shanghai with an investment value of nearly 100 million yuan. As soon as it opened, it became a top-tier restaurant in Shanghai, with all kinds of top second generations, celebrities and internet celebrities rushing to check in, and it became the first choice for top wealthy people to have dinner together. With its current revenue momentum, it would be easy for it to earn tens of millions a year. Now you tell me, this restaurant belongs to Lin Fan? This was something she and Zhang Wei dared not even think about, not even in their dreams. An indescribable regret, like the fiercest tide, instantly drowned her. Her heart felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand, and the pain was so severe that she could hardly breathe. It turns out, he is not being kept. He himself is a wealthy family. And he himself kicked this stairway to heaven into the abyss. The huge gap and endless regret made her eyes go dark and her spirit almost collapsed. Su Yuhan and Xia Mengmeng were also extremely shocked. Xia Mengmeng's little mouth opened into an O shape, and her beautiful eyes were filled with little stars of admiration. She just knew it. She knew that Lin Fan was not an ordinary person. As for Su Yuhan, her brain has completely shut down. Buying the henteing pavilion? This was completely beyond her concept of being rich. He is definitely not being kept by a rich woman, nor is he just some ordinary rich second generation. What is his identity? She looked at Lin Fan's profile, which remained calm from beginning to end, and her heart was in turmoil and could no longer calm down. Amidst the shocked gazes of the entire audience, Lin Fan finally took action. He put down his teacup and said to Wang Hai calmly, "It's nothing. Just a simple meal with classmates. No need to be so nervous." Yes, Director Lin is considerate of his subordinates. Wang Hai nodded repeatedly and bent his waist even lower. Oh, right, Lin Fan seemed to remember something and pointed to the bill on the table. "Bring the bill here." Wang Hai quickly took the bill and handed it over with both hands. Lin Fan took the exorbitant bill, which read 486,800 yuan, and glanced at Zhang Wei, who had already turned pale and looked like a wooden chicken. A hint of amusement curled up the corner of his mouth. "Zhang Wei, you just said that the most expensive items at this farewell banquet were specially ordered for me, right?" Zhang Wei's lips trembled and he couldn't utter a word. "But I'm sorry, I don't know you well, and I don't want to accept your kindness." Lin Fan picked up the bill and slowly glanced at the classmates with different expressions. "For the sake of our friendship, I'll take a loss and pay half. I'll also help Yuhan, Meng, and Fatty pay for it." He crossed out 486,800 on the bill and wrote 243,400. He counted the 33 people present, removed Su Yuhan and the others, and rewrote 203,400. Then he handed the bill to Li Hao, who had already turned pale and looked like a wooden chicken. His voice was not loud, but it was like a slap in the face of everyone who had just mocked him. "Class monitor, for the rest, please organize everyone to pay for it AA." He paused, his eyes swept over Zhang Wei, whose face was pale, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Or, is there any kind-hearted classmate who can help us get the remaining half of the A?" After saying this, he stood up, surrounded by Wang Hai and a group of restaurant executives who had rushed over after hearing the news. He put one hand in his pocket and naturally took Su Yuhan, who was still dazed beside him, with the other hand. He smiled and said to the three of them, "Let's go." Wang Wei and the other two were instantly awakened from their petrification, with expressions of ecstasy and pride on their faces. They followed Lin Fan with their heads held high. Seeing this, Xia Mengmeng hurriedly followed excitedly and proudly put her arm around Lin Fan's other arm. All that was left in the box were a group of petrified students and a sky-high bill that was enough to empty their pockets. Chapter 47 I won't pretend anymore, I'm a billionaire, I'm showing my cards. The cool night breeze blew away the heat and oppression in the box of Yunding Pavilion, but it could not blow away the overwhelming shock in everyone's hearts. Lin Fan took Su Yuhan's hand and walked out of the revolving door. Behind them, Wang Hai and other executives were still bowing and respectful. At the door, Fatty Wang Wei, Monkey and Xia Mengmeng had been waiting there for a long time. When they saw the Lamborghini Veneno lurking like a black ghost, the three boys' eyes widened. Holy crap! So cool! Fatty Wang Wei was the first to lose his composure. He rubbed his hands together and came over, winking and grinning. "Well, we won't be the third wheel and bother you and your sister-in-law. We can just take a taxi back to school." As soon as the word sister-in-law came out, Su Yuhan's delicate body trembled noticeably, her cheeks instantly turned red as if blood was about to drip out, and she buried her head even lower. Lin Fan raised the corner of his mouth, glanced at the fat man, and scolded him with a smile, "You are the only smart one." He then instructed Wang Hai beside him, "Manager Wang, please arrange a car to take my friends back to school safely." "Yes, Mr. Lin. Please rest assured." Wang Hai immediately nodded and went to make arrangements. "Okay. Long live Brother Fan." The three funny guys were instantly excited. Xia Mengmeng looked at this scene with mixed feelings. Yuhan, Lin Fan, I'll go back first. The washed clothes in my dormitory haven't been hung out to dry yet." Xia Mengmeng's voice was deliberately relaxed. After saying that, she forced a smile and waved to Lin Fan. Lin Fan saw the fleeting look of desolation on Xia Mengmeng's face, and his heart moved slightly. Eye of True Vision, activate. Name, Xia Mengmeng. Experience, 00. Favorability, 81. Mutual support. Inner emotion, oh, I'm such a great best friend. My heart is about to break into pieces, yet I still have to smile and create a world for them. But as long as he and Yuhan are happy together, that's fine. I just feel so trapped inside. Lin Fan, you big bad guy, when will you remember me? Lin Fan's heart trembled, and an indescribable pity arose in his heart. This silly girl. He turned to Xia Mengmeng and said gently, okay, then be careful on the way. Send me a message when you get to the dormitory. Okay. Xia Mengmeng was as if she had been pardoned. She quickly caught up with the fat man and the other two. She turned back and winked playfully at Su Yuhan. Yuhan, seize the opportunity. I'm leaving first. Bye. After saying that, she ran away as if escaping, her back looking a little hurried and lonely under the neon lights. Lin Fan thought to himself, next time, I will definitely find a chance to make it up to you. Watching Fatty and the others get on the special car one after another, Lin Fan gentlemanly opened the passenger door of the Duyue car for Su Yuhan. As the deep-throated beast let out a roar, the black Lamborghini Veneno merged into the dazzling traffic of the Magic City. At this moment, only Lin Fan and Su Yuhan were left in this super sports car worth hundreds of millions of dollars. There was a faint ambiguity in the air. Su Yuhan's heart was beating so hard, like a little rabbit in her arms, pounding against her chest. She could clearly feel that the palm of her hand, which was held by Lin Fan, was covered in sweat. Where is he going to take himself? Lin Fan, she finally mustered up the courage, her voice as thin as a mosquito, can you take me back to school? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan not only did not turn around, but instead stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped towards Binjiang Avenue like black lightning. Why are you going back to school? Lin Fan's voice was filled with a hint of dominance that brooked no argument. With so much happening tonight, I'm afraid our school beauty will be overthinking it and unable to sleep. So, I've decided to give you a chance to interrogate me in person. Interrogate you? Su Yuhan was stunned. Yes, Lin Fan turned his head, his deep eyes appearing particularly bright under the glittering neon lights. Interrogate me to find out if I'm a gigolo kept by a rich woman. Su Yuhan's face turned red again, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Lin Fan smiled mysteriously, turned the car around and drove towards Shishan on the outskirts of the city. Half an hour later, the Phantom landed smoothly in the parking lot of Shishan Observation Deck. This is a famous lover's paradise in Shanghai. It is rarely visited by people at night, but you can have a panoramic view of most of Shanghai's night scenes. The two stood side by side in front of the railing of the observation deck. The evening breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness, blowing Su Yuhan's soft long hair. Under your feet, there are thousands of lights scattered across the sky, forming a brilliant galaxy that extends to the horizon. Su Yuhan was shocked by the beauty in front of her. It took her a long time to come back to her senses, and she turned her head to look at the man beside her. His outline was particularly clear in the moonlight, and his eyes were deep, staring at himself intently. When their eyes met, Su Yuhan's heart skipped a beat and she quickly looked away. After a long silence, Lin Fan looked at Su Yuhan seriously and spoke slowly, Yuhan, I know you have a lot of questions in your mind. About Lu Feifei, about this car, about Yunding Pavilion, and about me. Su Yuhan bit her lower lip and nodded. She really had too many confusions. How could this boy, who she once thought was poor and even a little self-deprecating, undergo such a drastic change in just a few days? She felt a little happy that Lin Fan was no longer the same as before, but she was also deeply worried about the unknown origin of this wealth. The image of the rich woman she thought she was is still a thorn in her heart. Lin Fan knew that the final moment had arrived. He didn't answer directly, but asked instead, Yuhan, in your heart, am I still that gigolo who needs to be supported by a rich woman? Su Yuhan's delicate body trembled, and she looked up suddenly, meeting his frank and sincere gaze. Her lips moved, but she could not utter a word. I know what you're worried about. I'm not being kept by someone, Lin Fan said calmly, yet with a convincing force. Every penny I spend is earned by myself. He did not explain the existence of the system, but took out his mobile phone, opened a banking app, and handed it to Su Yuhan. Su Yuhan's eyes subconsciously fell on the screen. Then, her beautiful eyes, as clear as water, froze in an instant. The long string of zeros in the account balance column made her brain crash instantly. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. She counted it twice before confirming with trembling hands. It was a number she had never dared to imagine in her dreams. More than 43 million. This string of numbers is 10,000 times more powerful than the shock Yunding Pavilion brought to her just now. Su Yuhan felt like her brain had completely shut down, and her worldview had been impacted like never before. Chapter 48 The School Beauty's Heart, A Kiss Seals Love. This this. Su Yuhan's voice was trembling. You robbed a bank? This was the first and only thought that came to her mind. Lin Fan was amused by her cute reaction. He put his phone away and whispered, sort of. I robbed God's bank. I took advantage of the information gap and caught a glimpse of opportunity to make my first pot of gold. Then it snowballed and it kept growing. What he said was half-truth, but his eyes were extremely sincere. Looking at Lin Fan's frank eyes, the last trace of doubt in Su Yuhan's heart about him being a giant rice man completely disappeared. Top luxury supercars worth hundreds of millions, and top high-end restaurants worth hundreds of millions. There is also more than 40 million yuan in cash. Which rich woman would be so generous as to give so much pocket money? Which gigolo can have such a contemptuous look and calm demeanor as him? It turns out that he was not fallen. He is soaring into the sky. The so-called giant rice man rumor is just a huge joke from beginning to end. It is me, it is everyone, who is looking at the sky from a narrow perspective, judging others by one's own mean standards. After realizing this, an indescribable feeling of shame and regret surged in my heart. I'm sorry. Lin Fan, Su Yuhan lowered her head, her voice filled with deep regret. I shouldn't have misunderstood you, especially in front of so many people. You don't need to apologize, idiot. Lin Fan reached out his hand, gently lifted her chin, and gently stroked her smooth skin with his fingertips. If it weren't for your kind misunderstanding, how would I have had the opportunity to be so close to you? From the time you defended me in front of Lu Feifei to the time you repeatedly tried to pull me out of the sea of suffering, what I saw wasn't a high and mighty school beauty goddess, but a girl with a softer heart than anyone else, and a fuller sense of justice. So, I'm the one who should say thank you. His voice was full of magnetism, and his warm breath sprayed on Su Yuhan's face, making her brain go blank and her heart skip a beat. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze at this moment. Su Yuhan looked at Lin Fan's deep eyes that seemed to be able to suck people in, and saw the undisguised pampering and tenderness, appreciation, and love in his eyes. Her defenses completely collapsed at this moment. From the initial sympathy, to the subsequent contempt and disappointment, to the shock on the basketball court, the subversion in the cloud-top pavilion, and the frankness at this moment. The last huge rock weighing on my heart finally shattered at this moment. All the doubts and anxieties vanished in his frank gaze. The figure of this man had unknowingly left a deep mark in her heart. Su Yuhan, Lin Fan's voice became hoarse and affectionate. I like you. Be my girlfriend, okay? Boom. Su Yuhan felt as if a brilliant firework had exploded in her world. Happiness came so suddenly that she was a little overwhelmed. She didn't answer, but her big watery eyes and ears that were red enough to seem to bleed said it all. Lin Fan smiled. He no longer hesitated, slowly lowered his head, and kissed those two delicate and tempting cherry lips. Su Yuhan's body suddenly stiffened, and she subconsciously wanted to step back, but Lin Fan grabbed her slender waist and held her in his arms domineeringly. The moment their lips met, her brain completely stopped functioning. Under the night sky of Shanghai, the lights of thousands of homes seemed to have become their backdrop. The evening breeze and the chirping of cicadas composed the most moving music. It was unknown how long it took, until Su Yuhan was almost unable to breathe, and Lin Fan reluctantly let her go. At this moment, Su Yuhan's cheeks were already flushed and her eyes were blurred. She was like a delicate rose nourished by rain and dew, exuding breathtaking beauty. She leaned against Lin Fan's arms, breathing heavily, feeling his strong heartbeat and the cool night breeze on the mountaintop, and whispered softly, Lin Fan. I think I'm a little in love with you. Lin Fan smiled, looked down at the shy yet brave girl in his arms, and felt a tenderness in his heart. He deliberately stretched out his voice and jokingly said, just a little? I thought our aloof Suzhou University beauty had been completely conquered by my charm. You are so annoying. Su Yuhan buried her face in his arms in shame and punched him lightly with her fist. The force was more like a coquettish act than a protest. Ding! Detected that goddess Su Yuhan's favorability has exceeded 60, and the current favorability is 68 secretly in love. Listening to the prompt sound in his mind, Lin Fan's smile deepened. He stopped teasing her and gently lifted her chin, allowing her beautiful, sparkling eyes to meet his deep eyes. Look at me, Yuhan. His voice was low and gentle. Say it again. Under such a burning gaze, Su Yuhan felt her heart beating so fast that it almost jumped out of her chest. She bit her lower lip, mustered up the greatest courage of her life, and said clearly and firmly, Lin Fan, I like you. Before he finished speaking, Lin Fan lowered his head and grabbed those two tender and tempting cherry lips. This time, the kiss was no longer light, but full of aggression, with the passion and ecstasy after confirming the feelings. Su Yuhan was still very naive at first, but under his domineering yet gentle guidance, she soon fell completely. Her whole body went limp, and she instinctively stretched out her arms, tightly wrapped them around his neck, and responded to him awkwardly. The evening breeze blew from the top of the mountain, and the temperature of the two people was rising steadily. As the kiss deepened, Lin Fan's big hands, which had originally been around her slender waist in a gentlemanly manner, seemed to have their own consciousness and began to feel dissatisfied with the status quo. It is like a spirit snake, slowly moving along the breathtaking curve of waist and hips, with scorching temperature, through the thin fabric, wantonly feeling the ultimate softness and elasticity. Su Yuhan's delicate body trembled violently, her mind went blank in an instant, and she almost stopped thinking. When she felt that the unruly big hand seemed to continue exploring upwards, her remaining sanity finally woke her up. She used up her last bit of strength, tilted her head slightly, broke away from his lips, and whimpered like a kitten. No, don't. Her breathing was disordered, her beautiful eyes sparkling with water, her eyes shy and a little flustered. Lin Fan too fast. Looking at her shy appearance with flushed cheeks and watery eyes while trying hard to stay awake, Lin Fan's heart was burning, but the prompt sound of the system in his mind made him calm down instantly. 68 points of favorability. This progress was already incredibly fast, but it also showed that although she liked him, she was still far from allowing him to do whatever he wanted. Maybe if he was a little tougher, maybe things could go a step further tonight. But facing this kind and beautiful girl, Lin Fan couldn't bear it. What she needs is care and respect, and acting too hastily will only backfire. After realizing this, the aggression in Lin Fan's eyes faded away, turning into a doting tenderness. He took a deep breath, suppressed the primitive impulse, and instead stretched out his fingers to lovingly scratch the tip of her upturned nose. All right, I won't bully you anymore," he said with a smile, which was both a joke and a disguised apology. "It's all because our Suqiao University beauty is so sweet. I can't help myself." Su Yuhan felt embarrassed and angry when she heard this, but she also felt sweet in her heart. She raised her watery eyes and glared at him angrily. In Lin Fan's opinion, she looked extremely charming. Lin Fan smiled, leaned over and solemnly kissed her smooth and plump forehead. "It's getting late. I'll take you back to the dorm." Chapter 49 Tenderness and Responsibility. I will be Yeya's father. After sending Su Yuhan to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory, the Lamborghini Veneno was like a black beast, lurking silently beside the tree-lined avenue in the night. The engine was turned off and the car was completely silent. I'm here." Su Yuhan lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito. "Yeah." Lin Fan responded and leaned over. Su Yuhan subconsciously closed her eyes, thinking that he was going to kiss her again, and her heartbeat quickened again. There was a soft click sound. The expected kiss did not fall, but the seatbelt was unfastened. She opened her eyes awkwardly and met Lin Fan's smiling eyes. "My little fool, what are you thinking about?" Lin Fan chuckled and rubbed her cheek with his knuckles. "Hurry up, or the dormitory manager will lock the door if you're any later." Su Yuhan's cheeks instantly turned hot, and she hurriedly pushed the door and got out of the car. During the whole process, she didn't even dare to look at Lin Fan again. Seeing the girl running towards the dormitory building as if escaping, but unable to help looking back every few steps with a shy look on her face, Lin Fan felt in a very good mood and started the car. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Looking at the time, it was almost midnight and the dormitory building was about to close. However, the fire that Su Yuhan had just ignited had not yet been completely extinguished. "I want to go back to the dormitory today." Lin Fan thought for a moment and dialed a number. The call was answered almost instantly. "Hello, Lin Fan?" Xinya's voice came from the receiver with a hint of surprise and sleepiness. "Are you still awake?" Lin Fan's voice softened unconsciously. "Yeah, I just coaxed Yeya to sleep." Xinya's voice revealed a hint of cautious concern. This mature and tough woman only shows such caution when facing him. Lin Fan felt a warm feeling in his heart and smiled. "My classmates and I just had a dinner together and we have nowhere to go. Can I stay at your place for the night?" Okay. Then I'll wait for you." Xinya's voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became extremely excited. Half an hour later, Lin Fan's car stopped in the underground garage of Xingawan Community. As soon as I opened the door, the aroma of food hit me. Xinya was wearing a homely silk nightgown that highlighted her breathtakingly hot curves. She gathered her long hair a little embarrassedly and said softly, I was worried that you didn't eat well tonight, so I made some midnight snacks. On the table, there are 4 dishes and 1 soup, all steaming hot. Looking at the mature beauty in front of him who cooked for him, Lin Fan's heart seemed to be filled with something, warm and solid. He walked forward, hugged Xinya from behind, rested his chin on her shoulder, sniffed the fragrance of her hair, and whispered, It's great to have you. Xinya's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed, a blush of happiness appeared on her face, and she said softly. This midnight snack was warm and sweet. After dinner, Xinya went to clean up the dishes, while Lin Fan walked into Yeye's room. The little girl has fallen asleep with a sweet smile on her pink face. I wonder what sweet dream she is having. Lin Fan leaned over, kissed her gently on the forehead, tucked the corner of the quilt, and then quietly retreated. In the living room, Xinya had finished cleaning up and was walking over with a glass of warm water. Is Yeye asleep? Yeah, I slept soundly. When their eyes met, the temperature in the air seemed to rise quietly. Lin Fan put down the water cup, looked at her beautiful face with a hint of shyness, lowered his head and kissed her. This kiss was different from the youthful exploration with Su Yuhan, but was filled with the intensity and desire that was tacitly understood between adults. Xinya was a little resistant at first, but soon fell completely under Lin Fan's domineering and gentle attack. Her soft body fell into his arms and she responded enthusiastically. Then he picked up Xinya and strode towards the master bedroom as she exclaimed. Lin Fan. Xinya buried her face in his chest in shame. Call me husband. A charming room. After a long time, on the big bed in the bedroom, Xinya curled up lazily in Lin Fan's arms, like a satisfied cat. Her pretty face was still flushed, and her beautiful eyes were sparkling with water, full of the charm of a mature woman who had been moisturized. Lin Fan stroked her smooth back, and with an idea in his mind, he quietly activated the Eye of True Vision. Name, Xinya. Experience, 1-2. Favorability, 85. Mutual support. Inner emotion, it turns out being a woman can be so comfortable and satisfying. This man has saved Yeye and me, and I'm willing to do anything for him. I'm so much older than her, and I've been married once. I hope he won't get tired of me, an old woman. Seeing that the experience column changed from 1-1 to 1-2, Lin Fan's mouth curled up in understanding. My initial guess was correct. It seems that the first number represents the number of people, and the second number represents the number of times. And the little bit of uneasiness in her heart made him feel pity for her. Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't help but hold Xinya's arms tighter. What's wrong? Xinya keenly noticed his mood change. Nothing, Lin Fan kissed her forehead, I just feel that having you is the greatest luck in my life. This simple sentence made Xinya's eyes red in an instant. She took the initiative to offer her sweet lips, and the two of them became affectionate again. Xinya rested her head in Lin Fan's arms for a long time, as if she was hesitating about something. Finally, she spoke softly, Lin, husband, there's something I want to discuss with you. Go ahead. My parents, Xinya said nervously, they know Yeye's illness has healed, and they also know that it was you who helped us. They want to come to Shanghai to thank you in person, your benefactor. No matter how much I try to persuade them, they won't. She was afraid that Lin Fan would find it troublesome or dislike her rustic parents who came from the countryside. After all, there is a huge gap in status between them. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't answer immediately, Xinya's heart suddenly rose to her throat. She quickly added, if you feel it's inconvenient, or if they're too busy, I'll tell them. Convenient? How could it be inconvenient? Lin Fan interrupted her, turned over and pressed her under him, pinched her nose, and said seriously, even an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law. As a son-in-law, I naturally have to pay my respects to my father-in-law and mother-in-law as well. Son-in-law? Xinya was completely stunned, her beautiful eyes wide open, full of disbelief. What else? You already call me husband. Lin Fan looked at her pitiful appearance and felt soft in his heart. He held her face in his hands and said solemnly, word by word. Xinya, my wife, listen carefully. From now on, I am Yeye's father. In front of my uncles and aunts, I am their son-in-law. Your parents are my parents. I will respect them well on your behalf and Yeye's behalf. These words, like thunder and the warmest spring breeze, instantly shattered the last bit of anxiety and defense in Xinya's heart. She could no longer control herself, and tears burst out. It was not out of grievance or sadness, but full of happiness and emotion. All the suffering and anxiety in her first half of life seemed to have completely disappeared in this man's firm promise. This man not only gave her and her daughter everything materially, but also gave her the status, respect, and support that a woman desires most. She said nothing, but stretched out her arms and hugged Lin Fan's neck tightly, giving her all without reservation to the man who gave her a new life and a home. Outside the window, the night deepens. But this home is filled with warmth and the light of hope. Shinya Experience +1. Chapter 50 Parent-Child Time at the Amusement Park. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the floor-to-ceiling windows and fell onto the soft carpet in the bedroom. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes and felt a warm and soft touch on his arm. Shinya curled up in his arms like a docile cat, her sleeping face peaceful and contented, her long eyelashes still stained with tears from last night, tears of happiness. Looking at this face that had been worn down by life but was still beautiful and charming, and now blooming with unprecedented brilliance because of his promise, Lin Fan felt a strong sense of satisfaction and desire to protect her. This is his woman. As if she had noticed Lin Fan's gaze, Shinya's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her beautiful eyes that were shining with water. When their eyes met, her pretty face turned red instantly. She subconsciously tried to stand up, but was held back in Lin Fan's strong arms. "Husband, it's time to get up." Shinya's voice was as thin as a mosquito, and she was too embarrassed to look at him. "What's the rush?" Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her smooth forehead. His voice was hoarse from the early morning. "Let your husband hold you for a while first." After a brief moment of tenderness, the two got up and washed. When Lin Fan walked out of the room in casual clothes, Shinya was already busy in the kitchen wearing an apron, and a steaming hot breakfast was placed on the table. Yaya, also wearing a cute little dress, was sitting obediently at the dining table. When she saw Lin Fan come out, she immediately called out sweetly, "Good morning, uncle." Lin Fan's heart moved, and he walked forward and asked gently, "Yaya, from now on, please stop calling me uncle and call me daddy instead, okay?" The little girl's eyes lit up instantly, and her face was full of surprise and expectation, but she did not answer immediately. Instead, she turned to look at her mother Chinya with a questioning look. Chinya's body stiffened slightly. When she saw her daughter's longing eyes, the softest part of her heart was touched. She took a deep breath, gave Yaya an encouraging smile, and nodded slightly. After getting her mother's permission, Yaya immediately smiled brightly and called out to Lin Fan in a clear voice, "Dad." When Lin Fan heard Yaya's clear "Dad," his heart melted instantly and he felt all his fatigue was swept away. He was in a good mood. Smiling, he walked over and picked up the little girl, then announced, "Today we're going to the biggest amusement park in the Magic City and have a blast." "Okay?" "Wow. Going to an amusement park? Really?" Yaya's eyes instantly lit up like stars. She hugged Lin Fan's neck tightly and cheered excitedly, "Daddy is the best. I love Daddy the most." Shinya stood aside, watching this heartwarming scene quietly. Her eyes couldn't help but become moist, but the corners of her mouth raised an arc of incomparable happiness. After breakfast, Lin Fan drove the Porsche Panamera he bought for Chinya, carrying two beauties, one big and one small, and headed straight to the Dream Kingdom, the largest amusement park in Shanghai. Along the way, Yaya's laughter and joy hardly stopped. Shinya sat in the back row, watching the street scene rapidly receding outside the window, and then looked at Lin Fan, who was happily interacting with his daughter beside him, with mixed feelings in her heart. Once upon a time, she dreamed of giving her daughter a complete home and taking her to an amusement park, but reality repeatedly pushed her into the abyss. And now, this man who came like a god not only saved the lives of her and her daughter, but also gave her a future that she could not even dream of. In the amusement park, fairy tale music, the sweet fragrance of cotton candy and the laughter of children are intertwined, forming a unique bustle and vitality. When the grand float parade began, the throng of people instantly blocked Yaya's view. The little girl stamped her feet anxiously, "Daddy, I can't see. It's a fairy tale princess." "Don't worry, Dad will let you see it most clearly." Lin Fan smiled, picked up Yaya effortlessly, and let her sit steadily on his shoulders. This height was enough for her to have a panoramic view of the entire parade. Little Tiger documents anti-theft printing, find, book machine people select Little Tiger, stable reliable don't step into pitfalls. He held his daughter steadily throughout the whole process without a trace of impatience. His eyes always followed the direction of his daughter's finger and he patiently explained each fairy tale character. Shinya stood aside, looking at Lin Fan's tall back and Yaya's little hands waving in the sun, and the softest corner of her heart was gently touched. After the parade, Yaya's eyes were attracted by the stuffed bear that was more than 1 meter tall at the shooting game booth. "Dad, I want the biggest bear." Lin Fan glanced at the rules and smiled confidently. No problem, just follow Dad's instructions. He picked up the air rifle, calm and composed. He had 15 points of physical fitness that far exceeded that of ordinary people, including his eyes and vision. This allowed him to have a balloon burst every time he pulled the trigger, and every bullet hit its target. The smile on the stall owner's face gradually froze, and the tourists around him cast glances of amazement and envy. After getting the highest score, Lin Fan personally handed the huge plush bear to his daughter. Yaya hugged the doll that was taller than her face flushed with excitement. She rushed over and hugged Lin Fan's legs. Daddy is the best. Xinya watched this heartwarming scene quietly, the corners of her lips unconsciously raised, her eyes filled with tenderness and happiness. This was a scene she had always dreamed of but never dared to hope for, but now it was actually happening before her eyes. Afterwards, Lin Fan patiently accompanied Yaya to ride her favorite carousel. As the music started, the gorgeous wooden horse slowly turned. Yaya waved excitedly at Xinya outside the railing on the horse, while Lin Fan gently protected her by her side. When the song ended, Lin Fan came down carrying his daughter, beads of sweat already oozing from his forehead. You're sweating. Xinya came up to him without him noticing, with a hint of heartache in her voice. She naturally took out a tissue from her bag, stood on tiptoe slightly, and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Her movements were familiar and gentle, like a wife who was already accustomed to taking care of her husband. Lin Fan didn't move his body, allowing her gentle movements. He could clearly smell the faint fragrance coming from her body, and a warm current flowed through his heart. This feeling of being cared for wholeheartedly made him feel an unprecedented sense of peace and belonging. Let's take a picture. His Adam's apple moved slightly, his voice low and gentle. He took Chinya's wrist and pulled her to Yaya's side. Stand closer. Chinya's cheeks flushed slightly, and with a hint of happy shyness, she leaned obediently against Lin Fan, her body extremely relaxed. Yaya hugged the big bear, made a cute face at the camera and giggled. Lin Fan was amused by his daughter and said to Chinya with a smile, "Look how happy Yaya is, smile too." Perhaps it was because his smile was too contagious, or perhaps it was because his daughter's innocent happiness completely melted the last trace of haze left in her heart. The shyness in Chinya's eyes faded away, and the tight corners of her mouth completely relaxed. Finally, a heartfelt and extremely brilliant smile bloomed. At that moment, it was as if the ice and snow had just melted and the stars were suddenly shining. That smile washed away all the pain and suffering of her past, adding a touch of captivating charm and girlish purity to her already beautiful face. Lin Fan was a little dazed, his breathing slightly stagnant, and he heard a click sound, and the phone froze this warm and beautiful scene into eternity. Chapter 51 Promise on the Ferris Wheel, got a strategy reward. Time flew by in laughter and soon it was evening. The setting sun dyed the entire sky a gorgeous orange red. Dad, Mom, let's go ride that one. It's so high. Yaya shouted excitedly, pointing at the huge Ferris wheel slowly turning in the distance. Okay, Mom and Dad will take you to ride the tallest Ferris wheel. Lin Fan held Yaya in one hand and Chinya in the other, and walked towards the Ferris wheel that symbolized happiness and romance. When the cabin slowly rises to its highest point, the dazzling night view of the entire Magic City is in full view. The streets are bustling with traffic and the lights are bright, like a galaxy of brilliant light. Yaya was lying by the window, her little face full of surprise and excitement. She turned around, looked at Lin Fan beside her, and then looked at Chinya on the other side. Her big eyes sparkled with happiness, and she said in a childish but serious voice, "Dad, Mom, let's never be separated from each other again, okay?" Children's words are innocent, but they can also be very touching. Chinya's eyes turned red instantly, and she pursed her lips tightly, fearing that she would cry as soon as she opened her mouth. Lin Fan's heart trembled. He stretched out his arms and embraced Chinya and Yu. He looked down at Chinya's tearful eyes and spoke in an unprecedentedly serious tone. "Wife, from today on, I will protect you and Yaya. I will give you a home where you will never be wronged or feared again." This is not a simple promise, but a man's most affectionate confession and firmest oath. The last line of defense in Chinya's heart completely collapsed. She could no longer hold back and threw herself into Lin Fan's arms, letting her tears of happiness soak his clothes. She felt a sense of security and happiness she had never felt before, as if all the suffering she had endured in the first half of her life was worth it at this moment. Bite. At this moment, the familiar system prompt sound rang in Lin Fan's mind. Detected that the favorability of the goddess Chinya has reached 91 unwavering. Strategy condition conquer both body and mind has been achieved. Congratulations to the host. You've completed your first capture of the goddess Chinya. Trigger a huge reward. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1, 300 million yuan in cash, automatically transferred to the host's bank account. Reward 2, 70% of Tianha Group's shares will be distributed within 3 working days. After the distribution is completed, the host can go to the company to withdraw at any time. Boom! A series of system prompts exploded in Lin Fan's mind like thunder. 300 million in cash. And there is also 70% of the shares of a group with a market value of 6 billion. This reward is too generous. Lin Fan understood instantly. It turns out that the so-called strategy completion requires 2 conditions: the favorability reaches above 90, and a substantial intimate relationship with the goddess. The huge game made his heart beat wildly, and an unprecedented sense of control arose spontaneously. From this moment on, he, who holds the absolute controlling stake in Tianha Group, will truly have the capital to stir up trouble in the international metropolis of Shanghai. He looked down at the beautiful woman in his arms, who was crying bitterly but had a happy face, and his heart was burning with joy. All of this was brought by her. Lin Fan hugged Xinya and her daughter tightly, kissed each of them on the forehead, and made a secret oath in his heart. Xinya, yeah. From now on, I, Lin Fan, will hold up the sky for you. After returning from the amusement park, Yaya was so tired that she fell asleep in the car. Lin Fan carefully carried his daughter out of the car, and Xinya followed behind, with a hint of fatigue on her face, but her eyes were full of a gentle smile. Thank you for today, Yaya had a lot of fun. After entering the room, Xinya took her daughter and said softly, We are a family, it's too formal to say such things. Lin Fan smiled and reached out to tidy up her scattered hair. You two should go take a shower and get some rest early. Xinya's pretty face blushed slightly, she nodded, and walked into the bathroom carrying Yaya. While the mother and daughter were washing up, Lin Fan sat on the sofa, opened his phone and looked up information about Tianha Group. With 70% of the shares about to be acquired, he must quickly understand the company that he will soon control. If he hadn't checked, he wouldn't have known that Tianha Group was much larger than he had imagined. It has 4 major pillar subsidiaries, building a complete closed-loop business ecosystem. First is the core business Tianha Real Estate. As a well-known domestic real estate developer, Tianha Real Estate focuses on the development of high-end residential and urban complexes. Many of its projects have become landmark buildings in their respective cities and are well known for their outstanding quality and design concepts. The second is Tianha Property, which is closely connected with real estate. It not only provides top-level property management services for all properties developed by Tianha Real Estate, but has also actively expanded outward in recent years. With its good reputation and professional service system, it enjoys a high reputation in the industry. The third part is Tianha Entertainment. This subsidiary has a wide range of business, covering film and television investment and production, artist brokerage, theater management, and even theme park operations. It is an important part of the group's diversified development. Finally, there is Tianha Finance, the financial lifeline that supports the operation of the entire group. It is mainly responsible for the group's investment, financing, and capital operations, and provides a steady stream of financial support for the expansion of other subsidiaries through precise financial leverage. Lin Fan carefully read through the detailed financial reports and business introductions of each subsidiary, and the outline of this business empire became clearer in his mind. I don't know how long it took, but when he came back to his senses from the massive amount of information, Xinya and Yu had already finished their shower and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Fan tiptoed into the bedroom, looking at the peaceful sleeping faces of the mother and daughter, his heart softened. He turned and walked to the window, opened his mobile banking app, and looked at the long string of thrilling numbers in his account, as well as the huge fortune that was about to come to his hands. Wealth, status is beauty, everything that was once out of reach is now within reach. He looked out the window at the bright lights outside the Xingawan community and took a deep breath. A new life has just begun. Chapter 52 The Rich Man Escards, bye. The next day, Lin Fan did not rush to deal with the affairs of Tianha Group, but decided to do something more important first: completely change the lives of Xinya and her daughter. He wants his woman and daughter to enjoy the best things in the world. Wife, yeah, get up. I'm going to take you shopping for new clothes today. When Xinya was pulled out of bed by Lin Fan with sleepy eyes, she was still a little confused. Buy clothes? I have enough clothes to wear, she said subconsciously. Lin Fan didn't allow her to argue and pinched her cheek. Your old clothes don't suit you now. Today, change into new clothes from head to toe. Half an hour later, the Porsche Panamera was parked steadily in the underground parking lot of Hang Lung Plaza, the top luxury shopping mall in Shanghai. Xinya held Ye's hand and followed Lin Fan. Looking at the dazzling array of world-class brand logos around her, she felt dizzy. Any item here might be worth her salary for the past 1 or 2 years. She subconsciously tugged at her faded dress and hesitated. Lin Fan noticed her uneasiness, turned around, took her slightly cold hand, clasped their fingers together, and gave her a reassuring look. "Don't be afraid, I'm here for you." The warm palm and firm gaze instantly dispelled Xinya's uneasiness. She nodded and straightened her back. Yes, she is Lin Fan's woman now and cannot embarrass him. Lin Fan's first stop was a top-tier luxury children's clothing store. This one, and that one, all the sizes Ye can wear, a set of each. Upon hearing this, Xinya quickly grabbed his sleeve and whispered, "Lin Fan, there's no need to buy so many. Children grow up quickly, so 1 or 2 changes of clothes are enough." The shopping guide had a professional smile on her face at first, but when she saw Lin Fan's actions, the smile froze on her face. Lin Fan seemed to have ignored Xinya's words. He didn't even bother to glance at the staggering prices on the tags. His slender fingers traced across rows of exquisite children's clothing. His tone was calm but unquestionable. "Try on this pink princess dress and that sky blue one with lace." Xinya's eyes inadvertently swept across the tag. When she saw the string of zeros, she took a breath and the color faded from her face. When Ye walked out of the fitting room wearing the layered pink gauze dress, she timidly turned around in front of the mirror, looking like a bud about to bloom. Xinya's eyes lit up instantly. Looking at her daughter who looked like a little angel, she forgot about the price for a moment. The shopping guide's breathing stopped for a moment. The glaring 5-digit number on the price tag instantly seemed worth the money on this delicate little girl. "They look good." Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. Without waiting for the salesperson to recommend anything, he pointed to another area and said, "I'll take all the 2 pieces I just tried on, as well as the ones on this rack, as long as they're the right size." "All of them?" This time, Xinya couldn't hold it in any longer and raised her voice in shock. "Honey, this is too expensive. We can't." "It's okay, this is just the beginning. Trust your husband." Lin Fan gently patted Xinya's hand. The shopping guide was also completely stunned, with her mouth wide open in shock, almost suspecting that she had heard it wrong. She looked at Lin Fan's calm expression, then at the clothes that were worth several years' salary, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. Soon, with the shopping guide's sleepwalking packing service, Ye looked brand new from head to toe. She was wearing brand new little leather shoes, holding up her skirt, and her bright big eyes were sparkling with joy. She looked like a precious little princess who had really walked out of a fairy tale castle. She was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Xinya looked at her daughter's bright smile, which she had never seen before, and felt mixed emotions. She felt helpless because she felt sorry for the money, but also happy because her daughter was happy. Lin Fan looked at the little guy in front of him and smiled. It was cheap, only costing 210,000. After finishing the small one, it's time for the big one. Lin Fan directly pulled Xinya and walked into the Dior counter. "Welcome to Dior." A soft and pleasant voice sounded. Lu Xiaoran, the shopping guide at the door, came over with an impeccable professional smile on her face. She was wearing a well-cut black professional suit that perfectly outlined her curvy and mature figure, especially her proud bust, which almost pushed open the buttons of her shirt. Under the short skirt, a pair of slender legs wrapped in black stockings as thin as cicada wings, stepping on exquisite high heels, swayed with every step, exuding fatal temptation. Her eyes swept over the 3 of them, and when they fell on Lin Fan's low-key Armani and the Patek Philippe inadvertently revealed on his wrist, her naturally affectionate peach blossom eyes lit up instantly. But when her eyes fell on Xinya, her enthusiasm faded a little. Although Xinya's dress was clean, it was old-fashioned and looked like something from a street stall. Lu Xiaoran had a conclusion in her mind. This was probably another rich second generation who was out to see the world with his mistress. They usually just strolled around and rarely bought anything. She moved lightly, skillfully closing the distance between her and Lin Fan. A faint scent of perfume lingered at the tip of his nose. "Sir, you have excellent taste." She lowered her voice a few notches, with a barely perceptible hint of seduction. "What would you like to see? I can make an exclusive recommendation for you." As she spoke, her peach blossom eyes, with hooks, stared straight at Lin Fan, confident that her charm was enough to attract any man. Lin Fan naturally saw through her little thoughts and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He did not respond to Lu Xiaoran's invitation, but instead met her peach blossom eyes. His gaze paused for a second imperceptibly on her hot body, then moved away leisurely, and finally fell gently on Qinya. This subtle movement made Lu Xiaoran's heart skip a beat. She felt embarrassed and annoyed at being seen through, and also a strange thrill of being scrutinized by his gaze. Go try on that black dress. Lin Fan pointed to one of the latest dresses in the window and said to Qinya. Qinya was so frightened when she saw the string of zeros on the tag that she waved her hands repeatedly. It's too expensive, I don't want it. Go if I tell you to, Lin Fan said with a tone of unquestionable dominance. My wife should wear the best. The words my wife made Qinya's heart instantly sweet as honey, and also made Lu Xiaoran's eyes suddenly change. So she is the real wife? She looked at Qinya, who was wearing street goods, in disbelief, then looked at Lin Fan, who had a strong aura, and felt an inexplicable jealousy and resentment in her heart. Under Lin Fan's insistence, Qinya reluctantly walked into the fitting room. Chapter 53 The original scheming woman Lu Xiaoran. While waiting, the bored Lin Fan leaned casually on the sofa, turned on the eye of true vision, and looked at the shopping guide named Lu Xiaoran. Name, Lu Xiaoran. Appearance, 86. Height, 93. Temperament, 85. Overall score, 88. Experience, 00. Favorability, 25. Casual acquaintance. Inner emotion, this guy is so handsome, young, and rich. What a shame his wife is such a country bumpkin. But the watch on his wrist is real, so he looks like he's really rich. If I could hook up with someone like him, why would I be here trying to be funny? But since his wife is here, I'd better keep to myself. The overall score is 88, which does not meet the goddess standard of 90, and the system has no response. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows in surprise. What was surprising was not her rating, but the experience column. This Lu Xiaoran looks very charming, with a pair of peach blossom eyes that seem to be able to seduce people. Who would have thought that she is actually the original one? Quite interesting. However, Lin Fan just thought it was interesting. Qinya was right next to him, and he had no other thoughts at the moment. Just then, with a click, the door of the fitting room opened. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn over. Qinya came out with a little shyness. She changed into a well-cut black silk long dress, the design of which perfectly outlined her already hot and amazing S-shaped curves. The plumpness of the chest, the slender waist, and the firm and round buttocks, wrapped in high-quality fabrics, are even more breathtaking. The mature charm that was originally concealed by plain clothes was completely stimulated at this moment. If Qinya was a piece of dusty jade before, then now she is a black pearl that has been polished to a dazzling brilliance, noble, elegant, and exuding a fatal sexy charm. The entire counter was silent for a moment. Even Lu Xiaoran was stunned, with a hint of jealousy that was hard to conceal in her eyes. Good, does it look good? Qinya felt a little embarrassed when she was looked at, and nervously pinched the hem of her skirt with both hands. Beautiful. Lin Fan stood up and walked in front of her, his eyes full of amazement and admiration. He reached out and tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear and said softly, "My wife is the most beautiful woman in the world." This undisguised praise and love instantly made Qinya's cheeks blush, and she was incredibly beautiful. Not long after, Qinya changed into her second outfit, an exquisitely tailored ivory white dress, and walked out of the fitting room hesitantly. The ivory white skirt makes her skin look whiter than snow, and the simple design perfectly outlines her slender waist in graceful curves. Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, his originally careless gaze instantly ignited. He didn't say anything, but just raised his chin towards Lu Xiaoran beside him, indicating her to bring the matching shoes and bag. Although Lu Xiaoran still had some contempt in her heart, she still took out a pair of high heels of the same color and an exquisite small handbag. When Qinya put it on, her slightly shy and pure temperament, embellished with a full set of luxury goods, was miraculously sublimated into a heart-pounding beauty of pure desire. Let her try the red one and those others. Lin Fan's tone left no room for doubt. Lu Xiaoran's heart trembled, and she dared not neglect it any longer. When Qinya changed into her third outfit, that sexy and passionate red halter dress, the entire counter seemed to brighten up a bit. Lu Xiaoran had learned her lesson and immediately presented a pair of black one-strap high-heeled sandals and a sparkling diamond clavicle chain. After Qinya was dressed, she looked like a rose that suddenly bloomed, warm and dazzling, completely different from her pure self just now. The contrast made Lin Fan's breathing stop. Not bad. Lin Fan's lips curled up with a satisfied arc, as if he was admiring a perfect work of art that belonged to him alone. Next, it became Qinya's personal fashion show. From a smart and cool black and white striped suit and skirt, paired with pointed high heels and an exquisite brooch. to the gentle and lovely champagne-colored evening gown, accessorized with dazzling diamond earrings and a clutch bag in the same color. Then, a playful and lively short A-line skirt and a pair of cute strappy sandals. One set after another, each complete look seemed to unlock a new charm for Chinya. Her initial uneasiness gradually turned into confidence and composure under Lin Fan's focused and passionate gaze. The self in the mirror was so beautiful that she felt unfamiliar with it. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoran's facial expression had changed from a professional fake smile to complete dullness, and finally evolved into an uncontrollable fanaticism. Her eyes were fixed on the clothes, shoes, bags, and accessories that Chinya had worn and then casually put aside. Each piece was worth a lot of money, and when piled together, it was like a walking mountain of RMB. She finally realized that she had been wrong, and she was wrong to an outrageous degree. How can this be called a rich young man taking his lover to broaden his horizons? This is clearly a wealthy man playing the My Queen development game. This one, Lin Fan finally stood up and walked over to Chinya, pointing at the last outfit she was wearing. Then he looked around and said calmly to the stunned Lu Xiaoran, "And every outfit she tried on just now, from clothes and shoes to bags and accessories, pack them all up." Ah? All? Lu Xiaoran's voice was trembling, her heart was beating wildly, she thought she was hallucinating. Is there a problem? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, a hint of impatience flashing across his eyes. No problem. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll pack it for you right away. Lu Xiaoran was instantly revived, with an extremely enthusiastic and flattering smile on her face. The slight contempt she had felt before had long been thrown out of her mind. When she punched in the total amount on the calculator and saw the long, almost blinding 7-digit number on the screen, she felt like her breath was about to stop. 1,786,000. Watching Lin Fan take out his bank card and hand it over without even blinking, and hearing the clear beep sound of the POS machine, Lu Xiaoran felt that this was simply the most wonderful sound in her career. Young, handsome, rich, and devoted to his wife. This kind of perfect man is simply a walking delusion in the world. She began to regret her previous negligence. When handing over a dozen beautifully packaged shopping bags, she mustered up her courage and deliberately used her fingertips, which were painted with exquisite nail polish, to gently stroke the back of Lin Fan's hand, while throwing him a wink that she thought was very charming. However, Lin Fan seemed to be unaware of it. He took the things, took Chinya's hand, turned around and left without even giving her a glance, as if she was just a machine that could pack and check out. Complete in pure disregard. Lu Xiaoran's smile froze on her face, and a strong sense of frustration and unwillingness surged in her heart. She thought she was pretty, but this man's eyes were only fixed on that woman from beginning to end. Walking out of the Dior counter, Lin Fan looked at Chinya, who looked brand new and incredibly beautiful, and nodded with satisfaction. Chinya just held Lin Fan's arm tightly, giving herself to him wholeheartedly, enjoying the amazed and envious looks of the people around her, and the happiness of being spoiled by Lin Fan. Chapter 54, Encountering an Old Friend and a New Mission. Chinya's cheeks were still flushed as she walked out of Plaza 66 carrying a dozen shopping bags printed with the Dior logo. There was a glimmer of happiness in her bright eyes. She would steal glances at the man beside her from time to time, her heart still beating fast. "Honey, these are really too expensive." Chinya muttered softly, her fingers unconsciously stroking the handle of the shopping bag in her hand. Lin Fan tilted his head, a wicked smile curling his lips. "So where are we now?" "I said I would let you and Yaya live the best life." Yaya was held in Lin Fan's arms. The little girl was wearing a new dress. Her little hands were tightly grasping Lin Fan's collar. She looked at the passers-by around her with bright eyes. From time to time, she buried her little face in Lin Fan's neck and sighed with satisfaction. "Are you tired?" Lin Fan asked Chinya, shifting the heaviest bags to his other hand. "Do you want to find a place to rest for a while?" Chinya shook her head, tightening her grip on his arm. Her voice was as soft as cotton candy. "I'm not tired, it's just I spent a lot of money." She secretly glanced at Lin Fan and saw that he looked calm. She added softly, "But Yaya looks really good in her new dress. My wife looks even better in her new dress." Lin Fan pinched her chin, his eyes sweeping over the black silk dress she was wearing. "Just now, when I was trying on clothes at Dior, I almost couldn't help but." "Oh." Chinya blushed, put her hand over his mouth, and glared at him angrily. "Yaya is still here." Yaya raised her head from Lin Fan's arms and blinked her big eyes. "Dad, what did Mom say? What are you trying to hold back?" Lin Fan laughed and scratched the little girl's nose. "Don't buy ice cream for our Yaya." "No." Yaya pouted immediately, hugging Lin Fan's neck with her little hands and shaking him. I want the strawberry flavor. Okay, let's buy it. Lin Fan carried her to the ice cream truck outside the square. Xinya followed beside him, watching the interaction between the father and daughter, with a gentle curve at the corner of her mouth. The sunlight shone on her through the leaves of the sycamore tree. Her black dress shone with a soft luster. Passers-by couldn't help but look back. This woman was obviously wearing top-notch luxury goods, but there was no trace of ostentation. Instead, she exuded the stability and gentleness of being pampered. Just after buying the ice cream, Xinya suddenly stopped, her eyes slightly widened, and she looked at a woman sitting in the open-air rest area not far away. The woman was wearing a beige suit and nude high heels. Her wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She was looking down at her cell phone, her fingers painted with bright red nail polish, and her movements were neat. The side profile has bright lines, a high nose bridge, and full lips. Even when she is just sitting, she exudes a capable and passionate energy. Manru? Xinya called out tentatively. The woman looked up suddenly, and when she saw Xinya, her eyes widened instantly, and she almost dropped the coffee cup in her hand. Xinya? She walked over, circled around Xinya twice, and exclaimed in amazement, "You silly girl. It's been so many years since graduation, how come you're like a completely different person? This skin, this temperament. Tell me the truth, are you being kept by some big shot?" Xinya blushed and waved her hands quickly. "What nonsense! This is my husband, Lin Fan." She pulled Lin Fan over and pointed at the woman and said to Lin Fan, "This is my college classmate, Wang Manru. She used to live across the bed from me." Wang Manru finally looked Lin Fan in the eye. Seeing Yeye in his arms, his understated yet obviously expensive Armani casual clothes, and the faintly visible Patek Philippe on his wrist, her eyes lit up. "Husband? Good job, Xinya, you're hiding it well. This handsome guy looks really young. He doesn't look like a husband, he looks more like a little puppy." Lin Fan smiled, handed the ice cream to Yeye, and held out his hand. "Hello, I'm Lin Fan." Wang Manru shook his hand openly, her fingers deliberately rubbing against his palm. Her voice was playfully fiery. "Hello, handsome Lin. I'm Wang Manru, Xinya's bad friend. Seriously, where did you find this precious Xinya? In college, she was the iceberg beauty of our department, so many people couldn't catch up with her. I'm just lucky." Lin Fan didn't respond to her, and said in a natural tone, "It's rare for you old classmates to meet up. Do you want to find a place to chat?" "Okay." Wang Manru nodded immediately and pointed to the coffee shop not far away. "Let's go there. I just ordered coffee and haven't touched it yet." After sitting down, Wang Manru looked at Xinya, her eyes full of envy. "Honestly, Xinya, you are doing well now, right? Looking at your state, you don't look as gloomy as before." Xinya took a sip of coffee and smiled gently. "Yeah, it's pretty good. After meeting Lin Fan, everything is fine." Wang Manru sighed and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she started talking about herself. "I started my own business after graduation, opening a beauty salon. It was doing well, but last month I expanded and renovated. I lost control of the budget, and the equipment payment is coming in tight. Now I'm stuck with the cash flow. It's a headache." She drummed her fingers on the table, her tone irritated. "When I went to the bank for a loan, they thought my business was too small. When I asked friends to borrow from me, they all avoided me. They really see through me." Xinya felt distressed when she heard this and held her hand. "How much do you need?" "I still have some." "Come on," Wang Manru interrupted her laughter. "Don't I know what's going on with you? Raising a child these past few years hasn't been easy. Don't try to be too superficial in front of me." She paused, looking at Lin Fan with a tentative look in her eyes. "Handsome Lin, you look like someone who runs a big business. Would you consider investing in my beauty salon? I guarantee you'll make a profit." Lin Fan didn't say anything, just looked at Xinya. Xinya understood and whispered in his ear, "Manru is a nice person. She helped me a lot in college. I went to her beauty salon once. The location is good, but..." Bite. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and was about to say something when a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Capturable goddess detected, Wang Manru. Triggering random mission, save the beauty salon. Goddess information. Age, 32. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Appearance, 90 sophisticated and elegant. Body size, 92 graceful figure. Temperament, 93 mature and capable. Comprehensive score, 92 high-quality goddess. Mission, inject capital into Wang Manru's beauty salon to help her overcome her difficulties. Mission reward, 10 million yuan in cash, skilled musical instrument mastery. Interestingly, this system can be used anytime and anywhere. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and glanced at it with his true vision eyes. Name, Wang Manru. Experience, 00. Favorability, 35 friendly. Inner emotion, Xinya is so lucky, isn't she? She found such a young, wealthy husband who seems to really love her. But is he trustworthy? His handshake just now was so cold, he didn't seem approachable. If only we could get some investment, all my hard work over the years would be wasted if the beauty salon doesn't survive. Lin Fan retracted his gaze and smiled at Wang Manru. Where is Miss Wang's beauty salon? Let's go take a look tomorrow. If it's suitable, we can consider investing. Wang Manru's eyes lit up instantly, and she slammed the table. Really? Handsome Lin, are you kidding? I never joke. Lin Fan said calmly, the specific investment amount and shareholding will be determined tomorrow after we examine the actual situation. Xinya looked at Lin Fan, gratitude in her eyes almost overflowing. Wang Manru was so excited that she almost stood up. That's great. Handsome guy, you are really my benefactor. I'll wait for you at the store tomorrow. I'll send the address to Xinya on WeChat. There was a hint of gratitude and appreciation in her eyes as she looked at Lin Fan, even a hint of subtle ambiguity. After sending Wang Manru away, Xinya took Lin Fan's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. Thank you, husband. Why are you thanking me? Lin Fan pinched her face. Isn't it my duty to help my wife's friends? Yaya licked her ice cream and replied in a baby voice, Daddy is the best. Lin Fan smiled and picked her up, striding towards the parking lot. Let's go home. Chapter 55 Recovery and Rebirth. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the Porsche Panamera was parked steadily in front of the entrance of the Shanghai International Children's Rehabilitation Center. Xinya's hands were still shaking a little when she carried Yaya out of the car. This was Yaya's first follow-up checkup after the last intensive treatment, and she was afraid of a recurrence. Don't be nervous. Lin Fan came down from the other side and helped her tidy up her wind-blown hair. The doctor said last time that you're recovering well. There will be no problem today. Yeah, wearing a pink sweatshirt and with a rosy face, hugged Xinya's neck and said in a baby voice, Mom, I don't feel any pain anymore. The doctor will praise me. Xinya sniffed, buried her face in her daughter's soft hair, and rubbed it, her voice a little muffled. Well, our Yaya is the bravest. The corridors of the rehabilitation center do not have a strong smell of disinfectant, but instead are filled with a faint scent of osmanthus. Lin Fan walked in front holding Yaya, and Xinya followed beside him, her eyes fixed on her daughter's little face. Yaya was very curious. She turned her head around and saw a cartoon hanging on the wall in the corridor. She pointed and said, Dad, that little bear is getting a shot. Yes, so Yaya has to be good and obedient, otherwise the little bear will cry. Lin Fan cooperated to coax her. The two of them took Yaya to have blood drawn and x-rays taken, and they were busy for an hour before they got the report. Holding the report, Lin Fan and others came to the Children's Rehabilitation Department. Dr. Wang from the Children's Rehabilitation Department is a fat man in his 50s. He wears gold-rimmed glasses and his eyes narrow into slits when he smiles. When I saw them come in, I greeted them with a smile, and then I started to look at the test report carefully. Then Dr. Wang pinched his arms and legs, and opened his mouth to show his tongue. He didn't cry or make a fuss the whole time, and said in a baby voice, Hello, Grandpa Wang. Dr. Wang examined the film very carefully, comparing it repeatedly on the computer from time to time. Finally, he held the film up to the light for a long time before he breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Xinya and said, Ms. Qin, don't worry. The child has recovered much better than expected. The next step is to consolidate the recovery. He picked up a pen and wrote in the medical record book, mumbling, You don't have to come every day. Come on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday mornings for a routine checkup and rehabilitation training. You can go to school or play normally the rest of the time. Just don't do anything too strenuous. When Xinya heard the words go to school normally, tears started streaming down her face. She quickly turned her back to wipe it, her shoulders twitching. Over the past 6 months, she has been running around various hospitals with Yaya in her arms, and the words she heard most often were, There's nothing we can do, and the situation is not optimistic. Now, she finally heard no problem, and the tense string in her heart snapped. Why are you crying? Lin Fan walked over and gently hugged her waist from behind, resting his chin on the top of her head. You should be happy. Dr. Wang smiled and handed over a tissue. That's good news. The child's recovery is more important than anything else. By the way, Yaya has a healthy constitution. She should eat more high-protein foods like eggs, milk, fish, and shrimp. Don't be picky. Oh, thank you, Dr. Wang, thank you. Xinya took the tissue, wiped her tears and smiled. Her eyes were red, like a rabbit that had just cried. After coming out of the rehabilitation center, Yaya fell asleep on Lin Fan's shoulder, her little mouth still smacking. Xinya looked at her daughter's peaceful sleeping face, reached out and gently touched her cheek, and whispered, "Hubby, thank you." You're talking nonsense again. Lin Fan pinched her face, she's my daughter too. Xinya's heart skipped a beat, her face turned hot, and she quickly turned her head to look out the window. The sunlight shone through the car window and fell on Lin Fan's arm as he held Yaya. The Patek Philippe dial on his wrist reflected a tiny amount of light, but she felt that no matter how bright the light was, it could not match his profile at that moment. When I got home in the afternoon, Yaya was still sleeping. Xinya put her on the small bed, covered her with a quilt, tiptoed out, and went straight into the study. Lin Fan followed her over and saw that she was sitting in front of the computer with several web pages open on the screen. The titles were Beauty Industry Market Analysis, Chain Beauty Salon Operation Model, and Beauty Industry Consumption Trend Report. The notebook in front of her was filled with writing, and there were small question marks and exclamation marks next to the beautiful handwriting. Seeing Lin Fan come in, she scratched her head a little embarrassedly. Monru's beauty salon, I was thinking, since you want to invest, I have to know a little bit about it. I can't be completely ignorant. Lin Fan leaned against the doorframe and looked at her. She was wearing simple home clothes, her hair was casually tied into a bun, with a few strands of hair hanging on her cheeks. On her nose was the plain glasses he bought her a few days ago, and she was as serious as a student preparing for an exam. His fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard, stopping from time to time to bite the pen tip and frown. When he saw useful information, he quickly copied it into the notebook. Do you need help? Lin Fan walked over and bent down to look at her notes. No, Xinya quickly waved her hand. I'll figure it out myself first. If I don't understand, I'll ask you. She paused, looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. I always felt like I couldn't do anything right before. Now, I want to give it a try. I don't want to be a burden to you forever. Lin Fan's heart softened, and he reached out to ruffle her hair. You've never been a burden. But wanting to learn is a good thing, and I support you. He picked up the water glass on the table, found it was empty, and turned to the kitchen to pour some water. Are you thirsty? Have some water. Xinya looked at his back and couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. She used to think that life was like a stagnant pool of water, with no end in sight. But now, a stone was suddenly thrown into the pool, and the ripples were full of light. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, Yaya woke up and asked for sweet and sour pork ribs. Xinya was busy in the kitchen with an apron on. The sound of spatulas colliding, the buzzing of the range hood, and Yaya's laughter while watching cartoons in the living room mixed together, like a lively and peaceful song. Lin Fan leaned against the kitchen door and watched her cook. Xinya was pouring the ribs into the pan and stir-frying them. Oil splashed everywhere and she subconsciously dodged backwards, not noticing that some sauce was on her face. Lin Fan walked over and wiped her face with a tissue. Xinya was startled. She turned around and saw it was him, and her face flushed again. Don't make trouble, the oil is hot. Who told you not to concentrate on cooking? Lin Fan smiled and pinched her face, the ribs are almost burnt. Oh. Xinya quickly turned back to stir-fry, and her flustered look made Lin Fan laugh. The three of them had a lively dinner. Yaya used a small spoon to scoop up the rice, and kept saying, Mom's spare ribs are the best. They're even better than the ones made by the kindergarten teacher. Then eat more. Xinya picked up a piece of pork ribs for her and took a bite herself, her eyes curved into crescents. After dinner, Xinya went to wash the dishes, and Lin Fan accompanied Yaya to play with building blocks. The little girl stacked the blocks crookedly and insisted that she was building a house for Mom and Dad. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, yes, the house our Yaya built is the sturdiest. Chapter 56 Kindergarten and Beauty Salon. By the time Yaya fell asleep, it was almost 9 o'clock. Xinya came out of the shower and stood at the bedroom door feeling a little embarrassed. She was wearing the black silk nightgown she bought at Dior today. The neckline was a little low and the hem just reached her thighs. When she walked, the hem swayed, revealing her two white legs. Why don't you come in? Lin Fan was leaning against the head of the bed looking at his phone. When he looked up and saw her, his eyes lit up. Shinya bit her lip as she walked over, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her skirt. You, look at me wearing this. It looks good. Lin Fan put down his phone and reached out to pull her into his arms. The material of the skirt was slippery, and I could feel the warmth of her skin when it touched my body. Shinya's face burned intensely. She buried her head in the crook of his neck, not daring to look up. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's. Today, thank you for buying so many things for Yeye and me, and for accompanying me to the hospital. You're still saying thank you? Lin Fan pinched her waist. She immediately shrank back from the itch, but he held her tighter. You deserve to be punished. Shinya raised her head, her eyes watery, with a hint of pleading and a little expectation. How is the punishment? Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her lips, tasting the minty flavor of her freshly brushed teeth. Shinya was a little stiff at first, but then she slowly relaxed, put her arms around his neck, and stood on tiptoe to respond to him. The moonlight from outside the window shone through the gauze curtains, stretching the entangled shadows of the two people very long. The two of them were busy until late at night. Shinya was exhausted and lay on Lin Fan's chest, gasping for breath, her hair wet and sticking to her face. Lin Fan stroked her back, listening to her heartbeat slowly steadying down. Suddenly remembering something, he lowered his head and asked, How do you feel? Shinya blushed, reached out and hit him, her voice muffled by the quilt. Don't ask. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shinya was baffled by his laughter and glared at him. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Lin Fan leaned over and kissed her forehead. I just feel that things are really good right now. Shinya didn't say anything. She leaned into his arms, found a comfortable position and closed her eyes. In the darkness, she couldn't hide the smile on her lips. Yeah, it's great now. The next morning at 7:30, just as the sun was pouring into the living room through the gaps in the curtains, Yeye ran to the bedroom door with her bare feet and knocked on it. Dad. Mom. Get up. We're going to be late. Shinya opened her eyes drowsily, and Lin Fan had already sat up and put on his clothes. She rubbed her eyes and yawned. Why did Yeye wake up so early today? We have to go to kindergarten. Yeye shouted outside the door. Teacher Gu said she will teach painting today. Lin Fan smiled, put on his clothes and went to open the door. Yeye rushed over and hugged his legs. Daddy, hold me. Go get dressed yourself. Lin Fan pinched her little face. Mom found a new dress for you. It's in the closet. Yeye said oh and ran to the bedroom. Shinya sat up and looked at the backs of the father and daughter, feeling warm in her heart. She threw back the quilt and got out of bed. As soon as she walked into the living room, she smelled the aroma of fried eggs. Lin Fan was already busy in the kitchen. Awake? Lin Fan turned around to look at her. Go wash up quickly. Breakfast will be ready soon. Shinya walked over and hugged his waist from behind, putting her face against his back. Good morning. Good morning. Lin Fan patted her hand. Go quickly. Yeye is almost dressed. At 8:10, the family of three went out. It was the same kindergarten Yeye attended before she fell ill. It is not far from Galaxy Bay. Considering that Yeye is already in the senior class and has only a month left, there is no need to transfer her to another school to let her adapt to the new environment. Lin Fan and Shinya plan to pick up and drop off Yeye every day. Having a car is convenient anyway. At the kindergarten gate, Yeye, wearing a pink princess dress and carrying a small school bag, was like a happy little bird, jumping and skipping while holding Lin Fan and Shinya's hands. There are already many parents dropping off their children at the door. Yeye's homeroom teacher, Ms. Gusini, was standing at the door to greet them. When she saw them, her eyes lit up and she smiled and waved. Yeye, you're here. Long time no see. Gusini wore a white dress today, her hair tied in a ponytail, and she wore black framed glasses. She had no makeup on her face, and her skin was fair and tender. She looked like a college graduate. Seeing Lin Fan and Shinya, she smiled a little embarrassedly and pushed up her glasses. Good morning, Yeye's mom. Is this Yeye's dad? This is the first time we meet. Good morning, Teacher Gu. This is my husband, Lin Fan. Shinya felt a little embarrassed and pushed Yeye forward. Hurry and follow the teacher in. Yeye hugged Shinya's legs and rubbed them, then looked up at Lin Fan. Dad, will you pick me up this afternoon? Of course. Lin Fan squatted down and pinched her face. Be obedient in kindergarten and don't bully other kids. I know. Yaya nodded vigorously and turned to run to Gu Sini. Teacher Gu, what are we going to draw today? Today I'm going to draw a windmill. Gu Sini held Yaya's hand and turned to smile at Lin Fan and Xinya. Yaya used to be very good at drawing. She was very talented. It's the teacher's teaching that's good. Xinya smiled, then we'll go first. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Gu. Xinya turned around and took Lin Fan's arm, saying, let's go to Manru's beauty salon. After watching Lin Fan and Xinya turn around and walk out of the school gate, Yan Shitan lowered her head to look at Yaya and asked softly, Yaya, is your father good to you? Great. Dad bought us a new house and a new car. Yesterday he bought me a new dress and lots of beautiful clothes for Mom. Yaya nodded vigorously. Everything was fine during dinner last night. I don't know why, but when I went to bed at night, I heard Dad and Mom fighting in the room. Mom was screaming so loudly. Gu Sini's little face instantly became hot and red as if it was about to bleed. The fight you're talking about, is it a serious fight? At 9:30, the car stopped downstairs of a high-end office building. Wang Manru was already waiting at the door. When she saw Lin Fan's Porsche, her eyes lit up and she hurried over to greet him. Handsome Lin, Xinya. You're here. Please come in. The information is ready. The beauty salon is on the 12th floor of an office building. It is quite large, approximately 500 square meters. Half of the area has been renovated, with white marble floors and golden decorative lines, making it look high-end and elegant. The other half was still piled with decoration materials, and several workers were putting the finishing touches on it. This is the reception area, and that's the beauty salon. There are 8 private rooms in total, each equipped with a private bathroom and a starry sky ceiling. Wang Manru showed them around, her tone full of pride. All the equipment is imported. The 5th generation thermage machine alone cost me over 1 million yuan. We were supposed to open last month, but the decoration company suddenly raised the price, and the final payment for the equipment was pressing, so we were stuck all of a sudden. Lin Fan didn't say much, just looked around. He quickly sorted out the situation. The location was good, an office building in the city center, surrounded by high-end residential areas. The positioning was clear, targeting high-end female customers. The hardware met the standards. The problem lies in funding and initial operational planning. Chapter 57, an investment that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. The meeting room is in the beauty salon's temporary office area, with a long table, a few chairs, and decoration renderings on the wall. Wang Manru spread the documents on the table, including financial statements, decoration contracts, equipment purchase lists, employee resumes, and even a market research report. This is last year's financial report. The store used to make around 200,000 yuan in net profit each month, with a 65% customer repurchase rate, primarily from regular customers in the surrounding neighborhoods. Wang Manru explained, pointing to the report. Here's the budget for the store expansion. The renovations cost over 2 million yuan, 1 million yuan over budget. This was mainly due to the central air conditioning and fresh air system, which we wanted to improve the customer experience. We've paid a 30% deposit for the equipment, and we still have 1 million yuan to pay, but the manufacturer has agreed to give us another month's payment. Xinya picked up the report, ran her fingers over it, and frowned slightly. The renovation cost is too high. Renovation of the same area in the same location usually costs 1 million. Yours is almost 1 million more. Were you ripped off by the renovation company? Wang Manru blushed. How would I know about this? I found a company recommended by an acquaintance, thinking it would be more reliable, but in the end. Let me see the contract. Xinya stretched out her hand. Wang Manru quickly handed over the decoration contract. Xinya flipped through a few pages and pointed to one of the clauses. Look here, she said, material transportation costs are calculated separately. Normal renovation contracts include transportation, but this is clearly a scam. And then there's this design change fee. The rate is a whopping 15%, while the average rate on the market is 5%. Lin Fan came over to take a look. He found that there was indeed a problem with the place Xinya pointed out. The terms were written in an ambiguous way, and it was obvious that they were bullying outsiders. He raised his eyebrows. This girl just started reading the book yesterday, but she can find the loopholes in the contract today. She has some skills. Wang Manru was stunned. Ah? There's such a thing? I was so focused on the total price that I didn't pay attention to these details. It's okay. It's not too late to find out now. Xinya comforted her. After the renovation is completed, take the contract to them and you can cut a lot of these unreasonable fees. If all else fails, find a lawyer to send a letter. They will definitely feel guilty. Really? Wang Manru's eyes lit up. That's great. I thought the money was thrown away in vain. That's not all. Xinya picked up the equipment purchase list again. This water light device is an old model from last year. Now the new model has come out, and the price is 100,000 cheaper. You overpaid. And this hair removal device, the distributor marked up the price by 20%. You can save a lot if you buy it directly from the manufacturer. She spoke more and more fluently, from equipment prices to employee costs, from customer-based positioning to promotional plans. Her speech was clear and logical, and even Lin Fan couldn't help but nod his head. This doesn't look like last-minute cramming like last night, it's more like a veteran who has been working in the field for several years. Wang Manru was completely convinced. She looked at Xinya as if she were a monster. Xinya, tell me the truth, did you learn this secretly? How do you know all this so clearly? Xinya blushed, feeling a little embarrassed. It's just. I read a few books in the library yesterday and looked up some information. Reading? Wang Manru's eyes widened. I've been reading for 3 years and still can't understand it as well as you do. Are you a genius? Lin Fan smiled and ruffled Xinya's hair. My wife is smart. Xinya felt even more embarrassed by the compliment. She lowered her head and whispered, actually, there's still a lot I don't understand, like tax planning and the chain operation model. I'll have to learn more about it in the future. What are you going to learn? You have your husband. Wang Manru patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said hotly, Brother Lin is so rich, he must know a lot of experts. Let them serve as your consultants. How much money do you need now? Lin Fan suddenly asked. Wang Manru was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, at least 5 million, 1 million for the final payment for renovations, 3 million for the final payment for equipment, and 1 million for working capital. Lin Fan nodded and looked at Xinya. Wife, what do you think? Xinya took a deep breath, raised her head, and looked determined. It's worth it. The location is good, and the equipment is good. As long as we control the costs and build a membership system, we will definitely make money. Wang Manru's eyes lit up. Xinya, you're absolutely right. I'm planning to focus on privacy and membership, and not accept individual customers. But Xinya looked at Wang Manru. Manru, you have to agree to one condition of mine. You say. Don't mention just one, I'll agree to all 10. Wang Manru nodded quickly. From now on, your finances must be transparent, Xinya said seriously. You must show me the monthly statements, and we must discuss any major expenditures. I know you're the founder and this beauty salon is your life's work, but since you've received investment, you have to follow the rules. Wang Manru was stunned for a moment, then smiled. It should be. This is how it should be. Don't worry, although I, Wang Manru, am carefree, I follow the rules when doing business. From now on, you are my boss, and whatever you say is what goes. Who is your boss? Xinya blushed. We are partners. Yes, partner. Wang Manru smiled even more happily. Then about the investment. Then I'll invest 5 million. Lin Fan said, his tone calm but full of unquestionable power. I'll take a 60% stake, 30% of which will be registered under Xinya's name. I won't be involved in the management. You and Xinya will decide on the specific management matters. If you agree, the funds will be deposited into your account today. Please send me your account number on WeChat. Wang Manru and Xinya were both stunned. Xinya reacted and quickly pulled Lin Fan's arm. Husband, how can this be possible? I have never been exposed to this before. If you don't understand, you can learn. Lin Fan held her hand and looked at Wang Manru. Ms. Wang, is this condition acceptable to you? Of course. Wang Manru was so excited that she almost jumped up, her eyes red. Handsome Lin, Xinya, you are really my benefactors. I don't know what to say. She had been prepared for Lin Fan to put forward various harsh conditions, but she didn't expect that not only did he not put forward any, he also gave the shares to Xinya and let her continue to be the boss. This trust touched her more than the 5 million investment. Why thank me? We're just friends. Xinya held her hand. Let's work together to make Manya the best beauty salon in Shanghai. Wang Manru looked at Lin Fan, then at Qinya, and suddenly smiled. Handsome Lin, are you giving the beauty salon to Qinya as a gift? Fine. I accept. Just for your kindness, I will definitely run the beauty salon well, so that Qinya can make money even if she doesn't care about anything. Qinya looked at Lin Fan, unable to hide the emotion in her eyes. Lin Fan extended his hand. It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. Wang Manru nodded vigorously, looking at Qinya with eyes full of gratitude. She secretly glanced at Lin Fan, and the strange feelings in her heart emerged again. This man is not only rich, but also loves his wife so much. Qinya's life is really worth it. Then let's find a place to sign the contract. I'll pay the manufacturer this afternoon and have them install the equipment tomorrow. Chapter 58 Studious Qinya, Experience Plus 3. When I came out of the beauty salon, it was almost 12 o'clock. The sun was shining brightly. Qinya held Lin Fan's arm, and her steps were as brisk as a little girl. Honey, how was my performance just now? She tilted her little face up to take credit, her eyes sparkling. Great. Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her. My wife is really getting better and better. Then, is there a reward? Qinya asked in a low voice, drawing circles in his palm with her fingers. Lin Fan looked at her cunning eyes and smiled. Reward you? No need to read, come watch a movie with me? No way. Qinya pouted. I still need to study fundamentals of financial management. There's a formula in it that I don't understand yet. Lin Fan laughed. This woman got carried away right after the compliment. He pinched her face and pulled her towards the parking lot. Let's go eat first. After dinner, I'll buy you the latest edition of Financial Management, the kind with video explanations. Really? Shinya's eyes lit up and she immediately followed him. Then how about we go to that Japanese restaurant we went to last time? I want to try their eel rice. Okay, I'll do as you say. The sun shone on the two of them. Qinya chattered about the plan of the beauty salon. Lin Fan occasionally responded with a smile on his face. 2 p.m., City Library. Qinya shuttled back and forth between the economic management area and the beauty area, quickly gathering a stack of books in her arms: Beauty Industry Operation Guide, High-End Customer Service Skills, Basics of Financial Management. Lin Fan followed behind her, watching her carefully selecting, and felt that it was more interesting than reading any business report. How about this one? Qinya picked up a book called Female Consumer Psychology with Sparkling Eyes. That's great. Lin Fan helped her put the books on the cart. If you don't have enough, buy some online. The library's editions are too old. No, the library is free. Qinya said in a low voice. She was used to being poor and always felt bad about spending money. Lin Fan laughed and stopped trying to persuade her. The two found a seat by the window and sat down. Qinya opened the book and quickly immersed herself in it. Qinya was engrossed in reading, marking the key points on the pages with her fingers. She would stop from time to frown and think, and the tip of her pen would rustle as she wrote something on the notebook. The sunlight slanted in through the window and fell on her slightly drooping eyelashes, casting a small shadow, and even the fine beads of sweat on the tip of her nose were clearly visible. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, not reading the book, but looking at her. Watching her bite her lower lip as she pondered the terminology, watching her frown as she secretly checked her phone when she encountered something she didn't understand, watching the gleam in her eyes when she understood a point of knowledge, it was more dazzling than any luxury product he had ever seen. Is there a typo here? Qinya suddenly looked up and pointed at a line in the book. It says that the repurchase rate of high-end beauty salons depends mainly on service, but when I looked up information yesterday, many cases said that the speed of equipment updates is more important, especially in anti-aging treatments. If the equipment is outdated, customers will immediately run away. Lin Fan leaned over to take a look. The book was published 5 years ago and was indeed a bit outdated. He tapped his fingertips on the page. You're right. Clients are very discerning these days. We all need to keep up with the times and learn the latest industry knowledge. I want to learn from you in this regard. Qinya blushed at the compliment, lowered her head and continued reading, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Another line of words appeared on the notebook: Equipment Update Plan, research new industry technologies every quarter and introduce at least one core equipment every year. They stayed until the library closed, then packed up and left. Qinya was holding a pile of books and walked very carefully, as if she was holding some rare treasure. Lin Fan reached out to take them, but she refused. No, I can do it myself. These are all my treasures. After returning home, Shinya placed the book on the coffee table in the living room and immediately opened her notebook to write a plan. Lin Fan went to the kitchen to cook. He took the shrimp and pork ribs he had bought that morning out of the refrigerator. He heard Shinya muttering in the living room, membership system. Silver card, gold card, black card. The benefits should be tiered. Black card members should have their own beautician and customized plans. He smiled and shook his head. This woman was really energetic when she was serious. It was not until Lin Fan reminded her that Shinya woke up from her studies and hurried out to pick up Yeye from school. Lin Fan made steamed shrimp, sweet and sour pork ribs, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes for dinner, all of which were Shinya's favorites. When Yeye came home from school, she smelled the delicious food as soon as she walked in. She dropped her school bag and rushed to the kitchen. What delicious food did Daddy make? It smells so good. Go wash your hands. Lin Fan brought her back and kissed her on the forehead. Were you good in kindergarten today? Good boy. Teacher Yin praised my handicraft. Yeye raised her little face to take credit. Teacher said the little rabbit I made is the cutest in the class. Shinya gently closed the door and rubbed Yeye's hair. Hurry up and wash your hands and eat. At the dinner table, Shinya was still pondering. Honey, do you think beauty salons should offer some value-added services? Like, afternoon tea after the treatment? I saw that spa in Plaza 66 give away macarons, and a lot of girls go there just for that. Sure. Lin Fan picked up a piece of pork ribs for her. But don't try to imitate those fancy ones. Use real ingredients. For example, find a good dessert shop to customize it and use healthier ingredients. After all, people who come for beauty treatments are all focused on maintenance. Too much sweetness is not good. Oh, that's right. Shinya's eyes lit up, and she immediately took out her phone to write it down. Low sugar, organic ingredients, simple design. How about calling it Manga Dessert Counter? It will echo the name of the beauty salon. She only found out yesterday that Wang Manru's beauty salon was called Manya Beauty SPA. She said that when they were in college, they always joked that they would open a shop together in the future and have each other's names in the name. Very good. Lin Fan looked at the light in her eyes and felt that the 30% stake was not given in vain. She used to feel that she was dependent on him to survive, but now that she has something she wants to do, she feels more alive. After dinner, Shinya coaxed Yeye to sleep and returned to the living room to continue reading materials. When Lin Fan came out of the shower, he saw her still lying on the coffee table, her brows furrowed, and the pen in her hand spinning rapidly. Don't look at it anymore. You have to get up early tomorrow to supervise the beauty salon. He walked over, hugged her from behind, and rested his chin on her shoulder. Go to the beauty salon tomorrow and take your time to look at the information. Shinya nuzzled into his arms, her voice a little muffled. No, I have to hurry up and study. Manru trusts me so much, and you gave me the shares, I can't mess it up. You won't mess it up. Lin Fan kissed the top of her head. My wife is so smart, she learns everything quickly. He took her notebook and flipped through it. It was filled with dense writing, from cost control to marketing plans, clearly organized. Even the payment points for the final renovation payment were marked with risk warnings. Look, this is so well written, much better than those so-called MBA graduates. Shinya felt warm in her heart when he praised her. She closed her notebook, turned around and hugged his neck. Hubby, thank you. Thank me for what? Lin Fan pinched her face. Thank me for finding you a homework? No. Shinya pecked him on the lips, her eyes sparkling. Thank you, for making me feel that I am not a useless person. In the past, she always felt that she could do nothing except taking care of children. After meeting Lin Fan, he helped her stand up again, and now he has given her a career that allows her to stand up straight. This thought is much more valuable than the shares. Lin Fan looked at her red eyes, his heart softened, and he lowered his head to kiss her. The kiss gradually turned from gentle to passionate. Shinya responded to him by standing on tiptoe, her fingers tightly grasping the belt of his bathrobe. Well, go to the room, she said breathlessly. Lin Fan picked her up and walked towards the bedroom. When they passed the cloakroom, Shinya suddenly whispered in his ear, wait a moment. She took out an exquisite paper bag from the cloakroom. It was the Dior shopping bag she brought back from Plaza 66 yesterday. Inside was a burgundy suspender nightgown with lace edges, the material was as thin as a feather. This is what you bought for me yesterday? Shinya's cheeks flushed. She was only focused on Yeye's skirt at the time and didn't notice this. Yeah, I think it will look good on you. Lin Fan leaned against the doorframe, his eyes darkening. Xinya bit her lip and turned into the bathroom. When she came out again, her nightgown was hanging loosely on her body, with a very low neckline, revealing her delicate collarbone and faintly visible curves. Her hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, with moisture from the shower, and her eyes were a little shy and a little expectant. Lin Fan's Adam's apple moved, and he walked over and pressed her against the wall and kissed her. The material of the skirt was too slippery and it fell to the ground when I pulled it. Xinya's skin was very hot, and she trembled slightly in his arms, but she took the initiative to wrap herself around him, her nails gently scratching his back. "Hubby," she whispered in his ear, her voice soft and charming, "be gentle." Moonlight shone through the gap in the curtains and fell on the entangled figures. Xinya experience +3. Carat. Chapter 59 Xia Mengmeng's exclusive time. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the sunlight shines through the gaps in the curtains, cutting bright spots of light on the floor. Xinya got up quietly and washed up. When she passed by the bedroom, she peeked at Lin Fan, who was still sleeping soundly, and a gentle curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yea's little schoolbag had been packed long ago, and the pink rabbit kettle was placed on the entrance cabinet. Next to it was the beauty salon opening preparation list that she had compiled overnight. "Mom, when will Dad wake up?" Yea came out of the room rubbing her eyes, with wrinkles of her pajamas with the teddy bear pattern still on her little skirt. "Daddy is tired, let him sleep a little longer." Xinya squatted down to help her daughter straighten her collar. "Mom will take you to kindergarten today and take you to eat strawberry cake in the evening, okay?" "Okay." Yaya stood on tiptoe and kissed her, then ran to the entrance to change her shoes. "Mom, you look so beautiful today." Xinya touched her hot cheeks. The woman in the mirror was wearing a simple white shirt and black suit pants. Her hair was neatly tied into a bun, revealing her slender neck. This was the most formal piece of clothing she had found after searching through her closet, and she had specially asked Lin Fan to help iron it flat yesterday. After sending Yaya home, Lin Fan was already awake and leaning against the headboard looking at his phone. The sunlight shone on him through the floor-to-ceiling windows, outlining his smooth shoulder lines. Xinya walked over and hugged him from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder. "Hubby, I'm going to the beauty salon." "Well," Lin Fan pinched her waist with his backhand, "do you need me to accompany you?" No, Xinya quickly shook her head. "Sister Manru is already waiting for me in the store. You can go about your business. By the way, I left the plan I compiled yesterday in your study. Can you take a look at it for me when you have time?" Lin Fan smiled and nodded. "As you wish, Manager Chin." Xinya blushed, pecked him on the lips, grabbed her bag and ran away. The moment the door closed, Lin Fan's phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Xia Mengmeng. Lin Fan, where are you?" It was followed by a jumping bunny emoticon. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and quickly replied, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I just missed you." Xia Mengmeng's voice was sweet. "Yuhan has an interview today. She told me this before she left this morning. It seems to be a well-known financial company. After the interview, she's going home and taking a day off before going back to work." Lin Fan's fingertips paused. She never mentioned Su Yuhan looking for a job. Yes, given her personality, she probably wants to wait until it is confirmed before making any decision. He replied, "I see. Where are you?" "I'm at school. I just finished class and am downstairs in the dormitory." Xia Mengming's voice was full of joy. Do you want to come to school to play with me?" Lin Fan looked at the screen and smiled. This little girl obviously missed him, but she said it so tactfully. "Wait for me half an hour." Half an hour later, when Lin Fan's Lamborghini stopped downstairs of the Shanghai University dormitory, Xia Mengmeng almost crushed her phone. Today she specially wore the goose yellow dress that Lin Fan bought for her last time. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail, revealing her slender neck. She looked like a freshly peeled lychee, sweet and tender. Seeing the eye-catching poison car, her heart rate instantly soared to 180. She ran over with her books in her arms, her face flushed. "Why did you drive this car?" "It's too eye-catching. Of course I have to drive the best car to pick you up." Lin Fan opened the door and got out, ruffling her hair. "Where do you want to go?" Xia Mengming's neck turned red from being rubbed by him, and she muttered softly, "Whatever you want." But her eyes were sparkling as she looked at him, and she couldn't hide the smile on the corners of her mouth. "You decide." Lin Fan smiled and helped her fasten her seatbelt. You are the commander-in-chief today. Xiao Mengming's eyes lit up, and she counted on her fingers. I want to eat at Hey Di Leo. I want to watch that new romantic movie. I also want to go to the arcade to catch dolls. But as she counted, her voice gradually lowered, and her fingers twisted the hem of her skirt nervously. Lin Fan, Su Yuhan, she has agreed to be your girlfriend, right? Lin Fan looked at her red eyes, his heart softened, and he reached out and pinched her face. Yeah. Then, what about me? Xia Mengming's voice was a little shaky. Will you, don't want me anymore? She always thought she was taking advantage of the situation, but now that Su Yuhan was here, she panicked. She knew that she could not compare to Su Yuhan's cool beauty, nor her talent. Her only bargaining chip was to get his promise first. Lin Fan pulled her into his arms, looked down into her eyes, and said seriously, Meng Meng, you are both equally important to me. Xia Mengming was stunned. I won't give up on anyone. Lin Fan's voice was low and firm. Su Yuhan is mine, and so are you. You are both my women, and I won't let you suffer any injustice. Xia Mengming's tears fell plop and hit the back of his hand, burning hot. She sniffed, suddenly threw herself into his arms, buried her face in his chest, and said sullenly, I knew you were the best to me. She cried for less than 2 seconds, then suddenly looked up and looked at him with sparkling eyes. What if Yuhan, she finds out? Don't worry. Lin Fan wiped away her tears and stroked her cheek with his fingertips. I will take care of it and won't make things difficult for you. Xia Mengming was finally relieved. She stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the chin, like a little fox who had stolen candy. Then let's go on a date today. I want to go to Disneyland. Okay. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, I'll do as you say. The next day, Xia Mengming completely let herself go. At Disney, she dragged Lin Fan around to play all the attractions like a child. She screamed and held his hand tightly while riding the roller coaster, leaned on his shoulder and made a wish while watching the fireworks, and got her mouth covered in frosting while eating marshmallows, which Lin Fan wiped off with a tissue with a smile. Lin Fan, look! That castle is so beautiful. She pointed at Cinderella's castle in the distance, her eyes twinkling with stars. Like it? Lin Fan asked. Like. I'll build one for you later. Xia Mengming burst out laughing and hit him, bullshit. But her heart was filled with sweetness. At noon, while having lunch in the restaurant in the park, Xia Mengming excitedly took dozens of photos. Sometimes she hugged Lin Fan's arm, sometimes she stood on tiptoe to kiss his face, and she smiled like a flower. Lin Fan felt warm in his heart when he saw her happy expression. While shopping in the afternoon, she spotted a Stella Lu doll, but she put it down right after picking it up. It's a bit expensive. Lin Fan asked the clerk to pack it up, and then took Ling Nabel and Shirley May from the side, filling up a basket. Why did you buy so much? Xia Mengming exclaimed softly, what a waste of money. You can play with it. Lin Fan swiped the card without even raising his eyelids. My woman, buy whatever she wants. Xia Mengming looked at his profile and suddenly felt a little sour in her nose. When she was eating instant noodles in the dormitory, she never thought that one day someone would treat her like a princess. She sniffed and hugged his waist from behind. Lin Fan, you were so nice. That's good to know. Lin Fan turned around and pinched her face. Let's go, I'll take you for ice cream. As the sun sets, the two sit on the Ferris wheel. Xia Mengming leaned on Lin Fan's shoulder, looked at the lights gradually lighting up outside the window, and whispered, today is the happiest day of my life. Lin Fan bent down and kissed the top of her head, there will be many more happy days in the future. Xia Mengming smiled, her eyes curved into crescents. She knew she had made the right bet, and this man was worth everything she had given him. Chapter 60 Su Yuhan returns home. At the same time, Su Yuhan was standing at the gate of her community. The walls of the old residential building were peeling off, there were several electric cars parked downstairs, and the aroma of food was wafting in the air. She took a deep breath, took out the key and opened the door. With a click, the door opened. Mom, I'm back. Oh, our college student is back. Su's mother came out of the kitchen wearing an apron. How was the interview? Did it go through? Su Yuhan paused while changing her shoes, and couldn't help but smile. Yeah, it's passed. I can go back to work the day after tomorrow. Really? Mother Su grabbed her daughter's arm. That's great. I told you our Yuhan is the most capable. She's much better than your uncle's daughter. She graduated last year and still hasn't found a proper job. She only cares about dating. The sizzling sound of cooking came from the kitchen. Su Zhengde poked his head out with a spatula in his hand. There was no expression on his face, but his voice had a barely perceptible raise. Not bad, not bad. The movement of flipping the spatula in his hand was obviously much lighter. Su Yuhan felt warm in her heart when she looked at her parents. She walked into the living room, placed the canvas bag on the sofa, and scanned the familiar home. The old house is 80 square meters, and some parts of the wall have turned yellow. The fabric sofa in the living room was replaced 3 years ago, and there are some indelible oil stains on the armrests. On the TV cabinet are pictures of her from childhood to adulthood, from a baby with pigtails to a graduate in a bachelor's gown, and next to them are a few lucky cat ornaments given by relatives. This is where she lived for 21 years. Ordinary, crowded, yet filled with all her growing up memories. The dinner was very sumptuous. Braised pork, sweet and sour pork ribs, stir-fried vegetables, and tomato egg drop soup are all Su Yuhan's favorites. Su's mother kept picking up food for her, and the rice in the bowl was soon covered by meat and vegetables. Eat more. You're so thin. Mother Su touched her daughter's arm with concern. You must not have eaten well at school, right? No, the food in the cafeteria is pretty good. Su Yuhan said vaguely with ribs stuffed in her mouth. What's good about that? Mother Su curled her lips. Last time, your Aunt Wang's daughter came back and said that the meat in the school cafeteria was all fatty. You must not have eaten much. She suddenly remembered something and lowered her voice. Yuhan, look, what about you? You're almost graduating, is there anyone chasing you? Your cousin from your uncle's side found someone last year, and his family owns 3 houses in Pudong. And your cousin from your aunt's side just started dating someone last month. I heard he runs a company and bought her a BMW. You said that although our family's conditions can't compare to theirs, you're not bad either. You graduated from a prestigious university and you're beautiful. You'd better keep your eyes open when looking for a partner. Su Yuhan's heart skipped a beat. She picked up a piece of braised pork and stuffed it into her mouth. She gasped because it was so hot. Mom, I just found a job. I'll get busy with work first. Work is important, but lifelong events are important too. Mother Su insisted. Your cousins are so proud of themselves when they return to their parents' home. Your aunt even boasted to me last time that your cousin's boyfriend took their whole family on a trip to Sanya. We can't fall behind. Su Yuhan ate the rice in the bowl, but it tasted like wax. She knew what her mother was thinking. Ever since she went to college, she had been nagging her every day to find a boyfriend with good conditions, preferably one who could settle down in Shanghai and help the family in the future. Especially when she saw her cousins from her uncle and aunt's family finding promising partners one by one, her mother's competitive spirit became even stronger. She always thought these words were too realistic before, but now, she thought of Lin Fan. I remember how he drove a Lamborghini and waited for her downstairs of the dormitory. I remember how he hugged her in his arms at the door of the library and said, "She is my girlfriend." I remember his warm kiss on the observation deck. My heart is beating a little fast. Dad, Mom, Su Yuhan put down her chopsticks and took a deep breath. I have a boyfriend. The living room suddenly became quiet. The chopsticks in Su's mother's hand fell to the table with a clack. Her eyes widened. What are you talking about? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? How is it better than your cousins? Did you buy a house? Su Zhengde also put down his chopsticks, frowning. What do you do? How's your family's financial situation? Su Yuhan was a little nervous when they looked at her. She twisted the corner of her clothes with her fingers and said, "It's just a friend. We just confirmed our relationship not long ago." Friends? What friends? What do you do? Where are you from? Su's mother asked rapidly. How old are you? Do you have a house? Are you a local? Mom, why are you asking so many questions? How can I not ask clearly? Su's mother was anxious. This is a matter of your whole life. When we go back to our hometown for the reunion, whoever finds the better conditions will be the one who gets face. You have to fight for your mother. What does he do for a living? How much does he make a month? Is it comparable to the BMW your cousin's boyfriend bought her? Mom! Su Yuhan felt a little helpless. Can you please stop comparing me with my cousins? Isn't it because I compare myself to others that I can tell who's good and who's bad? Su's mother's voice rose a little. Last time, your aunt called me and deliberately told me that your cousin's boyfriend bought her a gold bracelet. How could I not be anxious? I worked so hard to raise you and send you to college. I can't be worse than them. Su Yuhan felt a little blocked in her heart. She knew her mother was doing this for her own good, but the comparison in her words made her uncomfortable. Su Yuhan's voice was a little low. He's quite a nice guy. Good? How good? Su's mother pressed. She treats her better than your cousin's boyfriend? What did he buy you? This is how men chase girls nowadays. It's not certain when you get her. Don't let them be dumped by someone who's not as well off as your cousin. How can I face you then? All right. What are you talking about? Su Zhengde suddenly slammed the table and stood up. But your mother does have a point. We still have to look at the conditions. Your cousin's boyfriend has 3 houses, which will be convenient for the children to go to school. Your cousin runs a company and spends a lot of money on BMWs. The guy our daughter finds can't be much worse than that, right? Mother Su was startled by her husband's yelling, her eyes reddened. I'm just afraid of being outdone. Last time, at your uncle's family dinner, his daughter's girlfriend was the loudest person at the table, and your father and I couldn't get a word in. Su Yuhan looked at her mother's red eyes and her heart softened. She walked over and gently hugged her mother. Mom, I know you're worried that I'll be wronged, and you also want to save face for our family. He's really a good man, and his conditions are pretty good. I'll bring him to meet you in the future, and I promise he'll be no worse than my cousin's partners. Mother Su sniffed and patted her daughter on the back. You better keep your eyes open and don't be fooled. Then your parents won't be able to hold their heads up in front of relatives. I know, Mom. Su Yuhan coaxed her with a smile. Your daughter is so smart, how could she be deceived? He is really well off, and he may even have more houses than my cousin. She deliberately exaggerated to reassure her mother. Su's mother was relieved at this, and she began to nag again. Then you have to be more careful. Find out where the house is and whether there are any brothers or sisters competing with him for the family property. Oh, by the way, when will you bring it back to us? Let your uncle and aunt take a look, too. Our daughter's partner is no worse than theirs. Su Yuhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, we just got together, can you give us some time? Okay, I won't ask anymore. Su's mother finally gave in and picked up a piece of pork ribs with her chopsticks and gave it to her daughter. Eat quickly, the food is getting cold. Su Yuhan took the ribs, but her heart was in turmoil. She looked at the white hair on her parents' temples in this crowded but warm little home, and suddenly felt a little confused. There seemed to be a huge gap between Lin Fan's world and her current life. Can you really overcome your parents' competitive spirit and the opinions of your relatives? Yuhan, Su Zhengde suddenly spoke, his voice softer than before. It doesn't matter who he is. As long as his conditions are not much worse than those of your cousins and he treats you well, my parents will have no objection. Otherwise, we will lose face in front of our relatives. Su Yuhan looked up suddenly and met her father's eyes. Su Zhengde rarely said such things. He was always serious and strict with her, but at this moment, the vanity and helplessness in his eyes were so real. Dad. Eat? Su Zhengde smiled and handed her a piece of braised pork. Your mother is just concerned about her reputation, don't take it to heart. But the conditions have to be similar, otherwise your uncle and aunt will gossip about her behind her back again. Su Yuhan nodded, her eyes feeling a little hot. She lowered her head and ate the rice in the bowl, and suddenly found it not so disgusting. The sky outside the window gradually darkened. The sound of neighbors closing doors came from the corridor, and the opera on TV was still singing. Su Yuhan looked at her parents in front of her, and her heart suddenly calmed down. No matter what the future holds, at least now, she has someone she loves. Although her parents are vain, they also hope that she lives a good life. That's enough. Chapter 61 Tenderness in the Presidential Suite. After leaving the amusement park and getting in the car, Lin Fan looked at Xia Mengming's cute face and couldn't help but scratch her nose. Are you hungry? Let's go eat. Let's go to Cloud One. You haven't been there yet, right? No. Xia Mengming suddenly grabbed him, her eyes sparkling. I want to eat the spicy hot pot at the back door of the school. It's spicy and spicy. Lin Fan laughed, little greedy cat. As dusk fell, the car stopped steadily in the parking space at the entrance of the snack street. Xia Mengming sat in the Malatang restaurant, slurping instant noodles with red oil soup base, with fine beads of sweat oozing from the tip of her nose. Lin Fan sat opposite her, slowly helping her pick out the coriander. Looking at her satisfied expression, he suddenly felt that this down-to-earth little shop was more reassuring than the Michelin-starred restaurant at Cloud One. Lin Fan, try this fish tofu. Xia Mengmeng picked up a piece, blew it cool, and fed it to him, her eyes curved into crescents. Today is the happiest day of this semester for me. Lin Fan opened his mouth and bit the fish tofu. Seeing her sticking out her tongue because of the spiciness but unable to stop, a corner of his heart suddenly softened. Perhaps, this is the best reward the system gives him, not cold numbers and luxury goods, but these vivid, real, down-to-earth warmth. Eat slowly, there's no one else to snatch it from you. He took a tissue to wipe the red oil from the corners of her mouth, and there was a gentleness in his voice that he didn't even realize. Xia Mengmeng looked up at him. The light from the street lamp shone through the glass window onto his face, softening his sharp features. She suddenly leaned over and pecked him quickly on the lips, then lowered her head with a red face, pretending to continue eating the spicy hot pot, but her ears were so red that they were about to bleed. Lin Fan was stunned, then chuckled and ruffled her hair. You've gotten bolder. Have you learned how to sneak attack? Xia Mengmeng buried her face in the bowl and said sullenly, who told you to be so nice to me today? After dinner, the two of them went shopping in the snack street to digest their food. I want a 3-part sugar strawberry green milk with double tapioca pearls. Xia Mengmeng immediately revived herself and ran into the alley holding his arm, her ponytail dangling in front of him. I also want the octopus balls with mustard sauce from that place at the corner of the street. The cobblestone pavement in the snack street was hot from the sun, but Xia Mengmeng didn't care and pulled Lin Fan to shuttle between the stalls. She bought a bunch of grilled starch sausages and insisted on feeding them to Lin Fan. Oil splashed onto the back of his hand. She hurriedly took out a tissue to wipe it for him. When her fingertips touched his warm skin, her cheeks turned red. Lin Fan, have this. She handed the octopus balls to his mouth, her eyes sparkling. This mustard sauce is super spicy, do you dare to eat it? Lin Fan opened his mouth and bit the bamboo stick. The spicy mustard instantly rushed to his head. He coughed twice. Seeing Xia Mengmeng laughing so hard, he reached out and pinched her cheek. How dare you tease me? Oh, it hurts, it hurts. Xia Mengmeng screamed exaggeratedly, but she leaned into his arms and said softly, I won't dare to do it again. Hee, that's pretty good. Lin Fan took the milk tea from her hand, inserted the straw and handed it back. Watching her sipping the milk tea, with milk foam on the corners of her mouth, I couldn't help but bend down and help her lick it off. Xia Mengmeng froze instantly, her eyes widened, and the milk tea in her hand almost fell to the ground. The surrounding noise seemed to fade away. She could clearly hear her own heartbeat like a drum, and Lin Fan's deep laughter echoed in her ears. Why are you blushing? Weren't you quite bold just now? Lin Fan. She punched him in shame and anger, then turned and ran to the cinema. The movie is about to start. If we don't go now, we'll miss it. There were almost no people watching the romance movie in the afternoon. Xia Mengmeng huddled in her seat with a big bucket of popcorn, but her eyes were secretly glancing at Lin Fan beside her. He leaned back in his chair, his profile clearly outlined in the dim light, his fingers resting casually on the armrest. When the hero in the movie confessed his love to the heroine, Xia Mengmeng suddenly felt her hand being held. Lin Fan's palm was warm and dry, with a reassuring power. Lin Fan. She called him softly, her heart feeling like it was about to jump out of her chest. Concentrate on watching the movie. Lin Fan pinched her fingers, but his eyes did not leave the screen, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was almost midnight when the movie ended and the number of people on the streets began to thin out. As they drove towards the dormitory building, Xia Mengmeng leaned back in her seat and yawned. Lin Fan, I'm so tired. If you feel sleepy, take a nap. We'll be at the dormitory soon. Lin Fan slowed down the car. Don't. Xia Mengmeng held his hand, her voice soft. I don't want to go back to the dormitory, I want to stay with you. Lin Fan glanced at her. The little girl's cheeks were red and her eyes were full of anticipation. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the girl's watery eyes and remembered the number on the panel: favorability 86, mutual support. He had an idea, turned the steering wheel, and drove towards the city center. Where are we going? Xia Mengmeng asked curiously. You'll know when you get there. Lin Fan smiled mysteriously. The car stopped in front of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, the top 5-star hotel in Shanghai. The car door closed, and Xia Mengmeng looked at the magnificent hotel lobby and walked hesitantly. Lin Fan naturally took her hand, and the warmth from his palm made her feel a little relieved. The well-trained receptionist quickly completed the check-in formalities and respectfully handed over the door card. Mr. Lin, the presidential suite is on the top floor. I wish you a pleasant stay. The elevator rose silently, and the mirror reflected Xia Mengming's slightly red face. She raised her eyes quietly and found that Lin Fan was looking at her through the mirror. The moment their eyes met, she hurriedly lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes. With a ding sound, the elevator arrived at the top floor. The heavy double doors slowly opened, revealing a spacious living room with the dazzling night view of Shanghai outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Xia Mengmeng stood at the entrance, feeling a little at a loss. Lin Fan took off his coat and hung it up, then turned to look at her. Don't you like it? No, she whispered, looking out the window. I just feel like I'm dreaming. Lin Fan walked closer, hugged her from behind, and rested his chin lightly on the top of her head. The shadows of two people hugging each other were vaguely reflected on the glass, and a cruise ship on the river in the distance slowly passed by, leaving a string of flowing light. Lin Fan, she suddenly turned around, looked up at him, her eyelashes trembling. Before she could finish her words, Lin Fan's kiss had already fallen, gentle but unrejectable. She was a little stiff at first, but then she slowly relaxed and put her arms around his neck. The kiss gradually deepened, and Lin Fan took her to the bedroom. When her back touched the soft mattress, Xia Mengmeng trembled slightly. The warm yellow light from the bedside outlined Lin Fan's figure. She reached out and touched his face, her voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. Lin Fan, I really like you. He took her hand and placed a kiss on her palm. I know. When she couldn't help sobbing softly, Lin Fan whispered in her ear, Are you scared? She shook her head and kissed him on the lips, awkwardly but firmly. As the night deepened, the lights outside the window gradually went out, while the temperature in the suite became higher and higher. Chapter 62 crashed. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the gap in the curtains, Xia Mengmeng was so tired that she curled up in Lin Fan's arms and fell asleep, with tears hanging on her long eyelashes. Xia Mengmeng curled up in Lin Fan's arms, her cheeks flushed with an alluring blush, and tears hanging on her long eyelashes. She moved her body and let out a soft moan. Last night's madness made her sore all over. Awake? Lin Fan's low voice sounded above his head, with a hint of lazy hoarseness. Xia Mengmeng buried her face in Lin Fan's chest, her voice muffled. Lin Fan smiled and pinched her cheek. Are you feeling unwell? Xia Mengmeng buried her face in Lin Fan's chest and hummed, It's all your fault. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, but it was filled with unconcealable sweetness. Lin Fan let out a wicked smile. That's only because you're too charming. And who was it that kept yelling yesterday? I want more. I want more. Xia Mengmeng looked at him angrily and punched Lin Fan in the chest with her pink fist. You are so annoying. How dare you make fun of me? She took the initiative to lean forward and kiss him, her small hands wandering over his body. Just as the two were playing around, the phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Ah! Xia Mengmeng was startled and frantically reached for her phone. When she saw the name on the screen, her face turned pale. It's Yuhan. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. Take it. Xia Mengmeng took a deep breath, pressed the answer button, and tried to make her voice sound normal. Hello, Yuhan? Mengmeng, I passed the interview. Su Yuhan's voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm going back to school today. Let's have lunch together at noon. Really? That's great. Xia Mengmeng cheered in agreement. She stole a glance at Lin Fan, and seeing him looking at her with a half smile, her cheeks turned even redder. Okay, see you at the usual place at noon? Yes. See you there. After hanging up the phone, Xia Mengmeng patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. She glared at Lin Fan in disapproval. It's all your fault. We were almost discovered. Lin Fan chuckled, turned over and pressed her under him. Are you scared? I'm not afraid. You should let Yuhan know your true face as a playboy. Xia Mengmeng hugged his neck and kissed him. After the tender moment, Lin Fan picked up his phone and called the housekeeper. 2 breakfasts should be brought to the Ritz-Carlton, room 1808. They should be light. Also, prepare some women's supplies. Soon, breakfast was served, with bird's nest porridge and exquisite Cantonese dim sum filling the table. Xia Mengmeng looked at the sumptuous breakfast and opened her mouth in surprise. Can you finish so much? Pack up if you can't finish it. Lin Fan handed her a crab roe bun with a gentle look in his eyes. Xia Mengmeng drank the porridge in small sips, glancing at Lin Fan from time to time, unable to hide the smile on the corner of her mouth. Oh, Lin Fan, Xiao Mengmeng suddenly remembered something. Yuhan said she's going back to school today. I have to go back quickly. Lin Fan checked the time and nodded. I'll take you home after dinner. On the way to send Xiao Mengmeng back to school, Xiao Mengmeng leaned on Lin Fan's shoulder and whispered, Lin Fan, I think I've fallen in love with you. Lin Fan held her hand tightly. It's not like that. Xiao Mengmeng looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. Yeah. I just like it. When Lin Fan parked the car steadily on the tree-lined avenue next to the teaching building, he immediately attracted several surprised glances. Xiao Mengmeng looked at the curious gazes coming from outside the car window and subconsciously shrank closer to Lin Fan, but her fingers were tightly gripping his cuffs, and the smile on the corner of her mouth could not be hidden. Let's go, I'll take you downstairs. Lin Fan unbuckled her seatbelt and ruffled her hair. Xiao Mengmeng nodded obediently, and when she followed him out of the car, her steps were still a little unsteady. The madness of last night made her legs still feel weak. Lin Fan naturally held her hand. The warmth from his fingertips warmed her heart, and even her steps became steadier. The early morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the sycamore leaves, dancing into tiny specks of light on the two people's clasped hands. Xiao Mengmeng secretly raised her eyes to look at Lin Fan. He was wearing a simple white shirt with his sleeves casually rolled up to his forearms. It was obviously an ordinary scene, but it made her feel even more excited than last night's luxurious hotel. It was quiet downstairs in the dormitory, with only a few early risers walking hurriedly by. Lin Fan stopped, but Xiao Mengmeng didn't let go. Instead, she tiptoed closer to him, her warm breath brushing his earlobe. Lin Fan, you didn't even kiss me in the car just now. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, but before he could respond, she came closer and gently touched the corner of his lips with her soft lips. She quickly retreated like a kitten stealing fish, but her cheeks were so red that blood seemed to drip out. This is how you send your girlfriend back to the dorm. She muttered softly, but her fingers hooked his tie and pulled it down, forcing him to lower his head. This time the kiss was deeper than before, with the unique sweet scent of a young girl, mixed with the warmth of bird's nest porridge, lingering between her lips and teeth. Xiao Mengmeng didn't let go until she was out of breath. She rested her forehead on Lin Fan's chest and said in a nasal voice, I'm going up. Yeah. Lin Fan pinched her red earlobe, go upstairs. Call me if you need anything. Xiao Mengmeng stood on tiptoe and kissed him quickly again, then turned around and ran into the dormitory building like a frightened little rabbit. When she ran to the stairs on the second floor, she couldn't help but look back. She met Lin Fan's smiling gaze, her face flushed, and she quickly hid in the corridor. Lin Fan looked at the tightly closed dormitory door, the tenderness in his eyes slowly faded, and he turned around and prepared to leave. Just as I turned the first corner, a lazy female voice suddenly rang out from under the nearby camphor tree. Hey, did young Master Lin just send off his girlfriend? Lin Fan paused and looked sideways. Tang Meyer was seen leaning against a tree trunk, wearing a black suspender skirt with a denim jacket over it. Her fox eyes were slightly raised and there was a playful smile on the corner of her mouth. She was wearing a pair of 10-centimeter high heels, and the wind blew up a corner of her skirt, revealing her fair and slender calves. It was clearly early in the morning, but she was dressed as if she was going to a dinner party. We kissed for so long downstairs in the dormitory just now, aren't you afraid that Su Yuhan will see us? Tang Meyer took 2 steps forward, the scent of perfume on her body spreading with her movements, with an aggressive sweetness. I thought young Master Lin was only interested in Su Yuhan, but I didn't expect him to even let go of her best friend. His tastes are quite diverse. Lin Fan glanced at her coldly and said nothing. Tang Meyer seemed not to notice his indifference, but smiled even more charmingly. Why aren't you talking? Are you embarrassed that I caught you? Or are you afraid that I will tell Su Yuhan? She stretched out her finger, wanting to touch the collar of Lin Fan's shirt, but Lin Fan avoided it calmly. Tang Meyer, Lin Fan's voice was cold, my affairs have nothing to do with you. How can it be unrelated? Tang Meyer blinked, her fox eyes curved into crescents. After all, I'm also waiting in line for young Master Lin to turn over the card. She deliberately emphasized the word Q, the provocation in her tone almost overflowing. Xiao Mengmeng can cut in line, shouldn't I also learn from her and kiss you a few more times downstairs in the dormitory? Lin Fan looked at her pretending to be charming expression and suddenly felt a little bored. He raised his wrist to check the time and said calmly, if you have nothing else to do, I'll leave first. The smile on Tang Meyer's face froze for a moment, then returned to its playful expression. Chapter 63 Tang Meyer's intimate contact. Lin Fan looked at Tang Meyer's pretending to be intimate, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Q? He suddenly stepped forward, his tall figure looming over him with an oppressive air. Miss Tang, you've reminded me the rules for cutting in line require you to first ask the person in front of you if they agree. Tang Meyer's pupils shrank slightly, and she subconsciously took a half step back, but her lower back hit the trunk of the camphor tree. The rough bark made her spine numb, and before she could react, her wrist was grasped by a warm palm. You! Her exclamation was stuck in her throat. She watched Lin Fan's hand slide along her forearm to her waist, and his fingertips brushed against the metal buttons of her denim jacket, causing her to shudder. What are you hiding from? His voice fell close to her ear, with a playful heat. When his breath swept across her earlobe, Tang Meyer felt half of her body numb. Didn't you really want to touch me just now? Tang Meyer's whole body stiffened, and she dodged sideways as if she was scalded. The heel of her 10-centimeter high heels twisted at a strange angle on the bluestone road. With a slight click, she lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. Hiss, a severe pain exploded from her ankle, and Tang Meyer's eyes turned red in an instant. She sat up awkwardly by supporting herself on the ground. The hem of her black halter dress was torn, revealing half of her jade-white calves. In the sunlight, the skin glowed with a delicate luster, until the sudden swelling at the ankle broke the beauty. Lin Fan looked down at her condescendingly, his eyes' expression calm, but when she gasped in pain, his Adam's apple rolled almost imperceptibly. Tang Meyer bit her lower lip and touched her ankle with trembling fingers, gasping in pain. Xiaohu Bot protects files from piracy. When looking for books or robots, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into any traps. She raised her head, her fox eyes sparkling with water. Her former charm was gone, leaving only a fragile grievance. Lin Fan. I can't stand up anymore. Really? Lin Fan pulled out his phone, the screen lighting up to reveal his cold profile. Then I'll have security take you to the infirmary. You. Tang Meyer raised her voice suddenly, and finally couldn't hold back her tears. Lin Fan, you bastard. Do you hate me so much? You won't even help me like an ordinary friend? Just because I didn't pretend to save you like Su Yuhan did? Her voice was tearful, mixed with unwillingness and anger, like a little animal whose tail was stepped on but unable to fight back. The morning breeze ruffled her long hair, and a few strands stuck to her flushed cheeks, creating a sense of broken beauty. Lin Fan's finger paused on the dial key. Eye of True Vision has been activated. Name, Tang Meyer. Experience, 00. Favorability, 35 friendly. Inner emotion, it hurts so much. My ankle hurts so much. How could he be so cold-blooded? But when he just grabbed my wrist, his palm was clearly warm. I feel so wronged. He lowered his eyes to look at the girl's red eyes, his Adam's apple rolling slightly. Friend? Tang Meyer paused in her crying, and her heart skipped a beat when she met his bottomless eyes. Your definition of friend. Lin Fan crouched down, his eyes level with hers, his fingertips almost touching her tear-stained cheek, but stopped mid-air at the last moment. Is it prey? These words pierced Tang Meyer's heart like a needle. She turned her head away and wiped away her tears stubbornly. So what? Her voice was nasal. With your current condition, who wouldn't want to get close to you? The pain in her ankle became more and more intense. She was sweating on her forehead and her lips turned pale. She could no longer maintain her previous charming posture. But I really can't walk now. It hurts so much. Lin Fan was silent for a moment, then suddenly bent down and picked her up sideways. Tang Meyer exclaimed and subconsciously hugged his neck. The man's chest was broad and warm, with a faint scent of cedar, which formed a wonderful mixture with the sweet perfume on her body. She could clearly hear his steady heartbeat, which hit her ear again and again, making her cheeks hot uncontrollably and even her breathing disordered. Ding! Detected that goddess Tang Meyer's favorability has increased to 45 green eyes plus. Tang Meyer's inner thoughts, he hugged me? My heart is beating so fast, my ankle suddenly seems to stop hurting, his arms are so strong. Put me down. Tang Meyer struggled to jump down, but Lin Fan held her tighter. His arm accidentally brushed against her waist, causing her to tremble slightly. You broke your leg by moving around too much. You have to pay for the medical expenses yourself. Lin Fan carried her and walked towards the school hospital with steady steps. When he lowered his eyes, he happened to see her red earlobe. Or does Miss Tang want the whole school to know that the beauty from the art department was crying in my arms? Tang Meyer closed her mouth in disappointment, but her fingers secretly clenched the shirt on his chest, and her fingertips could feel the warm body temperature under the fabric. The sunlight shone through the leaves onto the two of them. She looked up secretly and happened to see Lin Fan's well-defined jawline and his tense profile. He seemed to be nervous too. My heart skipped a beat. The classmates who met on the road almost popped their eyes out when they saw this scene. Tang Meyer, the fairy from the art department, was now nestling in the arms of the influential figure from the finance department like a docile cat, her cheeks so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. You've sprained the ligament in your right ankle, the school doctor said, putting down the ice pack. No bones are injured. Just apply the cold compress for 2 days and you'll be able to walk. Lin Fan nodded, took out his bank card from his wallet, and paid for the treatment and medical expenses. Tang Meyer looked at him without hesitation, and somewhere in her heart suddenly softened, as if soaked in warm water. After the nurse left with the payment slip, she muttered softly, "Hey, thank you." "Yeah," he responded, his voice softer than before. "We are friends now, right?" She carefully observed his expression and curled her fingers on the bedsheet. Lin Fan paused while looking at the bill. He said nothing, but did not refute either. Tang Meyer breathed a sigh of relief, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. "Call me Meyer from now on." When I sent Tang Meyer back to the dormitory building, it was almost time for class. Lin Fan put her on the bench downstairs of the dormitory building. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, his clothes were pulled. The fabric was gently tugged, tentatively. "Lin Fan," Tang Meyer looked up at him, a cunning glint in her fox eyes. "Next time you cut in line, remember to call me." Lin Fan stumbled and turned around to meet her mischievous smile. The sunlight fell into her eyes, so bright that it was dazzling. His Adam's apple moved, and finally he just said, "I'm leaving." He turned and walked towards the parking lot, the corners of his white shirt fluttering in the wind, but he didn't straighten his back as usual. Did he seem to be running away? Tang Meyer looked at Lin Fan's back and touched her hot cheeks. "My ankle still hurts a little, but my heart feels like it has a little rabbit in it, jumping around and feeling so sweet." "Tang Meyer, you're done," she murmured to herself. "It seems like you're really done." Chapter 64 Fireworks at the Snack Street. As soon as he returned to the parking lot, Lin Fan received a message from Su Yuhan. Her 2 roommates from the finance class 4 next door had been doing internships outside. To celebrate Su Yuhan finding a job, they returned to school tonight and made an appointment to have dinner together. They asked Lin Fan if he had time. Lin Fan readily agreed. At 6:30 in the evening, the snack street outside the west gate of Shanghai University is at its busiest. The smoke from the barbecue stall mixed with the aroma of spicy hot pot drifted across half the street. The grilled squid was sizzling, and the boss was flying up and down with 2 spatulas, shouting one after another. Lin Fan parked his Lamborghini in the parking lot at the corner of the street. Just as he locked the car, he saw Su Yuhan standing under the sign of Laojia Clay Pot House waving at him. She was wearing a beige sweater today, her straight long legs were wrapped in jeans, and her hair was casually tied into a ponytail. She was less cold than usual and more gentle, like a girl next door. There were 3 girls standing next to him. Xia Mengmeng saw Lin Fan at a glance. Her eyes lit up, but she quickly lowered her head, and her ears turned red. "Lin Fan, over here." Xia Mengmeng tugged at Su Yuhan's sleeve, her voice a little sharper than usual, as if she was hiding something. When Lin Fan walked over, the other 2 girls, Zhang Wei and Li Na, were looking at him curiously. Zhang Wei stood beside Xia Mengmeng, her short burgundy hair curled into playful little curls, swaying gently as she turned her head. Seeing Lin Fan looking at her, she raised her hand to greet him. The 2 shallow dimples at the corners of her mouth seemed to be filled with sunshine, and her eyes curved into crescents. Li Na, who was standing next to her, poked Xia Mengmeng's arm and whispered, "Is this the legendary Lin Fan who drives a Lamborghini? He's even more handsome in person than in the photo." Su Yuhan heard it and glared at Li Na. Then she turned to Lin Fan and curled her lips slightly. "Have you been waiting long?" "Just arrived." Lin Fan's gaze fell on her face. The afternoon sun made her cheeks a little pink. "Congratulations, you found a job." The restaurant is not big, with 6 round plastic tables. The tablecloths are stained with oil and there are yellowed menus on the wall. Su Yuhan chose a seat by the window. Lin Fan sat next to her, Xia Mengmeng sat opposite Lin Fan very consciously, and Zhang Wei and Li Na sat on the other 2 sides. "The menu is on the wall. Take a look and see what you want to eat." Su Yuhan pushed the disposable water cup on the table to Lin Fan. "It's my treat. Don't hesitate." "Eh? Shouldn't Lin Fan be congratulating you on finding a job?" Li Na blinked. "Why is he asking you to pay?" Su Yuhan picked up the teapot and poured water, her movements leisurely. I invited you guys. Besides, finding a job is a happy occasion, so I should treat you. She paused, glanced at Lin Fan, and softened her voice. Besides, it's not easy for him to make money. Lin Fan almost choked when he picked up the cup to drink water. He looked at Su Yuhan's serious profile and felt a little amused. This campus beauty who had just become engaged to him probably hadn't fully adapted to his identity as a super rich man and always felt that his money was hard earned. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. He just picked up the menu and glanced at it. Boss, I'll have a medium-sized pickled fish casserole. I'll also add some Mao Su Wang Chinese curry sauce, baby cabbage with garlic sauce, 10 skewers of grilled chicken wings, and 4 bottles of Coke. He listed the dishes and looked at Su Yuhan. You don't eat cilantro, so remember to ask the boss not to put it in. Su Yuhan paused while pouring the water, raised her head, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. How did you know? Last time when we were having dinner at Hentang Pavilion, you picked out all the coriander. Lin Fan said it lightly, as if it was just a casual mention, but his fingers quietly touched the back of her hand under the table. Su Yuhan's fingers suddenly curled up, her cheeks turned red instantly, and she quickly lowered her head and pretended to fix her hair, but the tips of her ears were so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. Zhang Wei and Li Na looked at each other and gave an ambiguous smile that said, I understand. Xia Meng, however, had no intention of joining in the fun. Her knuckles were white as she gripped the Coke bottle, her eyes fixed on the grease stain on the table. Her mind was in turmoil. Had anyone seen her kissing Lin Fan downstairs in the dormitory that morning? Now, sitting down to dinner with Su Yuhan, she felt like Su Yuhan was looking at her strangely. Had she discovered something? By the way, Yuhan, Li Na nudged Su Yuhan with her elbow. Which company are you looking for? You're so secretive. You just said you found it, but you didn't tell us. When Su Yuhan mentioned her job, her eyes lit up, and she spoke with a hint of pride. I'm working as an investment analyst assistant at Tianhe Financial. The competition was fierce during the interview, and I thought I had no chance. But I didn't expect to receive an offer today. Tianhe Finance? Lin Fan paused with his hand holding the cup, and his heart skipped a beat. Tianhe Group. The reward he got after conquering Qinya was 70% of the shares of Tianhe Group. Tianhe Finance is a subsidiary of Tianhe Group, specializing in financial investment business. What a coincidence. Su Yuhan didn't notice his strangeness and continued excitedly, I heard that Tianhe Group is the leading enterprise in our magic city. The benefits are very good. You can get a salary of 8,000 during the internship, and there will be performance bonuses after becoming a regular employee. She became happier and happier as she spoke, her eyes curved into crescents. She turned to look at Lin Fan. I'll treat you to a feast when I get my salary. Okay. Lin Fan smiled and gently hooked her pinky finger under the table. Where do you want to eat then? Su Yuhan's heartbeat quickened at his sudden intimacy. She quickly pulled her hand back, pretending to reach for a tissue, her voice as thin as a mosquito's. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll talk about it later. Xia Meng saw everything clearly from the opposite side, and felt as uncomfortable as if she had been scratched by a cat. She bit down the straw hard, and the bubbles in the cola came up, choking her and making her cough twice. Ahem, Yuhan, is it difficult to get into Tianhe Finance? I heard they only want a master's degree from a 985 university. Not really, Su Yuhan rubbed her back, my grades are pretty good, so I might do well in the interview. Before she could finish her words, the boss came over with a casserole. Here it comes. Pickled fish casserole. Be careful, it's hot. The casserole was placed on the table with a bang, the milky white soup was bubbling, the fish slices were thinly sliced, and there was red oil and chopped green onions floating around, and the aroma spread instantly. Zhang Wei picked up her chopsticks and picked up a piece. Wow! It looks delicious. Lin Fan first poured a bowl of soup for Su Yuhan, then picked out a few pieces of boneless fish and put them in her bowl. Eat slowly, be careful of the heat. Eat some yourself. Su Yuhan whispered, picked up a piece of baby cabbage with chopsticks and put it into his bowl. When her fingers touched his chopsticks, she retracted them as if they were burned. Li Na gnawed on a chicken wing and mumbled, stop showing off your affection. There's already enough food on the table. Su Yuhan's cheeks flushed with anger, and she gently kicked Li Na, eat your food. Everyone laughed and the atmosphere became much more lively. Xia Meng also laughed, but her laughter sounded a little forced. She secretly glanced at Lin Fan and found that he was looking at Su Yuhan with tenderness in his eyes that was about to overflow. She quickly lowered her head and pretended to concentrate on picking out the fish bones. By the time we finished eating, it was already dark outside. The street lights in the snack street lit up, and the warm yellow light sprinkled on the ground, reflecting the shadows of people coming and going. Lin Fan went to pay the bill, and the boss said with a smile, "The total is 168, I'll charge you 160. Lin Fan, wait a moment. Su Yuhan quickly pulled out her phone. It's my treat. Lin Fan held her hand and scanned the money to the boss. It's your turn next time. His palm was warm, and Su Yuhan's heartbeat accelerated again, so she had to put her phone away obediently. Chapter 65, The Girl's Thoughts. Zhang Wei and Li Na were going to the night market, so they left first. Xia Mengmeng also found an excuse to slip away, and before leaving, she secretly gave Lin Fan a wink, as if to say, "I'm leaving first, you two should be alone together." People were coming and going on the street. Lin Fan and Su Yuhan were walking side by side, and no one spoke. The evening breeze was a bit cool, blowing up a strand of Su Yuhan's hair. Lin Fan reached out to tuck it behind her ear. His fingertips touched her earlobe, and her ears turned red instantly. Su Yuhan lowered her head and kicked the pebbles on the roadside. "Thank you for today." "Thank me for what?" Lin Fan smiled. "Thank you for eating casserole with you? To prevent piracy of Shouhu's documents, choose Shouhu from the book search robot. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps." "No." Su Yuhan's voice became even quieter. "Thank you for celebrating for me." Lin Fan stopped and turned to look at her. The light from the street lamp shone on her face, and you could see her delicate down and rosy cheeks. He reached out and gently pinched her chin, asking her to look up at him. "Yuhan, what is our relationship now?" Su Yuhan's heart skipped a beat, her eyes watery like a frightened deer. Are they boyfriend and girlfriend? Do boyfriends and girlfriends need to say thank you?" Lin Fan's thumb gently stroked her chin, his voice low and gentle. Su Yuhan's cheeks turned even redder. She bit her lower lip and whispered, "No need." So, Lin Fan leaned closer to her, his warm breath on her face. "Don't say thank you anymore." Su Yuhan's mind went blank and she could only nod subconsciously. Lin Fan smiled, let go of her hand, took her hand and walked forward. "I'll take you back to the dormitory." His palm was large and warm, holding her hand tightly. Su Yuhan could clearly feel the lines on his palm and his strong heartbeat. She secretly looked up at him, the light from the street lamp outlined his clear profile, his high nose bridge and distinct jawline, and her heart suddenly felt full as if from today on, she was really not alone. When they reached the bottom of the dormitory building, Su Yuhan stopped and looked up at Lin Fan. "I'm going upstairs." "Yeah." Lin Fan squeezed her hand. "Go upstairs and get some rest early. Tomorrow is your first day of work." "You too." Su Yuhan stood on tiptoe and quickly kissed him on the cheek. Then she turned around and ran into the dormitory building like a frightened little rabbit. When she ran to the stairs on the second floor, she couldn't help but look back. She happened to meet Lin Fan's smiling gaze. Her face turned red and she quickly hid in the corridor. Lin Fan looked at the tightly closed dormitory door, and the tenderness in his eyes slowly turned into a smile. Lin Fan leaned against the lamppost and looked at the window of Su Yuhan's room upstairs in the dormitory building. Tianhe Finance happens to be a subsidiary of Tianhe Group. Su Yuhan went to work there. As the major shareholder and chairman, shouldn't he go and inspect the work? Thinking of Su Yuhan's surprised expression when she knew the truth, Lin Fan couldn't help laughing. Give her a big surprise then. Lin Fan turned and left the girls' dormitory area, and the evening breeze, carrying the scent of camphor trees, blew towards him. As soon as he reached the lakeside trail behind the library, he saw a familiar figure curled up on a bench. Xia Mengmeng was sitting there with her knees hugged. The light from her cell phone screen reflected her profile, which flickered in and out. She didn't even notice Lin Fan walking behind her. "Why are you here alone in the wind?" Lin Fan sat down next to her and tapped the armrest of the bench with his knuckles. Xia Mengmeng was so frightened that she almost dropped her phone. After seeing who it was, she patted her chest and said angrily, "I was scared to death. I thought it was some pervert." She lowered her head again before she finished speaking, her fingers unconsciously twisting the lace on her skirt. "Just taking a walk." Lin Fan followed her gaze towards the lake, where the moonlight shattered into silver scales on the waves. Lin Fan looked at her clenched fingers and asked softly, "Because of Yuhan?" Xia Mengming's shoulders trembled slightly and she agreed. The profile of her face in the moonlight was a little lonely. "I've figured it out a long time ago." Her voice was as light as ripples on the surface of a lake. "From the moment you showed up at the school gate in a Lamborghini, I knew we weren't from the same world. Lin Fan didn't say anything, just listened quietly. The evening breeze swept across the lake, bringing moisture. I always dreamed of climbing up the social ladder. Xia Mengmeng laughed self-deprecatingly, but when you really appeared in my life, I realized. I'm not worthy of you. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Fan reached out and rubbed her hair. This action made Xia Mengmeng suddenly raise her head, with tears in her eyes. I'm serious. She grabbed Lin Fan's hand, her fingertips icy cold. I've clearly decided to help you and Yuhan be together, but seeing how intimate you two are, I still can't remain indifferent. Lin Fan, am I really useless? I promise, I'll get used to it soon and won't make things difficult for you. Her voice trembled slightly, like a string that could break at any moment. But can you promise me that even if more girls appear around you in the future, don't completely ignore me? Lin Fan held her hand and found that the girl was even thinner than she looked, and her wrist was so thin that it seemed like it would break if bent. I promise. Lin Fan looked into her eyes, you will always be my woman. I will never let you go. Xia Mengmeng burst into laughter and wiped her face with her sleeves, then it settled. I, Xia Mengmeng, am very content. She suddenly leaned closer, her tearful eyes curved into a smile, but if Yuhan bullies you one day, I will definitely stand by you. Lin Fan laughed. This girl's expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. But when he saw her eyes light up again, a soft spot in his heart was gently touched. Perhaps this is why she can become a goddess beneath her seemingly vain appearance, she hides a transparent heart. Let's go. I'll take you back to the dormitory. Lin Fan stood up and stretched out his hand to her. Xia Mengmeng grabbed it excitedly and followed him, skipping and jumping, and the gloom she had just felt was swept away. The moonlight stretched the shadows of the two people very long, interweaving on the stone road. When they reached the bottom of the dormitory building, Xia Mengmeng suddenly turned around. Lin Fan, thank you. Without waiting for Lin Fan's response, she swooped into the corridor like a nimble swallow. The steps were as light as dancing. When Lin Fan returned to dormitory 404, the fat guy Wang Wei was watching a female anchor on his phone. When he saw Lin Fan push the door open, he immediately screamed, "Holy crap, Brother Fan! You're finally back!" Skinny Li Jun popped his head out of the bathroom with a toothbrush in his mouth, his face covered in foam. "Brother Fan, how's it going? Have you managed to win over the icy school beauty Su Yuhan?" Lin Fan threw his coat onto the back of the chair and pulled out a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator. "Don't ask about these nonsense." Even so, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, but you guessed right. Chen Mo pushed his glasses and came over mysteriously. "Brother Fan, do you have any small companies that need supervisors? The brothers are waiting to help you share your worries." Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and smiled, neither admitting nor denying. He just patted his shoulder and said, "Go to sleep quickly. I have things to do tomorrow." While lying on the bed, Lin Fan took out his cell phone and looked at the message sent by Qinya. It was a short video. Qinya was wearing a pink nightgown, holding the rabbit doll he gave her, and said in a baby voice, "Good night, Daddy." He replied with a good night emoticon, hesitated for a moment and still didn't call. The girl had just finished rehabilitation training and couldn't stay up late. The moonlight outside the window shone through the gaps in the curtains, casting long strips of light on the floor. Lin Fan closed his eyes, the scent of gardenia from Su Yuhan's hair still lingering on his nose. Xia Mengmeng's tearful confession and Qinya's gentle exhortations filled his ears. At this moment, he just wanted to have a good sleep. Chapter 66 Going to Tianhe Group. The magic city was still shrouded in mist in the early morning. The aroma of soy milk from the breakfast shop at the corner of the alley mixed with the sound of people walking at the subway entrance drifted into dormitory 404. Lin Fan rubbed his eyes and touched his phone. Qinya's message just popped up. It was a photo of breakfast sent by Qinya. Yaya was holding a small spoon and smiling at the camera with two baby teeth showing. Lin Fan responded with a pat on the head and a smile, then quickly stood up and started washing up. After washing up, Lin Fan picked up the charcoal gray Armani casual suit with a matte finish from the table. The Lamborghini's engine is like a drawn knife in the morning rush hour traffic, easily tearing through the long congested queue. Lin Fan held the steering wheel with one hand and glanced at the Tianhe Group headquarters on the roadside. The 40-story glass curtain wall building was like a huge icebrick, reflecting the dazzling sunlight. He stepped on the accelerator, the tires screeched as they scraped the ground, and he turned directly into the headquarters' exclusive parking lot. The revolving door of Tianhe Group's headquarters building is like a grinning metal mouth, swallowing and spitting out elites in suits and ties. Lin Fan stood in the doorway, lowering his head and tugging at the low-key charcoal gray Armani casual suit he was wearing. The fabric clung to his muscular lines, and his shoulders were as straight as a newly sharpened knife. But among this group of professionals in suits and ties, he does look like an intern coming for an interview. "Hello sir, do you have an appointment?" Zhou Xiaoming, the girl at the front desk, had exquisite makeup and her eyelashes were brushed like a small fan. She didn't take her eyes off the computer screen while speaking, and her fingertips tapped on the keyboard rapidly, as if she was processing some urgent report. Lin Fan leaned against the cool marble countertop, his fingertips unconsciously turning his phone. "No appointment. I'll talk to your boss." "But..." Another receptionist nearby couldn't help laughing, shielding his face with documents, shrugging his shoulders. "Handsome guy, can you see our boss whenever you want? Even if you just graduated and are looking for a job, you still have to follow the process. Have you submitted your resume? Have you scheduled an interview?" Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. "I'm not here for an interview." "So what are you doing here?" The receptionist looked him up and down, her eyes like a scanner, scanning from his casual suit to his shoes, and finally stopping at the Patek Philippe on his wrist. Unfortunately, her eyesight was not very good, so she just thought it was a high-end replica watch. "Looking for someone? Delivering food? Our building has a special takeout channel at the back." The security guard Wang Chang was watching Douyin nearby. When he heard the noise, he stuffed his phone into his trouser pocket and walked over, rubbing his cigarette-stained hands. "What's the matter? Are you causing trouble?" He reached out to grab Lin Fan's arm, but Lin Fan dodged it easily. The basic physical fitness enhancement given by the system was not a joke. Wang Chang missed and his face turned red like a piece of pork elbow. "What are you doing?" A cold voice interrupted. A woman in a black business suit walked over in 10-centimeter high heels. The slit of her skirt revealed a section of her calf in flesh-colored stockings. She was tall, with a slender figure, and her steps were fast and steady. She frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the dispute. "What's going on?" The receptionist who had angrily scolded Lin Fan turned pale when she saw the person coming, and secretly pulled the corner of the clothes of the person next to her. Zhou Xiaoming suddenly raised her head. "Boss Bai? Hello, this person just said he wants to see the chairman." The woman turned to Lin Fan, her gaze lingering on his face for 2 seconds before quickly scanning his clothing. Her eyes were emotionless. "Sir, this is the headquarters of the Tianhe Group. If you have business matters, I suggest you make an appointment through formal channels." Lin Fan looked at the name tag on her chest by Liz Hen, marketing director. "My name is Lin Fan." He extended his hand. "The new chairman of Tianhe Group." Bai Lijian's gaze suddenly focused, and she scrutinized Lin Fan once more. Though he was dressed casually, he possessed a composed demeanor, his gaze unfazed. Professionally suppressing her doubts, she maintained a polite yet distant tone. "Sir, the chairman of Tianhe Group is Mr. Lin Tianyu. If you have business matters, I suggest you make an appointment through formal channels." Another security guard came over at some point. He was a burly man with an electric baton on his waist. He said in a muffled voice, "Kid, stop making trouble here." "Chairman? I think you've read too many novels. Get out of here." Lin Fan looked at her and said calmly, "Lin Tianyu? He should be the second largest shareholder now. My name is Lin Fan, and I hold 70% of Tianhe Group's shares. You can contact your legal department or finance department now to verify the share transfer documents." Bai Lijian's brows furrowed even more tightly. She had been in Tianhe Group for many years and had never heard of any share transfer, let alone the name Lin Fan. But Lin Fan's calmness and confidence made her feel a little uneasy. She pondered for a moment and said to Zhou Xiaoming, "Go, contact the legal department and check the recent share changes, especially the information of the shareholder who holds 70% of the shares." Zhou Xiaoming didn't dare to disobey Director Bai's order and called the legal department. While waiting, the employees in the hall gradually noticed the movement here and looked over. Some people whispered, "Who is this person who dares to cause trouble in Tianhe Group? Looking at what he's wearing, he doesn't look like someone causing trouble. He looks more like someone coming for an interview." Bai Lijian's eyes never left Lin Fan. She tried to find a trace of panic or guilt on his face, but all she saw was calmness, even a hint of amusement. A few minutes later, Zhou Xiaoming hung up the phone. Her face was pale, and her hand holding the receiver was shaking. She stammered to Bai Lijian, "Bai. Director Bai," the legal department said that according to the latest shareholder list, the largest shareholder is indeed Lin Fan, holding 70%. The equity transfer documents have been notarized and took effect yesterday afternoon. Boom! Bai Lizhan was struck by lightning and her mind went blank in an instant. She suddenly looked at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with shock, disbelief, and a hint of panic. She had never encountered such a dramatic scene in all her years of work. A man who looked younger than her actually became the largest shareholder of Tianhe Group overnight? You? Bai Lizhan's voice trembled. Are you really Chairman Lin? Lin Fan nodded calmly, took out his phone from his pocket, and pulled out an electronic document. Do you need me to show you a copy of the equity transfer agreement? Bai Lizhan quickly waved her hands, and the arrogance on her face disappeared instantly, replaced by deep awe and a hint of embarrassment. She quickly straightened her collar, bowed slightly, and spoke in an unbelievably respectful tone. Chairman Lin, I'm truly sorry. I was blind and neglected you. Please follow me. I will notify all the senior executives of the group to come and greet you. No need. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, Don't rush to meet them. Take me to the office first. Okay. Bai Lizhan agreed respectfully. Lin Fan was about to take over Tianhe Group and would soon become the CEO, marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reach the pinnacle of life. Ahem, just kidding, huh? Happy National Day to everyone. Carrot. Chapter 67 Difficulties. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the surrounding employees were fixed on Lin Fan like nails, and the whispers became louder. New chairman? Tianhe Group has changed hands? Oh my god, so young? Was he just stopped by the front desk and security? The faces of the receptionist and the security guard turned pale as paper in an instant, and cold sweat dripped down. They were just bossing the new chairman around and even speaking rudely to him. Now that I think about it, I wish I could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Zhou Xiaoming's tears were about to fall. She clutched the corner of Bai Lizhan's clothes and cried in her voice, Boss Bai, I just go to the finance department to collect 3 months' salary. You don't need to come tomorrow. Bai Lizhan's voice was as cold as ice. She turned to Lin Fan and said, Director Lin, how do you handle this? No. Lin Fan suddenly smiled and patted Zhou Xiaoming on the shoulder. Young man, give me a chance. How about this? Go make me a cup of coffee. Make it hot, no sugar, no milk. Zhou Xiaoming nodded quickly, as if she had grabbed a lifeline. Okay, Director Lin. I'll go right away. She turned and ran to the tea room, her high heels making a hurried sound as they stepped on the marble floor. As she passed by Wang Chang, she glared at him fiercely. This was the guy who tried to pull Lin Fan just now. Wang Chang's legs went weak. He leaned in front of Lin Fan, his voice trembling. Lin, Director Lin, I didn't mean to do that. I just thought you were here to cause trouble. It's okay. Lin Fan fished out a piece of chewing gum from his pocket, peeled it, and put it in his mouth. Next time you see someone, ask their identity first. After all, he pointed at himself, not all bosses have big bellies and like to wear suits and ties. Bai Lizhan stood by and watched, the corners of her mouth couldn't help twitching. How could this be the legendary big boss who could make clouds and rain with a flip of his hand? He is obviously a big boy who loves to play tricks on others. Mr. Lin, please come this way. Bai Lizhan collected herself and led Lin Fan to the VIP elevator. While waiting for the elevator, Zhou Xiaoming came over with a cup of freshly brewed hot coffee. Seeing Lin Fan, she immediately bent down and said, Mr. Lin, your coffee. Lin Fan took it and touched the wall of the paper cup with his fingertips. The temperature was just right. He raised an eyebrow and said, Thanks. Zhou Xiaoming's face suddenly turned red to the tips of her ears, and her hands holding the tray were shaking. Bai Lizhan's high heels made a crisp sound as they stepped on the marble floor, like a taut string. Lin Fan glanced at the corporate culture wall on the wall. Under the slogan Integrity, Innovation, and Win-Win, the photo of old employees showed them smiling very reluctantly, like framed masks. The number in the elevator jumped to the 38th floor, and the wind from the top floor rushed in with the scent of aromatherapy. Bai Lizhan's steps in her 10-centimeter high heels were half a beat faster than usual. The light gray marble floor reflected her tense profile. The tips of her ears were red, and the knuckles holding the folder were bluish white. Lin Fan followed behind, his hands in the pockets of his Armani casual suit. The charcoal gray fabric swayed slightly with his steps, making him look more like a moving landscape than the employees in professional attire around him. Employees on both sides of the corridor stopped, their eyes sweeping from his casual clothes to Bai Lizhan's back, whispers running through their mouths like tiny electric currents. Who is that? Why is Mr. Bai so polite to him? I've never seen him before. Could he be a big customer? Lin Fan heard it and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When the office door was pushed open, the view of the Huangpu River in front of the floor-to-ceiling window first caught my eye. A dark brown leather sofa took up half of the room. On the desk stood a gold-inlaid Best Enterprise of the Year medal, which reflected a dazzling light when the sunlight shone on it. Lin Fan walked to the window, tapped the glass lightly with his fingertips, and looked down at the ant-like traffic below. He said, "Nice view. Bai Li's hand is making tea." Her hand holding the teapot was shaking, and brown liquid splashed on the edge of the cup, like unwiped tears. Lin Fan sat down and pointed at the sofa. "Boss Bai, please sit down. You don't have to be so polite." Bai Li's hand sat down, folded her hands on her legs, and straightened her back like a javelin. "Director Lin, I'm really sorry about what happened just now." Lin Fan interrupted her. "It's okay, I didn't take it seriously." He pointed to the documents on the table and said, "Tell me about the company's situation. You're the marketing director, so you should know where the problem lies." Bai Li's hand was stunned. She didn't expect him to be so direct. She took a sip of warm tea, cleared her throat, and the tension in her voice slowly loosened. "Director Lin, Tianhe Group has 4 core subsidiaries: real estate, property management, entertainment, and finance. Right now, the most challenging ones are real estate and finance." She flipped open a folder, pulled out a wrinkled pre-sale report, and shoved it in front of Lin Fan. "Tianhe Huafu Phase 2, the suburban land we acquired last year, has been capped 3 months ago, and the pre-sale sales rate is just 18%. Lin Fan lowered his eyes and scanned the report. His fingertips paused at the line "average price 68,000 yuan" and asked, "Is the price too high?" "It's not expensive, it's wrong." Bai Li's hand leaned forward, her brows knitted together. The original plan called for a high-end improvement project, featuring 1 unit per elevator plus a private club. But the entire 3-kilometer radius is filled with software parks. Fresh graduates earning 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a month can't even scrape together a 3 million yuan down payment. Who would buy it? Lin Fan flipped through a research report on the surrounding business district and looked up with a hint of understanding in his eyes. "The subway will be open next year, right?" "Yes, but the promotion hasn't kept up." Bai Li's hand pulled out a subway map from a folder. "We should have focused on the subway bonus, but the previous marketing plan was all about social circles, and young people didn't even look at it." "What about the financial side?" Lin Fan flipped back to the financial subsidiary's bad debt report. "How did they get that 12% bad debt rate? Last year, we lent 50 million to an AI company. Now it's bankrupt, and the collateral was the factory in Zhangjiang." Bai Li's voice dropped a little. "The loan was provided by Vice Chairman Wang Haishan's nephew. They didn't check their cash flow during the audit. The company already owed 30 million in foreign debt." "Wang Haishan?" Lin Fan tapped the table with his fingertips. "The old chairman's old subordinate? He followed me in my quest to conquer the world and has been managing real estate for 10 years. Bai Li's eyes drifted towards the door, as if afraid of being overheard. "Now he's also the vice chairman, and everyone under him has to give him some respect. Even the old chairman has to give him face." Lin Fan smiled and closed the report. "Notify everyone and have the board meeting in half an hour." Bai Li's hand was stunned. "Should we say hello to Wang Haishan first?" "No need." Lin Fan stood up and adjusted the cuffs of his casual suit. The metal buttons gleamed in the sunlight. They are the ones who should prepare. The employees in the corridor were all secretly looking at Lin Fan. "Is this the new chairman of our group?" "Yeah, he looks so young. Could he be some rich young man who came here to experience life in the human world? Whose life is managing a multi-billion-dollar corporation? It's over. A young brat like this is no match for those old foxes. Our company is doomed. Woodworms are everywhere, so let's see how the main brand insecticide works. Since I'm still working overtime during the holidays, please give me the free collections, good reviews, and love posts. I beg you all, ORZ. I wish you all a happy National Day with no traffic jams or queues wherever you go." Chapter 68 Thunderous Means. The conference room is on the 39th floor, and the solid wood door is as thick as a brick. When Bai Li's hand pushed open the door, there were already 7 or 8 people sitting inside, all wearing dark suits, with graying temples, and flipping through documents in their hands. The middle seat was empty. Next to it sat a bald, middle-aged man with a face like dried orange peel. Upon seeing Lin Fan come in, he sneered, "Boss Lin, you're here quite early." Lin Fan glanced at the name tag on his chest. "Wang Haishan, Vice President." "Please sit down." Lin Fan walked to the main seat and pointed to the chair next to him. Boss Bai, please sit here. Bai Lishan hesitated for a moment, but still sat down. Usually this seat was occupied by Wang Haishan's secretary. Wang Haishan's face suddenly darkened, and he knocked on the table. Director Lin, the board of directors has its own rules. Executives cannot sit on the board. Rules? Lin Fan flipped open the list of directors in front of him, his fingertips pausing over the line for Lin Fan. I'm the largest shareholder, so I make the rules. The atmosphere in the meeting room became tense. Director Zhang coughed and flipped through the report in his hand. Since Director Lin wants to have a meeting, let's talk business first. The pre-sale issue of Tianhua Phase 2. What solutions does Director Lin have? And then there's the 50 million in bad debts at the financial subsidiary, Director Li chimed in. Even when the old chairman was there, they couldn't fix it. Director Lin has just taken over, so how can he handle it? Wang Haishan leaned back in his chair, his hands crossed over his stomach, his eyes brimming with contempt. Young people, it's good to be energetic, but the company isn't playing house. If you can't come up with a solution, why not let the veterans help you carry the load? Bai Lishan clenched the pen in her hand, her knuckles turning bluish white. She looked up at Lin Fan, only to find him leaning back in his chair, taking a sip of coffee with a nonchalant smile on his face, as if he was watching a farce. Vice Chairman Wang Haishan. Lin Fan put down his coffee cup, his voice a little playful. You've been in charge of real estate for 10 years. Don't you know the cause of the problems with Tianhua Phase 2? Wang Haishan's sneer froze. Of course I know, but Mr. Lin is the chairman, so you have to make the decision. Okay, I'll make the decision. Lin Fan leaned forward, his eyes sweeping over everyone. Tianhua Phase 2, change its positioning from high-end improvement to youth community. The conference room exploded instantly. Director Zhang slammed the table and laughed. Director Lin, are you kidding me? A high-end development being converted into a youth community, wouldn't the owners be furious? What's the fuss? Lin Fan pulled out a market research report. Just did it last week. 80% of young people are willing to pay 10% more rent for a community atmosphere. Turn the first floor into an internet-famous coffee shop, the second floor into a shared office space, and each building has a petting zoo. Young people these days are into this kind of thing. Wang Haishan frowned. What about the cost? The decoration needs to be changed, and the publicity needs to be increased. Where will the money come from? The previous renovation budget required marble flooring per square meter, but now we've switched to imitation wood grain tiles, saving us 300 per square meter. Document anti-theft bookfinding robot. Just choose it, it's safe and reliable. Lin Fan flipped open the cost sheet and crossed out the line for decoration costs. Using live streaming for promotion and hiring a few local influencers wouldn't cost $500,000, but it could raise the sales rate from 18% to 80%. Do you think it's a profit or a loss? Director Zhang's smile froze on his face. He lowered his head and flipped through his cost sheet without saying a word. Lin Fan turned to the financial subsidiaries' problems. 50 million in bad debt. That company's factory is in Zhangjiang. I used Business Insight to scan the latest industry data. Rents in Zhangjiang's industrial park have just increased by 30%. Renting the vacant 2-story cleanroom to a small company doing chip testing would generate at least 2 million in cash flow annually. The remaining debt could be converted into equity. That company holds 2 patents for IoT sensors, which coincided with the Technology Enterprise Support Policy issued by the China Securities Regulatory Commission last week. After the restructuring, patent licensing could cover operating costs. Director Li shook his head. How can restructuring be that easy? That company's production line has been shut down for 3 months. Lin Fan tapped his fingertips on the conference table. The industry context brought by his business insights was as clear as a map in his mind. The production line was stopped due to lack of funds, but the patent was not. I just asked the legal department to check. The company's technology is compatible with Huawei Cloud's newly released Smart Factory solution. Their procurement department just contacted the patent agency last week to discuss exclusive licensing. Someone in the conference room quietly flipped open the policy document on the table, and the third article, supporting the revitalization of patent assets of bankrupt technology-based enterprises, was right under Director Li's fingertips. Wang Haishan's face was as gloomy as a wet old newspaper. He slammed the table and said, Director Lin, you're barely even fully grown, and you dare to talk about restructuring? I was just in that factory last month, and it was so shabby you couldn't even close the door. You went to the old factory in Sanjiang, not the new one in Zhangjiang. Lin Fan looked up, the details brought by his business insight like a microscope exposing lies. The Zhangjiang factory was just renovated last year at a cost of 2 million. It has a separate power substation and fire protection system. I looked through the company's project files. You included the Zhangjiang repair costs in the Songjiang demolition project and reported an overage of 8 million, right? Wang Haishan's pupils suddenly shrank into pinholes, and he reached out to grab the file bag in front of Lin Fan. Why are you looking through my project? Because I'm the chairman, and because I can see through all the financial holes. Lin Fan closed the file bag and tapped the table with his knuckles. And your brother-in-law's building materials company, they supplied tiles to Tianhe Plaza. The model number is vitrified tiles 800-800. The average market price is 65 yuan per piece, but you quoted 98 yuan. You even changed the invoice heading to specialized auxiliary materials for the project. Did you think the finance department wouldn't investigate? The breathing in the conference room was stopped. Director Zhang's coffee cup clattered against the edge of the table. He had just signed the building materials contract last week. At that time, he only thought the price was a bit high, but he didn't expect the difference was a full 33 yuan. Director Li quickly took out his mobile phone and checked Huawei Cloud's smart factory solution. Sure enough, he saw the entry for Internet of Things sensors in the core supply chain requirements. Wang Haishan's face instantly turned as pale as the walls of the conference room. He took a step back, knocking over a chair. You're deliberately trying to cause trouble for me. What's the big deal about me taking some of the company's money when the old chairman is here? The old chairman didn't see it, that's his business, but now I'm the chairman. I have absolute control over our group. Now this is my company. Lin Fan then handed over another document. Director Wang, the financial statements show that the logistics and transportation costs of the group's subsidiaries were 30% higher than the market last year. Is this because the logistics company we're working with is owned by your nephew? The protagonist is about to start pretending to be cool. Dear handsome and beautiful readers, did you go out to play during the National Day holiday? Please give us a good review and give us free gifts. Chapter 69 Rectifying the Workplace. This sentence was like a bomb, and the directors in the meeting room were all shocked. If the transportation cost was 30% higher, how much money would be lost? Wang Haishan's face turned pale instantly. He pointed at Lin Fan's nose and said in a trembling voice, You are slandering me. Slander? Lin Fan smiled and pulled out a contract. This is the cooperation agreement between your nephew's logistics company and Tianhe Group. The shipping price is 30% higher than the market price. Also, he pointed at the signature on the contract. Is this your signature, Mr. Wang? Wang Haishan's legs went weak and he almost sat on the ground. He held onto the table and cried, I just wanted to help my nephew. He just started a company, it's not easy. Helping my nephew? Lin Fan's voice suddenly turned cold. You helped your nephew, but ended up ruining the company. Last year, tens of millions of the group's profits were wasted because of you. The directors in the conference room were all furious. Director Zhang slammed the table and said, Wang Haishan, you're going too far. Director Li followed up, that's right. The company has supported you for so many years, and you're actually betraying them. Wang Haishan burst into tears. He knelt on the ground and tugged at Lin Fan's trouser leg. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please forgive me. Lin Fan frowned and pulled his leg out. He looked at Wang Haishan, who was kneeling on the ground, and his voice was cold. Wang Haishan, do you think I will forgive you? Director Lin, I'm willing to return the money. I'll sell my nephew's company and return the money to the company. Wang Haishan pressed his face to the ground. Please, Director Lin. It's too late. Lin Fan stood up, straightened the cuffs of his casual suit, and said with a hint of coldness in his voice, Boss Bai, call the police. From now on, Wang Haishan is dismissed from all positions, and the finance department will immediately review your expense records for the past 3 years. Bai Lizhen nodded, took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this 110? Someone at Tianhe Group headquarters is suspected of embezzlement. When Wang Haishan heard the words call the police, he suddenly rushed over like crazy and tried to snatch the contract from Lin Fan's hand, but was held down by the security guard at the door. Wang Haishan cried like a cat with its tail stepped on. Director Lin, I've been with the old chairman for 30 years. Even if I haven't made any contributions, I've worked hard. Lin Fan remained indifferent. Seeing Lin Fan like this, Wang Haishan struggled desperately, shouting, "Lin Fan, you will not die a good death. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go." Lin Fan looked at Wang Haishan being dragged away by the security guards and shook his head. He really doesn't know how to live or die. He turned to the directors in the conference room and said, "I'm not here to mess with you, but if anyone uses the company's money as their own personal wallet, next time it won't be as simple as just getting out." Then he said coldly, "Now, directors, do you have any questions?" The directors quickly shook their heads. Director Zhang smiled and said, "Director Lin is wise. We'll all listen to you." Director Li followed up with, "That's right. Whatever Director Lin says is what we do." Lin Fan smiled and turned to Bai Lizhan, "Boss Bai, starting tomorrow, you will be the vice president, responsible for the restructuring of real estate and finance." Bai Lizhan was stunned for a moment, then stood up, her voice a little excited. "Thank you, Director Lin. I will definitely do my best." Applause broke out in the conference room. Some applause was loud, some was a little perfunctory, but there was submission in everyone's eyes. Lin Fan picked up the coffee and took a sip. It was the perfect temperature, with no sugar or milk. He looked out the window. The wind from the Pujiang River blew in with the sunshine, turning over a few pages of the documents on the table. "The meeting is adjourned," he said. As soon as the door of the conference room closed, Bai Lizhan couldn't help laughing. "Director Lin, you look so handsome just now, even more majestic than the old chairman." "More cruel than him?" Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, twirling the coffee cup with his fingertips. "More decisive than him." Bai Lizhan was packing up the documents. The old chairman would never send Wang Haishan directly to jail. He has to consider the old relationship. "Old love?" Lin Fan laughed. "Can old love be eaten? The company is supposed to make money, not support idlers." Bai Lizhan nodded and put the documents into the folder. "As for the planning of the youth community, I will immediately ask the design department to come up with a preliminary plan." "Don't worry." Lin Fan took out his cell phone. "Okay." Bai Lizhan walked to the door and turned back. "By the way, Zhou Xiaoming's coffee is pretty good, right?" Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "It's really good." The afternoon sun streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, painting the office golden. Lin Fan flipped open the annual report of Tianhe Group and paused his finger on the line of entertainment subsidiary. All the previous investments were spent on movies, and he lost tens of millions, so he had to think of a solution. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Bai Lizhan knocked on the door and came in with a stack of documents. She changed into a champagne-colored silk shirt, and the faint curves at the neckline shimmered as she bent over to put the documents down. Lin Fan raised his eyes from the annual report and tapped lightly on the loss figure with his fingertips. "The entertainment sector needs transformation." He closed the report, his tone calm but with unquestionable determination. "All film investments will be suspended, and resources will be concentrated on short videos and live streaming." Bai Lizhan was stunned. "Short videos and live broadcasts? I've never done this before." "If you haven't done it before, you can learn." Lin Fan pulled out a data report. The data from the first few months of this year shows that the number of short video users has surpassed that of long videos, and advertising revenue has increased by 40%. Tianhe has so many resources, it's a waste not to use them. I want to see the restructuring plan, including the layoff plan and the list of new recruits, by next Monday. What percentage of layoffs should be controlled? Starting at 30%. Lin Fan picked up the pen and twirled it around his fingertips. "Tell the general manager of the entertainment subsidiary that either he takes the initiative to optimize the team, or I'll optimize him." Bai Lizhan took the report, her eyes sparkling. "I will have a meeting with the people from the entertainment subsidiary tomorrow." Lin Fan stood up and walked to the French window. The neon lights on the other side of the Huangpu River had just come on, forming a brilliant band of light in the twilight. Bai Lizhan's pen paused slightly, and soon resumed its smooth writing rhythm. "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." "All right," Lin Fan said, as if remembering something. "The general manager of the financial subsidiary should be replaced by the person you recommend, someone younger and open to new ideas." "I've already thought about it." Bai Lizhan smiled. The former vice president of the financial subsidiary was called Chen Lei, 35 years old, who understands technology finance and has always been suppressed by Wang Haishan. "What do you think of him?" "Okay, let him report tomorrow." Lin Fan picked up the coffee and took a sip. Bai Lizhan interjected, "Director Lin, HR is asking if the secretariat and the president's office should be adjusted?" Lin Fan tapped the table with his fingertips, his metal pen gleaming coldly in the sunlight. "We need to recruit a new secretary." I won't be using the current one. If there's no suitable candidate, let Zhou Xiaoming take on the part-time position for the next 2 days. He paused, his eyes sweeping across the office buildings outside the window. We also need to recruit new people for the president's office. Humph, if you anger the protagonist, you will have to clean up the workplace. Everyone had fun outside. I hope this book can help you pass the time in your spare time. Please support it. Chapter 70 Deployment. Bai Lizhan took out her notebook and wrote, specific direction? First, we need to understand big data analysis, Lin Fan said, flipping through the financial subsidiary's bad debt review report. From now on, we can't just rely on third parties for market research on each project. We need to have our own eyes. He pointed to the rental curve for the Zhangjiang Industrial Park on the screen and said, this person needs to be able to dig out the expansion rhythm of competitors from the public data of the National Bureau of Statistics. The second one is to focus on science and technology financial policies. Lin Fan picked up his mobile phone, and on the screen was the latest support document from the China Securities Regulatory Commission. After Chen Lei took over the financial subsidiary, he needed someone to help him keep an eye on the policy window next month's specialized, refined and innovative application must not be missed like last time. Bai Lizhan quickly wrote down the question, the tip of her pen scratching on the paper. What about the third one? New media operations. Lin Fan pushed Tianhe Entertainment's loss report in front of her. We need to build a short video team. This person needs to understand algorithm recommendations and be able to promote our youth community as a popular check-in spot, just like. He thought about it and said, just like renting the factory in Zhangjiang to chip companies, we can use content to generate traffic. Bai Lizhan suddenly whispered, Director Lin, my college classmate worked in MCN operations at ByteDance. Do you want to ask? Yes, if it's appropriate, you can let him come over. It's better to promote the talented than to avoid relatives. He turned to Bai Lizhan and said, we'll add a new requirement to the recruitment process. New employees will have a 3-month probationary period, and their performance indicators will be directly linked to the subsidiary's rectification KPIs. The old employees' positions will remain unchanged, but if the new employees can achieve results, their salaries can be 30% higher than those of the old employees in the same position. Bai Lizhan closed her notebook, her eyes shining. I understand. I'll talk to the HR department right away and focus on recruiting young people from major internet companies and investment banks. At the front desk in the lobby downstairs, Zhou Xiaoming was pouring the last spoonful of sugar into a mug, his cell phone vibrating hot in the pocket of his white shirt. She pulled out her cell phone, and Bai Lizhan's name popped up on the screen. Her fingertips curled up subconsciously, and the coffee spoon tapped against the rim of the cup with a ding. Brown liquid splashed onto the beige hem of her skirt, leaving a small round spot. Xiaoming, Director Lin said, that you will serve as temporary secretary for the next 2 days. Bai Lizhan's voice came through the receiver. Zhou Xiaoming could hear her own heartbeat in her chest, like a frightened rabbit bumping against her ribs. Really? I. She opened her mouth, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the ceramic texture of the mug. The cool touch barely suppressed the panic in her heart. Do I need to prepare anything? Boss Lin said, he really likes the coffee you make. There was a hint of smile in Bai Lizhan's tone, and Zhou Xiaoming's cheeks suddenly flushed. After standing for 5 minutes, Zhou Xiaoming's knuckles turned blue as he gripped the coffee cup. Before pushing the door open, she adjusted her bangs in front of the elevator mirror. As soon as the door opened a crack, she heard Lin Fan's voice drifting from the French window, Are you here? She looked up, and the sunlight was bathing his silhouette in warm gold. Lin. Director Lin. Her voice trembled like a leaf, and she almost dropped the coffee cup in her hand. I brought you coffee, hot, with half sugar. When Lin Fan turned around and his eyes fell on her face, she felt as if she was wrapped in a quilt that had been exposed to the sun all day, so warm that even the tips of her ears were burning. He didn't take the coffee, but instead pointed to the empty space next to his desk. Move your workstation over here tomorrow. There's next week's schedule on the desk. Familiarize yourself with it tonight. What do I need to do? Zhou Xiaoming walked over and gently placed the coffee on his table. As her fingertips touched the wall of the cup, they were gently covered by his hand. The coolness of the bone china mixed with the warmth of his palm, running along her fingertips to her elbow, and her eyelashes trembled violently. Lin Fan smiled, tapping his coffee cup with his fingertips. First, learn to block phone calls for me. Wang Chang just called 3 times and said he wanted to apologize. His gaze swept out the window. An old boat was sailing slowly along the Pujiang River, the smoke from its chimney being torn into thin strands by the wind. Also, in future meetings, you sit next to me and take notes. Zhou Xiaoming nodded, her throat felt like it was clogged with cotton, and after a long while she managed to squeeze out a sentence, I'll do it well. She turned to leave, but Lin Fan stopped her, wait. He took out a box of throat lozenges from the drawer and placed them in her palm. I heard your voice was a little hoarse just now. Put one in your mouth. She clenched her hands suddenly, and the candy wrapper of the throat lozenge made a crunching sound in her palms. When I looked up, Lin Fan had already turned back to the window. His back looked particularly tall and straight in the sunset, like a tree that had just been watered, with a bit of fresh vitality. The old ticket can't carry the new voyage. He whispered out the window, we need to replace some fresh sailors for this ship. Zhou Xiaoming looked at his back and suddenly felt the throat lozenge in her hand begin to get hot, like a seed buried in her heart that was about to sprout. She clenched the schedule in her hand and turned to walk to the door. When the setting sun dyed the office orange, Lin Fan finally finished processing all the documents. He leaned back in his chair and looked out the window at the Pujiang River. It was already time to get off work. Lin Fan pulled out his phone and sent a message to Su Yuhan, how's it going, my campus beauty girlfriend? First day at work, are you getting used to it? Let us go back to this morning. At 6 o'clock in the morning, when the sunlight wrapped in the fragrance of osmanthus penetrated through the gaps in the curtains, she stood in front of the wardrobe and rummaged through it for 10 minutes. Her fingertips slid across the clothes in the closet, the light blue silk dress she and Xia Mengmeng picked out last week, the pearl buttons on the collar shone softly. The off-white sweater and cigarette pants were sent by my mother last month, saying wear something more stylish for work. Finally, she stopped in front of a moon-white shirt. Lin Fan had praised it last week, saying, you look good in a white shirt, like you just walked out of a painting. Su Yuhan's ears felt slightly hot. She put on her shirt and adjusted her collar in front of the mirror. The shirt was cut to fit her shoulders perfectly, and the hem was tucked into her light gray skirt, revealing a slender waist. The hem of the skirt is 2 centimeters above the knee, so you can see the lines of your calves when you walk. She chose a pair of beige low-heeled shoes. The sound of the heels tapping on the floor was very light, just like her mood at the moment, a little nervous and a little sweet. She is very careful when putting on makeup. The foundation was applied evenly, the mascara was applied to make the skin look long, and the lip gloss was the lightest bean paste color. The girl in the mirror had her hair combed into a neat low ponytail, with the loose hair fixed in place with hairspray. She took a deep breath in front of the mirror, trying to raise the corners of her mouth, but was afraid of being too deliberate, so she quietly pinched the corner of her clothes with her fingers. At exactly 7 o'clock, she stood at the bus stop, carrying a brand new commuter bag containing the notebook and pen she had prepared last night. She took out her cell phone and checked the time. Since she had left an hour earlier, she shouldn't be late. The bus came very slowly. She leaned against the bus stop with her bag in her arms. The wind lifted her bangs, revealing her smooth forehead. An old man passing by smiled and said, you are such a spirited girl. She blushed and nodded, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the strap of her bag. Looking at the cold light shining from the glass door of the building where Tianhe Finance is located, Su Yuhan's palms were already sweating. Looking up, the windows on the upper floors shone coldly in the sunlight, like a silent forest. Chapter 71, Su Yuhan's first day on the job. Su Yuhan took a deep breath and pushed open the revolving door. The receptionist looked up with a sweet smile. Hello, do you have an appointment? I'm Su Yuhan, who started working today. I'm looking for team leader Wang. Su Yuhan's voice was a little tense. Oh, team leader Wang is waiting for you. Go over there, the office at the end of the corridor. The receptionist pointed in the direction. Su Yuhan clutched the strap of her bag, walked to the door, and knocked gently 3 times. The door opened, and a woman in an off-white suit and skirt stood there. Her curly hair was tied into a low bun, and there were laugh lines at the corners of her eyes. Her voice was soft and gentle. Xiao Su, right? I'm Wan Yiping, your team leader. Come in. Wan Yiping's office is not big, but it is tidy. She pointed to the sofa and said, sit down first. I'll pour you a glass of water. Su Yuhan sat down, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt. Wan Yiping placed the cup of water in front of her. The water temperature was just right, with thin water droplets condensing on the wall of the cup. Don't be nervous. The atmosphere in our department is pretty good. Wan Yiping said with a smile, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepening. I'll introduce you to my colleagues later. As I followed Wan Yiping out of the office, someone in the cubicle in the corridor looked up. Wang Yiping clapped her hands and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, please stop for a moment and let me introduce our new colleague, Su Yuhan. We'll be working together. Welcome, newcomer." A girl with a bun on her hair smiled and waved. "My name is Chun Yao, and I do data analysis." "Su Yuhan? What a nice name." The boy with glasses pushed up his glasses. "I'm Zhang Peng from the technical department. If you have any questions, you can come to me." After a few greetings, someone handed over candy, and someone said with a smile, "Please give me your advice in the future." Su Yuhan responded one by one. The sweat from her palms soaked the strap of her bag, but she tried hard to keep her smile natural. She could feel that the kindness of most of her colleagues was genuine, and the curiosity and friendliness in their eyes were like a spring breeze, gently caressing her tense nerves. Just then, the sound of leather shoes came from the corridor. "Manager Zhou is here." Xiao Zhang's voice suddenly became lower. Su Yuhan looked up and saw a middle-aged man in a floral shirt standing at the door. His belly was as big as a ball. When his eyes swept over her, they stuck to her waist like a fly covered in oil. "Oh, a new person is here? Team leader Wang, have you arranged the workstation?" He is the human resources manager Zhou Qiang. The same scrutinizing eyes he had during the interview now carried an undisguised look of scrutiny. Su Yuhan's heart tightened, but she didn't dare show it on her face. She lowered her eyebrows and replied, "Hello, Manager Wang." "Miss Su," Zhou Qiang walked in with a smile, his arm outstretched. "I thought you had a good temperament during the interview, and I was right." Su Yuhan's fingertips trembled, but she still reached out and shook his hand. His hand was like a steamed bun, sticky, and he held her hand tightly and refused to let go. Wang Yiping stepped forward at the right moment and handed the document over. "Manager Zhou, this is this month's project report. Could you take a look?" Zhou Qiang finally loosened his grip and glanced at Su Yuhan as he took the document. "It's Miss Su's first day at work, so please take good care of her. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me." The tail end of his tone was drawn out, like a piece of candied fruit stuck on a candy wrapper, and Su Yuhan suddenly felt nauseous. When Wang Yiping brought her to her workstation, she lowered her voice and said, "Manager Zhou is the HR manager, but his reputation isn't very good. You should be more careful next time." Su Yuhan nodded, got up and went to the bathroom to wash her hands thoroughly. As soon as she sat down, she saw a woman in a bright red dress standing at the door. She had flaming red lips and her eyes were like two knives, cutting into her face. "Manager Li." Wang Yiping's voice was a little colder. "This is Su Yuhan, our new colleague." Li Min walked over with her arms folded, the diamonds on her nails glittering so brightly that it was hard to open your eyes. "Miss Su, it's your first day, so you must perform well. We don't keep idle people in our company," she said sarcastically. "Fill out the employment documents and give them to me before you leave work." She threw a stack of documents on Su Yuhan's desk. The pages flew up and scratched the back of Su Yuhan's hand, leaving a light red mark. Wang Yiping frowned and was about to speak, but Su Yuhan quickly pulled at the corner of her clothes. She squatted down to pick up the documents. When she heard the sound of Li Min's high heels walking away, she looked up and smiled. "Sister Wang, it's okay." Wang Yiping sighed, watching Li Min walk away, and squatted down to help her pick up the things. Don't take the relationship between Li Min and Manager Zhou personally. She just can't stand seeing anyone prettier than her. Su Yuhan paused, sorting the documents into a pile. "I understand, Sister Wang." The whole morning was busy. When Su Yuhan finished sorting the documents, her wrists were sore. Xiao Zhang handed over a cup of milk tea. "Sister Su, have a sip of this. Sister Wang said you like strawberry flavor." She took the milk tea. It was the perfect temperature and sweet, like the lip balm Lin Fan had given her. Sister Li came over and said, "I have some project information here. Would you like to take a look? It will be useful for future analysis." Su Yuhan nodded. When she took the information, she saw Sister Wang standing by the window when making a phone call. She glanced over and smiled at her. At lunch, Wang Yiping took her to the restaurant downstairs in the company. They sat by the window, sunlight streaming through the glass onto the dining table. Wang Yiping handed her a piece of fish and said, "Yuhan, you look like my sister. I'm going to tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Zhou Qiang isn't a good person, and Li Min isn't one to be trifled with either. You need to be more careful in the future. If anything really happens, remember to tell me." Su Yuhan's nose suddenly felt a little sour. She picked up the fish and it tasted very fresh, just like what her mother made. Thank you, Sister Wang. In the afternoon, Su Yuhan made a list of the day's tasks and completed them one by one. She discovered that she was more sensitive to financial statements than she had imagined, and her thinking was so clear when she sorted out the data that even she was surprised. Wang Yiping couldn't help but praise her. Xiao Su is really quick-witted. When I first joined the company, I was much slower than you. Su Yuhan smiled, and the gloom in her heart dissipated a lot. Before leaving Get Off Work, Su Yuhan took the completed information to find Li Min. Li Min flipped through 2 pages and suddenly threw the information on the table. Assistant Su, you filled out the information incorrectly, fill it out again. Su Yuhan leaned over to take a look, pointed at one of the items and said, Managerly, this is filled out according to the format you told me yesterday. If I say it's wrong, it's wrong. Li Min interrupted her, her eyes provocative. Fill it out again quickly, or don't come to work tomorrow. Wang Yiping happened to be passing by at that moment. She stood at the door and said, Managerly, I've reviewed Su Yuhan's information and it's fine. Did the format you mentioned change again? Li Min glared at him, grabbed the information and flipped through it, and finally snorted, Forget it, I'll pass this time. After saying that, he turned and walked into the office, slamming the door loudly. Su Yuhan looked at Wang Yiping, her eyes a little wet. Thank you, Sister Wang. Wang Yiping patted her shoulder. It's okay, I'm here with her, she won't dare to go too far. At 5:30 in the afternoon, it was time to get off work, and Su Yuhan had already completed her tasks for the day. She rubbed her sore shoulders and her phone vibrated in her pocket. It was Lin Fan's message, How's my campus beauty girlfriend doing? First day at work, are you adjusting well? I wish you all a happy holiday and hope you will support me. Chapter 72 Dinner with Su Yuhan. Su Yuhan stared at the screen of her mobile phone, and the sweat on her fingertips made the screen shine. Lin Fan's message was like a piece of candy, so sweet that the corners of her mouth curled up. She typed quickly, It's pretty good. The colleagues are all very friendly. I want to eat the sweet and sour pork ribs at the place near the school tonight. At the end, he added an aggrieved expression, like a cat with its fur ruffled. Yuhan, are you off work? Wang Yiping passed by with a folder in her arms and patted her shoulder. If you arrive early tomorrow, I'll bring you breakfast. The buns from the bun shop downstairs are fresh out of the oven. I'm sure you'll like them. Su Yuhan quickly stood up and put the documents on the table into her bag. Thank you, Sister Wang, I will come early tomorrow. I packed up my things and said goodbye to Wang Yiping. As she reached the elevator, she suddenly heard Li Min's voice in the corridor, her voice sarcastic but a bit coquettish. Brother Zhou, when will you bring me that lipstick you mentioned last time? Out of the corner of my eye, I suddenly caught a glimpse of the fire escape at the end of the corridor. The glass at the corner of the corridor reflected the shadows of 2 people. Zhou Chang's floral shirt was stuck to Li Min's bright red dress. Their hands were entangled together. Li Min's fingernails were shining like diamonds as she poked Zhou Chang's chest and smiled. She put her fiery red lips close to Zhou Chang's ear and whispered something. It turns out that the relationship Sister Wang talked about is true. The nausea came back, even worse than in the morning. She clutched the strap of her bag, walked quickly into the elevator, and the moment she pressed the door closing button, she seemed to have shaken off all the stickiness on her body. The wind downstairs was a bit cold. As Su Yuhan stepped out of the glass door, she saw Lin Fan leaning against the car. He was wearing a light gray suit with 2 buttons undone at the collar. He was holding a glass of strawberry milkshake with a small strawberry hanging from the straw. Seeing her coming over, he immediately smiled and said, Is our school beauty off work? You're happy water. Lin Fan walked over with a smile, reached out and touched her head, his fingertips rubbing across the top of her hair, bringing a little warmth. He took her bag and his fingers touched the back of her hand, like a heating pad, instantly absorbing the coldness in her hand. Su Yuhan took the milkshake and took a sip. The sweet strawberry flavor wrapped in ice slid down her throat. She squinted her eyes and smiled. How did you know I wanted to drink this? I guessed it. Lin Fan helped her open the passenger door. The car drove towards the city. Su Yuhan leaned back in the chair and watched the streetlights pass by outside the window. Lin Fan placed his hand on her leg, gently stroking her knee. How was work today? Did anyone bully you? Su Yuhan shook her head and handed the milkshake cup to him. Sister Wang takes good care of me, and my colleagues are also very nice. She didn't mention Zhou Chang's hand, Li Min's information, or those sticky eyes. She didn't want to make Lin Fan worry and didn't want to ruin the warmth of the dinner. Lin Fan took the milkshake, took a sip, frowned, and stuck out his tongue. Too sweet. Looking at his bitter face, Su Yuhan smiled happily. The restaurant at the school gate has warm yellow light shining through the glass door, making the sign look particularly cozy. The boss was in ante. She smiled when she saw Su Yuhan. Xiao Su is here? Come in and sit down. Su Yuhan greeted him with a smile, then pulled Lin Fan to a seat by the window. The menu was handed over, and just as Su Yuhan was about to speak, Lin Fan had already announced her preferences: sweet and sour spare ribs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a bowl of mushroom soup. He looked up at her. Anything else? Su Yuhan shook her head, stirred the pearls in her milk tea, and looked at Lin Fan's profile as he lowered his head to look at the menu. Suddenly, she felt that all the grievances she had suffered during the day had become insignificant dust. Is work really going well? Lin Fan put down the menu and gently touched the back of her hand with his fingertips. Su Yuhan's heart tightened, but she smiled and nodded. Yes. Sister Wang is very nice, and my colleagues are also very enthusiastic. I worked on 3 financial statements today, and I found that I am very sensitive to financial statements. Sister Wang praised me for my good understanding, which is much better than hers in the past. Lin Fan nodded, his eyes full of pride. Of course, my girlfriend is a talented woman in the finance department. Shouldn't this little thing be easy for her to handle? Try this, the mushrooms are very fresh. Lin Fan helped her pour a bowl of soup. There was light in his eyes, like stars falling into them. Are you tired from work today? If you are, don't go tomorrow. I'll support you. The heat filled Su Yuhan's eyes. She scooped a spoonful of soup and the delicious taste spread on her tongue. Su Yuhan smiled and shook her head, then drank a mouthful of soup. No, I want to make my own money. Otherwise, if you say I'm a gigolo in the future, I won't say anything. She thought of Zhou Chang's hand during the day and Li Min's sarcasm, and suddenly didn't want to talk anymore. There was no need to make Lin Fan worry. With him around, there was nothing to be afraid of. He picked up a piece of pork ribs and gave it to Su Yuhan, looking at her seriously. If someone bullies you, you must tell me, understand? He held her hand, and the warmth came through his fingertips. No matter who it is, I won't let him hurt you. Su Yuhan felt warm in her heart and held his hand. No, everyone takes good care of me. She began to talk about interesting things in school, what Xia Mengmeng gossiped about in the dormitory, and how popular teacher Wen Wan's class was. Lin Fan listened quietly, occasionally interjecting a word or two, with tenderness in his eyes almost overflowing. Dinner was eaten slowly, and every bite was filled with warmth. The sweet and sour taste of the sweet and sour spare ribs, the freshness of the mushroom soup, mixed with the tissues that Lin Fan occasionally handed over, made up the most peaceful time. After dinner, Lin Fan drove her back to the dormitory. The car stopped next to the streetlight downstairs of the dormitory building. The warm yellow light shone through the car window, casting mottled shadows on the faces of the 2 people. Lin Fan held her hand and said, "Did you miss me today?" Su Yuhan nodded and said softly, "I thought about it." Lin Fan slowly approached her and his lips touched hers, with a sweet taste of strawberry milk. Su Yuhan put her hands around his neck and responded to his kiss. Their breaths intertwined, like the spring breeze, wrapped in the fragrance of flowers. With strong possessiveness and tenderness, Lin Fan used the tip of his tongue to pry open her lips and teeth, plundering her breath. The air in the car became scorching hot. Su Yuhan's cheeks flushed and she looked at Lin Fan with a dazed look in her eyes. I don't know how long it took. I'm going up. Su Yuhan's voice was panting, like a feather scratching Lin Fan's heart. Lin Fan nodded, but didn't let go of her waist. I'll pick you up from get off work tomorrow. Yeah. Su Yuhan nodded, her eyes a little wet. She couldn't bear to leave the smell of him, and couldn't bear to leave the warmth of his palm. Pushing open the car door, the night wind blew in and Su Yuhan shivered. She turned around and saw Lin Fan sitting in the car looking at her. The tenderness in his eyes was like sugar that could not be melted. Go up quickly, don't catch a cold, he said. Su Yuhan nodded and turned to walk towards the dormitory building. Every step I took, I couldn't help but look back. The lights of the car reflected on Lin Fan's face. With a smile on his lips, he watched her walk into the corridor. Su Yuhan didn't look away until the corner of the stairs blocked her view, her heart still pounding. The phone in my pocket vibrated. It was a message from Lin Fan. Good night, my school beauty girlfriend. She smiled and said good night, then walked upstairs with light steps. The voice-controlled light in the corridor flickered on and off, and her shadow was stretched out very long, as if it was about to merge with the person in the car. Chapter 73 Night Return. When Lin Fan sent Su Yuhan back to the dormitory, the clock had just passed 9. Su Yuhan's back as she skipped up the stairs disappeared in the rearview mirror, so he turned the car around and drove towards Xingawon. The steering wheel turned suddenly, and the car sped towards the direction of Xingawon. The night wind poured in through the car window, bringing with it the hustle and bustle of the city, but it could not blow away the softness in his heart. Passing by a convenience store on the corner, he stopped the car. When he pushed open the door, the wind chimes jingled. The clerk smiled and greeted him. "Sir, what can I do for you?" "Strawberry cake and a box of fresh strawberries." Lin Fan pointed to the strawberries in the refrigerator. Each one was plump and looked like a ruby. The clerk packed it and he took it. His fingertips touched the coolness of the box, and he remembered the way Chinya squinted her eyes when she ate strawberries last time. She always said, "Strawberries are sweet, like the taste of happiness." The street lights in Xingawon are very bright, making the green plants in the community look like they are immersed in honey. Lin Fan parked the car and looked up at the window on the 12th floor. Warm yellow light leaked out, mixed with Yu Yu's laughter. The key was inserted into the keyhole, and there was a slight click sound. Shinya was wearing a beige home outfit, her hair was draped over her shoulders, and her face was flushed from smiling. Yaya rushed over like a little cannonball and hugged his legs. "Dad! Why did you come just now? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Fan bent down and picked her up, nuzzling her forehead with his nose. "Daddy's going to buy you some strawberries. Look." He shook the cake box in his hand, and Yaya immediately cheered and reached out to grab it. Shinya smiled and patted her hands. "Wash your hands first. You ate 2 pieces of candy today, and if you eat cake again, you'll get cavities." "Just a small piece." Yaya frowned, her eyes full of pleading. "Dad said strawberry cake is the most delicious thing in the world." Lin Fan helped her straighten her bangs and winked at Shinya. "It's just a small piece. I promise it's okay." Shinya shook her head helplessly and turned to go to the kitchen to get a plate. Yaya leaned on Lin Fan's shoulder and whispered, "Daddy, are you a prince?" "Of course." Lin Fan smiled and pinched her face. "I am Yaya's prince." The family of 3 sat on the sofa. Yaya held the cake and got food all over her face. Shinya used a tissue to wipe it for her. Lin Fan sat next to them, looking at them with a smile on his face. It was not until Yaya yawned, rubbed her eyes and said, "Dad, I'm sleepy," that Lin Fan picked her up and walked towards the bedroom. The desk lamp in the bedroom was dimmed. Lin Fan put Yaya on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Yaya grabbed his hand and said, "Dad, tell me a story." "Okay." Lin Fan sat on the bed, picked up Snow White from the bedside table, and flipped to the first page. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful princess. Yaya's eyes slowly closed and her breathing became even. Lin Fan gently pulled his hand out, tucked the quilt for her, and brushed his fingertips across her forehead. Shinya stood at the door, handing over a cup of warm milk, with something indelibly tender in her eyes. He touched the back of her hand as he took it, and the warmth crept up her knuckles. Lin Fan nodded, took the milk, and took a sip. It was warm and sweet. The building blocks that Yaya had just played with were still on the sofa in the living room, so Shinya squatted down to clean them up. Lin Fan looked at her back as she squatted on the carpet. Her off-white home clothes had a few soft wrinkles at the waist, and her hips, stretched tight from squatting, were perfectly round, graceful and attractive. He couldn't help but put down the cup and walked over, gently wrapping his arms around her waist, resting his chin on the top of her head, and pressing his palms with the residual warmth of warm milk against her waist, as if he had put all the tenderness he had accumulated when coaxing Yaya just now into this hug. Shinya paused, then smiled, and touched the back of his hand. "We just rested, and you're making trouble again?" He didn't say anything, but just rubbed his face into her hair. He smelled the familiar orange-scented shampoo, and even the night breeze outside the window was sweet. "Did you miss me today?" Shinya buried her face in his chest, hummed softly, but her arms wrapped around him tighter. Lin Fan's fingertips caressed her waist, the skin beneath the fabric was delicate and hot. "I miss you too." Shinya's face instantly became hot enough to fry an egg on. She pushed him but didn't really dodge away. The moonlight from the living room leaked in through the gaps in the curtains, weaving a silver net on the floor. The two people's breaths intertwined, and the temperature continued to rise. Lin Fan pushed Shinya down on the sofa. "Ah!" Shinya screamed, her pretty face flushed as if blood was dripping. Don't do it here." Lin Fan said nothing, but just quickened his movements. After the tenderness, Shinya nestled in Lin Fan's arms, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the outline of his chest. Fan, she suddenly spoke, her voice lazily afterward, yet concealing a hint of uneasiness, my parents will be coming from my hometown tomorrow. Lin Fan paused, then tightened his arms and hugged her even tighter. Uncle and aunt are coming tomorrow? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'll pick you up tomorrow. No need to go through so much trouble. Xinya looked up, the anxiety in her eyes almost overflowing. Lin Fan reached out and wiped the tears from her eyes. He said, this is the first time my uncle and aunt are in Shanghai. I must treat them well. I'll pick them up at the station myself tomorrow. Xinya threw herself into his arms and wrapped her arms around his waist. Lin Fan, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Lin Fan held her and walked towards the bedroom. They are your parents, and they are my parents as well. The air conditioning temperature in the bedroom was just right, and Xinya's body was soft as cotton in his arms. Lin Fan kissed her forehead, then moved down along her eyebrows, to her eyes, her nose, and finally stopped at her lips. Xinya hooked her hands around his neck, responded to his kiss, and her breathing became rapid. Lin Fan. She called his name softly, her fingers inserted into his hair. Lin Fan's hand slowly stroked her back, stopping at her waist. Are you tired from supervising the work at the beauty salon today? How's the construction going? With you here, nothing feels tiring. Xinya shook her head, burying her face in the crook of his neck. Since the funds have arrived, progress has been smooth. Now we're mainly checking the materials and equipment. We expect to be able to open for trial operation in about half a month. Moonlight leaked in through the window and fell on them. Lin Fan hugged her, smelling the strawberry scent on her body, and felt his heart full, as if it contained the whole world. After an unknown amount of time, Xinya suddenly said, Lin Fan, I'm so happy. Lin Fan smiled and kissed her earlobe. Me too, with you and Yeya, I have everything I need. Xinya raised her head, with stars in her eyes. Then let's never separate, okay? Okay. Lin Fan nodded solemnly, we'll never be apart. The wind outside the window lifted the curtains and blew through their hair. Xinya leaned in Lin Fan's arms, listening to his heartbeat, and felt like she was dreaming. A dream about happiness that will never end. It's time to meet the parents. Are there any brothers and sisters who are meeting their parents, getting engaged, or getting married during the National Day holiday? I wish you all happiness. Chapter 74 Home-Cooked Meal. When the morning sunlight, wrapped in the fragrance of magnolia, penetrated through the gap in the curtains, Lin Fan had already woken up. He stood in front of the wardrobe picking out clothes, choosing a light gray cotton shirt, not wearing a watch, and even changed his cufflinks to the most ordinary silver. Xinya leaned against the door and looked at it, holding a cup of warm milk in her hand. Just wear this one, my dad also likes to wear this kind of shirt. Lin Fan took the milk and took a sip, with some milk stains on the corners of his mouth. That's perfect, it's a couple outfit with uncle. Xinya smiled and wiped the corner of his mouth. Don't be so joking, eat breakfast quickly, otherwise you will be late. There were a lot of people at the station. Lin Fan stood at the exit, holding a sign that read Qin Zhang Wang Lifan. His eyes were fixed on the exit, his gaze fixed on the turnstile like a searchlight. Finally, two figures appeared: Xinya's father, Qin Zhangwo, wearing a washed-out mousesuit with frayed cuffs. Her mother, Wang Lifang, was wearing a starched floral shirt and carrying a bulging cloth bag, which probably contained snacks and clothes for Yeya. They looked around, their eyes full of anxiety and confusion. Lin Fan immediately went forward, his voice loud and respectful, Uncle. Aunt. I'm Lin Fan. Qin Zhangwo was stunned for a moment, looking him up and down with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. Then, his rough hand grasped his hand with some force. Are you Lin Fan? Xiaoya mentioned you. Wang Lifang smiled and nodded, but she didn't know where to put her hands. She could only rub the strap of the cloth bag repeatedly, until her knuckles turned white. Uncle and aunt, are you tired? Let me take the luggage. Lin Fan naturally took the bags from their hands. They were quite heavy, and the fabric still had the scent of the earth from his hometown. Qin Zhangwo grinned, not tired, taking the high-speed rail is very fast. Wang Lifang held Xinya's hand, her fingertips trembling. Xiaoya, you've lost weight. No. Xinya smiled and hugged her. I've been eating a lot recently and I've gained weight. He led the two towards the parking lot, muttering as they walked, the magic city changes so quickly. If you get lost, just call me and I'll pick you up anytime. Lin Fan put the cloth bag into the trunk and opened the passenger door for Wang Lifang. Auntie, sit in the front, it will be more comfortable. No, Wang Lifang waved her hand. I'll sit in the back and talk to Xiaoya. It's okay. Lin Fan smiled and helped her inside. You can see the road ahead. Auntie, do you want to see the scenery of the Magic City? After getting in the car, Qin Jiangwo looked at the leather seats inside the car. He rubbed his hands on his trouser legs again and again before he dared to put them on them carefully. His fingertips were full of nervousness. The car was driving on the overpass and the sunlight shone through the windshield. Lin Fan adjusted the air conditioner temperature and asked, Uncle, Aunt, would you like some water? I have warm mineral water in my car. No. Qin Jiangwo rubbed his hands and stared at the tall building outside the window. This building is really tall, taller than the telephone poles in our village. Lin Fan smiled. Uncle, if you like, I'll take you to the Oriental Pearl Tower tomorrow. From there, you can see the entire Magic City. Forget it. Qin Jiangwo waved his hand. Let's not go to places where money is spent. It's a waste. It's not a waste. Lin Fan said, I'm treating. Uncle and Aunt rarely come here, so we have to see the scenery of the Magic City. The security guard of Xinguan was standing at the door. When he saw Lin Fan's car, he saluted. Qin Jiangwo leaned close to the car window, his eyes fixed on the European-style buildings and gardens that were manicured like works of art along the way. Is this your home? My father's voice trembled a little, and his hands unconsciously clutched the corner of his Zhongshan suit. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, his tone sincere. Xiaoge chose it. This is Qinya and I's home, and it will also be my uncle and aunt's home in the future. Lin Fan parked the car and opened the door for them. She likes the balcony that overlooks the river. She said Yaya can blow bubbles on the balcony. He opened the door, and Yaya rushed over like a little cannonball, hugged Grandpa's legs, and called out in a baby voice, Grandpa. Grandma. Wang Lifang's eyes turned red. She squatted down and hugged her granddaughter. Tears fell on Yaya's head and her voice choked with sobs. My dear granddaughter, Grandma misses you so much. Qin Jiangwo also grinned and reached out to touch Yaya's head, but he was afraid that his hands would be dirty, so he hesitated for a moment before touching it gently. The roughness of his fingertips made Yaya giggle. Lin Fan took their bags and put them in the cabinet in the entrance hall. He then handed them slippers and said, Uncle and Aunt, please change your shoes and come in and sit down. I've made some tea. His movements were natural and familiar, without any airs of a billionaire. Instead, he seemed like a considerate junior. In the living room. In the end, I could only sit cautiously on the edge, holding the sofa towel tightly with my hands. Wang Lifang stepped on the soft carpet and her eyes widened. This floor is softer than our bed. She looked at the expensive leather sofa, neither sitting nor standing. Qinya smiled and pulled her to sit on the sofa. Mom, this is a cashmere carpet, feel it. Wang Lifang reached out to touch it, then quickly retracted her hand. Isn't it too expensive? How will I pay for it if it gets dirty? What compensation? Lin Fan came over with some fruit. This is our home. Auntie, you can sit however you want. He handed the apple over. Auntie, have an apple. It's sweet. I just bought it this morning. Qin Jiangwo stared at the abstract painting on the wall with a complicated expression. His lips moved but he didn't say anything. Lin Fan carried Yaya to the sofa and took out a little bear biscuit like a magic trick, which made her giggle. From time to time, he handed Wang Lifang a peeled orange and refilled Qin Jiangwo's cup of hot tea. They chatted about family matters in their hometown, asked about the harvest of crops in the fields, and asked about interesting things in the neighborhood, his tone full of concern. Qin Jiangwo watched Lin Fan skillfully feed Yaya biscuits, and gently helped Qinya tidy up her hair that was messed up by the wind. The scrutiny in his eyes gradually turned into recognition, and the wrinkles at the corners of his mouth relaxed a little. Wang Lifang secretly tugged at the corner of Qinya's clothes and said silently, this child is really good. Qinya looked at Lin Fan's busy back, and her heart felt warm as if there was a little sun in her arms, and her eyes were a little hot. The lunch table was filled with home-cooked dishes made by Qinya herself. The braised pork was so shiny that it reflected light, the vegetables were juicy green, and there was a bowl of seaweed soup with egg drops floating in it, steaming hot, all of which were the taste of home. Wang Lifang smiled and said, our Shoya is really amazing. She can even make braised pork. Qin Jiangwo picked up a piece of braised pork and took a bite. It tastes the same as your mom's. Lin Fan sat beside them, looking at them with a smile on his face. He picked up the wine glass and poured a glass of wine for Qin Jiangwo. Uncle, I toast you a glass. Thank you for raising such an excellent daughter. Qin Jiangwo took the glass and clinked it with him. Young man, I'll toast you too. Thank you for taking care of Xiaoya. Qin Jiangwo took a sip of wine, his face flushed slightly, and he looked at Lin Fan with a serious look, as if he was examining a rare treasure. Chapter 75 Qin Jiangwo's worry. Qin Jiangwo hesitated for a moment, his Adam's apple moving, and finally asked the question he had been holding back for half an hour. Xiao Fan, I won't beat around the bush, what kind of business are you doing now? Lin Fan put down his chopsticks and tapped the table lightly with his knuckles. His eyes first fell on Qinya, who was holding Yaya's little hand and peeling shrimp for the child. The tips of her ears were slightly red. Then he turned to the two elderly men, his voice filled with confidence and assurance. Uncle, I currently hold shares in two companies. One is Tianhe Group, of which I own 70%. The other is Spark Interactive Entertainment, an internet entertainment company I recently acquired, of which I hold 80%. I paid a 5 million yuan deposit a while ago, and later added an additional 50 million yuan. Wang Lifan's eyes widened, and the bowl of soup in her hand almost slipped. 50 million. She had no idea about Tianhe Group and didn't know it was a company with a market value of billions, but she understood the astonishing number of 50 million. Qin Jiangwo was also shocked. Excluding Tianhe Group and Spark Interactive Entertainment, two companies he was not familiar with, just the 5 million deposit and 50 million follow-up investment alone, that is 55 million. If this guy wasn't lying, how wealthy must he be to be able to invest so much money so easily? Qin Jiangwo took a long time to react. He picked up his glass and clinked it with his, the wine emitting an amber glow. Good boy, you have a promising future. My dad is the best. Yaya held up the peeled sugar-roasted chestnuts and passed them to Lin Fan's mouth, saying in a baby voice, Daddy, eat. Lin Fan opened his mouth to catch it, and took the opportunity to kiss the child's forehead. He caught a glimpse of Qinya biting her lip and smiling, with tenderness in her eyes almost overflowing. By the time lunch was over, Qin Jiangwo had drunk several glasses of wine and his face was red. He put down his wineglass, glanced at Lin Fan, then at Qinya, put down his chopsticks and said, Lin Fan, come with me. Lin Fan's heart trembled, knowing that what was coming would eventually come. He stood up and followed Qin Jiangwo to the balcony. The wind on the balcony was a bit chilly, so Lin Fan put a coat on him. Qin Jiangwo leaned against the railing, took out his cigarette case, then put it away as if remembering something. You don't smoke, do you? I don't smoke. Lin Fan said, Uncle, if you want to smoke, go ahead. I'll go open the window. Forget it. Qin Jiangwo stuffed the cigarette box into his pocket. The night wind was cool, ruffling Qin Jiangwo's white hair and making him feel nervous. Uncle, just say what you want to say. Lin Fan's tone was sincere, and there was no evasion in his eyes. Qin Jiangwo turned around, his eyes as sharp as a knife, staring at him straight in the face. I'll be frank. You have such good conditions, money and looks, why would you fall for our Xiaoya? She has a child. His voice tightened, and his fingers clenched into fists unconsciously. I'm afraid you're just looking for a new thing, and you'll dump her when you've had enough. Our Xiaoya can't stand being hurt again. Lin Fan looked at Qin Jiangwo's wrinkled face, which was filled with worry and love for his daughter. He took a deep breath, leaned on the railing, and looked at the river view in the distance. Uncle, my meeting Qinya is fate, and it is also my luck. That day when she was crying in the hospital holding Yaya, I thought, I must help them. He turned to look at Qin Jiangwo, his eyes shining. Later, I helped her pay for her medical treatment, and she told me, I'll pay you back. I thought, what I want isn't for her to pay me back, but for her to live a life from now on, free of suffering and filled with warmth and hope. He paused, his voice deeper, with an unquestionable firmness. My feelings for Qinya and you are not a whim. The house and car I bought for her are all registered under Qinya's name. Although I, Lin Fan, have some money, what I value most is the smiles of mother and daughter. He pulled his phone from his pocket, pulled out photos of the property ownership certificate and the vehicle registration, and handed them to his father. Look, this is the house in Xinguan, and the owner is Qinya. This is the Porsche we saw today, and the owner is Qinya. I will use everything I have to love and protect them, and give Yaya a complete home. Qin Jiangwo took it and looked at the names on the property ownership certificate and the vehicle registration. His voice trembled a little. Why, did you do this? Because I love her, Lin Fan said. I want her to know that I'm not after anything from her, but that I want to spend my whole life with her. I will love her and Yaya, and I will also respect you both just like I respect my own parents. Qin Jiangwo raised his hand and patted Lin Fan's shoulder hard, so hard that it sank. His voice choked with sobs. Good boy. I was judging you by my own standards. I'm relieved to leave Xiaoya in your care. The sliding door of the living room was open, and Xinya leaned against the door to look. Lin Fan's back stood straight in the sunlight, like a tree that would never fall. The soup for dinner was thick. Wang Lifang held Xinya's hand, tears falling into the bowl of soup. Xiaoya, you have to hold on to a man as good as Lin Fan. Mom can see that he really cares about you. I know. Xinya looked at Lin Fan, who was picking up food for Qin Jiangwo. The large pig's trotter, which was full of collagen, was trembling on the tip of his chopsticks. I will definitely cherish it. Lin Fan looked up and met her eyes. He smiled and put a piece of candied lotus root into her bowl. Eat this, it's sweet. The river view outside the window is beautiful, and the lights are reflected on the river surface, like a handful of stars. Xinya took a bite of the candied lotus root, and the sweet taste spread on her tongue. She reached out and held Lin Fan's hand, and the warmth came through her fingertips. Yaya raised her spoon and said in a baby voice, Dad is so good to Mom and Yaya. He even bought me a big strawberry cake yesterday. Ha ha. The family's laughter echoed in the restaurant, and the warm yellow light shone on everyone's face, reflecting a happy look. As the night grew deeper, Wang Lifang and Qin Jiangwo got up, turned off the TV, and went back to their room to rest. In the room, Qin Jiangwo took in the exquisite decoration and delicate household items. He sniffed and turned to Wang Lifang and said, Our Xiaoya has finally made it. Wang Lifang wiped her eyes, smiled and nodded, Yes, I have finally made it. In the bedroom next door, Yaya was sleeping obediently on her bed with a sweet smile on her face, as if she was having a sweet dream. Xinya leaned in Lin Fan's arms and said, Lin Fan, my parents like you very much. Lin Fan kissed her forehead, I like them too. Xinya smiled and put her arms around his waist, Lin Fan, I'm so happy. Me too. Lin Fan held her in his arms and looked at the moon outside the window. With you, Yaya, and my parents, I have everything I need. Xinya leaned in his arms, smelling the scent of laundry detergent on him, listening to Yaya's breathing, and felt that the whole world was in her arms. This is the life she wants, with him, Yaya, her parents, hot meals, and a warm home. Chapter 76 Thunder establishes power. The early morning sunlight, like melted honey, poured thickly on the floor of the large flat in Xingawan. When Lin Fan woke up, Xinya was already wearing an apron and busy in the open kitchen. Yaya's little snoring drifted over from the direction of the children's room, soft and like a feather tickling the tip of my heart. Qin Jiangwo and Wang Lifang sat on the sofa in the living room, one sipping hot tea from a thermos cup, and the other stretching his neck to look out the window. The cargo ships on the river blew their horns, dispersing some of the morning mist in the magic city. Wang Lifang's fingers unconsciously stroked the armrest of the sofa. It was top-grain cowhide imported from Italy, and the touch was so delicate that she didn't dare to use force. Are you awake? Xinya came out with breakfast in her hand, a little flour on her temples. Hurry up and wash up. The soy milk is freshly ground, and there's your favorite Xingjian. Lin Fan sat up, his pajamas sliding down to reveal his strong shoulders. He rubbed his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, Where are my parents? They're looking at the river view. Xinya put the tray on the table. They said they want to explore the magic city by themselves today so you can focus on your work. Lin Fan frowned, I'll go with you. No. Qin Jiangwo put down the thermos and walked over quickly. Xiao Fan, go and do your thing. We are two old people, and Xiaoya is enough to accompany us. You are a big boss, and company matters are more important. Wang Lifang also nodded, her eyes narrowing into slits as she smiled. That's right. Let's go to Yu Garden and try some xiaolongbao, they're quite good. Don't worry, Xiaoya knows the way. Xinya held Lin Fan's hand, her fingertips warm. Go ahead. I have my phone with me. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Lin Fan looked at the understanding in Xinya's eyes, then at the cautious expectations of his parents-in-law, and his heart softened. He nodded and kissed Xinya on the forehead, Be safe and have fun. I will come back early in the evening and take you guys to dinner. After washing up, Lin Fan changed into a neatly tailored dark gray casual suit. The fabric was stiff, making his shoulders look broad and his waist narrow, and his aura suddenly changed. Before leaving, he touched Yaya's little face. The child smacked her lips, turned over, and revealed her pink belly. Goodbye, Dad. Yaya waved in a daze. Lin Fan smiled and turned to leave. The headquarters building of Tianhe Group stands in the core area of Shanghai CBD. Lin Fan's Lamborghini Veneno was parked in the underground garage, attracting security guards to secretly take photos. This globally limited edition supercar has now become the exclusive car of the new boss of TRW, and has long been a hot topic within the group. The elevator goes directly to the top floor meeting room. Zhou Xiaoming, dressed in a professional suit, stood at the doorway, holding a meeting minutes book. Upon seeing Lin Fan, her eyes lit up instantly, then hurriedly lowered her head. Her voice was as tinny as a mosquito's. "Director Lin, you're here. The meeting materials are ready. President Bai is waiting for you inside." Lin Fan nodded and walked in. The atmosphere in the conference room was more solemn than yesterday. More than a dozen directors and executives sat on both sides of the long table, all looking at him. Zhou Xiaoming quietly walked to the recording seat behind Lin Fan, sat down, and opened her laptop. Bai Lizhan sat on Lin Fan's right and nodded slightly. Several of the gray-haired veterans had expressions of dissatisfaction clearly written on their faces. Wang Haishan's fate yesterday failed to completely suppress the arrogance in their bones. Lin Fan walked to the main seat and sat down, tapping the table lightly with his fingertips. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Today's meeting will only discuss three things: strategy, rectification, and execution. Lin Fan went straight to the point. His voice was calm, but it had an unquestionable penetrating power. Zhou Xiaoming's fingers moved rapidly on the keyboard. Occasionally, she looked up at Lin Fan's profile, and her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. As soon as he finished speaking, Director Zhao, a veteran of Tianhe and in charge of real estate who was sitting on his left, slammed the table and stood up, his gray hair standing up in anger. "Director Lin. Tianhe Huafu Phase 2 was the high-end improvement project planned by the former chairman, and you decided the other day to turn it into a youth community. Is that even possible? A high-end project should look high-end. You're burying a good project in the ground." His voice was like thunder, and the conference room suddenly became so quiet that one could hear the sound of a pen dropping to the ground. Several elders who were on good terms with him exchanged glances with each other, with a hint of provocation on their lips, saying, "Let's see how you can make it." Lin Fan didn't rush to speak. Instead, he leaned back in his chair and twirled the coffee cup on the table with his fingertips, just like when he watched Wang Haishan making a fuss before, with a nonchalant smile in his eyes. After Director Zhao's breathing slowed down, he reached out and opened his tablet. A string of data with red labels popped up on the screen. A high-end suburban residential project that Vice Director Zhao is in charge of spent 800 million yuan on land last year, and the inventory is now 80% full, right? He flipped open a folder, pulled out a report, and shoved it over. There's no school within 3 kilometers, no shopping mall within 5 kilometers, and the subway won't open until next year. You're selling high-end housing, but there's no school to go to. Who's going to buy it? Director Zhao opened his mouth, stammering and unable to utter a word, with sweat dripping down his temples. Director Sun, who was in charge of entertainment, couldn't help but slam his fist on the table and said, "What about the entertainment subsidiary? We invested tens of millions in the film, and you just stopped it. What are we going to do with short videos? What future does short videos have?" Future? Lin Fan called up another set of data and projected it on the big screen. Director Sun, take a look for yourself. In Q1 of this year, short video users spent an average of 2.8 hours per day on short videos, and 1.5 hours on long videos. Short video advertising revenue increased by 40% year-on-year, while movie box office revenue decreased by 12%. Tianhe Entertainment's film projects have lost 300 million yuan over the past 3 years. What is the basis for your department's decisions? Emotional sentiment? Director Sun's forehead was sweating, his lips were trembling, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Lin Fan pressed on, turning to the financial sector. The bad debt rate of the financial subsidiary is 15% higher than the industry average, and the outdated loan approval process is leading to the loss of high-quality customers. Has any of the executives here conducted an in-depth analysis of these issues before this meeting? The conference room was dead silent, with only Lin Fan's voice echoing. Bai Lizhan stared at Lin Fan quietly, watching him calmly control the situation, with a barely perceptible admiration flashing in her eyes. She gently crossed her legs and noticed that Zhou Xiaoming was also staring at Lin Fan in a trance, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. He stood up, walked to the whiteboard, and picked up a marker, the tip of which was as sharp as a knife. Real estate sector, focusing on youth communities and high-end apartments, we will leverage Tianhe's land reserves to build 50 benchmark smart community projects within 3 years, introduce smart homes and shared offices, and seize the rental market for new youth. Entertainment section, cut out movies and go all in on short videos. Create the Tianhe short video platform, sign top creators, and seize traffic entrances. Short video advertising, e-commerce, and live streaming are all gold mines. Financial sector, introducing a technology-based financial system, optimizing approval processes, and focusing on small and medium-sized enterprise loans and consumer finance. Within 3 years, the bad debt ratio dropped below the industry average. I wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 77 Assistant. Lin Fan put down the marker, turned around, and looked at me with a sharp gaze. My goal is to double the market value of Tianhe Group within 3 years and make it China's top business empire. To this end, I will inject billions of funds for the upgrade and expansion of various sectors. Billions? Someone gasped and his voice changed. Bai Lishan stood up at the right moment, her voice clear and firm. I fully support Director Lin's strategic plan, which is based on the latest market data and industry trends. I will urge the finance department to prepare a fund allocation plan to ensure the implementation of this strategy. Her gaze swept across the room, carrying a silent, intimidating force. Everyone, the opportunity is before you. Do you want to follow Mr. Lin and create new glories, or do you want to be eliminated by the times by holding on to old ideas? The choice is yours. As she spoke, her eyes inadvertently swept across Lin Fan's profile, and her heartbeat quickened slightly. Bai Lishan's support was like a shot of adrenaline, completely shattering the elder's hopes. Director Zhao's face turned pale. He stood up and bowed with a plop. Director Lin, I was blind. I am willing to fully cooperate with the rectification and will never again hinder you. Director Sun also expressed his support. I support Director Lin too. I was previously rigid in my thinking. We admire your foresight. The other executives all stood up and said respectfully, Director Lin is wise. We will follow the chairman's lead. Lin Fan looked at the scene in front of him, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He returned to his seat, his voice calm, yet filled with undeniable authority. Very good. From today on, all departments will immediately initiate the rectification plan. Mr. Bai, you will take the lead and come up with a detailed implementation plan within a week. This meeting is adjourned. The executives filed out one after another, leaving only Lin Fan, Bai Lishan, and Zhou Xiaomeng in the conference room. Zhou Xiaomeng was sorting through the meeting minutes, her cheeks slightly red, not daring to look directly at Lin Fan. Bai Lishan walked over to Lin Fan and chuckled softly, Director Lin, your performance just now was truly astonishing. Those elders should be completely convinced by now. Her voice was a little softer than usual, and her eyes held a fiery glint. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair and looked at the skyline outside the window. In the distance, tall buildings are under construction. The shadow of a crane sways in the setting sun, like a sword pointing straight to the sky. That's exactly the effect I want. Lin Fan rubbed his brows and spoke in a more relaxed tone, but whether you obey or not is not important. What is important is that Tianhe Group must survive and live better. Outside the window, the skyline of Shanghai sparkles in the sun. On the other side of the city, Qinya was accompanying her parents, walking through the alleys of Yu Garden. Wang Lifang held up her cell phone and kept taking pictures of the crab roe soup dumplings, while Qin Jiangwo squatted on the side of the road and chatted enthusiastically with a master who made dough figurines. Qinya looked at her parents' excited expressions, took out her phone, and sent a WeChat message to Lin Fan, Mom and Dad are having a great time, you can focus on your work. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it for you when I get home. Lin Fan looked at WeChat and the smile on his face deepened. He replied, anything is fine, as long as it's your doing. The sunlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, stretching his figure very long. This morning, the power structure of Tianhe Group was completely rewritten. The glass door of the conference room closed silently, completely isolating the flashing swords and fighting. Bai Lishan did not leave immediately. She stood beside Lin Fan, keeping a perfect distance, her eyes fixed on his clean-cut profile. The sunlight filtered through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a light golden hue all over his body. Director Lin, she began, her voice much softer than during the meeting, the 2 assistants I found for you are here today. Would you like to meet them? Lin Fan looked up, somewhat surprised by her efficiency. So soon? You are so decisive and efficient, so we naturally cannot fall behind. Bai Lishan curled her lips slightly, picked up the internal phone and gave a few brief instructions. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. The first person to come in was a young woman, about 27 or 28 years old, wearing a neatly tailored dark gray suit and skirt, with a calm and sharp gaze behind her gold-rimmed glasses. She walked steadily and calmly as she presented a resume to Lin Fan. Hello, Mr. Lin and Mr. Bai. I'm Chen Shui, a graduate of the London School of Economics and Political Science, majoring in finance and investment management. It's an honor to serve you. Her speaking speed is steady and her word choice is precise, showing her profound professionalism. A quick glance at Lin Fan revealed an impressive resume, with a background in prestigious universities and companies, a typical elite demeanor. He nodded, his eyes turning towards the door. Another assistant came in at this time. She was in her early 30s, wearing a chicly tailored champagne-colored suit that highlighted her slim and graceful figure. The slightly curly chestnut-colored long hair is loosely tied up, with a few strands of hair hanging down on the side of the neck, adding a touch of laziness. Unlike Chen Shui, who introduced herself immediately, she first quickly scanned the office environment. Her gaze lingered on Lin Fan for 2 more seconds, and a hint of elusive amazement flashed across her eyes. "Mr. Lin, I'm Fong Qing." She spoke, her voice gentle yet powerful, with just the right hint of a smile. "I previously worked as the operations director at the largest MCN agency in China, Xingyao, where I was responsible for the incubation and commercialization of more than a dozen million-level internet celebrities. Mr. Bai said that you have some new ideas and may need some different approaches, so I came here." She handed over her resume, her fingertips glistening. Lin Fan took the resume and noticed that there was a very faint ring mark on her ring finger. "Sister Fong's experience is very practical," Bai Lishan added in a familiar tone. "She has a deep understanding of many platform gameplays and user psychology. This complements Chen Shui's expertise in macro frameworks." She looked at Fong Qing, and the two exchanged a tacit glance. Obviously they were old acquaintances. "Please sit down." Lin Fan pointed to the chairs next to the conference table. Chen Shui meticulously pulled out a chair, sat down upright, and opened the notebook she carried with her. Fong Qing was more casual. She gently placed the documents in her hand on the table and sat down, her skirt drawing an elegant arc. Lin Fan pushed the stack of reports from Tianhe Finance in front of him. "Perfect, take a look at this. The financial subsidiary's current wealth management products are highly homogenized, lacking appeal, and experiencing sluggish customer growth. Any thoughts?" Chen Shui was the first to pick up the report, quickly flipping through it, her brows slightly furrowed. "According to the data, our annualized rate of return is 0.5 to 1 percentage point lower than the industry's leading products, but the risk rating is similar. It is recommended to adjust the investment strategy immediately, optimize asset allocation, and increase the yield advantage in the short term to attract customers. At the same time, we can develop exclusive structured products for high net worth clients." Her analysis is clear and well organized, with sufficient data support, and is typical of investment banking elites. Lin Fan remained silent and turned his gaze towards Fong Qing. Chapter 78, Chapter 77, New Financial Management Strategy. Fong Qing read more slowly, her fingertips lightly tapping on a certain customer portrait analysis in the report. "Rate of return is indeed crucial, but if you force yourself to compete on price, you'll only hurt your opponent by 1,000 and you'll hurt yourself by 800. She raised her head, her eyes bright as she looked at Lin Fan. "Director Lin, what do you think? If we change our mindset and focus not on making the most money but on understanding her best, what do you think?" "Oh? Tell me more specifically." Lin Fan leaned forward slightly. "I've looked at the data and found that the main customer base for Tianhe Financial, and indeed for traditional wealth management products in the market as a whole, is actually middle-aged men or older. In other words, the products are designed based on their preferences and needs, stability, conservatism, and profitability." Fong Qing spoke faster, with the excitement of discovering a new world. "But there's a huge incremental market that's been overlooked. Young women, especially those who have independent finances, pursue quality of life, and are beginning to develop financial management awareness but may not trust traditional financial products." Chen Shui pushed her glasses up. "This group has strong spending power, but generally has a low appetite for risk and may not have a deep understanding of financial knowledge. So you can't sell her complicated products." Fong Qing took over, her thoughts clearly clear. "We want to sell her a feeling, sell her identity, sell her a sense of security, and the promise of a refined life. We can create a series called the Goddess Preferred Wealth Plan." "Goddess's Choice?" Lin Fan repeated, tapping his fingers unconsciously on the table. "Right." Fong Qing was encouraged and continued, "The product itself doesn't need to be too complicated. The core is stability and protection, with returns slightly higher than Yue Bao. But the packaging and marketing must be completely revolutionary. Invite a top domestic female designer to design a minimalist visual. Each product should be accompanied by a heartwarming story or a life philosophy. For example, that afternoon sunshine plan corresponds to regular financial management, while the Starry Sea plan corresponds to small amount fund investments. They also invite female celebrities and KOLs with good image and reputation to experience endorsements. Instead of advertising on financial channels, they promote content on Xiaomushu, Douyin, and Bizhan. Even more, by purchasing a certain amount of Goddess Preferred, one can become a VIP at Tianhe's high-end shopping malls and beauty salons, enjoying exclusive discounts and offline activities. The more she spoke, the brighter her eyes became, and her cheeks flushed slightly with excitement. She exuded the confidence and charm unique to a mature woman. She couldn't help but look at Lin Fan with burning eyes, as if she was waiting for his judgment, or as if she was silently showing her own value. She casually raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, and this action made her look particularly lively. Chen Shui was silent. It was obvious that this style of play was completely beyond her knowledge system, but she had to admit that this angle was tricky and highly operational. Lin Fan looked at Fong Qing, a hint of genuine admiration flashing in his eyes. This idea really breaks away from the traditional financial product thinking and accurately enters the track of emotional and identity consumption, which coincides with his strategy of transforming Tianhe and embracing new consumer groups. Interesting. Lin Fan nodded with an affirmative tone. The details still need polishing, but the direction is right. Chen Shui, work with Fong Qing to build the framework of goddess choice as quickly as possible from the perspective of risk control and product compliance. Fong Qing, you will lead the planning of operations and marketing plans. I want to see the preliminary plan next Monday. Okay, Mr. Lin. Chen Shui agreed immediately and quickly wrote it down in her notebook. Fong Qing's face lit up with a smile, as if she had received the highest reward, and her voice became a little lighter. Understood. Director Lin, don't worry, I will definitely come up with a satisfactory plan as soon as possible. She looked at Lin Fan, the light in her eyes almost overflowing, mixed with joy for recognition, excitement for the challenge, and a very hard-to-detect, subtle admiration for the young man in front of her. She couldn't help but think of her ex-husband who was content with the status quo and had long since smoothed over his edges, and the ripples in her heart couldn't help but spread. Go ahead. Lin Fan waved his hand. The two stood up and said goodbye. Chen Shui was meticulous and even bowed slightly before leaving. Fong Qing turned around swiftly, her high heels tapping out a crisp and confident rhythm on the ground. When she reached the door, she turned around and glanced at Lin Fan quickly again. Her eyes happened to meet his. She looked away quickly as if she was burned, her ears slightly red, and she closed the door and left. The office fell silent. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, tapping the table lightly with his fingertips. Fong Qing is an interesting person. He has outstanding abilities, unique vision, and knows how to demonstrate his own value. There was a gentle knock on the office door, interrupting Lin Fan's thoughts. Come in. Zhou Xiaoming walked in with a stack of documents. Her steps were very light, as if she was afraid to disturb the quiet here. She was wearing a well-fitting professional suit today, with her hair neatly tied behind her head, but a few unruly strands of hair around her ears still made her look a bit immature. Mr. Lin, these are the financial statements for each department from last quarter that you requested. Her voice was soft, with a barely perceptible hint of nervousness. When she placed the document on the desk, her fingertips accidentally touched the back of Lin Fan's hand. She quickly withdrew her hand like a frightened deer, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Lin Fan looked up and noticed the faint dark circles under her eyes. Did you work overtime to organize the materials last night? Zhou Xiaoming twisted her fingers nervously. I thought you might need this data today. Sit down and talk. Lin Fan pointed to the chair opposite and casually opened the report. Each page is carefully labeled, and key data is marked with a highlighter. It can be seen that a lot of thought was put into it. What do you think of the real estate department's new project budget? Lin Fan suddenly asked. Zhou Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, then flipped open her notebook. I noticed their marketing expenses are 15% higher than the industry average, but their conversion rate is lower than average. Perhaps there's something wrong with their choice of distribution channels. She analyzed things clearly and her usual timidity faded away as her eyes focused, revealing her professional side. Lin Fan listened thoughtfully, tapping his fingertips lightly on the table. This young secretary, who was not a professional, gave him some unexpected perspectives. From now on, you will be my full-time secretary, responsible for helping me with various materials and meeting records. Lin Fan closed the report. Zhou Xiaoming's eyes lit up instantly, as if sprinkled with starlight. Thank you, boss. I will definitely do my best. She stood up in such a hurry that she almost knocked over the teacup on the table. The way she hurriedly caught it made Lin Fan smile. Looking at her brisk back as she left, Lin Fan's gaze lingered on the report for a moment. A suggestion that Zhou Xiaoming had carefully noted caught his attention, a plan to use the group's internal resources to reduce marketing costs. He picked up a pen and drew a star next to it. Chapter 79 Ripples. The twilight flows slowly along the glass curtain wall of the Magic City Center building like spilled ink. When Fang Qing walked out of the revolving door in her high heels, the evening breeze blew the sycamore leaves across her ankles, bringing with it the unique coolness of early autumn. This way. Bai Lizhan leaned against the door of a black Mercedes-Benz, wearing a neatly tailored white suit and skirt, her long hair loosely tied behind her head, and the diamond necklace around her neck reflected tiny lights under the streetlight. She raised her chin towards Fang Cheng, with her usual capable smile on her lips. Fang Cheng opened the car door and got in. The leather seats still had the warmth from the day. Which restaurant did you choose? The usual place, the private restaurant on West Yan'an Road. Bai Lizhan started the car, and the black Mercedes merged smoothly into the traffic. I know you've made a great contribution today. This is a project that Director Lin personally approved. Shouldn't I celebrate you well? Fang Cheng looked at the neon lights passing by outside the window, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the phone case. What great achievement! It's just good luck. Despite saying that, she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. Lin Fan's words interesting in the afternoon were enough for her to savor for a few days. The car stopped in front of a small blue brick building. When the carved wooden door was pushed open, the aroma of sandalwood mixed with the fragrance of food hit me in the face. The mahogany round table in the box was polished to a shine. Bai Lizhan skillfully asked the waiter to serve 4 dishes and a soup, and opened a bottle of red wine. Honestly, Lizhan, I have to congratulate you on your promotion and salary increase. Congratulations on becoming vice president. You must take good care of me in the future. She raised her eyes and smiled, twirling the red wine glass between her fingertips. Bai Lizhan had just taken a sip of her wine when she raised an eyebrow. You're a big name in our company now. Director Lin personally approved the goddess selection project. So many eyes are on you. She put down her wineglass, and the collar of her silk shirt opened slightly with the movement, revealing her delicate collarbone. But is your man still making trouble? Fang Qing's hand paused. Divorced. She said it casually, as if to say the weather was nice today. We just signed the agreement last week. He insisted on having the house. Okay, give it to him. Just let him go like that? Bai Lizhan was a little surprised. When Fang Qing married that fund manager, she posted a 9-grid wedding photo on her WeChat Moments with the caption, "You'll be my life's wind and snow for the rest of my life." What else? Fang Qing's smile faded, and her fingers clenched the wine glass tightly. You're suspicious all the time, saying that I'm working overtime to fool around with men, and that I'm selling my body for project commissions. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Her voice was as light as a sigh. The box fell into silence. Bai Lizhan put down the spoon and handed over a tissue. It should have been cut off long ago. When I'm not busy in a couple of days, I'll take you on a beauty hunt. There are plenty of young talents in the Magic City, and they're not necessarily worse than Director Lin. Forget it. Fang Cheng took the tissue and wiped her eyes, then suddenly laughed at herself. Now I'm scared when I see young, handsome men. I always feel like their eyes say I want to be the boss. She picked up a piece of pork ribs and stuffed it into her mouth, mumbling, Boss Lin is still the best. At least he doesn't look down on my wealth. Honestly, Bai Lizhan swirled the wine in her raised glass, the clinking of her glasses making a crisp sound. You didn't see the board meeting that day. It was truly terrifying. That old fox, Wang Haishan, relied on his seniority and initially ignored him. What happened? She shook her head, her tone full of undisguised admiration. Director Lin just sat there and dished out all his dirty laundry, one by one, every single one hitting home. You didn't see Wang Haishan's face at the time, how it turned from red to white, and finally to a dead gray. As she spoke, she subconsciously pressed her legs together, leaned forward slightly, and lowered her voice. He's young, sure, but that skill, that vision, it's nothing like someone his age. He fired him like he said he would, called the police like he said he would, leaving him no room for maneuver. Those people who used to follow Wang Haishan, who aren't living in fear now. I did hear a little bit. Speaking of which, Fang Qing drawled out her voice, her eyes darting around her best friend's face, with a hint of joking, such a formidable young man, and not bad looking at all, don't you have any ideas? Our vice president Bai has the upper hand because he's so close to the water. Go to hell. Bai Lizhan scolded with a smile, pretending to throw a napkin at her, but her ears were slightly red, barely noticeable. How can we fantasize about that kind of person? The most important thing is to work hard and keep our jobs. But seriously, she said in a slightly more serious tone, working under him is quite promising. At least you can actually get something done, unlike before. The two smiled at each other and clinked their glasses in tacit understanding. The wine in the glasses swayed, reflecting the halo of the ceiling light and the complex emotions in their eyes. The soft music flowing in the restaurant concealed the unspoken envy and regret. On the other side, in another corner of the city, the atmosphere was completely different. In the small rental house, the smoke from cooking has not yet completely dissipated. Zhou Xiaoming's face was still flushed with excitement. She was wearing an apron, spatula in hand, and spoke rapidly to her boyfriend, who was sitting on the sofa looking at his phone. Really? He said, from now on, you'll be my full-time secretary. Vice President Bai was out, so it was just the two of us in the office. You have no idea how fast my heart was beating. Her boyfriend Wang Hao didn't take his eyes off the phone screen, his fingers were still swiping on it, and he said absent-mindedly. And the boss is really amazing. Zhou Xiaoming was completely immersed in her own joy, not noticing her boyfriend's perfunctory response as she continued chattering. He casually flipped through a few reports and then asked me what I thought about the real estate department's budget. I told him everything I thought about while working overtime last night, and he actually listened carefully and even made a mark on it. When she said this, she couldn't help but smile, her eyes sparkling. He really is so young, only a few years older than me, but just sitting there he feels very imposing, yet not scary. Wang Hao finally raised his head, his brows furrowed, and interrupted, wait, boss? Which boss? Did your company change its boss? Yes. It's the new chairman, his surname is Lin, and his name is Lin Fan. He is very young, but super powerful. In the last meeting, he directly fired a vice president and sent him to the police station. Zhou Xiaoming nodded vigorously, trying to emphasize Lin Fan's uniqueness. Lin Fan? Wang Hao repeated the name, his expression becoming a little strange as he looked her up and down. How young? A rich second generation, right? What kind of car did you drive? Zhou Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, then answered honestly, it seems quite young. I didn't pay attention to the car, but it should be in good condition. What's wrong? Nothing. Wang Hao threw his phone onto the sofa, his voice cold, his eyes scrutinizing and filled with a subtle sourness. I was wondering how you suddenly became the chairman's secretary, and even worked overtime to show your ability? Turns out you hooked up with a young, wealthy boss. Zhou Xiaoming, you're amazing. I didn't realize you were even thinking about this. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Zhou Xiaoming's head. The smile on her face froze instantly, and the spatula in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. Wang Hao. What nonsense are you talking about? She was so angry that her voice changed and her face flushed red. I only achieved my results by working overtime and working hard. How could you think of me like this? Hard work? Achievements? Wang Hao scoffed and stood up. The sense of pressure from his height made Zhou Xiaoming subconsciously take a step back. With so many people in your company, you're the only one working hard? Why did he choose you as his secretary? And you're young, capable, and imposing? You're so good at complimenting me, aren't you? He grew angrier and angrier as he spoke, his words becoming increasingly pointed. Is the next step going to be praising him for being so generous and buying you a bag and a car? Zhou Xiaoming, I'm telling you, don't daydream like that. Rich people like that are just playing around. When they get tired of you, they'll kick you out. Don't come back to me crying then. You are unreasonable. Zhou Xiaoming was so angry that she was shaking all over, tears welling up in her eyes. All her joy and excitement were shattered by these malicious speculations, leaving only grievance and anger. I can't make sense to you. She ripped off her apron, threw it on the chair, turned around and rushed into the bedroom, slamming the door shut. Leaning against the cold door, Wang Hao in the living room seemed to curse a few more words. The sound came in vaguely, but she could no longer hear it clearly. I couldn't help but cry. She was enveloped by great grievance and disappointment. She just wanted to share the joy of her promotion. Why was she humiliated like this? But scenes in the office flashed through my mind at inappropriate times. Lin Fan's profile as he looked down at the report with concentration. He tapped his long fingers on the table as she spoke. When he looked up at her, his eyes were deep and showed no emotion. And his last sentence, "You will be my full-time secretary from now on," was said in a calm tone, but it carried unquestionable power. Wang Hao's harsh words were like thorns piercing his heart, but inexplicably, these details about Lin Fan emerged more clearly. She shook her head vigorously, trying to get rid of those images and her boss's overly young and handsome face. I didn't. I'm not that kind of person. She sobbed softly and muttered to herself. But deep down in her heart, in a corner that was forcibly suppressed, there was an extremely faint ripple that even she herself was unwilling to admit, quietly spreading. That feeling made her feel flustered. Chapter 80 Charity Dinner. The streetlights lengthened the car's shadow. Lin Fan turned the steering wheel and the car slowly drove into the underground garage of Xingawon. He loosened his tie. There were more documents today than expected, but when he thought that Chinya should have prepared dinner, his steps became lighter. The elevator went directly to the floor, and as soon as the door opened, I could smell the aroma of food. Dad! Yaya fluttered over like a little butterfly. Lin Fan bent down, picked her up and spun her around. Amidst the little girl's silver bell-like laughter, Chinya, wearing an apron, poked her head out of the kitchen with a smile in her eyes. Wash your hands and eat. My mother made her specialty today. In the living room, Chin's mother was setting the table, while Chin's father was sitting on the sofa watching the news. Seeing Lin Fan come back, he nodded and said, Xiao Lin, you're back just in time. I've got some vinegar fish fresh out of the pot. The call of Xiao Lin came naturally, and Lin Fan felt warm inside. Since Chinya's parents came from their hometown last week, this 200 square meter apartment has finally become lively and homey. Where did you take your parents today? Lin Fan pulled out a chair and sat down. Chinya naturally poured a bowl of soup and placed it in front of him. We went to the aquarium. You answered eagerly, rice still clinging to the corners of her mouth. The dolphins jumped so high. Grandma was so scared she almost threw away her parasol. Mother Chin wiped her granddaughter's mouth in an angry tone. It's because you insisted on squeezing towards the railing. He couldn't help laughing as he said, that dolphin is also very human-like, nodding specifically in our direction. Father Chin took a sip of rice wine, his face flushed. That underwater tunnel is truly eye-opening. One of the manta ray wings is bigger than a table. Lin Fan picked up a piece of fish for the old man and said, if Dad likes it, we can go again on the weekend. I heard there are diving shows at night. Why spend that money? Mother Chin said this, but she couldn't hide the smile at the corners of her eyes. She looked at Lin Fan quietly. The young man was wearing a simple white shirt with his sleeves casually rolled up. He looked focused and gentle as he was picking fish bones out of Yeye. Thinking of the hard life his daughter had lived in the past few years, his eyes became slightly hot and he lowered his head to eat his meal. Chinya gently held Lin Fan's hand under the table. Under the light, her natural makeup looks soft and her cotton skirt accentuates her gentle temperament. Are you tired today? He asked in a low voice. Seeing Yaya making Grandma happy makes me feel less tired. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, like butterfly wings startled by the warm light. But you look a little tired. Is the company busy today? Yaya suddenly whispered into Lin Fan's ear, Mom baked some cookies this afternoon and hid them saying she wanted to surprise you. The child spoke without restraint and everyone at the table laughed. Shinya's face turned red as if blood was about to drip out. She pretended to pinch her daughter's face, but Lin Fan stopped her with a smile. He glanced across the dining table. Chin's father was talking about the newly built square in his hometown, Chin's mother was piling small mountains of food into everyone's bowl, and Yaya was secretly picking green peppers and putting them into his bowl. Outside the window is the dazzling night view of Shanghai, and inside the window is the clinking sound of dishes and chopsticks. At this moment, all the super-rich systems and business games faded away. He was just a regular guy going home for dinner. Late at night, Yaya had already fallen asleep. Lin Fan leaned against the headboard and read the financial report, while Chinya, wearing a facial mask, lay beside his legs and browsed her phone. The jasmine scent of the shower gel and her body temperature filled the air, making people drowsy. Wang Manru said that the beauty salon will be open for business soon. We have been working hard on the progress recently. The equipment has basically arrived at the local warehouse and we can move in at any time after the decoration and layout are completed. She suddenly turned over and half of the mask slipped down. Lin Fan took off the mask on her face. Okay, but don't work too hard. No, it wasn't hard at all. When Yaya was in the hospital. I don't know how I managed to get through those days. Her voice trailed off, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the bedsheets. I'm so happy now. Shinya rested her forehead against his chest and said sullenly, I bought a doll for Yaya today, and she insisted on a pink one. When I checked out, I realized this was the first time I paid without even looking at the price tag. 2 buttons on her pajamas had come undone at some point, and Lin Fan's kiss fell on her collarbone. Xinya turned off the desk lamp with a trembling hand. Moonlight leaked in through the gap in the curtains and shone on her snow-white neck. "Wait, turn off the lights," she begged softly. But he deliberately turned on the bedside lamp and watched her bury her face in the pillow in shame. Xinya bit his shoulder and whimpered, "Be gentle. Mom and Dad are next door." At this moment, there are no rich people or single mothers, only 2 ordinary people who warm each other. The next morning, when Lin Fan arrived at the company, Zhou Xiaomeng was already waiting at the office door. She was wearing a light blue shirt today, her hair was combed meticulously, and she was wearing black stockings under a straight worksuit, outlining the neat lines of her legs. Seeing Lin Fan coming over, her eyes lit up, but she quickly lowered her head. "Good morning, Director Lin. Here's your schedule for today, and the documents you need to sign." She handed over the folder, her fingertips trembling slightly. When Lin Fan took it, he noticed that the dark circles under her eyes were heavier than yesterday, and her complexion didn't look too good. The document is clearly organized and the key points are highlighted. Lin Fan flipped it open and looked at it, then looked up into her eyes. "Yesterday, was there anything wrong at home?" Zhou Xiaoming suddenly raised her head, her cheeks flushed instantly, and she waved her hands in panic. "No, it's okay. Thank you, Director Lin, for your concern. I just didn't sleep well." She lowered her head and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "It's my honor to work for you. I will work harder." Lin Fan looked at her nervously clutching the corner of her clothes, and without asking any more questions, he just nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Go ahead and get busy." "Yeah." Zhou Xiaoming turned around and left as if he had been pardoned. When she reached the door, she couldn't help but look back, and happened to meet Lin Fan's gaze. She was so scared that she almost jumped up and down, and quickly slipped into the secretary's office outside. Lin Fan shook his head with a smile and opened his schedule. The morning passed quickly. After processing a few documents for approval and holding a brief department meeting, it was noon in the blink of an eye. During lunch break, Lin Fan leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest when there was a gentle knock on the office door. "Mr. Lin, are you awake?" Zhou Xiaoming's voice sounded outside the door. "Enter." She walked in with a cup of coffee and placed it on the table. "Mr. Lin, this is the coffee you ordered. Also." She hesitated for a moment, then handed over a gold-stamped invitation. "This is the invitation to the charity dinner that the old chairman agreed to attend. It's tonight at 7 p.m. at the International Convention and Exhibition Center. The organizer just called to confirm and asked if you would like to attend." Lin Fan picked up the invitation and took a look. It was for the annual dinner hosted by the Magic City Charity Federation, and the words "Caring for Children's Growth Fund" were printed on it. "Charity dinner?" He raised an eyebrow. "Yes," Zhou Xiaoming nodded. "It's held every year, mainly to raise money and donate supplies to children in poor areas. The old chairman used to go every year and also donate a sum of money on behalf of the company." She glanced at Lin Fan furtively. "If you don't want to go, I can turn the organizer down." "Go." Lin Fan interrupted her and placed the invitation on the table. "Charity is a good thing. How can I not go?" Zhou Xiaoming was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect him to agree so readily. Then a smile appeared on her face. "Okay. I'll arrange it right away." She turned to leave but was stopped by Lin Fan again. "Zhou Xiaoming." "Ah." She stopped and her heart beat suddenly faster. Lin Fan looked at her and said, "You did a great job. Keep it up." This simple sentence made Zhou Xiaoming's eyes turn red instantly. She nodded vigorously, her voice a little choked. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will definitely do it." Just with this one sentence, Zhou Xiaoming's heart was filled with joy. She trotted out, her high heels making no sound on the carpet, but she felt like she was walking towards a new life. Looking at her back, Lin Fan picked up the coffee and took a sip. The sunlight outside the window was just right, shining on the desk, creating tiny spots of light. He took out his phone and sent a message to Xinya. "There is a charity dinner tonight, I may be back late." I received a reply quickly. "Okay, be safe, I'll wait for you." Followed by a smiley face emoticon. Lin Fan smiled, put his phone back in his pocket, picked up the invitation to the charity dinner, and tapped it lightly with his fingertips. Chapter 81 Fairy Female Companion. Fairy Companion. After Zhou Xiaoming closed the door quietly, the office returned to silence. Lin Fan tapped the gold embossed invitation with his fingertips. Charity dinner, occasionally, you definitely need a female companion. He ran through the list in his mind. Su Yuhan? No. Taking her with him would be equivalent to exposing his identity as the chairman of Tianhe Group, and then the surprise he had prepared would be gone. Xinya? Not appropriate either. It's a rare occasion for her father-in-law and mother-in-law to come to Shanghai, so she is taking Ye with her parents to visit Shanghai, as family time is more important. Xia Meng Meng, that girl is free, but taking her to a charity dinner? Lin Fan could almost imagine the scene of her holding his arm, staring at the auction items with sparkling eyes and shouting, "Brother Fan, this one looks good." It was so much like taking his daughter shopping in a mall. As I was thinking, a name flashed through my mind. Tang Meyer. The figure who always likes to dress like a peacock with its tail spread out. This is a perfect candidate. The enchanting campus beauty from the art department could handle such occasions with ease, and her natural charm was just enough to calm the situation. The most important thing is that she is absolutely willing to play this drama with him. Lin Fan curled his lips, found the note set as "Human Fairy," and dialed it directly. The phone rang 3 times before it was picked up, with the lingering sound of piano music in the background. Hey, Master Lin finally remembered me? Didn't he tell me to line up obediently? Tang Meyer's voice was deliberately drawn out, like a small hook coated in honey. Why, is it that school beauty Sue is not available to visit you today? Lin Fan shifted his phone to his left hand. You're so sarcastic. If you didn't know better, you'd think someone was jealous. I'm jealous? A snort came from the other end of the line. Some people made me wait in line for notifications, and I waited for half a month and didn't even get a WeChat message. Isn't this a notice? Lin Fan listened to the gradually clearer footsteps in the background and guessed that she had deliberately walked to a quiet place. There's a charity dinner tonight, and we're in need of a female companion. There was silence for 2 seconds on the other end of the line, followed by a chuckle. Master Lin, your notification method is quite unique. Without even a word of courtesy, you just directly issued the task? Just say it's your turn, come or not. Come. Why not come? Tang Meyer spoke a little faster, then immediately returned to that lazy tone. But Master Lin, shouldn't you come and pick up your female companion in person? I'm practicing in the dance studio right now and I'm sweating all over. I'll be downstairs in half an hour. Lin Fan checked the time. Remember to wear a coat. It's getting colder today. I know the ending tone rose, with a little pride in success. When Lin Fan drove to the art department building, he saw Tang Meyer walking out of the glass door. As expected, she was only casually wearing a loose knitted cardigan, and she was still wearing the same black training suit underneath, which outlined her full curves. Her hair was loosely tied up, a few strands stuck to the sides of her neck due to sweat, and her cheeks were still flushed from exercise. Seeing the familiar Lamborghini, her eyes narrowed, but she didn't rush to get in the car. Instead, she leaned against the door and rubbed her ankle. Lin Fan lowered the car window. Is it twisted? Didn't I twist my foot last time? I practiced for too long today, and my foot hurts a little. She frowned, her tone aggrieved, but her eyes were glancing at his reaction. Lin Fan pushed the door open and got out of the car, then walked around and squatted in front of her. As soon as his fingers touched her ankle, Tang Meyer let out a soft hum like a kitten. Lin Fan looked up at her. Are you okay? Can you still walk? It's okay, it just hurts a little. She held his arm for strength, her fingertips lightly stroking his wrist. Rest for a while, it will be fine soon. Lin Fan didn't respond, but just picked her up sideways. Tang Meyer let out a low cry, her arms subconsciously wrapped around his neck, and her cardigan slipped halfway down. Lin Fan. So many people are watching. What are you afraid of? It's not like I've hugged you before. Lin Fan stuffed her into the passenger seat. When I bent down to fasten her seatbelt, I could smell the scent of peaches mixed with a hint of sweat on her body. You came down here dressed like this on purpose, waiting for me to see? Tang Meyer wasn't annoyed when her thoughts were exposed. Instead, she moved closer and exhaled sweetly. So, classmate Lin saw this. Are you satisfied? Lin Fan fastened his seatbelt and pulled her cardigan back onto her shoulders. You're wearing so little, aren't you afraid of catching a cold? If you have a cold, it would be nice to have someone take care of you. She tilted her head and watched him start the car. For example, go to someone's house to recuperate or something. Lin Fan steered the car with one hand as he drove out of the school gate. With his other hand, he turned up the air conditioner temperature by 2 degrees. You wish. You have to be my face tonight, how can you look so sick? I knew you had no good intentions towards me. Tang Meyer pretended to sigh, but her fingers quietly turned on the car stereo and picked out a lazy jazz song. Just a tool? You didn't even prepare a decent battle robe for me, and you let me wear this to the dinner? Lin Fan glanced at her while waiting for the red light. I'll take you to buy it now. Really? Tang Meyer's eyes suddenly lit up, but she immediately suppressed her surprise and smoothed her hair in a reserved manner. Since Master Lin is so sincere, then I have to perform well tonight. When she said tonight, Tang Meyer glanced at Lin Fan and deliberately flashed a meaningful smile. Lin Fan was about to answer when a translucent screen suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ding! Goddess Tang Meyer's mood swings detected, triggering the limited time mission, Phantom's Love. Mission name, Phantom's Love. Task requirements, purchase dinner attire and accessories for Tang Meyer, spending a total of 2 million yuan. Mission reward, 10 million in cash, mastery of the skill art appreciation. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This system always comes so timely. What are you laughing at? Tang Meyer looked at him warily. Do you regret it? I'm laughing at your poor acting skills. Lin Fan set the navigation destination to Plaza 66. You're so happy your fingers are shaking, yet you're pretending not to care. Tang Meyer immediately stopped tapping her fingertips on her knees, her ears slightly reddening. Lin Fan, you're so annoying. How annoying? Why are you still so close to me? When Lin Fan leaned over to help her fasten her seatbelt, her breathing clearly stopped for a moment. The fragrance system still had a lingering aftertaste of jasmine, mixed with the lingering warmth from her body, lingering in the small space inside the car. Tang Meyer's eyelashes trembled, and her eyes fell on his collar, which was so close to her. Along the way, Lin Fan concentrated on driving and did not tease Tang Meyer anymore. Tang Meyer also leaned quietly on the back of the chair to rest, and from time to time she turned her head to look at Lin Fan beside her, with a strange flash in her eyes. Half an hour later. We're here. Lin Fan pushed open the car door and extended his hand toward her. Miss Toolman, please begin your performance. Tang Meyer took his hand and got out of the car. She deliberately staggered in her high heels and fell into his arms. Across from her, Lu Feifei had on exquisite makeup, and the designer dress she was wearing was bought by Lin Fan on installments using his credit card. Demon Lin Fan held her waist steadily, and his palm felt the warmth of her skin through the thin training clothes. He looked down at her eyes blinking with a smirk, and suddenly he smiled too. You really want to throw yourself into my arms? No. Tang Meyer stood up straight immediately, smoothed her hair and walked into the mall. Hurry up and finish shopping, I still have to rehearse tonight. Lin Fan followed behind her, and seeing her red ears and her pretending to be calm back, his mood inexplicably improved. The glass revolving door reflected their figures, one in front and one behind. Tang Meyer secretly slowed down her pace to wait for him to walk side by side, and the sleeves of her cardigan inadvertently brushed against the fabric of his suit. The warm light of Plaza 66 poured down, and when she turned her head to look, her eyes flashed with an inexplicably bright light. It's so slow, she complained, but her hand quietly reached for his sleeve. Let me make it clear first, I want to pick the most expensive dress.